Chapter 1. The Young Master Uncle. Southern Domain. State of Chu. Qingyuan Sect, Back Mountain. Lin Shao. Your future duties will involve the maintenance and guardianship of this cemetery on the Back Mountain. The souls interred here are the esteemed past leaders and elders of our Qingyuan Sect. To safeguard their spirits is indeed a fortunate task for you. The elder's voice, tinged with indifference, echoed before he turned to leave. Lin Shao gazed upon the cemetery before him, with its hundreds of tombstones, and let out a deep sigh. He was a transmigrator. Perhaps he was also the most unfortunate of them all. This was Qingyuan Sect, a third-rate martial arts sect situated in the southern domain, and Lin Shao was merely a junior master uncle of the sect. His master was the previous sect leader, Zhang Yuanhong. However, Zhang Yuanhong had passed away 3 years prior, succumbing to old injuries. Now, the current sect leader was Zhang Yuanhong's son, Lin Shao's senior brother, Zhang Yuni. As the sole junior disciple of the sect leader, Lin Shao's status within Qingyuan Sect was limited to being politely addressed as junior master uncle by every disciple he encountered. Nothing more. Aside from that, this junior master uncle of Qingyuan Sect seemed as insubstantial as a ghost, possessing no presence in the sect. Lin Shao's martial talent was exceedingly mediocre at the age of 22. He had barely reached the second level of qi condensation, inferior even to most outer disciples. Thus, the sect had no desire to squander resources on Lin Shao, and today, sect leader Zhang Yuni had ordered him to the Back Mountain to oversee the cemetery. Clearly, this signified a complete abandonment of Lin Shao, ceasing any further training for him. As Lin Shao surveyed the cemetery, he noticed it was overrun with weeds, and nearby stood a solitary wooden cabin, isolated amidst the tall grass. Upon entering the cabin, he found only a wooden bed, a wooden table, and a wooden chair, all shrouded in a thick layer of dust. Lin Shao paid little mind, tidied up the space, and prepared to reside there permanently. He had long since chosen to adopt a laid-back attitude. As a transmigrator, Lin Shao held no faith in the notion that diligence and effort would yield rewards, or that hard work would inevitably lead to success. Such ideas were mere nonsense. Since he lacked any martial talent, he decided to relax and enjoy life, deeming it unnecessary to exert himself. Subsequently, Lin Shao began to clear the weeds surrounding the cabin and the cemetery. Though he had chosen to lie flat, he still felt it necessary to fulfill his responsibilities within Qingyuan Sect. Suddenly, Lin Shao's gaze sharpened as he picked up a piece of jade from a thicket. This jade was roughly the size of an egg, radiating a vibrant green hue, with purple glimmers dancing within, making it quite exquisite. What kind of jade is this? Lin Shao examined it closely, but could not ascertain its nature. However, judging by its appearance, it might possess some value, perhaps worth a considerable sum. Thus, he tucked the jade into his robe. Junior Master Uncle. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out. Lin Shao turned to see a young woman clad in a sea blue gown, her figure graceful, skin fair, and features strikingly beautiful, approaching him. Ruo Ling, what brings you here? Lin Shao replied with a smile. The young woman before him was none other than Zhang Ruo Ling, the treasured daughter of sect leader Zhang Yuni. Lin Shao and sect leader Zhang Yuni were not particularly close, given their 30-year age difference. When Lin Shao was adopted by the late sect leader Zhang Yuanhong and brought to Qingyuan Sect, his senior brother Zhang Yuni had already established himself as a renowned master, second only to the late sect leader in strength. Thus, over the years, Zhang Yuni had only occasionally offered Lin Shao guidance, resulting in a rather distant relationship. However, Zhang Yuni's daughter, being merely 3 years younger than Lin Shao, had grown up alongside him, and they shared a bond akin to childhood sweethearts. Junior Master Uncle, the sect has gone too far. How could they assign you to oversee the cemetery? Zhang Ruo Ling surveyed the overgrown and desolate cemetery, her delicate face displaying indignation. Haha, there's nothing wrong with overseeing a cemetery. It's quite tranquil here, perfect for quiet contemplation. Lin Shao replied nonchalantly. No way. I must speak to my father and insist he reassign you. Zhang Ruo Ling exclaimed, stamping her foot. Enough, Ruo Ling, this is the sect's decision, and there's no need to make things difficult for my senior brother. Lin Shao shook his head. But junior master uncle. Overseeing a cemetery is typically a task assigned to the menial workers or those severely injured and unable to serve the sect. How can they make you do it? Zhang Ruoling's face reflected her displeasure despite Lin Xiao's lack of martial talent. He was still the only junior disciple of her father and, by all accounts, should not be subjected to such an arrangement. It's fine, I actually quite like this place. The scenery is lovely. Lin Xiao chuckled dismissively, believing that for someone like him who had chosen to relax, this secluded location was indeed a good spot. Junior Master Uncle, wait here, I will definitely persuade my father. Zhang Ruoling, thinking Lin Xiao was merely comforting her, turned and left after her declaration. Lin Xiao could only shake his head in resignation, opting not to pursue the matter further, and continued clearing the weeds. After a while, feeling fatigue, he returned to the wooden cabin and lay down, swiftly falling into a deep slumber. With food and drink at hand, and without the need for cultivation, a laid-back lifestyle was truly delightful. However, whether it was a dream or an illusion, Lin Xiao, just as he had begun to sleep soundly, suddenly found himself in a nebulous space. Here, there was no sky, no earth, only an expanse of emptiness, with wisps of purple mist swirling around. Taking a breath, the purple mist entered his body, and Lin Xiao felt a surge in his cultivation level. What on earth is this place? Lin Xiao was bewildered. Had he not simply laid down to rest? How could he have ended up here? A sense of unease washed over him, as he had never encountered such a bizarre phenomenon. Yet, at that moment, a profound piece of information suddenly appeared in his mind, leaving him utterly astonished. This place was known as the creation space, the most mysterious and wondrous realm between heaven and earth, the closest to the origin of the universe and the path of the heavens. As long as one cultivated within the creation space, their cultivation speed would increase by thousands or even tens of thousands of times. Gaining insights into martial and heavenly paths here would yield results exponentially greater than those in the outside world. Moreover, the creation space was contained within the peculiar jade he had just picked up by wearing it or infusing it with his true energy. He could enter and exit at will with a mere thought. I am destined to rise. After a long moment, Lin Xiao thought dazedly. His heart raced with excitement as someone who had considered himself a martial arts failure, ready to lie flat. He had not anticipated such a tremendous fortuity. After a brief period, Lin Xiao calmed his exhilaration, promptly sitting cross-legged and commencing his cultivation. The technique he practiced was one imparted by the late sect leader, known as the True Clarity Technique, a top-tier human-level cultivation method. Within Xinguang sect, outer disciples at the qi condensation stage generally practiced mid-tier, human-level techniques. Only those with exceptional talent were awarded top-tier techniques. Though Lin Xiao's talent was dismal and his cultivation level that of an outer disciple, his unique status granted him a significantly higher starting point than ordinary disciples. As Lin Xiao operated the True Clarity Technique, his vital energy surged, and his true energy coursed through his body, rapidly expanding. Moments later, buzz. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's aura surged dramatically, advancing to the third level of qi condensation. How fast? Lin Xiao was astonished. He had barely practiced for less than an hour and had achieved a breakthrough. Previously, based on his cultivation speed, if he were trained diligently for 5 to 6 hours each day, it would take him 3 years to reach the third level of qi condensation. Yet now, he had achieved it in just 1 hour. Even without the claimed 10,000-fold cultivation speed, it was still thousands of times faster. Let me try some martial techniques. Lin Xiao hastily rose, drawing the long knife at his waist, and began practicing his martial skills. Martial techniques were combat arts that significantly enhance combat prowess. If cultivation techniques served to amplify the energy within, then martial techniques were for better expression and output of that energy. The two complemented each other. The martial technique Lin Xiao practiced was the Gale Blade art, also a top-tier human-level skill. Swish, swish, swish. As Lin Xiao commenced his training in the blade art, the air filled with the glint of blades, and the sound of howling winds resonated. The Gale Blade art consisted of 10 forms, the first 7 being standard techniques, while the final 3 were ultimate moves. Gale Howl. Gale Shadow, Gale Storm. With each practice session, Lin Xiao's understanding of the blade art deepened at an astonishing rate. Both his proficiency and comprehension of the technique increased exponentially. Great achievement. In just over an hour, Lin Xiao's Gale Blade art ascended to the realm of great achievement, its power greatly enhanced. The mastery of martial techniques is classified into stages: entry-level, minor achievement, great achievement, perfection, and transformation. Lin Xiao had trained in this blade art for nearly a decade, only reaching minor achievement the previous year. Yet now, in just over an hour, he had attained great achievement. Huff! Lin Xiao came to a halt, his eyes gleaming with vitality. His previous desire to lie flat stemmed from a lack of ability to rise, but henceforth, it would be impossible for him to remain idle. Chapter 2. Turmoil at the Airport Bianching International Airport. A pristine white Boeing 737 gracefully soared through the vast expanse of sky, gliding effortlessly through the clouds before descending smoothly onto the runway. A quarter of an hour later, a young man shouldering a black backpack strode purposefully towards the exit, blending into the throng of passengers. He was Peng Tianchong, returning home after a lengthy absence. After 19 years, suddenly finding himself back in his hometown, Peng Tianchong felt a pang of trepidation, his heart racing with anticipation. There is a verse that goes, "Leaving home in youth, returning in old age." The accent remains unchanged, though hair has turned gray. Children, upon seeing me, do not recognize, asking in laughter, "From where do you come?" Subconsciously, he brushed his freshly styled hair, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips, pondering that perhaps the only difference between himself and old he was this unchanged hairline. "Mom, Dad, your son has returned," Peng Tianchong silently called out within his heart, casually retrieving a cigarette and lighting it, gazing up at the afternoon sky as he exhaled a cloud of white smoke. Savoring the moment. Ah, what a relief, how satisfying. Ever since his cultivation stagnated 3 years ago, Peng Tianchong had developed the habit of smoking to alleviate the pent-up frustration within him, gradually turning it into a routine. With a puff, he inhaled deeply, but just as he stepped through the exit, he suddenly froze. In the airport hall, a stunning young woman, dressed in a short skirt with long, flowing hair, approached him, cradling a bouquet of fresh flowers and smiling warmly. The girl appeared to be in her mid-20s, exuding an air of elegance, her features as exquisite as a painting, her long, shapely legs accentuated by black stockings and delicate high heels. Her every step was a dance of grace and lightness, reminiscent of a gentle breeze caressing willow trees or clouds drifting in a clear sky. Beautiful, simply breathtaking. In an instant, time seemed to stand still. No, Peng Tianchong felt a wave of dizziness. The appearance of this beauty had completely captivated him. Her flawless visage, alluring figure, an enchanting smile left him utterly entranced. In a daze, the entire world around him faded away, leaving only those enchanting legs drawing ever closer. The fragrant breeze brushed against his face as the woman approached. The cigarette, once in his grasp, now felt utterly unmanageable. In truth, Peng Tianchong stood there, dumbfounded. It had been ages since he had encountered such a captivating beauty, fair-skinned and leggy. He swallowed hard, his throat constricting, and instinctively lowered his arm. The cigarette slipping from his fingers. Perhaps he had swung his arm a bit too vigorously. Just at that moment, the glowing ember of the cigarette brushed against the thigh of the woman who had just passed by him. An unexpected accident occurred. She shrieked, utterly taken aback by the sudden misfortune that had befallen her while coming to the airport to greet someone. The fiery kiss of the cigarette, but had unexpectedly met her alluring thigh. The bouquet fell from her grasp as she crouched down in agony, clutching the scorched skin, her face contorted in pain. The commotion drew the attention of passers-by, and soon, a crowd began to gather. Eager to uncover the cause of the disturbance, caught off guard, Peng Tianchong found himself momentarily at a loss, his mind racing. "I've caused a disaster. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." He hastily discarded the cigarette butt, repeatedly apologizing as he contemplated rushing to assist the beautiful woman, even considering touching the burned area, but his hand hesitated mid-air. Could he dare? After all, it was her thigh. In that moment, Peng Tianchong felt an overwhelming urge to chop off his own hand. Regret washing over him. What kind of foolishness had led him to smoke? This was truly a grave mistake. Just as he floundered in confusion, a young woman with golden hair dashed towards the exit like a gust of wind. pushing a suitcase as she shouted, Xiaoxua, Xiaoxua, what happened? The girl, also in her mid-20s, sported a chic golden bob that accentuated her delicate features. Her bright, piercing eyes seemed to see through everything. Her high nose lent her face a striking dimensionality, and her fiery red lips gleamed like pearls. Without a doubt, she was another stunning beauty. The injured girl, grimacing in pain, straightened up and angrily pointed at Pang Tianchong, her tear-filled eyes glistening as she exclaimed, "His cigarette but burned my leg." As she spoke, she withdrew her hand from her thigh to gather the fallen flowers, intended for the golden-haired girl, her friend. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to Xiaoxua's thigh, revealing a sizable burn mark on her stocking, exposing her fair skin beneath. A dark red spot, clearly the result of the cigarette burn, evoked sympathy from the onlookers. The golden-haired girl, upon seeing the injury, paled and erupted in indignation, shouting, "Pervert! You vile scoundrel dared to burn my friend Xiaoxua with a cigarette, but call the police. I demand the police be informed." The crowd soon grasped the situation, and a chorus of accusations erupted against Pang Tianchong. "Young man, how could you be so reckless? Why would you burn a girl's thigh with a cigarette? Exactly. What kind of person are you?" Such lewd thoughts upon seeing a beautiful woman. Utterly disgraceful. Look at this young man. Appearing so proper, yet harboring such wicked intentions. How shameful. Miss, call the police at once. Let them teach this little scoundrel a lesson, preferably locking him up for half a month, under the weight of public condemnation. Pang Tianchong felt utterly defenseless. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." He regained his composure, hands clasped together in a gesture of apology, bowing deeply. "I didn't mean to. It was an accident. I swear. I truly did not intend for this to happen. Please believe me." Despite his usual eloquence, his tongue felt tangled at this moment, and he struggled to articulate his thoughts. "Damn it. What am I to do now? Hello? Is this 110? There's a pervert harassing a girl here, exhibiting terrible behavior. Please, come quickly." The golden-haired girl began to dial the police, her large eyes wide with righteous fury. Wait. Pang Tianchong attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The girl had already reported their location and hung up. Glaring at him, determined to ensure he did not escape, sighing deeply, Pang Tianchong lamented to himself, "What terrible luck. I step out only to invite disaster. Freshly returned home, and now I'm about to be taken for tea by the police. What kind of madness is this?" Just as Pang Tianchong was consumed by anxiety and regret, the crowd parted, allowing two police officers, one tall and one short, to enter. "Who called the police?" the tall officer inquired, his expression grave. "I did. I did." The golden-haired beauty raised her hand as though she had found salvation. "What is going on here? This scoundrel, he saw my friend's beauty and had wicked thoughts. Burning her thigh with a cigarette, but, officers, just look at this lovely leg he scorched." The girl spoke rapidly, angrily gesturing towards Pang Tianchong, effectively placing the label of a rogue upon him. "Is that so?" The tall officer's expression darkened as he turned to Pang Tianchong, narrowing his eyes as though scrutinizing him with a knife. Meanwhile, the shorter officer edged closer, casually producing a shiny pair of handcuffs from his waist. Chapter 3. The 8,000 yuan stockings. As more and more people gathered around at the airport, Pang Tianchong's embarrassment deepened. Initially, the mere presence of two beautiful girls was enough to attract attention. Now, with the addition of two police officers, it was no wonder so many were drawn to the commotion. As the center of this storm, Pang Tianchong felt his face heat up, inwardly cursing his bad luck. Moreover, the shorter officer had deliberately flashed his handcuffs, intimidating him. What would the onlookers think? Pang Tianchong felt utterly humiliated, yet a flicker of anger ignited within him as he silently scoffed at the short officer. "You think you can scare me? Just the two of you? If I wanted to leave, would you really be able to stop me?" However, running away was not an option. What kind of cowardice would that be? Besides, he had not committed a grave offense. Surely, if he explained himself, things would be resolved. If these two officers proved unreasonable, he could still walk away later. As thoughts raced through his mind, Pang Tianchong made a resolution. He rubbed his face vigorously, calming himself, and began to speak. "Officers, please, hear me out." Pang Tianchong's face wore a pitiful expression as he explained, "This is all a misunderstanding. I swear, I did not intend for this to happen. It was purely accidental." "Oh," the tall officer scrutinized Pang Tianchong's eyes, listening intently. "Here's how it happened. I had been wanting to smoke since I was on the plane but held back. The moment I exited the airport, I lit up a cigarette, hoping to enjoy a couple of puffs. Just then, this young lady rushed past me, and in that moment, my hand, holding the cigarette, inadvertently swung out and brushed against her leg. I swear to the heavens, it was not intentional. Please, believe me. If I had meant to do harm, may I be struck by lightning. Peng Tiancheng fervently gestured and swore, recounting the incident, sweat streaming down his brow. Whether from excitement or the heat of the day, he could not tell. The tall police officer gave a slight nod, sensing that Peng Tiancheng did not appear to be lying. He then turned his gaze towards the injured girl. Miss, is what he said true? The girl shot a fierce glare at Peng Tiancheng and retorted, I wasn't paying attention at the time that I was rushing to greet my dear friend, thinking about giving her a big hug. How could I notice his little antics? Who knows if he acted intentionally or unintentionally? Peng Tiancheng, a bit anxious, interjected, Sister, you can't speak so vaguely. This concerns my character. Pa, scoffed the blonde girl dismissively. You, a little rogue. A country bumpkin. What character do you have? I see you only have eyes for my Xiaoshua's beauty, deliberately causing trouble. Enough, the tall police officer interrupted, waving his hand. You should refrain from judging by appearances. This is not really a major issue. How about this? As he glanced at the girl's leg, he proposed, I don't think this young man is lying. Let him apologize to you, and since your stockings were damaged, he can compensate you for a new pair. How does that sound? Besides, you wouldn't want all these people to keep watching, would you? Seeing the tall officer's reasoning, the girl's expression softened as she glanced around at the crowd. Fine, since you put it that way, I'll accept my misfortune. I am a busy woman and truly have no time to squabble with this scoundrel. Peng Tiancheng wanted to argue further, but upon catching the tall officer's restraining gaze, he swallowed his words and nodded in agreement. All right, I will apologize and compensate her for the stockings. That's more like it. The tall police officer nodded in satisfaction and turned to the girl, asking how much? 8,008. What? Peng Tiancheng nearly choked, feeling as though someone had seized him by the throat, stammering. 8,008 is so expensive. Sweat poured down Peng Tiancheng's face as he realized he only had 1,000 yuan on him, having spent over 300 just yesterday on a haircut and some shopping. Now, he had only a few hundred left. What on earth was he to do? What's wrong? The blonde girl taunted, noticing his astonishment. Do you not believe me? My best friend is the president of Daikong Group. Isn't it normal for her to wear stockings that cost more than 8,000? Her dress alone is worth tens of thousands. Pa, a bumpkin who has never seen an angel. At this point, Peng Tiancheng felt utterly embarrassed. He shot a glare at the relentless blonde girl, wishing he could silence her, thinking, could you at least spare me some dignity? As the saying goes, a penny can defeat a hero. And this was 8,008. It was truly a staggering amount. The girl continued, pulling out a receipt from her small bag and handing it to the tall police officer. See, I'm not trying to extort anyone. The tall officer took the receipt, examined it, and with a sympathetic expression, handed it to Peng Tiancheng, saying, young man, she is telling the truth. Look at this. Peng Tiancheng was dumbfounded as he stared at the receipt. Suddenly realizing how glaring those numbers were, is there a problem? The tall officer asked softly, observing Peng Tiancheng's expression. No. Peng Tiancheng gritted his teeth, that I will compensate. It's just that I don't have that much cash on me right now. You can use a card. There's an ATM nearby, the blonde girl pressed, or you can call a friend to transfer the money. That I don't have a card, nor do I have any friends. That I don't even have my parents' phone number. Peng Tiancheng admitted, feeling increasingly troubled. Really? Now even the tall police officer was skeptical, casting a doubtful look at him. It's true. Peng Tiancheng hurriedly explained that I left my parents when I was 7 to learn a trade. I've had no contact with anyone since then. Today is my first day back, and I don't even know where my parents are. However, a man must keep his word. I will repay every penny. How about this? I can write an IOU and pay her back once I earn some money. Peng Tiancheng clasped his hands together, pleading with the tall officer. Please believe me, an IOU. Before the officer could respond, the blonde girl interjected mockingly. That won't do. If you run away, how will we find you? Run away? I'm from this city. Peng Tiancheng shot her an exasperated look, pulling out his ID. Officer, look, I am indeed from this city. A life for a life. Debts must be repaid. I won't run. The tall police officer examined the ID and raised his hand to ensure the two girls could see it clearly. This young man is indeed local and seems quite sincere. How about we let him write an IOU and repay the money later? What do you think? The girl named Xiaoshua hesitated for a moment, but before she could speak, the blonde girl snatched the ID and declared, That works, but we will keep the ID as collateral until he pays us back. The tall police officer exchanged glances with his shorter counterpart and sighed. Miss, if you take his ID, how will he find work? Without a job, how can he earn money to repay the debt? Suddenly, the blonde girl raised an eyebrow and smiled mischievously. I have a solution for that. Let him come work at our Daikon group. After a couple of months, he can redeem his ID. Then, he can choose whether to stay or leave, as he pleases. Okay, that's not a bad idea. The tall police officer commended. The young man is new in town. Just returned, so he won't have to run around looking for a job. It's a win-win. Well, Pang Tianchong hesitated. He felt as though he had just returned home only to be conscripted. As for what he would do upon returning, he had not yet given it much thought. What to do? The shorter police officer was growing impatient. Young man, what are you hesitating for? Daikon Group is a well-known enterprise in the city. Working there wouldn't be too shabby. Exactly. Voices from the crowd chimed in. I've heard their benefits are quite good. Go for it. Yes, I can attest to that. My grandson works there, and the treatment is genuinely commendable. An elderly man added, patting Pang Tianchong's shoulder with a serious expression. Damn it. Pang Tianchong felt a surge of indignation, thinking, I'm not your grandson. Why are you so concerned about me? I have worked hard for 19 years, honing my skills, and now I'm being told to work for two blonde girls. How humiliating would that be? Yet, if he refused, how would he save face in front of so many onlookers? Damn it. Pang Tianchong rubbed his face vigorously and looked again at the girl who had been burned by a cigarette. She was gazing at him with an air of cold indifference. Her expression proud and inscrutable. She was truly beautiful, stunning beyond measure. Well, speak up, urged the tall police officer once more. I have any other options? Pang Tianchong shrugged helplessly, feeling out of sorts. This is my business card. The girl said, handing it to Pang Tianchong. You can report to the HR department tomorrow morning, and they will arrange a job for you. Pang Tianchong mechanically accepted the gilded card, catching a faint fragrance from it. Daikong Pharmaceutical Group Company, Limited General Manager Dai Qinshu Address, Daikong Building, 209 Zhongjiang Road. Seeing that the matter had been settled, the tall police officer waved to the crowd, saying, All right, everyone disperse. It's nothing serious. Thank you all. Dai Qinshu expressed her gratitude to both police officers and then took the blonde girl by the hand, striding away to as they walked. The blonde girl turned back, calling out, Little rogue, see you tomorrow. Get lost. Pang Tianchong angrily tossed his backpack aside, muttering, You little blonde demon. The backpack landed with a thud just behind the blonde girl, nearly hitting her calf, but all that followed were the two girls' peals of laughter. Sitting on the curb of the airport, Pang Tianchong quietly lit a cigarette, attempting to calm his frayed nerves as he began to ponder his next steps, including how to navigate the journey home. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to call his sixth senior sister, the very person who had taken him away all those years ago. She might know something about his parents. In truth, apart from his master, the one person he was most familiar with in this world was this infuriating yet endearing sixth senior sister. The infuriating part was that she had knocked him unconscious and forcibly taken him up the mountain. The endearing part was that she had treated him well over the years, caring for him deeply. The phone rang 3 times before it connected, and a gentle, melodious voice answered. Hello, little junior brother. Have you come down from the mountain? Yes, Pang Tianchong replied, extinguishing the cigarette in his hand. I've returned to Jiang City, just got off the plane, and I'm sitting on the curb at the airport smoking. Why are you smoking by the roadside? Why aren't you hurrying home? Feeling a bit down. Pa, shouldn't returning home be a joyous occasion? Why the gloom? Alas, it's a long story. Consequently, Pang Tianchong briefly recounted the events that had transpired at the airport, eliciting peals of laughter from the woman on the other end of the phone. Little junior brother, confess honestly, was the girl not exceptionally beautiful, captivating you at once? Yes, I admit, she is indeed stunning, as beautiful as you, senior sister, but it truly was an unexpected turn of events. You lucky rascal, how fortunate you are, tsk, to meet such a gorgeous lady right after disembarking. Senior sister, please do not mock me any further. My ID is still in her possession. Well, that's splendid. You should just go work at her company. Who knows, you might even woo a beautiful CEO as your wife, and when that time comes, I shall certainly be your witness. What on earth are you talking about? Pang Tianchong thought to himself, instantly recognizing that his sixth senior sister was likely laughing uncontrollably on the other end. Senior sister, stop laughing. I am inquiring about serious matters. How much do you know about my family situation? Hee hee. Oh. After a while, the laughter subsided on the line. Well, I don't know much either. When I took you away, I merely left a letter for your family to explain the situation. I never met your parents. Then how do you explain the family address on my ID? Did they not move? Ah, that. The voice on the line hesitated. That address was just something I randomly picked from a map of Bianching when I applied for your ID. What? Pang Tianchong nearly leapt off the sidewalk in disbelief, exclaiming, "Sixth senior sister, today I have discovered how unreliable you are in handling matters, casually assigning me a home, and the police station approved? Nonsense. I have connections. And handling such trivial matters is child's play." The voice on the phone declared triumphantly, "I am truly exasperated with you." Pang Tianchong was left speechless. "Little junior brother, why don't you come stay with me for a few days?" All right. I won't waste any more time with you. I am taking a taxi to the city now." After hanging up, Pang Tianchong sat by the roadside for a moment before finally hailing a cab. Heading towards the city center point 40 minutes later, he returned to the long-lost city. Through the car window, he gazed around, feeling an overwhelming sense of novelty. Bianching remained the same Bianching, yet the hometown in his memory had changed drastically. No longer resembling its former self, as dusk approached, the streets of the city were enveloped in a golden glow. The gentle rays of the setting sun cascaded upon the glass facades of the skyscrapers, refracting vibrant hues, as if draping the city in a magnificent golden cloak. In the distance, the horizon blazed with fiery clouds, painting the entire city in a dreamlike splendor. Pang Tianchong looked upon the familiar, yet unfamiliar city, filled with emotions. 19 years, how time has transformed everything. The streets were bustling with traffic, the streetlights illuminating the night, and the neon lights began to flicker, creating a dazzling sea of light that mesmerized the eyes. "Handsome guy, you've arrived at number 202, Huanghe Road." The driver, while pulling over, reminded the entranced Pang Tianchong, "Is this where you want to get off?" "Ah, that can't be right." Pang Tianchong snapped back to reality, pointing to the tall building across from him in astonishment. "I remember this neighborhood used to have only 5-story buildings. That was 10 years ago. Those buildings have long been demolished," the driver explained, turning to him. "Now, none of the buildings in this area are shorter than 30 stories. "I see," Pang Tianchong replied, stepping out of the vehicle and gazing up at the towering edifices. Staring at the myriad lights, he was momentarily dumbfounded. "Where is my home?" Chapter 5, Homeless in the Streets. Bianching. In a modest hotel, a dejected young man entered, burdened with a backpack. It was none other than the homeless Pang Tianchong. "Hello, sir." Upon seeing him, the receptionist immediately donned a professional smile and greeted him warmly. "Do you have any rooms available?" "Yes, sir. I would like a single room." "Certainly. Please show me your ID." Pang Tianchong was taken aback, apologetically replying, "I don't have my ID. It was lost." "I'm sorry, sir, but without an ID, you cannot check in. It's the policy. Could you make an exception? I lost my ID at the airport, and I only need to stay one night." "I'm afraid not, sir." The receptionist shook her head vigorously. "I cannot violate hotel policy. Otherwise, I would lose my job. Please understand. Surely it can't be that strict." "It truly is. They've been quite stringent lately." Pang Tianchong was utterly speechless. It was the first time he realized how crucial an ID was when traveling. "Damn it, it's all those 2 girls' fault." Pang Tianchong grumbled as he exited the hotel, immediately pulling out the business card and dialing the number. "Hello," a cold voice answered from the phone. "May I ask who this is?" "Who else? The one holding my ID. Do you remember? President Dai?" "Oh, that little rogue. What do you want?" Pang Tianchong felt an urge to curse. How had he been labeled a rogue? However, to retrieve his ID, he had to swallow his anger. "I don't have my ID and cannot stay at a hotel. Could you please return it to me? Tell me your address, and I'll take a taxi to collect it. Otherwise, this handsome guy will have to sleep on the streets tonight." "Hiki." A cold chuckle came from the other end. "Well, you deserve it." Pang Tianchong was infuriated, nearly throwing his phone. "How on earth do I deserve this? You heartless woman." Beep, 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 just as he was about to explode. The line suddenly went dead. She had hung up. "Hey, that wretched girl." Pang Tianchong gritted his teeth and dialed again. But this time a polite female voice answered. "I'm sorry, the number you dialed is currently turned off." Turned off? At this point, Pang Tianchong truly felt helpless. No matter how capable he was, he could not track down the signal. It seemed he would indeed have to spend the night on the streets. He hoisted his backpack and wandered aimlessly down the street until he unknowingly arrived at the entrance of a small park. This park was familiar to him, located right beside the neighborhood where he had once lived. Now, the neighborhood had been demolished, but the park remained intact, in his childhood memories. He had spent countless hours playing here, and every hill and stream, every blade of grass and tree, was etched vividly in his mind. In the center of the park stood an artificial hill, about 10 meters high. As a child, he often climbed to the top to play, from where he could see his home. Well then, I might as well practice my skills here tonight. Pang Tianchong mused as he walked. During his training with his master, he sometimes meditated all night, so this was nothing. Fortunately, it was still summer, and the night was not cold. At this moment, the park was shrouded in silence. With only the sounds of insects and the whispering wind surrounding him, the moonlight fell like water, casting a cool glow on the rocks and trees, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Pang Tianchong approached the artificial hill, lightly tapping the ground with his toes. With a few graceful leaps, he ascended to the top. Finding it far easier than when he had climbed it as a child, he set down his backpack, sat cross-legged, and slowly closed his eyes, preparing to enter a meditative state. However, at this moment, returning to a familiar place, childhood memories surged like a tide, flooding his mind and refusing to fade. From his memories emerged a chubby girl with a skyward braid. His playmate from childhood, who was half a year younger than him, living in the same neighborhood, and with whom he had shared countless joyful moments. They played in the mud, engaged in hide-and-seek, pretended to be a family, and pooled their pocket money to buy ice cream. She was always obedient, especially during their pretend play, where she would quietly play the role of his little wife, complying with his every whim. Yes, back then, he was called Little Tiger, and she was known as Fatty. He had taken her up this artificial hill before. She was a bit clumsy and couldn't make it up, always pleading from below. Little Tiger, please help me up. I want to stand on top and see my house. You're too heavy. I can't pull you up. Just give it a try. I will help too. And besides, we promised each other that when we grew up, you would marry me. What kind of man would abandon his wife? The chubby girl would pout her lips, looking quite serious, her eyes wide with insistence. All right. I will help you up, he relented, descending to assist her. She smiled, revealing 2 pearly white tiger teeth. I knew Little Tiger wouldn't leave me behind. He held her little hand and climbed step by step. Just halfway up, a staff member with a red armband called out to them. Children are not allowed up there. It's dangerous. Come down immediately. They obediently slid down, receiving a stern reprimand. And from that day forth, they never dared to climb that little hill again. It has been nearly 20 years since then. He wondered where that chubby girl was now. What had she grown into? Would the promise of marrying him still hold true? He chuckled to himself. The days of childhood were truly beautiful, as he pondered. Pang Tianchong couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. He vigorously shook his head, casting aside his thoughts, and took a deep breath to center himself. Time flowed like the stars, with night giving way to day. A quiet night passed. Pang Tianchong gently concluded his practice, stretched his arms, exhaled a long breath of stagnant air, and began to descend the small hill to the wash basin in the park's restroom. He splashed some water on his face to awaken his senses. Subsequently, he stopped at a roadside breakfast stall to enjoy 2 pieces of fried dough and a bowl of soy milk. Resolutely deciding to head to Daikon Group, he intended to honor his commitment to start working at Daikon Group today. At the very least, he needed to retrieve his identification card, or else he would find himself sleeping on the streets again that night. Pang Tianchong raised his hand to hail a taxi, opened the door, and firmly uttered 4 words. Daikon Building. The driver, evidently familiar with Daikon Group, remained silent as he expertly made a U-turn. Just you wait, Mr. Dai. Chapter 6. The first day at work. Upon arriving at Daikon Building, Pang Tianchong was immediately stopped by a straight-backed security guard at the entrance. Sir, please hold on. The young guard extended his arm in a stopping gesture and inquired, Are you here to see someone? I am here to start work. Where's your ID badge? Today is your first day. Which department are you in? Which department? Pang Tianchong scratched his head, recalling that Dai Qianxue had instructed him to report to Human Resources. Look, here's her business card. It can't be fake, can it? I'm not impersonating your president, Mr. Dai. The guard took the card, scrutinized it, and then appraised Pang Tianchong from head to toe. It checks out. Please wait a moment while I confirm. The guard turned to make a phone call and returned with a nod. You can go in. The Human Resources Department is on the 3rd floor. Thank you, mate. With his bag slung over his shoulder, Pang Tianchong entered the office building, immediately enveloped by the towering structure and bustling atmosphere that a wave of modernity washed over him. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, he could see business people in sharply tailored suits hurrying by. Inside the building, people moved about, creating a scene that was both busy and orderly. Looking around, he noted the high ceilings adorned with crystal chandeliers and marble walls reflecting a soft glow, giving the entire building a bright and vibrant ambience. As he traversed the spacious lobby, he passed several work areas, inadvertently catching the sound of rapid keyboard strokes and ringing phones, feeling the palpable tension of the office environment. Upon reaching the third floor, he circled the hallway and finally spotted the office labeled Human Resources. The door was slightly ajar. Pang Tianchong pushed the door open and was instantly taken aback by the sight before him. Behind the desk, a woman in her 30s was changing into her uniform. Perhaps due to her hasty movements, her ample bosom seemed to overflow, as if desperately trying to escape the confines of her half-removed bra. What a voluptuous woman! Pang Tianchong stared at her fair skin, his heart racing, momentarily at a loss for words. The woman, Lan Shangyun, the manager of Human Resources, was startled and quickly turned her back, exclaiming in anger, "Who are you? Do you not know to knock before entering? Get out. I'm sorry." At that moment, all Pang Tianchong could muster was an apology. He obediently closed the door behind him, retreating in embarrassment. What a scandal! Standing outside the door, Pang Tianchong patted his chest, his heart still pounding, feeling his blood pressure rise to the brink of a nosebleed. Such an alluring scene. After standing outside for a full 5 minutes, he finally steadied himself, convinced that the woman inside had changed into her uniform. He gently knocked on the door again. "Come in." An irate and icy voice came from within, clearly still fuming. "I apologize, ma'am," he hastily began as he entered. "It's my first day, and I'm unfamiliar with the rules. I acted a bit presumptuously." Without waiting for her response, he quickly invoked the name of Dai Qianxue. "Dai Qianxue sent me to report to Human Resources, so I rushed over. I didn't see anything earlier." "Enough," Lan Shangyun interrupted coldly. "Cut the nonsense. Are you Pang Tianchong?" "Yes, yes." Pang Tianchong nodded eagerly. "Miss Dai must have informed you?" "Humph," Lan Shangyun scoffed. Her assistant called to say a little ruffian would be starting today. "You certainly don't seem like a good person." "Who said that?" Pang Tianchong felt a surge of indignation. "Is it that blonde enchantress?" "What about her? What did she say?" Lan Shangyun shot back, her eyes narrowing. "Did she not disparage you? Now, let us get down to business. What is your educational background? Do you have your diploma?" "No." Upon hearing the question about his diploma, Pang Tianchong was momentarily stumped. His master had only claimed that he was unrivaled in the world, but had never issued any certificate. "You didn't attend university, did you?" The woman mocked. "Did you even finish high school?" "No." "Then how am I supposed to place you in a department?" Lan Shangyun regarded him with disdain and prompted, "Do you have any special skills?" "Special skills?" Pang Tianchong scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. "Does being handsome count?" "That's worthless. Can good looks put food on the table?" "What about fighting? Does that count?" "Puffed." Lan Shangyun almost burst into laughter, looking at Pang Tianchong as if he were a gorilla. "Forget it. I don't see any department suitable for you. You can go to the security department and work as a guard. It might suffice." "Fine." Pang Tianchong shrugged nonchalantly. "What's the pay?" "Well," the manager explained casually, "the probation period is 3 months, with food and accommodation covered, and a salary of 3,500 per month. After the probation, it's 4,000. No need for a transfer." 3 months is enough? Pang Tianchong mumbled to himself, relieved that he wouldn't have to stay in a hotel. "So, you agree?" "Yes." "All right then. Just head to the security department. I'll send someone with a form for you to fill out later. Off you go." Lan Shangyun waved her arm dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. The security department was located at the corner of the first floor. When Pang Tianchong arrived, he found several guards smoking and chatting inside. He politely knocked on the door and greeted them with a smile. "Hello, everyone." The guards fell silent, eyeing Pang Tianchong with scrutiny. One of them inquired, "What do you want?" "I'm here to work as a guard, just assigned here by Human Resources though." "A new guy, huh?" A burly guard perked up and pointed to an ashtray on the table. "Commanding, go. Empty that ashtray and clean it up." "Are you the team leader?" Pang Tianchong instinctively asked, feeling somewhat put off by this authoritative demeanor. "No." A nearby chubby guard chuckled. "He is not the team leader. He is the squad leader, a retired old squad leader, you know." A rookie like you wouldn't understand. I don't know. Pang Tianchong shook his head. I've never served. Even if you haven't served. You should know the rules. The burly guard proudly gestured toward his companions. You see those guys? They're all veterans. Do you think they'd let a rookie like you get away with slacking off? Not at all. Pang Tianchong retorted dismissively. But why should I listen to you? Just because you are the one barking orders. Who do you think you are? Forced to start work, he was already fuming. And encountering this arrogant rookie only added to his frustration, prompting him to respond coldly, just because I'm bigger. The old squad leader found it hard to back down, glaring threateningly. You better believe I'll knock you out right now. You dare. I'll punch you. The old squad leader, clearly incensed by Pang Tianchong's contemptuous gaze and dismissive tone, suddenly stood up, swinging his arm to throw a punch. Chapter 7. A disturbance in the security department. A tremendous crash echoed through the room as Sergeant Chin was propelled like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the opposite wall before sliding down swiftly. Fortunately, the wall was constructed of sturdy bricks. Had it been merely a drywall partition, that kick would have surely sent Sergeant Chin crashing through. Landing in the adjoining room. As it stood, it was only due to Pang Tianchong's expertly measured force that no harm was inflicted. Otherwise, Sergeant Chin would have found himself with shattered bones, reduced to a mere heap of broken flesh. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The individuals present were taken aback, astonished by the ferocity of the newcomer, who had so effortlessly sent the usually arrogant Sergeant Chin flying with a single kick. For a moment, everyone stood frozen in disbelief. Coughing vigorously, Sergeant Chin struggled to regain his composure, his face contorted with rage as he pointed an accusing finger at Pang Tianchong. You dare to ambush me? I'll fight you to the end. As he spoke, he scrambled to his feet and launched a kick back at Pang Tianchong. Overestimating his own abilities, Pang Tianchong responded with a cold smirk, executing a sweeping kick that sent Sergeant Chun hurtling out the door like a kite severed from its string. Crashing heavily onto the corridor floor, Sergeant Chun let out a pained scream, his face twisted in agony, clearly feeling the brunt of this last kick. Brothers, Sergeant Chin glanced at the security guards who were gaping in shock and, in pain, shouted, "Help me. Let us take this kid down." As comrades in the same trench, they could not stand idly by while Sergeant Chun was attacked. 3 of them immediately rushed forward, reaching for Pang Tianchong's arms. Their intent was not to gang up on him, but rather to restrain him, thinking, if we can just hold this kid down, we might have a chance. However, before they could even touch him, Pang Tianchong's feet flew into action. Bang, 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 bang. One by one, the 4 figures were sent sprawling, landing in the corridor, grimacing in pain, especially the last one to be kicked out, who, while rubbing his sore backside, lamented, "Bro, I wasn't even moving. Why did you kick me out too?" "Oops, my bad," Pang Tianchong chuckled. "Guess my foot just got carried away, huh?" Just as the others were lamenting their misfortune, a dark-skinned security guard sprinted down the corridor in haste. It was the head of security, Ding Guixian. Moments earlier, he had been monitoring the surveillance screens when he witnessed Sergeant Chen being ejected from the room. As he pondered this, he saw several others tumble out as well. Something's gone wrong. Ding Guixian immediately sensed trouble and rushed out of the monitoring room towards the scene. "What is happening?" he demanded. "Captain, that bully of a newcomer is too domineering. He has been assaulting us." "What?" Ding Guixian's eyes widened in disbelief, his gaze sweeping over the group before settling on Pang Tianchong in the room, scrutinizing him with a serious expression. "Who are you? Why are you hitting people?" "It was them who struck first," Pang Tianchong explained, pointing at the others. "That I was only defending myself. Please, Captain, judge fairly." With that, he extended his right hand with a slight smile. "I am Pang Tianchong, here to report to the security department." "Let us get acquainted." Ding Guixian, gritting his teeth, grasped the offered hand and squeezed tightly. Having trained his grip in the special forces, he was confident he could crush a walnut with ease. However, as he tightened his grip, he found it felt like he was squeezing a bundle of cotton, soft and yielding. Ding Guixian was taken aback, about to release his grip, when suddenly Pang Tianchong's hand hardened, clamping down like a vice. The sound of cracking bones echoed in his ears, and a searing pain shot through him. Gasping in shock, Ding Guixian instinctively reached out with his left hand to seize Pang Tianchong's arm. Attempting a counter-move known as golden thread binding from Shaolin grappling techniques, in a desperate effort, he put all his strength into it, but no matter how hard he pushed, it was as futile as an ant trying to shake a tree. Pang Tianchong remained steadfast, unyielding as a rock, as the saying goes. A skilled practitioner can discern the level of expertise with just a touch. In that instant, Ding Guixian realized that the young man before him possessed skills far beyond his own. Unfathomably deep, sweat trickled down his temples, leaving him feeling utterly embarrassed. Captain, you're too kind, Peng Tiancheng said, suddenly easing his grip and flashing a grin. From now on, I'll be your soldier. I look forward to your guidance. Oomph. Ding Guixian huffed, his expression complex as he glanced at the sprawled figures on the floor at Haiti that moment. He felt both resentment towards his own inadequacies and frustration towards his oblivious subordinates for provoking such a formidable character. What a self-inflicted disaster. Chapter 8. Complaints. As Peng Tiancheng wreaked havoc in the security office, unsure of how to defuse the situation, a young woman from the HR department hurried in, clutching a form. Ding, Captain, she exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the fallen individuals. What on earth is happening here? Is this some sort of performance? During work hours? Ding Guixian forced a smile that, oh, these guys just got a bit too eager and decided to spar with our newcomer. Hey, you lot, get up this instant. Stop making fools of yourselves. The young woman nodded, then glanced at the composed Peng Tiancheng. Captain, could you have him fill out this form? Make sure it's done correctly. And then send it back to HR. From today onward, he is officially your subordinate. After placing the form down, she turned and sashayed away, casting one last glance back at Peng Tiancheng. Peng Tiancheng pulled out a cigarette, offering one to Ding Guixian, lighting it for him before igniting his own. The pair began to fill out the form while exhaling clouds of smoke. Meanwhile, on the 19th floor of the Daikong building, in the CEO's office, General Manager Dai Qianxue was briefing her new assistant. This assistant was the blonde woman who had been picked up from the airport just yesterday, named Gong Xiaoshuang, a college friend and confidant of Dai Qianxue from her days studying at a prestigious business school in the United States. Now back in the country, her primary role was to assist in managing the company. As the two women engaged in earnest conversation, the phone on the desk rang abruptly. Ring, ring, ring. Hello? Dai Qianxue answered, placing the phone on her shoulder. The call was from the HR manager, Lan Shangyun, who happened to be Dai Qianxue's cousin. Though there was a slight age difference, they shared a close relationship, confiding in each other freely. That moment, Lan Shangyun's voice came through the receiver with a hint of exasperation. Hello, Xiaoxue. Who exactly is this Peng Tiancheng you recommended? Your assistant claims he is a little rascal. Is that true? Dai Qianxue frowned slightly. What's the matter? This kid looks all presentable, but has zero manners. He waltzed into my office without knocking. Didn't he knock? He is new and likely doesn't know the rules yet. Just give him a good scolding. Scold him. The voice on the other end escalated in pitch. I swear I wanted to strangle him. Wait a minute. What did he do to you? What did he do? I was changing clothes in my office when this little brat barged in, staring right at my... I nearly wanted to crawl under the desk. Puff. Dai Qianxue couldn't help but laugh. Imagining her cousin's mortification. You're laughing? Lan Shangyun's tone was indignant. If I had a knife in my drawer, I would have stabbed him right there. He infuriated me. And what happened next? Well, I gave him a good dressing down and sent him off to the security department to be a guard. Becoming a security guard seems a bit harsh, doesn't it? Dai Qianxue remarked, raising an eyebrow. You're not taking personal revenge, are you? Ha! Lan Shangyun scoffed. With his lack of education and qualifications, what else could he do but be a guard? If it weren't for your recommendation, I would have kicked him out already. Honestly, I don't understand why the company would need someone like him. Dai Qianxue rubbed her forehead, chuckling wryly. You see, he owes me money and is here to work off his debt. Oh, I see. There was a pause before the voice continued. But that kid is trouble. Within 5 minutes of arriving at the security department, he got into a fight with the other guards. Did he get hurt? Not at all. Apparently, he was the one dishing out the beatings, taking down several guards in the process. Dai Qianxue felt a headache coming on. Xiaoxue, don't get upset. Just pretend you didn't hear about this. Let the security department handle it themselves. I just needed to vent a little. All right then, let us end the call. Dai Qianxue gently placed the microphone down. And upon turning her head, she caught sight of her assistant, Gong Xiaoshuang, who was covering her mouth with one hand, laughing uncontrollably as she leaned over the desk. The two had just been side by side, and the conversation on the phone had been crystal clear to her. Still laughing, Dai Qianxue gave Gong Xiaoshuang a playful tap, adopting a serious tone. Xiaoshuang, do you think keeping that person with the surname Peng in the company has brought us a calamity? It's nothing. Nothing at all. Ha ha ha. Gong Xiaoshuang waved her hand dismissively. Even calamities can serve a purpose. We needn't concern ourselves with him that I was merely laughing at your cousin. It's quite something to change clothes in the office. I isn't it, especially with that Pang fellow around, seeing everything. With her ample bosom. Goodness, even I was drooling. Let alone the men. That little rogue is truly fortunate. Dai Qianxue rolled her eyes and interrupted. All right, enough? If my cousin hears this, she will surely faint from anger. Speaking of Pang Tianchong, Dai Qianxue continued. Regarding the incident at the airport yesterday, I've thought it over carefully. Perhaps it was merely a misunderstanding. He certainly did not act with malice. Besides, we have confiscated his ID card, and he has already faced consequences last night. Gong Xiaoshuang halted her laughter. Her curiosity piqued. What consequences? Dai Qianxue gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and explained. Last night, without his ID, he couldn't check into a hotel. He called me, wanting his ID back, but I simply turned off my phone. That I can only imagine he spent the night wandering the streets. Oh, I see now, Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with realization. No wonder he got into a fight today. He must be simmering with rage. The two women burst into laughter once more. However, Dai Qianxue suddenly appeared puzzled. But wait, most of the security guards in the company are retired soldiers, some even special forces, and they're quite capable. How could someone like Pang defeat them? I'm curious too, Gong Xiaoshuang chimed in. One cannot judge a book by its cover. Could that fellow actually be a master? That would be interesting. If that's the case, Dai Qianxue smiled mischievously. Wouldn't that mean we've struck gold? Chapter 9, The Badge Incident Morning. 8 a.m. at the entrance of Daikong Building. A dashing security guard in a crisp uniform stood tall. His gaze was calm yet profound, his face radiating warmth and handsomeness, exuding a unique charisma. This was Pang Tianchong, who had just started his job yesterday and was assigned to the company entrance today. Perhaps due to his unfamiliarity, passing employees couldn't help but cast admiring glances at him. Marveling at the good looks of the new security guard, that a few bold female employees even threw flirtatious looks his way, yet he remained oblivious, focusing solely on whether those approaching wore the company badge. Having familiarized himself with the security protocols and company regulations yesterday, he was well aware that employees were required to display their badges at all times. Failure to do so meant they could not enter. Thus, Pang Tianchong's attention was dedicated to the badges and the unfamiliar names inscribed upon them, entirely disregarding the alluring glances directed his way. Despite this, the chubby security guard, Ding Tai, standing opposite him, looked on with envy. Ding Tai, a local from the same hometown as the head of security, Ding Guoxin, had been with the company for 4 years and considered himself a veteran employee with a fondness for martial arts. When he witnessed that even the Special Forces-born captain was no match for Pang Tianchong yesterday, he was utterly astonished, feeling profound admiration for his new colleague. Hence, today, he specifically requested to partner with Pang Tianchong during their shift. However, standing alongside Pang Tianchong, he quickly realized he was merely a supporting character in the presence of someone exceptional. The ladies' gazes were invariably directed at Pang Tianchong, completely overlooking him, which left him feeling quite hurt. Chongge, while no one is looking, have you noticed? All the girls are staring at you. Not one has glanced my way, Ding Tai said, a hint of envy in his voice. Haha. Pang Tianchong chuckled. Then let us switch places. You stand here instead. Forget it. Ding Tai waved his hand dismissively, self-deprecatingly adding, they're looking at people. Standing there would make no difference. Compared to that crowd, I think I'm not too bad looking, but standing next to you, my handsomeness pales in comparison. Sigh, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. Just then, a stunning woman in high heels approached, and Pang Tianchong instinctively glanced at her badge, only to be momentarily dazzled, quickly averting his gaze. The newcomer was none other than the HR manager, Lan Shangyun, the very same woman whose ample bosom he had seen just the day before. The vivid memory flashing in his mind, he swallowed hard, lowering his gaze, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. However, even this fleeting glance did not escape the notice of Manager Lan. You lecher, Lan Shangyun shot him a scornful look, reprimanding. If you keep staring, I'll take your eyes. I was just checking the badges, Pang Tianchong muttered under his breath. Who was staring? Besides, it's not like I've never seen you. Lan Shangyun's face flushed instantly, her hand raised as if to strike. You re quite the mouthy one, sis. I'm sorry, please spare me, Pang Tianchong pleaded, resembling a child caught in mischief. Humph, Lan Shangyun huffed, tossing her arms and storming off, unable to truly strike him. What is going on? Ding Tai inquired. as if he had stumbled upon a revelation. His curiosity piqued. Is there something between you two? Don't even mention it. Pang Tianchong grimaced. I walked into her office yesterday without knocking. And she was changing. You saw her. Those two big balloons. Ding Tai asked, nearly drooling with excitement. How big were they? D cup or E cup? What cup? Pang Tianchong waved his hand dismissively. Stop with the nonsense. Look, someone's coming. Both men quickly composed themselves. Standing at attention to a fragrant breeze wafted through, a figure approached. Hee. Gong Xiaoshuang beamed at Pang Tianchong. You little rogue. You really came to work at our company. Impressive, you kept your word. You. Pang Tianchong felt a surge of annoyance. Thinking to himself, why is everyone calling me a rogue? I'm not a rogue. Why the glare? Gong Xiaoshuang teased, lightly patting his shoulder. Come on, sis is keeping an eye on you. Giggling, she sashayed toward the elevator. Uffed, you blonde enchantress. Pang Tianchong spat at her retreating figure. Just as a striking silhouette approached, it was none other than the company president, Dai Qianxue. Today, she donned an exquisitely tailored deep blue suit, the fitted cut accentuating her perfect curves. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, the slightly curled ends dancing in the gentle breeze, exuding an air of elegance and confidence. Her makeup was refined yet understated, a soft pink gloss highlighting her perfect lips. Her meticulously shaped eyebrows lending her a captivating allure. With a composed stride, she approached, each step radiating nobility and grace. Her determined gaze conveyed authority and decisiveness, embodying the essence of a leader. Stop. Pang Tianchong decisively extended his arm, blocking her path, having noticed that she was not wearing her badge today. What are you doing? Dai Qianxue furrowed her brows, casting a frosty glare at him. Your badge? Dai Qianxue instinctively glanced down, explaining, I left it on my desk yesterday. It won't happen again. No exceptions. Pang Tianchong's arm stood firm, like a barrier at a parking lot exit. Frustration bubbled within him, having been called a rogue twice, and he redirected his ire at Dai Qianxue. You. Dai Qianxue's face turned pale with anger, her eyes blazing, shooting daggers at him. This is Ms. Dai from our company. Ding Tai hurriedly signaled to Pang Tianchong. You just got here. Don't you recognize her? Make way, quickly. No one gets a pass. Pang Tianchong declared resolutely. This is company policy. All employees are treated equally and must comply. Pang, just you wait. Dai Qianxue uttered a threatening remark, reluctantly pulling out her phone to call the office. Hello, Xiaoshuang. Have you reached the office? Please bring me the badge from my desk. What? The entrance guard won't let you in? A curious voice came through the phone. Yes. Hurry up. All right. I'll be right down. Giggling softly, Dai Qianxue hung up the phone and cast a glance at Pang Tianchong, who remained as composed as ever, his expression unruffled like a tranquil pond. His outstretched arm resembled a branch swaying gently in the breeze. Chapter 10. Driving away the flies. The number of onlookers gathered at the entrance of the company steadily increased, and Dai Qianxue's countenance grew increasingly grim. Fortunately, the person responsible for distributing the ID badges arrived promptly, sparing her from prolonged embarrassment. However, during those few minutes, many employees had already taken note of the new security guard, inquiring among themselves, who is that guy? Fuming, Dai Qianxue stormed into the office, still seething with anger, and slapped the documents on her desk, exclaiming, that little rogue, I want to have him fired. No. Gong Xiaoshuang chuckled. He is merely adhering to company regulations. What fault is that? On what grounds do you intend to dismiss him? Seeing him irritates me. Is that reason not sufficient? Haha. I find that lad rather appealing. He is quite handsome. Having him stand at the entrance enhances our company's image, does it not? Have you not noticed how many girls are casting flirtatious glances his way? Look at their lack of ambition. The two women exchanged playful banter, and as Dai Qianxue opened the documents before her to commence her work, the phone on her desk rang. Hello. Dai Qianxue inhaled deeply and picked up the receiver. A gleeful voice crackled through the earpiece. Xiaoxue quickly looked downstairs. The show has begun. It was Manager Lon from the HR department who had called, and before she could respond, he hung up. What the heck? So dramatic. Dai Qianxue set down the phone and walked delicately to the floor-to-ceiling window. Upon peering down, she instinctively slapped her forehead in despair. Good heavens, that scoundrel is back. Who? Gong Xiaoshuang inquired curiously, rushing over to join her at the window. At that moment, outside the company's entrance, several individuals were arranging a large heart shape made of vibrant red roses, a striking sight indeed. Behind the heart, two burly men held up a crimson banner emblazoned with 6 bold characters. Dai Qianxue. I love you. Nearby, a brand new Ferrari was parked, and a young man, impeccably dressed in a suit, stood in front, gazing up at the building. Xiaoxue? Who is this young master? Gong Xiaoshuang asked with intrigue. Quite the creative display. Isn't it? TCH, Dai Qianxue scoffed, Zhuo's second son, a notorious playboy. Gong Xiaoshuang followed up with the Zhuo family, one of the 4 prominent families in Bianqing. Indeed, that very Zhuo family, Dai Qianxue nodded. This fellow has been pestering me for over 6 months. Buzzing around like a fly that one TB swatted away, it's utterly infuriating. Well, he seems to be from a well-matched background. I can't quite discern his looks that is he handsome. Gong Xiaoshuang mused, stretching her neck to get a better view. Do you have binoculars? I do, Dai Qianxue replied, retrieving a pair of binoculars from her drawer and handing them to Gong Xiaoshuang, muttering, what is there to see? We need to find a way to shoo him away. Otherwise, who knows how many people are waiting to witness this farce, truly deserving of her title as Bianqing's #1 beauty. It's no wonder suitors flock to her, Gong Xiaoshuang remarked as she peered through the binoculars, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Eureka! Dai Qianxue's eyes lit up. Notify Captain Ding to send Peng Tianchong to drive them away. His second son's bodyguards are all skilled fighters. Let them tear each other apart. Excellent idea. Gong Xiaoshuang clapped her hands in delight. Isn't Peng known for his martial prowess? This will surely come in handy. Meanwhile, downstairs, Peng Tianchong was engrossed in the unfolding drama. What the heck? Are people truly this extravagant nowadays? This lad is Zhuo's second son, Zhuo Biao. Ding Tai explained. He is notorious in Bianqing as a notorious womanizer, having sullied the reputations of countless decent women. Peng Tianchong nodded. He does seem rather brazen. He certainly doesn't strike me as any sort of gentleman. Ding Tai cast a glance at Zhuo Biao and continued. Since he laid eyes on our general manager Dai, he has been obsessively pursuing her, frequently coming to the company to profess his love. And you all just let him be? Why not drive him off? Who dares? With so many security guards around, we can't. You have no idea. Ding Tai lowered his voice. Those bodyguards of his are all experts. Even Captain Ding struggles against them, let alone us. How absurd. A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Ding Tai's frustration grew. Our general manager Dai is the epitome of beauty in Bianqing. That Zhuo fellow doesn't even take a moment to reflect on his own worth. Ugh. Just then, Captain Ding approached swiftly. Peng Tianchong, the general manager has called, requesting you to drive these people away. Me? Peng Tianchong rubbed his nose, slightly displeased. Why am I suddenly being summoned? Oh, he then realized. Aha. This is a clever ploy to use Zhuo Biao to teach me a lesson. How cunning of Dai. However, she has miscalculated. I'll break the borrowed knife she intends to use. Brother Chong. Ding Tai tugged at Peng Tianchong's arm, cautioning him. Approach them diplomatically. Do not provoke them. These individuals are not to be trifled with. Relax. Peng Tianchong waved his hand dismissively. Let me show them how to behave. With that, he strolled over to the group arranging the roses, hands clasped behind his back. Who allowed you to set up a floral display here? Peng Tianchong barked. If you want to arrange flowers, go to a cemetery. What do you mean by doing it here? It's bad luck. Get lost. Who the hell are you? Zhuo Biao retorted, rushing forward with hands on his hips. Do you not know who I am? How dare you interfere with my business? Peng Tianchong took a drag from his cigarette and lazily raised his gaze to assess this young master before him. The man appeared to be in his late 20s, unremarkable in appearance, yet dressed in a suit and tie even on a sweltering summer day, attempting to present himself as refined. Upon closer inspection, Zhuo Biao was of average build, slightly thin, with a pale, unhealthy complexion, his bulbous nose and thick nostrils framed by a pair of unnecessary glasses, complemented by a narrow forehead and a dense head of hair styled in a ridiculous fashion. Standing there, he wore an expression of arrogance, as if he were above reproach, exuding an air of self-importance. Peng Tianchong exhaled a plume of smoke directly into Zhuo Biao's face, mocking, Does your family lack mirrors? Or are you simply too blind to see your own ridiculousness? Coming here to pursue our general manager while making a spectacle of yourself. What an eyesore. Get lost. Zhuo Biao was taken aback, his face darkening as he did not expect a mere security guard to dare speak to him in such a manner. Enraged, he swung a fist at Peng Tianchong without a second thought. However, Peng Tianchong sidestepped effortlessly, delivering a swift kick to Zhuo Biao's abdomen, sending him sprawling 7 or 8 meters away, crashing to the ground at that moment. The heart shape made of roses was fully formed, with its point directed towards the company entrance, while several individuals adjusted it. Oblivious to Pang Tianchong's next move, he lunged forward once more, kicking a flower pot off the tip of the heart. Whoosh! The flower pot soared through the air, crossing the banner, and hurtled towards Zhuo Biao, who had just regained his footing. Smack! The pot landed squarely on his head, sending dust flying and leaving him thoroughly disheveled. Fortunately, the pot was plastic. Had it been ceramic, it would have surely left him with a serious injury. Damn it! Zhuo Biao, feeling as if stung by a scorpion, leaped up, furious. I'll kill you! Before he could finish his threat, Pang Tianchong unleashed a flurry of kicks, sending flower pots soaring through the air like a rain of petals, showering down upon the stunned bodyguards. They had never witnessed such fluid and seamless movement. Could this be the legendary shadowless kick? The banner also fell to the ground, and the onlookers stood frozen in disbelief, captivated by the spectacle. Get lost! Pang Tianchong bellowed. Zhuo Biao finally regained his composure, his face turning a shade of green with rage, and he thundered at his bodyguards. Get him! Beat that filthy security guard to a pulp! This young man was beside himself with fury. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. And to think someone in Bianqing would dare to strike him with a flower pot. Chapter 11. A reminder. On the 19th floor, in the CEO's office, Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang stared in disbelief as they witnessed the chaos unfold below. The swirling clouds of crimson and the cascading flowers left them utterly mesmerized. By the Buddha, Gong Xiaoshuang clapped her hands in delight, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That little rogue, you're simply brilliant. This fool. Dai Qianxue's brows knitted in concern. This could escalate into a serious brawl. What if it gets out of hand? At this moment, the two individuals with elegant swan-like necks stretched them ever longer, fixated on the scene below, their eyes unblinking. Downstairs, several bodyguards, having regained their composure, responded to the shout from the second young master of the Zhuo family. They rolled up their sleeves and rushed towards Pang Tianchong, their eyes wide and voices raised in alarm. Yet, Pang Tianchong would not allow them to approach. His legs flew into action once more, kicking the guards away as if they were mere flower pots. Bang! 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 A group of bodyguards tumbled from the air like dumplings, crashing onto the second young master Zhuo, causing several of them to cry out in agony, lamenting their plight. Good heavens! These were hefty individuals, weighing 100 or 200 pounds, yet they were kicked away as if they were nothing more than balls. Was this truly human? The second young master Zhuo crouched on the ground, clutching his head at this moment. Even he, despite his previous foolishness, comprehended the gravity of the situation. He had encountered a formidable opponent. He was acutely aware of his guards' capabilities. Each one was more than capable of taking on 3 or 4 at a time, with 25 of them able to handle 100. However, now, in the presence of this individual, they resembled nothing more than helpless chickens, sent flying in disarray. How could they possibly fight back? A wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. It was time to concede. After a considerable struggle, a few bodyguards finally managed to assist the second young master Zhuo to his feet, each one grimacing and utterly defeated. Their earlier bravado completely vanished. Get lost. Pang Tianchong shot a disdainful glance at the battered second young master Zhuo and scolded, quit flitting about like a green-headed fly. If you dare to cause trouble at our company again, I swear I will break your legs. Who do you think you are? The second young master Zhuo bit down on his teeth defiantly. If you have the guts, come at me. Huh? Pang Tianchong scoffed. Still thinking of revenge, are you? Let me make this clear. My name is Pang Tianchong, the new security guard at this company. If you want to seek revenge, bring more people. If you come with too few, it won't even be enough to fill my teeth. Fine. Just wait. The second young master was staggered as he opened the car door, shouting to his subordinates, "Let us go." Several followed him into the vehicle, while the rest dashed towards another car parked in the distance. In the blink of an eye, the two cars sped away, one in front of the other, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. Pa! Pang Tianchong spat at the retreating vehicles, cursing, "What a bunch of nonsense." On the 19th floor, Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang, witnessing this spectacle, were left dumbfounded, staring at each other in disbelief. Xiaoxue, Gong Xiaoshuang swallowed hard and said, "Is this a case of dogs biting dogs? This fellow is clearly a lion, the kind that could scare someone to death." At this juncture, Dai Qianxue's expression fluctuated, realizing the gravity of the situation. The second young master Zhuo was known for his vengeful nature, having lost so severely today. He would not let it go lightly. It was imperative to warn this reckless young man. Downstairs, at this moment, Captain Ding had already brought along 2 cleaning ladies, pushing a garbage cart as they commenced tidying up. Chong-ge. Ding Tai rushed over, excitement radiating from him as he embraced Pang Tianchong, exclaiming, "What you did just now was simply magnificent. Was that not the legendary shadowless kick of Huang Feihong? I want to become your disciple. Get off! Get off!" Pang Tianchong chuckled, pushing Ding Tai away. "What are you doing hugging me? You're a grown man." This little interlude not only thrilled Ding Tai, but astonished the entire security team. The second young master Zhua had been a frequent nuisance, clashing with the guards on numerous occasions, yet they had never been able to handle him. Who would have thought that the newly arrived Pang Tianchong could dispatch this group of ruffians so effortlessly, causing them to flee in utter disarray? Truly, a gratifying sight. However, Pang Tianchong himself seemed entirely unfazed, returning to his post as if nothing had occurred, maintaining his duty with an air of nonchalance, as if he had merely stepped away for a moment. Pang Tianchong, after he had stood for a while. A security guard shouted from a distance, "President Dai is calling for you. She wants you to come to her office." Huh? Pang Tianchong was momentarily taken aback, wondering what this was about. Was it a reward or a punishment? Although he had caused her some trouble regarding the chest card, he had also rid her of a swarm of pesky flies, balancing the scales, didn't he? As he pondered this, Pang Tianchong arrived at the 19th floor and successfully located the president's office. This time, he had learned his lesson. Instead of barging in, he gently knocked on the door. "Come in," a cool voice called from within, unmistakably that of President Dai. Upon entering the office, Pang Tianchong found Dai Qianxue quietly seated at her desk. Engrossed in paperwork, the desk was adorned with various documents and reports, alongside a vibrant bouquet of flowers whose name he could not recall, exuding a delicate fragrance. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft halo around her. The office was spacious and bright, elegantly decorated, with several pieces of artwork adorning the walls, enhancing the refined ambience. What a pleasant environment! Pang Tianchong surveyed the room, secretly admiring it. Dai Qianxue lifted her gaze, examining the handsome security guard as if he were a curiosity, momentarily unsure of how to begin. She had witnessed Pang Tianchong's impressive display earlier, particularly relishing the sight of the second young master, Zhua's humiliation as he fled in disgrace. However, after Gong Xiaoshuang departed and she had a moment to reflect, concern for Pang Tianchong began to gnaw at her. She understood all too well that the Zhua family was a powerful clan, with dark forces lurking behind them. Would the second young master Zhua seek vengeance against Pang Tianchong for this humiliation? If this incident were to bring undeserved misfortune upon him, it was a scenario she wished to avoid, as it had originated from her actions. Thus, she had called for Pang Tianchong to come to her office. "What's the matter?" Noticing Dai Qianxue's silence, Pang Tianchong flashed a grin and teased, "Have you realized how handsome I am? Are you a bit smitten?" "Humph," Dai Qianxue scoffed, rolling her eyes. "A rogue is still a rogue. You certainly have a thick skin. What do you mean by that?" Pang Tianchong shot back, realizing that the label of rogue was becoming increasingly applicable to him. "You've gotten yourself into quite a mess, haven't you?" Dai Qianxue's voice turned cold. "Do you not understand the gravity of the situation?" "Huh?" Pang Tianchong was taken aback by her abrupt inquiry, suppressing his irritation as he asked, "What mess? You struck the second young master Zhua. They will retaliate against you. Wasn't it you who urged me to kick him out?" "Yes, I told you to expel him. But I didn't instruct you to resort to violence. Couldn't you have just advised him gently instead of being so brutal?" "Oh, come on. Dai, I helped you resolve that issue, and instead of thanking me, you re-blaming me? How unreasonable." "I'm not blaming you," Dai Qianxue quickly denied. "I just wanted to warn you. The Zhua family is quite formidable, especially with dark forces backing them. You need to be wary of their retaliation. Don't end up being abducted in the middle of the night and tossed into the river to feed the fish without even realizing it." Hee. Pang Tianchong smirked sideways. "Are you showing concern for me?" "Who cares about you?" Dai Qianxue rolled her eyes again. "I'm worried that if you vanish without a trace, the police will come to investigate at the company, and that would be a hassle. After all, you are currently my employee." All right, enough?" Pang Tianchong interrupted. "You needn't worry about that. If the Zhua family doesn't come looking for trouble, that is fine. But if they do, I'll break their legs." "Such audacity for a newcomer," Dai Qianxue lamented, shaking her head in disappointment. "You're new here and unaware of the Zhua family's power. Don't let your newfound confidence lead you to underestimate them. A cautious sailor avoids a shipwreck that, oh, come on. Pang Tianchong interrupted again. Why are you being so nagging? I told you, I'm not afraid. Just stop fretting. Is there anything else? If there is nothing, I'll take my leave. Yuri really bothersome. Dai Qinshua's cheeks flushed with indignation as she waved her hands in frustration, exclaiming, Get lost. Hurry up and go. You're like a dog biting El Dongbin. Chapter 12. Pang Tianchong's plans as Pang Tianchong exited the president's office. A significant portion of his irritation dissipated. Although Dai Qinshu had not been particularly warm towards him, he could discern that her intentions were rooted in kindness, in truth. He had not given the Zhua family's scion much thought. If they truly sought revenge, he wouldn't mind giving him another thrashing, this time without holding back, ensuring he would be unrecognizable even to his own mother Tio Pang Tianchong. This was hardly a concern. At present, he faced two pressing matters. First, he needed to earn money swiftly to reclaim his identification card. Second, he must locate his parents for a family reunion. However, how could he earn money? To be honest, relying solely on the meager salary from his security job would take at least 3 months to accumulate the necessary 8,000, which was far too long and would hinder his plans. It seemed he would have to seek out some side jobs. As Pang Tianchong contemplated his next move, the elevator doors suddenly slid open and a voice called out impatiently, Hey, are you getting off or not? As the dreamlike reverie of Pang Tianchong dissipated, he hastily gathered his thoughts and stepped into the elevator. Inside stood 2 young women, each cradling a stack of documents in their arms, with the button for the 6th floor brightly illuminated. It was evident where they were headed. Pang Tianchong casually pressed the button for the 1st floor and then quietly positioned himself against the opposite wall, avoiding their gaze. The elevator began its slow descent. Hey, one of the girls suddenly exclaimed, eyeing Pang Tianchong with surprise. Aren't you the new security guard who just chased away young Master Zhua? Yes, that's me. Pang Tianchong nodded nonchalantly, embodying an air of indifference. Wow, the other girl chimed in, her voice filled with excitement. You really are him. You looked so cool when you were fighting. Is that so? Pang Tianchong replied with a hint of pride, running his fingers through his hair. What can I say? It's mostly because I'm quite handsome. The 2 girls erupted into laughter, their joy causing them to double over. In the midst of their conversation, the elevator came to an unceremonious halt at the 6th floor. Hey, what is your name again? The girls, still brimming with enthusiasm, stepped out but turned back eagerly. Quickly tell us. Pang Tianchong. He called out just as the doors began to close, obscuring their radiant smiles. Pang Tianchong inhaled deeply, savoring the lingering fragrance of the girl's perfume that filled the elevator, a delightful scent. Glancing at his reflection in the polished steel walls, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. Could it be that I am destined for fame? Upon returning to his post downstairs, Ding Tai rushed over, his eyes alight with curiosity. Chonggu, what did President Dai want? Did he reward you with anything? Alas, don't even mention it. Pang Tianchong waved his hand dismissively. Not a thing. He even blamed me for being too rough and causing trouble, telling me to be more careful in the future. Where were you rough? Ding Tai protested. You didn't even give young Master Zhua a slap. That was quite courteous of you. Ding Tai nodded vigorously. Exactly. Those ruffians deserved a good lesson. Let us not dwell on that. Pang Tianchong shifted the topic. Old Ding, are there any fortune tellers around here? What? You want to have your fortune told? Ding Tai raised an eyebrow, intrigued that you're still young. Do you really believe in that? Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? Besides, I can do it myself. That I'm hoping to earn some extra cash during my days off. Relying solely on this meager salary is just too little. Really? Ding Tai exclaimed, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Chonggu, you can do that. Don't fool around. Just mind your own business and tell me where I can set up my stall to tell fortunes. Pang Tianchong retorted. There are a few old men on the dirt street just west of the company. They often set up stalls there, with a bagua chart in front of them, squinting like sages. Is that so? Wonderful. I'll check it out, Pang Tianchong replied. Ding Tai scrutinized Pang Tianchong again and added, but you don't look like a master. When it comes to fortune telling, it's like traditional Chinese medicine. Who seeks out someone young without gray hair? Don't worry. Pang Tianchong reassured him, patting his chest. If I lack the skill, I want to take on the responsibility as long as I can predict accurately. I want to fear lack of clientele if I fail. I want to charge a dime. Are you serious? Absolutely. Ding Tai's spirits lifted. He rubbed his nose and suggested, if you really want to do this. Don T set up shop with those old geezers. You're too young, and you'll struggle to attract customers. Besides, if you become successful, you'll be stealing their business. It's not worth it. Then where should I go? Try the small square at the east side with 5 willows. It has heavy foot traffic and plenty of onlookers. Set up your stall there. All right. Pang Tianchong nodded. I'll give it a shot this Saturday. However, I'll skip the Bagua chart. I'll just put up a sign saying, fortune telling, no charge if inaccurate. Hey, Chongge. Ding Tai suddenly grabbed Pang Tianchong's arm. Why don't you tell my fortune first? Let us see how my luck fares this year. No need for that. Pang Tianchong laughed that I can already see it. Your fortune is shining brightly this year. You might even manage to become a team leader. Cut it out. You big liar. As Pang Tianchong and Ding Tai discussed their fortune-telling venture. In a lavish villa in the southern part of the city, young Master Zhua was furiously cursing. Pang Tianchong. You bastard, how dare you ruin my plans? I swear I'll make you pay for this, even if I have to write my name backward. Master, a lackey suggested timidly. Why not inform the family head and have old Wang deal with that Pang fellow? He can handle him in no time. In no way. Young Master Zhua waved his hand. We can't let the old man know. Otherwise, he'll scold me again that we'll handle this ourselves. But we can't take him on ourselves. Useless. You're all a bunch of good-for-nothings. Young Master Zhua yelled, pointing at the bodyguards, his voice dripping with disdain. You're all muscle-bound fools, and I've wasted my resources on you. The bodyguards, chastised, hung their heads in silence, their expressions resembling wilted flowers. After venting his frustrations, young Master Zhua took out his phone. Damn it. Looks like I'll need to ask Long Ge for help. Resolute. Young Master Zhua dialed the number. Hello. Long Ge, it's me. Xiao Zhua, came a languid voice from the other end. What brings you to call me today? Do you have any plans for tonight? I'd like to treat you to a foot bath. He chuckled. Not tonight. I have matters to attend to. After a brief pause, the voice continued, but we're brothers. Don't hesitate to tell me what you need. I'll make sure it's done properly. I want to deal with someone and would like Long Ge to take care of it. Break his leg. Consider it done. Chapter 13. Fortune Telling for Profit, Part 1. Saturday. Sunny. Today was a splendid day. With a gentle breeze that was refreshingly pleasant, in the morning light. Everything was vibrant and full of life, kindling a sense of anticipation for the new day. At the 5 Willows Square, the crowd flowed ceaselessly. Elderly individuals practiced Tai Chi, middle-aged women danced in the square, children played football, and young men engaged in chess under the shade of trees. Each person was so earnest, joyful, and focused. Under the 3rd willow tree at the edge of the square, a young man wearing sunglasses sat quietly. Behind him stood a tall advertisement board clearly displaying the words, fortune telling, no charge if inaccurate. Pang Tianchong had truly set up his stall. He had even dressed for the occasion, styling his hair meticulously with gel, giving it a polished sheen. His oversized sunglasses concealed his eyes, making him appear almost blind to the unknowing observer. He had opted not to wear his usual security uniform. Yet he had brought a large cap, which he placed at his feet to collect money. Regardless of how the business fared, his demeanor was perfectly poised. Surprisingly, Pang Tianchong's luck seemed to be on his side today. Within 20 minutes of sitting down, a visibly anxious girl hurried over. The young woman, in her 20s, wore a look of distress as she glanced at the advertisement board, hesitating before asking, Sir, can you really predict accurately? Of course, if I can't, I won't charge you a cent, Pang Tianchong replied casually, exuding an air of mastery. How much does it cost for a reading? Pay what you wish. There's no limit. Oh, the girl sat on the small stool in front of Pang Tianchong, wiping the sweat from her brow. Their conversation drew the attention of passers-by, who soon gathered around, intrigued. What would you like to know? Pang Tianchong inquired nonchalantly. Love or financial fortune? Neither. The girl shook her head. My brother is missing. He hasn't returned since last night that I went to file a report, but they said they wouldn't take action until 48 hours had passed. I am really worried, so I thought I'd try to see if I could get some insight. Clearly, the girl was grasping at straws, seeking help in desperation. Oh wow. Pang Tianchong thought to himself. Realizing this was a significant opportunity, he instinctively checked the time, turning his fingers in a divinatory manner, and based on the current hour, he made a prediction that don't worry. Your brother is fine. He.s. just having a good time and forgot to come home. Really? The girl sighed in relief. Can you tell me where he is? An internet CAF. The girl excitedly slapped her thigh, exclaiming, Right? How could I forget that? He loves gaming. I'll go check there. She stood up, rifled through her pockets, and produced 10 yuan, apologizing. "I forgot my wallet." Pang Tianchong nodded, remaining silent, and pointed to the cap on the ground. The girl understood, gently placing the money in the cap before thanking him and hurrying away. "Impressive," murmured someone from the crowd. "This guy really has a knack for it." "Indeed, his fees are quite reasonable," chimed in a plump middle-aged woman who promptly plopped down onto the stool, nearly breaking it. 10 yuan isn't much. I want a reading too." Pang Tianchong's lips twitched slightly at the corners, a hint of displeasure clouding his thoughts that he mused to himself. The young lady must have forgotten her money. Which is why she offered only 10 yuan. Is this not merely an attempt to take advantage of me? Yet, since he had previously declared it was up to the discretion of the clients, he could hardly refuse. "Very well. What would you like me to divine?" Pang Tianchong inquired nonchalantly, maintaining the demeanor of a wise recluse. "Master," the plump woman swallowed hard and began. "My daughter has just graduated from university this year and is currently seeking employment. She went for an interview today, and I would like to know if she will succeed. Please provide her birth details, year, month, day, and hour." Pang Tianchong gestured with his fingers, mentally calculating the heavenly stems and earthly branches, before calmly declaring, "Congratulations, your daughter is bound to succeed in her interview today. Is that true?" The woman's face blossomed into a radiant smile as she sought further confirmation. "Master, will she truly be successful?" "Indeed." Pang Tianchong nodded emphatically. "Return home and await the good news." "Wonderful." The plump woman, overjoyed by his affirmation, began rummaging through her pockets for money. Just then, her phone rang. "Hello." She answered eagerly. A jubilant voice erupted from the other end. "Mom, I have wonderful news. I got the job. I have been accepted by the company." The excitement in her daughter's voice was palpable, easily audible to everyone present. "Splendid, splendid." The woman's smile widened, her hands trembling with joy. "My dear daughter, I just consulted the master, and he assured me of your success. Haha. I'll prepare a delicious meal for you at noon to celebrate." With that, she hung up, placed the 10 yuan into the cap, expressed her gratitude, and hurried away, her face still aglow with uncontainable joy. "I'll go next," another voice shouted, as someone took a seat on the small stool. It was no wonder, with 2 accurate readings in a row. Master Pang's credibility soared, especially with the recent departure of the ecstatic woman who served as a living advertisement for his abilities. The crowd grew increasingly intrigued, particularly because the fee was quite modest. Time flowed like a river, and before long, over an hour had passed. Pang Tianchong had read for more than a dozen individuals, each reading impressively accurate, leaving the onlookers in awe. The crowd swelled, and the number of clients multiplied, filling the cap with an increasing amount of money. 10 yuan, 5 yuan, and even some offered loose change of 1 yuan. It appeared the cap was nearing its limit, although it amounted to just over 100 yuan. However, given that the first girl had offered 10 yuan, subsequent clients followed suit, which left Pang Tianchong feeling somewhat disheartened. "At this rate, when will I ever earn the 8,008? He lamented internally. The dilemma was compounded by the fact that he could not raise his fees, as he had previously promised. Pay what you wish. Moreover, none of the individuals he had read for thus far seemed particularly affluent. Their fortunes were rather ordinary. If only a fortunate soul would come along, perhaps they would generously toss in a few red bills. Sighing inwardly, Pang Tianchong lit a cigarette, contemplating whether to pack up early, as his backside was beginning to ache from sitting for 2 hours. Just then, an elderly woman, leaning on a cane, slowly settled onto the stool. Behind her stood a serious-looking man in his 50s, his temples bulging, emanating an aura of restrained energy that made Pang Tianchong instantly aware. This was a formidable individual. Upon closer inspection of the elderly woman, he noted her age to be around 70. Her silver hair framing a youthful face, exuding a kind-hearted demeanor. Though seated on a small stool, her presence radiated an undeniable air of authority, clearly indicating she was someone of significance. Wow. Pang Tianchong felt a surge of excitement. After a lengthy wait, he had finally encountered a substantial client. In truth, the elderly woman resided nearby and frequented the area for leisurely strolls on weekends. She had been observing the commotion in the crowd for some time. But Pang Tianchong, engrossed in his role as a master, had failed to notice her. Conversely, the elderly lady was intrigued by this young man and wished to test his abilities. "Old lady," the man behind her quickly assisted her, fearing the stool might be unsteady. "Young man," the elderly woman beamed. "Please give this old lady a reading." "Of course," Pang Tianchong replied enthusiastically, removing his sunglasses and playfully twirling them in his hands. He's not blind. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. I thought he was a blind man wearing sunglasses. Oh, now that he has taken off his glasses, he is rather handsome, came another voice, followed by laughter and compliments that made Peng Tianchong feel a tad embarrassed. The elderly woman's smile deepened, regarding him with the warmth of a grandmother looking at her beloved grandson. Ahem, Peng Tianchong cleared his throat. I must clarify. Dear lady, if you wish to consult me, your fee cannot be the same 10 yuan as the others. Why not? The elderly woman chuckled. Because your destiny is of greater worth. Haha. How much then? At least a red bill. Agreed. As long as you provide an accurate reading, I will be satisfied, as the saying goes, with ears adorned with jewels. One may enjoy 100 springs. One with noble bones commands the livelihoods of thousands. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you would not only live to a ripe old age, but also preside over the livelihoods of many. Perhaps as the head of a conglomerate or a prominent family, as he spoke, Peng Tianchong straightened his posture, discreetly activating his third eye to scrutinize the elderly woman. Speaking of the third eye, one might be reminded of the mythological figure Erling Shun, known for his third eye on his forehead. Indeed, it is that kind of eye commonly referred to as the heavenly eye, known in modern medicine as the pineal gland. Each person possesses it, yet few can awaken it. Doing so requires a certain fortune or practice. Moreover, the third eye has different levels. The higher the level, the more expansive and precise one's vision, according to Buddhist teachings. It can be categorized into 5 eyes and 6 penetrations: the physical eye, heavenly eye, dharma eye, wisdom eye, and Buddha eye. The physical eye is common to all, merely the ordinary eye. The heavenly eye, when opened, allows one to perceive otherworldly entities, gods, Buddhas, immortals, and spirits, as well as the flow of energy, such as that found in feng shui. The dharma eye is even more complex, possessing the functions of the heavenly eye, while also revealing a person's past and future with clarity. Akin to the legendary picture of the back, the wisdom eye is familiar to many, often referenced in sayings about possessing keen insight. Those with a wisdom eye can perceive the essence of all things and their interconnectedness. For instance, Newton, upon being struck by an apple, deduced the law of universal gravitation. An ordinary person, regardless of what object fell upon them, would struggle to derive any meaningful conclusion. There is an old song entitled Seeing Flowers in the Mist, which has a lyric that resonates well. Lend me a pair of wise eyes, so I may see this world clearly and distinctly. Lastly, the Buddha eye is even more profound. It not only perceives the causal relationships of all things, but also the connections between different realms, heavenly, Buddha, Dharma, and human. Of course, in today's world, it is likely that very few have attained the level of the Buddha eye. I digress. Returning to Peng Tianchong's third eye, he had practiced for years and should be at the level of the Dharma eye or wisdom eye, making fortune-telling a simple task. However, for ordinary readings, merely analyzing the birth details and facial features sufficed, without the necessity of activating his third eye. Once the third eye is opened, it transcends fortune-telling and becomes a glimpse into one's fate. Now, dear lady, what would you like to inquire? Peng Tianchong squinted slightly, gesturing with his fingers and adopting an air of profound mystery. In truth, this was all for the sake of the onlookers, while simultaneously disguising his own observation. The elderly woman, with a twinkle in her eye, asked, "Let's start by discussing my past, so I can gauge your authenticity. Was my early life fraught with challenges, only to culminate in prosperity? Be more specific." She added with a nod, "You can't just summarize it in 10 words. That's far too vague." Ha! Peng Tianchong chuckled. "Dear lady, your life has been a tapestry of highs and lows, rich in experiences. If I were to elaborate, we would be here until dusk. Allow me to highlight a few pivotal moments." "Very well." The elderly lady nodded thoughtfully. "You were old. You lost your mother at the age of 7, your father at 16. Ventured out into the world at 18, married and had children at 25, began your entrepreneurial journey at 28, starting from scratch and striving ever since. Now, your wealth exceeds 100 million, and you have 2 sons and 2 daughters, all of whom have achieved remarkable success in their respective fields, be it politics, business, or academia. As for your grandchildren, I shall not elaborate further, shall I?" The elderly lady was momentarily taken aback, for Peng Tianchong's words were utterly precise. She gazed at his face for a long while before finally nodding and responding, "Indeed, indeed. However, you did not inquire about my Ba Z, 8 characters. How did you arrive at these conclusions? Chuckling, Pang Tianchong replied, no need to ask. One can discern much merely by observing one's features. Very well, the elderly lady exclaimed, extending her thumb in commendation. Today, I have encountered a true sage. Young man, I shan't ask anything further, but could you enlighten me about the future of my family? Regarding the future, Pang Tianchong paused thoughtfully. Overall, it appears quite promising. However, some matters are best left unsaid in this setting. If you catch my drift, the elderly lady inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement. Nevertheless, Pang Tianchong continued. 3 days from now, your family will receive an unexpected windfall, beginning at no less than 5 million, which is indeed substantial. Oh, the elderly lady's eyes sparkled with excitement. From whence will this fortune come? It should be attributed to your granddaughter. You might as well await it.is that so? The elderly lady beamed. If that is indeed the case, young man, I shall treat you to a sumptuous feast. You must honor my invitation then. That sounds splendid, Pang Tianchong replied cheerfully. With your wealth, the meal will surely be exquisite. However, he added, as for the fee for today, as fortune-telling, I must still collect it. Naturally, the elderly lady responded, turning to the elder behind her. Fu, how much do you have on you? The elder hurriedly rummaged through his pockets, producing a stack of bills, some 100 yuan notes, and a few 10 yuan coins. After counting, he announced, not quite 1,000, give him all the red notes. The elderly lady instructed after glancing at the bills, adding, also, make sure to note down his phone number so we can invite him for the grand feast in 3 days. Yes, the elder nodded, promptly placing all the 100 yuan notes into the young man's cap. Young man, today's amount is not much, just 800 yuan. Please do not take it amiss. For Pang Tianchong, 800 yuan was by no means a trivial sum. Compared to the earlier collection of 10 yuan notes, it felt like a sudden surge while riding a bike uphill at this rate. The 8,800 yuan he needed for the stockings would soon be within reach. Filling him with satisfaction. Thank you. Pang Tianchong joined his palms and nodded respectfully toward the elderly lady, acknowledging her as the day's most significant patron. Young man, the elderly lady rose and waved cheerfully. We shall meet again in 3 days. Absolutely. I shall keep my word. The onlookers murmured in awe, not only marveling at Pang Tianchong's divination skills, but also praising the elderly lady's generosity. Once the elderly lady departed, Pang Tianchong donned his dark sunglasses again, glancing at the vibrant notes in his cap with delight. Just as he was reveling in his good fortune, the crowd parted suddenly. And a beautiful woman strode in. Pang Tianchong. So, you are indeed a great fraud, the woman shouted, pointing at him. Do you dare to show your face here, swindling the unsuspecting? Do you believe I want to call the police to apprehend you right now? Who are you? Pang Tianchong was startled by the sudden outburst, his anger flaring at the audacity of someone trying to disrupt his business. Just as he was about to retaliate, he looked up and found his ire dissipating upon recognizing the woman before him. It was Lan Shangyun. The HR manager, turned out that Manager Lan had been at the company to attend to some work matters and, while returning, had passed by the small square. Out of curiosity, she noticed a crowd gathered and, upon catching sight of a familiar face through the throng, her ire ignited. She thought to herself, this little scoundrel has come to deceive people. If this escalates, it would tarnish the company's reputation. I must expose him. Thus, Manager Lan had exited her vehicle, furious and ready to confront the supposed charlatan. Pang Tianchong had always held a slight apprehension toward her, as he felt somewhat indebted to her. Akin to owing 2 taels of walnut money, and thus preferred to keep his distance. Lanjie, you've misunderstood. Pang Tianchong hastily tried to explain. I am not deceiving anyone. Misunderstood, Lan Shangyun retorted, her eyes narrowing. Do you think I am unaware of your background? You are merely a lowly security guard, yet you dare to impersonate a master and swindle others. Oh, using sunglasses to feign blindness to deceive people. How could you even conceive such a ruse? Today, I will unmask this little rogue. As she spoke, Lan Shangyun instinctively glanced down and happened to see the cap on the ground, filled to the brim with cash, nearly blinding her with its brightness. You have scammed so much money. This time, you are caught red-handed. Pang Tianchong felt a wave of frustration wash over him as Lan Shangyun launched into her tirade. Thinking to himself, why is this beautiful woman so troublesome? First, it was Dai Qianxue and Huang Mao Gongxiashuang, who mistook him for a rogue and dragged him into the company to work. Now, he was encountering another blue fairy, who came to meddle while he was trying to make a little extra on the side. What have I done to deserve this? Lan Yun, Pang Tianchong exclaimed angrily. When have I deceived anyone? It was a sunny day, so I wore sunglasses. Moreover, what rule states that a normal person cannot wear sunglasses? Please enlighten me. Did you forget to take your medication today? Or did you take the wrong one? Fine. You're being stubborn, are you? Lan Yun was unyielding. Her cheeks puffed with indignation. Let us see how I can expose you. Turning toward the crowd, she declared, Everyone, listen to me. This person is merely a security guard from our company. Not a master at all. Do not be deceived. Also, if anyone has been swindled by him, hurry and reclaim your money. Do not be fooled. Lan Yun spoke with fervor, her words flowing like an impassioned speech, as she gesticulated animatedly. However, the onlookers remained unmoved, gazing at her as if she were a fool. Lan Yun finally began to sense something was amiss. The scenario was not unfolding as expected. Why was nobody reacting? This lady. Finally, a middle-aged man spoke up. I don't know your relationship with this young man, but perhaps you should ascertain the situation before flying off the handle. I have been observing for quite some time now, and he has accurately divined from many people. Everyone can attest to it. Why do you insist on labeling him a fraud? Exactly. Others chimed in. This master is simply extraordinary. His predictions are uncanny, and we have all witnessed it firsthand. Oh, Lan Yun was taken aback, glancing at Pang Tianchong in disbelief. You truly possess such skills. Of course. What do you think? Pang Tianchong pointed again at the sign above him. Not if I were wrong. Would they pay me? Do you assume that everyone is like you, stunning yet lacking in intellect? Ugh. Lan Yun felt her face flush with embarrassment, biting her lip as she glared at Pang Tianchong, momentarily at a loss for words. Then why don't you give me a reading as well? She declared, plopping down onto a small stool. If you can accurately predict my fortune, I shall acknowledge your skills. If not, come Monday, we shall settle this. Lady, please don't cause a ruckus. Pang Tianchong frowned. This is also my business, and I need to make a profit. Your disruption. Since it's business, as long as you're accurate, I shall pay you. Is that so? If others can have their fortunes told, why can't I? Pang Tianchong felt a bit exasperated, losing his patience. Fine, fine, you've worn me down. What would you like me to predict? My marriage. Lan Yun coldly stated. Tell me whether my marriage is blissful and fulfilling. Very well. Pang Tianchong nodded, discreetly activating his divine sight, intending to scrutinize this woman closely and stun her into silence to prevent further disruptions. Upon seeing something amusing, Pang Tianchong couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Lan Yun, perplexed, felt a chill run down her spine at his laughter. Sister, I want to read your fortune. I'm packing up and leaving. Whatever happens, happens, Pang Tianchong declared, reaching for the cash in his cap, preparing to make a swift exit. Wait, Lan Yun seized his hand angrily. Why won't you read it? You better explain yourself, or you won't get a single cent. How dare you? Pang Tianchong felt his temper flared. He shook off her grip and retorted. Fine, I'll tell you. Just don't get mad. Speak. I want to be angry. Your husband has someone on the side. Did you not know? What? Lan Yun sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You're talking nonsense. We are college classmates, deeply in love. How could he be unfaithful? Right? Pang Tianchong coldly remarked. Tonight at 9:30, in room 808 of a certain hotel. You shall see for yourself. Should my calculations be inaccurate, all this money shall be yours. Impossible. Lan Yun could hardly believe the veracity of his words and was reluctant to accept such a notion. However, reflecting on her husband's recent behavior, a twinge of doubt crept into her mind as she gazed vacantly at the resolute master. Pang. Miss, the middle-aged man beside her interjected, if you wish to ascertain the truth, simply visit the hotel tonight. Why engage in a contest of wits with the master here? Indeed, others in the crowd chimed in. The master's predictions are remarkably astute. 9:30, room 808. Return home to prepare. And tonight, confront your husband. Chapter 16. Seeking help struck by an unexpected revelation, Lan Yun was momentarily rendered speechless. She could never have imagined that the seemingly casual dilemma she presented to Pang Tianchong would yield such an unforeseen outcome. A reality she found utterly unacceptable. Sister Lan, Pang Tianchong could not help but urge her. In truth, this is merely a minor episode in your marital life. Based on the divination, you two can still cherish a lifetime of love together. Enough, Lan Yun screamed in desperation. Tonight, I shall verify this. If you are spouting nonsense, I will not let this rest. With that, she abruptly rose, forcefully parting the crowd, and walked away in a dazed the divination fee. Pang Tianchong began to reach for his payment, but upon witnessing her tearful visage, the words caught in his throat. Forget it. I shall accept my misfortune. Disheartened by the uproar caused by Lan Shangyun, Pang Tianchong lost all interest in offering further readings. He tidied the money in his cap, removed the sign, and prepared to close up shop. Everyone, until next time. He bowed respectfully to those around him before departing. Meanwhile, upon returning to her vehicle, Lan Shangyun's tears flowed freely, resembling pearls strung together, as she could no longer contain her emotions. Her heart was in turmoil as she rested her head on the steering wheel. Uncertain of her next steps, perhaps, at such a moment, what a woman truly needs is someone to confide in, a person who can understand her plight. After a brief period of days, she wiped her tears and instinctively dialed her cousin Dai Qianxue's number. Hello, came the warm voice of Dai Qianxue over the phone. Xiaoxue? Is anyone home? Lan Shangyun choked back her sobs. Yes, it's the weekend, and I'm just here binge-watching dramas with Schwanger. But wait, what's wrong with you? I'm coming over to your place, Lan Shangyun replied without elaborating, then hung up and started her car, heading towards Dai Qianxue's villa. It was Saturday, and with rare free time, Dai Qianxue had invited her friend Gong Xiaoshuang over to spend the day together. And they had planned to go shopping after lunch. At that moment, they were lounging on the sofa, munching on sunflower seeds while watching a drama. Whose phone is that? Gong Xiaoshuang tossed the sunflower seed shells into the trash and inquired casually. It's my cousin. She seems to be in some trouble, Dai Qianxue replied. Sister Lan, what happened? Gong Xiaoshuang asked, concerned. She seemed fine when I saw her yesterday. I don't know. She just said she was on her way here. Dai Qianxue responded. As they speculated, the doorbell rang shortly after, prompting Dai Qianxue to rush to answer it. Upon opening the door, Lan Shangyun, her eyes brimming with tears, immediately threw herself into Dai Qianxue's embrace. Xiaoxue, I can't go on. Sister, what's wrong? Dai Qianxue was taken aback, pulling her cousin inside. Gong Xiaoshuang ceased her snacking and hurried to help, guiding Lan Shangyun to sit on the sofa. The two of them grasped Lan Shangyun's arms, seeking to understand the situation. Xiaoxue, my husband. He has someone else out there. Wu, Lan Shangyun sobbed uncontrollably upon seeing her family. Impossible. Dai Qianxue comforted her. You two have such a good relationship, and you were college classmates. I've heard your love story so many times. How could he possibly cheat? That's right, Sister Lan. Gong Xiaoshuang chimed in. Do you have any proof of his infidelity, as a girl who had lived in the beautiful country? Gong Xiaoshuang struck at the crux of the matter. No. Without evidence, how can you be certain your husband is unfaithful? Dai Qianxue handed Lan Shangyun a napkin and continued. Could there be some misunderstanding between you two? And no. Then, Gong Xiaoshuang queried. If you have no evidence and no misunderstanding, from whom did you hear that he has someone else? I heard it from Pang Tianchong. Who? Gong Xiaoshuang nearly bit her tongue in disbelief. You actually believe that little scoundrel's words? Indeed. Dai Qianxue's eyes widened in astonishment as she began to scold. Think logically. That guy has only been in Bianxing for a few days. How could he possibly know about your husband? He might just be joking around. He wasn't joking. Lan Shangyun wiped her tears and explained. He can read fortunes. That's what he predicted when he read my fortune. What? Dai Qianxue's eyes widened even further. He predicted that. And you believed him so easily, sister. Are you trying to make us laugh to death? I speak the truth, Lan Shangyun insisted, drying her tears. He truly possesses this skill. Moreover, he is remarkably accurate. Consequently, she recounted the events of Pang Tianchong setting up his fortune-telling stall at Wukou Lu Square and her intention to expose him. Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by the tale. This narrative was far more thrilling than the Korean drama they had been watching moments ago. Sister, Dai Qianxue exclaimed, is Pang Tianchong really that incredible? He can predict such things with precision, even down to the room number? Indeed, Lan Shangyun nodded. The onlookers were thoroughly impressed, claiming he was a living deity. He even made over 1,000 in cash. Wow, Dai Qianxue chuckled. If he has such talent, it seems he will soon gather the 8,800. Hey, Xiaoxue, Gong Xiaoshuang interjected. Forget about your 8,800 for now. I'm more interested in room 808. It's the first time I've heard of divination being this precise, down to the exact time and room number. At first, I didn't believe it either, Lan Shangyun admitted. But Pang Tianchong was so adamant about it. And he even wagered with me. Wagered on what? He stated that if his prediction were incorrect, he would give me all the money he made. Gong Xiaoshuang's curiosity deepened. That guy has been in dire need of money lately. For him to risk over 1,000 like that, it must be something he is confident about. At this moment, Dai Qianxue began to waver slightly in her skepticism, brushing back a loose strand of hair as she reassured, "Sister, don't overthink it. Perhaps he is just playing you, saying it just to tease you. Didn't he say tonight at 9:30? Xiaoshuang and I will accompany you. Whether it's true or false will soon be revealed. Either we catch your husband in the act, or we expose Pang Tiancheng's nonsense. If that little scoundrel is truly up to mischief, just wait and see how I deal with him." Gong Xiaoshuang nearly applauded in excitement. Yes, Sister Lan. Tonight we'll accompany you to room 808. Let us go catch him red-handed. Haha. Chapter 17. The Old Lady Luo in the Afternoon. The streets of Bianqing gradually quieted down. The sweltering heat seemed to slow the pace of the entire city. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between towering buildings, casting mottled shadows that rendered the afternoon tranquil and beautiful. I in the Luo family's ancestral home. An elderly woman with a head of silver hair sat leisurely in a wheelchair, holding a teacup, her eyes slightly squinted as she appeared lost in thought, seemingly contemplating something. Next to her stood an older man in his 50s. Head bowed, patiently awaiting her instructions. If Pang Tianchong were present at that moment, he would certainly recognize this elderly woman, for she was the one who had paid him 800 for his fortune-telling earlier that day. The elderly lady was the matriarch of the Luo family, and the man beside her was the family steward and her bodyguard, a Fu. The Luo family is one of the 4 prominent families in Bianqing. A well-known high-society household, recognized and respected by all. Madame Luo built her fortune from the ground up, dominating the business world for decades, establishing the vast Luo Group, a formidable entity in Bianqing's commercial landscape. Her husband passed away several years ago, and all 4 of her children have since established their own families and are thriving in their respective fields. Her eldest son, Luo Liming, currently serves as the city police chief. Her second son, Luo Liwan, is the president of the Luo Group. Her eldest daughter, Luo Jing, is the deputy director of the tax bureau, and her youngest daughter, Luo Ling, is a renowned professor at a prestigious university. Additionally, her granddaughter, Luo Qi, is a squad leader in the criminal police unit, while most of her other grandchildren are still pursuing their studies, which need not be elaborated upon. In summary, the Luo family is indeed a household of dragons and phoenixes. "Madam," a Fu suddenly inquired with concern, "you've been out for quite a while today. How are your legs feeling? Any pain? How could they not hurt?" The elderly lady gently caressed her right leg and softly remarked, "It's nothing. After all, it's an old ailment. Why not take another trip to the beautiful country?" Ah Fu suggested. "Forget it." The elderly lady waved her hand dismissively. "It's not as though I haven't been there before. I want to go again. I'm at that age where it's not worth the effort. I'll just endure it." Suddenly, Lady Luo shifted the topic and inquired, "Ah Fu, what do you think of that young fellow from this morning? Are you referring to the fortune-telling young man?" "Yes. What aspect are you referring to?" "Of course, his fortune-telling skills. Or do you perceive something else?" Ah Fu rubbed his forehead and replied, "Indeed, I sense he is quite skilled. But I cannot be entirely sure. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion?" Lady Luo asked with curiosity. "When we went to have our fortunes told, he cast a fleeting glance at me, just a subtle glance that sent chills down my spine. It felt as though he could see right through me, instilling a sense of fear and inscrutability within me. Yet, I distinctly did not sense the aura of a martial artist emanating from him. Hence my uncertainty regarding his true prowess. However, my sixth sense tells me, if he is indeed a martial artist, he must be above the level of a master." Upon hearing this, Lady Luo abruptly turned her head, astonished, and gazed at Ah Fu. "What? A master? Have you ever encountered a master so young?" "Never." Ah Fu shook his head. "Thus, this is merely my intuition. Quite peculiar." "Huh." Lady Luo chuckled. "How intriguing. I sensed something extraordinary about that lad from the moment I laid eyes on him. Yet I could not pinpoint what was special. Your words only deepen my curiosity. I shall send someone to investigate his background." "Indeed." Ah Fu nodded, continuing, "If my guess is correct, that young man should be a security guard from the Daikon Group." "Oh, how do you know?" Lady Luo inquired, puzzled. "Did you not notice the cap he left on the ground? It's a security guard's cap, filled with money. Now I understand," the elderly lady exclaimed. "It indeed belongs to a security guard. And there's money inside." "Ha! Moreover, Ah Fu continued. The sign he hung on the tree. When the wind blew, I noticed the back of it bore the name of Daikon Company. That must be an old sign from their company. Additionally, Luguang Square is quite close to Daikon, so it stands to reason he might be making a little money during his day off. Nonetheless, he added, the young man's fortune-telling was remarkably accurate. You should be aware of that, my lady. Indeed, Lady Luo nodded. Every single point he mentioned was precise that I know there were some things he refrained from saying in public, yet I am certain they would also be accurate. It is simply astonishing. I have roamed far and wide for decades, yet this is the first time I have encountered such a remarkable master. Moreover, you didn't even consult the birth date. He merely glanced. And, truly, there are masters among the common folk. Ah Fu lamented, I never expected that a young man in his 20s could be such an adept fortune-teller, a man of extraordinary talents. Lady Luo took another sip of tea, murmuring, could he be a hidden dragon? Yet, when has Bian City produced such a figure? If, in 3 days, Shaoqi truly comes into a windfall, then this person could indeed be a true deity. Ah Fu frowned in contemplation. However, that seems unlikely. After all, Shaoqi is a public servant. Where would such a windfall come from? Even if she were to crack a major case and receive a reward, it wouldn't amount to millions, would it? That lad mentioned at least 5 million. Indeed, Lady Luo pondered. I have been contemplating this since I returned. What significant profit could a team leader possibly gain? Arresting gamblers? Fighting against crime? But these are all public duties. What sort of funds could possibly belong to Shaoqi? Oh no, Lady Luo suddenly exclaimed, slapping her thigh in alarm. If there truly is 5 million, it could spell a great deal of trouble. Why? Ah Fu was startled by the elderly lady's reaction. What have you deduced? Bribery. Lady Luo analyzed. Consider, if Shaoqi were to receive 5 million, it would undoubtedly be illicit funds given to her. Not for her sake, but for her father, Luo Liming, due to his high-ranking position. Exactly. Exactly. Ah Fu nodded vigorously. That's quite plausible. The police chief is not an ordinary official. He holds the power of life and death. No, we must not allow this to come to pass, as it could ruin the Luo family. As she spoke, Lady Luo rose, placing her teacup down, and with a serious tone commanded, Ah Fu, immediately dispatch someone to keep a close watch on Chi Girl. From this day forth, I want to know her every move. Whom does she meet? What does she do? Even if she steps out to buy an ice cream, I want to know the brand. Understood. Ah Fu straightened up and replied, I'll make arrangements right away. I will ensure that Miss Chi receives not a single penny from anyone. Very well. Off you go. Yes, Ah Fu answered, hurrying away. Chapter 18. Catching Adulterers, Part 1. In the afternoon, Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang had not spent much time shopping as planned. After a brief tour of the mall, they returned. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, the heat was unbearable, discouraging them from lingering outdoors. Secondly, trailing behind them was a frowning Lan Shangyun, which somewhat dampened their shopping spirits. Thus, their outing concluded rather abruptly. Although the shopping excursion was unfulfilling, the evening's plan to catch an adulterer was imperative and required early preparations, especially for Gong Xiaoshuang, who was so eager that she wished to fast-forward time to hasten the arrival of 9:30. She was growing increasingly impatient. Around 5 o'clock, Lan Shangyun's phone rang. It was her husband calling. Upon seeing the caller ID, she hesitated. Sister, whose call is it? Dai Qianxue asked, noticing her cousin's change in demeanor. It's your brother-in-law. Answer it. Keep your emotions in check. Just act as you normally would. Thus, with trembling fingers, Lan Shangyun pressed the answer button and switched to speaker mode. As the three women leaned in to listen. Hello, Xiaoyun. A gentle male voice resonated from the phone. You weren't home during lunch. I had some matters to attend to at the company, Lan Shangyun replied, striving to maintain her composure. Take care of yourself. I can't believe you're working on a Sunday. Is Dai Qianxue a capitalist? Dai Qianxue felt an immediate surge of irritation and bit her lip, while Gong Xiaoshuang stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Enough. Quit the chit-chat. Lan Shangyun interjected. Did you call for a reason? If not, I'll hang up. No, there is something I need to tell you. Speak. I have to travel to Yangqing for a business trip. I'll be taking the 6 o'clock train, so I want to be home for dinner tonight. Prepare something delicious for yourself. Don't wait for me. Hey, Xiaoyun. Are you listening? Lan Shangyun felt a pang in her nose, tears brimming in her eyes as she desperately controlled her voice. Can't you just not go? What are you saying? The voice on the other end sounded impatient. This is a business necessity. How can I defy it? All right. I want to keep you. With that, the line went dead, leaving Lan Shangyun staring blankly at her phone. Her worst fears coming to fruition. Her husband's business trip tonight was certainly no coincidence. Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang exchanged glances, both momentarily speechless. At that moment, both found themselves thinking of one person. Pang Tianchong. Could it be that he truly possessed the gift of foresight? Watching her cousin in distress, Dai Qianxue felt utterly helpless. Although she was a company president and adept in handling work-related matters, she was at a loss when it came to matters of the heart. After all, she had never even experienced a proper romantic relationship, let alone anything involving infidelity. Now, all she could do was console her cousin and harbor resentment towards her brother-in-law. Sister, don't be sad. Perhaps this is merely a coincidence. Pang Tianchong might have fabricated this out of spite due to your interference. No. Lan Shangyun shook her head. I believe him. Everything he said is true. Oh, come on. Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed. Whether it's true or not, we'll uncover the truth tonight. As the saying goes, catch a thief in the act and catch an adulterer red-handed. Let me check the kitchen to see if the dinner is ready. After dining, let us arrive at the hotel entrance a bit earlier to stake out. As night falls, the neon lights flicker. The streets are bustling with a constant flow of vehicles, creating an atmosphere of extraordinary liveliness. The nighttime Bianqing exudes a vitality and allure distinct from the day. The interplay of hustle and tranquility evokes a unique sense of serene chaos, resembling a mysterious world brimming with infinite possibilities. Awaiting exploration and discovery. At this moment, Dai Qianxue's Porsche weaves through the throngs of the streets, its headlights carving two bright beams in the darkness, akin to swords piercing into the distance. Inside the car, two beautiful women sit side by side in silence. Gong Xiaoshuang tightly grasps Lan Shangyun's hand, conveying a wordless comfort. The vehicle halts a mere 50 or 60 meters away from the hotel. The engine silenced. With time still on their side, the three women remain in the car, intently observing the figures coming and going at the hotel entrance. Around 9 o'clock, a taxi pulls up at the hotel, and a sharply dressed man assists an elegant woman out of the vehicle. Dai Qianxue immediately recognizes the man as her cousin-in-law, Ning Yixiao, and exclaims, Sister, look quickly. Ning Yixiao, you heartless scoundrel, I shall have your head. Lan Shangyun instantly erupts with emotion, reaching for the car door, only to be firmly restrained by Gong Xiaoshuang. Sister, let us not act rashly. Let them check in first before we make our move. Indeed, Xiaoshuang is right, Dai Qianxue says, glancing at her wristwatch. Sister, trust me, we shall enter at 9:20. That for reasons unbeknownst to her, Dai Qianxue's heart unexpectedly aligns with the time frame provided by Pang Tianchong, 9:30. 10 minutes later, the three women exit the car and head into the hotel, taking the elevator straight to the 8th floor. Upon stepping out, Lan Shangyun immediately loses her composure, glancing at the room number to ascertain their location and dashing towards room 808. Sister, calm yourself. Dai Qianxue urgently pulls her back. Do not rush to knock. Wait for me to obtain a room card from the attendant, and we shall enter directly and catch them off guard. Xiaoshuang, keep an eye on her while I go find someone. After saying this, Dai Qianxue strides purposefully in the opposite direction of the hallway, fortuitously encountering a hotel staff member at the entrance of a storage room. Excuse me, Dai Qianxue greets politely. I've left my room card in my room. May I borrow yours? I promise to return it immediately, though. Which room are you in? 808. That the attendant sets down her belongings and produces a card from her pocket, handing it to Dai Qianxue. Thank you. I will return it shortly. With the room card in hand, Dai Qianxue hastily makes her way to room 808, where Lan Shangyun and Gong Xiaoshuang are already anxiously waiting at the door. Brimming with determination, Shu, Dai Qianxue signals for silence with her finger. Then, she waves the room card and forcefully pushes the door open. Chapter 19. Caught in the Act, Part 2, in a certain hotel. Room 808. The three women burst in with fierce resolve. At this moment, on the large bed, a couple is entangled in passionate embrace, the scene a vivid tableau of fervor. Suddenly, the three women descend upon them, startling the pair nearly out of their wits. Shaoan, Ning Yixiao instantly goes limp, his face draining of color as he struggles to rise. Lan Shangyun, furious and with tears in her eyes, lunges forward, swinging her handbag with all her might. Ah! A scream erupts as Ning Yixiao tumbles off the bed, frantically groping for his clothes, grimacing in pain while disregarding any thought of defense. The woman beneath him nearly loses her composure, hastily grabbing the bedsheets to cover herself, creating an exceedingly awkward tableau. Oh my! Dai Qianxue, and Gong Xiaoshuang simultaneously gasped in shock, quickly covering their faces in embarrassment, too mortified to look further in their fervor to catch the couple in the act. None anticipated the sight would be so appalling. Not only were the lovers unclad, but they were also entirely without any modesty covering, displayed in all their nakedness as if in a live broadcast. More scandalous than any adult film, the two unmarried beauties instantly flush crimson. Ning Yixiao, you scoundrel! Lan Shangyun berates him while raining blows upon his face, utterly unhinged, wishing to devour the unfaithful man before her. Her fists and slaps land mercilessly on Ning Yixiao. Resonating loudly, he evades as best as he can while hastily donning his clothes. Underwear, shirt, trousers, all in a haphazard rush at this moment. Dai Qinxue opens her eyes, casting a fierce glare at the panicking woman, admonishing her sharply. Get out, you shameless wretch. It must be said, the woman was indeed quite attractive. Although not as stunning as cousin Lan Shangyun, her painted visage was alluring enough to explain Ning Yixiao's infidelity. Dai Qianxue's cultivated demeanor prevented her from resorting to violence, but her heart brimmed with contempt for the couple. Under Dai Qianxue's piercing gaze, the woman moves surprisingly quickly, hastily dressing herself. Thankfully, summer attire is minimal. As long as she manages to put on her underwear and a dress, she can forego the bra, tucking it into her handbag and slipping on her shoes as she makes her escape. She flees like a frightened deer, a frantic creature trying to evade capture. Stop that vixen! Lan Shangyun regains her composure, shouting as she seizes a teacup from the bedside table and hurls it at the woman's back with all her strength. The cup shatters against her, and the woman stumbles but does not scream in pain. Fleeing in a panic, Dai Qianxue refrains from intervening. As a person of stature, she wishes to remain untainted by such sordid affairs and avoid unnecessary complications. Focusing instead on the man, Gong Xiaoshuang, too, does not interfere, captivated by the unfolding drama to the point of nearly applauding, entirely forgetting to intervene. Perhaps as a fellow woman, she harbored a sliver of sympathy for the other woman, thus allowing her to escape unscathed. Why must women make things difficult for one another? Meanwhile, Lan Shangyun, exhausted from her exertions, collapses beside the bed, weeping inconsolably, her anguish palpable. Ning Yixiao kneels on the floor, head hung low, fervently repenting and explaining. Xiaoyan, I was wrong. Please forgive me this once that I had my reasons. She is an important client, and I had no choice. Bah! Dai Qianxue nearly spits in his face. Shameless. What kind of important client requires you to service her in bed? You truly are thorough in your services. Cousin is stunning. What does she lack compared to that woman? You, a beast in human guise, a scoundrel. Indeed, Gong Xiaoshuang adds, you have no shame and seek a fig leaf to cover your disgrace. Do not use your lack of morals as an excuse. You are merely a wolf in human skin, a lecher. Lan Jie was indeed blind to marry such a scoundrel, a fine cabbage ruined by a pig. Shame on you. It is said that 3 women together create a performance. Now, 3 women unite against 1 man. No matter how thick-skinned he is, he cannot withstand such an onslaught. Ning Yixiao is mercilessly berated by the trio. Left speechless and crimson-faced, resembling a child caught misbehaving, subject to the harsh reprimands of parents or teachers, Ning. After a moment of weeping, Lan Shangyun grits her teeth and declares, let us divorce. I find you repulsive. I will sue you and demand you leave with nothing. No, Xiaoyan, Ning Yixiao pleads, do not say that. Let us discuss this at home, shall we? Do not let others witness this farce. Ha! Dai Qianxue scoffs. Now you fear people's laughter? Now you care about shame? You ought to be ashamed for engaging in such disgraceful acts. You present yourself as a respectable man, yet reek of filth. Bah! Ning Yixiao's head droops like a wilted sprout. Utterly humiliated, wishing to bury his face in his pants, he has always feared this aloof cousin, let alone now, when his disgrace is laid bare. Little Shui, my brother-in-law knows he is in the wrong. Ning Yixiao begs, please persuade your sister. Do not let her become ill with anger. Rest assured, after we return home, I will provide her with a satisfactory explanation. Explanation? Who cares for your explanation? Lan Shangyun wipes her tears, retorting, I want a divorce. Just wait for the court summons. Ning Xiaoxue, we must leave. I do not wish to lay eyes on this disgusting creature for even a second. He does not deserve to be my husband. Let us go. As Lan Shangyun speaks, she grabs her handbag, dazed and unsteady, and strides towards the door. Dai Qianxue shoots a fierce glare at Ning Yixiao, then kicks him hard in the back, scolding, reflect on your actions. You scoundrel! She then seizes Gong Xiaoshuang's hand and rushes out to catch up to Lan Shangyun, leaving Ning Yixiao, the pale-faced scoundrel, crumpled on the floor. He remained seated there for a long while, tugging at his hair in frustration, utterly perplexed. How could today's events unfold so fortuitously? Chapter 20. Unwelcome visitors. As a fierce battle unfolded in room 808, where three stunning women were delivering a severe lesson to a heartless scoundrel. On a nearby street, at an outdoor barbecue stall, Pang Tianchong and Ding Tai, two junior security guards, were indulging in skewers, drinking, and thoroughly enjoying themselves. The smoky atmosphere of the bustling night market was vibrant, reminiscent of the peach banquet hosted by the Queen Mother of the West. This evening was hosted by Pang Tianchong, who had fortune smiled upon him earlier that day, earning over 1,000 yuan from a fortune-telling session. A modest windfall that warranted a celebration. Being new to the company and lacking friendships, he only had a decent rapport with Ding Tai, often working together in the same team, which prompted him to invite Ding out for drinks to commemorate his newfound second profession. And what a splendid opening it was. Brother Pang, Ding Tai exclaimed, gnawing on a lamb skewer while giving a thumbs up in admiration. You truly are remarkable. Earning over 1,000 in just one morning is nearly equivalent to my half-month's salary. Hee. Pang Tiancheng chuckled. Today was just a stroke of luck. I encountered a wealthy old lady who was quite generous. Otherwise, I would have barely made 300. You should have seen me when I first started selling. My hat was filled with coins of 10 and 5 yuan, pathetically scarce. Ding Tai raised his beer bottle, clinking it against Pang Tiancheng's, and gulped down a hearty swig. 300 is nothing to scoff at. Just think about it. Working at the company nets us barely 100 a day. True enough. Pang Tiancheng nodded in agreement. But, my friend, I still owe over 8,000 yuan to someone. At this rate, it will take me at least 3 months of work to pay it off. I need to earn money quickly. Indeed. Ding Tai took another sip of beer, contemplating. Brother Pang, I've saved a bit over the past 2 years. Though it's not much. If you're in need, I can lend you some. No. Pang Tianchong waved his hand dismissively. I appreciate your kindness, brother. Money is something I'll earn gradually. You should save yours for when you marry. Ha. Come on, let us drink. Cheers. As they lifted their glasses frequently, reveling in the moment, suddenly, 3 vans screeched to a halt in front of the stall. The crowd turned to see the doors swing open, revealing a group of burly men clad in black vests, each adorned with a tattoo of a black dragon on their arms, striding menacingly toward them, wielding steel pipes. Leading the charge was a towering figure, standing at nearly 6.5 feet, with a dark complexion and a face marred by a prominent scar that resembled a centipede, sending shivers down one's spine. This man was none other than Zhu Long, the leader of the Black Dragon Society. Ding Tai's heart raced at the sight of these intimidating figures, and he quickly lowered his voice, urgently advising Pang Tianchong, Brother Pang, this group is likely from the Black Dragon Society. We should finish eating and leave to avoid provoking them. Pang Tianchong turned to meet Zhu Long's gaze, a faint smile playing on his lips. I fear that we may not be able to leave now. It seems they have come for me, but fret not. I am nearly done eating, and my hands are itching for a bit of action. It would be just the right time to give them a proper thrashing. Ding Tai's eyes widened in dismay upon perceiving the ominous turn of events. Zhu Long swiftly issued commands to besiege Pang Tianchong. The bandits brandished their steel pipes, swinging them indiscriminately, without regard for the severity of their blows. Yet, as their weapons descended, they were met with a momentary blur, and upon closer inspection, Pang Tianchong's figure had seemingly vanished. By heavens, is this sorcery? One bandit exclaimed in shock, not having time to turn before a swift strike rendered him incapacitated, collapsing to the ground. Soon thereafter, the sounds of bodies hitting the earth echoed continuously. Pang Tianchong moved like a specter through the throng, and with each motion, bandits fell one after another, their cries of despair filling the air. Zhu Long, the leader, stood in dumbfounded disbelief, steel pipe in hand, yet unable to find an opportunity to strike back, as over 30 of his brothers lay defeated. How could he possibly retaliate? The crux of the matter was that he could not even catch a glimpse of his adversary, flailing his weapon in disarray. Your turn. After vanquishing all opposition, Pang Tianchong leisurely approached Zhu Long, inquiring, Speak. How do you wish to meet your demise? Zhu Long's heart raced in alarm, fully aware that he had stumbled upon an insurmountable challenge. Realizing that the Black Dragon Society was doomed, however, as the leader, he could not simply stand idly by without a fight. What would his brothers think? How could he maintain his reputation in the underworld? With this in mind, he covertly summoned his inner strength, concentrating it in his arms, and swung the steel pipe down upon Pang Tianchong. Long's head with all his might. This blow, fueled by Zhu Long's utmost vigor, possessed the force to shatter mountains. Yet, Peng Tianchong merely waved his hand, effortlessly dissipating the impact of the pipe and seizing it firmly in his grasp. Following this, he unleashed a kick that sent the towering Zhu Long soaring through the air. Colliding violently with a tree, a spurt of blood erupted from Zhu Long's mouth, splattering onto the asphalt, staining it crimson. All done. Peng Tianchong clapped his hands, strolling towards the prostrate Zhu Long master. Peng, spare my life. Zhu Long was nearly paralyzed with terror. That kick had nearly ruptured his insides, leaving him writhing in agony, on the brink of unconsciousness. Should this formidable figure deliver another blow, his life would surely be forfeit. What's this? Peng Tianchong cast a disdainful glance at him. Isn't the Black Dragon Society quite formidable? Why the sudden cowardice? Where is all that bravado gone? The very same that once preyed upon the innocent. Zhu Long lay on the ground, too terrified to even breathe, relinquishing any thought of retort as Peng Tianchong berated him mercilessly at that moment. The bald giant, who had just regained consciousness, upon witnessing his leader sprawled on the ground in a pool of blood, was so frightened that he promptly shut his eyes once more, feigning death. Just as he closed his eyes, Peng Tianchong bellowed, "All of you, get up and kneel by the roadside. Anyone who dares to defy me shall have their legs broken." The bald giant, upon hearing this, scrambled to his feet and obediently knelt by the roadside. The others, not daring to lag behind, followed suit, kneeling in fearful anticipation of their fate. Zhu Long attempted to rise but failed twice. The force of Peng Tianchong's kick had been too great. Having collided with the tree, leaving him utterly incapacitated, he understood that, as the strongest among them, he had borne the brunt of the assault. And observing that everyone else could rise while he remained immobile, he felt an overwhelming admiration for Peng Tianchong, coupled with an equally profound fear. Was this man even human? His strength and precision were simply extraordinary. Zhu Long, a master of the later stages of dark energy, possessed a clearer understanding of martial arts than his peers. He recognized that Peng Tianchong had shown restraint. Otherwise, they would all be lifeless corpses by now. "Two of you, assist your leader," Peng Tianchong commanded. Noticing that Zhu Long was truly unable to stand, the two closest henchmen, seeing their formidable leader in such a state, hurried over to help him up. And together, they knelt by the roadside. As the saying goes, one must eventually pay for their misdeeds. Today, you have fallen into my grasp. Now, speak. How shall I punish you? Peng Tianchong paced back and forth, brandishing the steel pipe, occasionally striking at anyone who dared to lift their head, instilling fear in the kneeling bandits, who trembled in trepidation. "Master Peng, spare us. We shall never dare transgress again," came a muffled plea. "Who are you calling master?" Peng Tianchong snapped. "From now on, I shall be your teacher, instructing you on how to conduct yourselves." Yes, Teacher Peng." The bald giant quickly corrected himself. "You are magnanimous. Please let us off the hook this once." "Zhu Long." Peng Tianchong cast a glance at the pale-faced leader. "You are their head. You speak." "Yes, Teacher Peng." Zhu Long swallowed hard, managing to utter, "Please show mercy. Spare my brothers this once, and consider it a favor owed by the Black Dragon Society. Should you ever require our assistance in the future, one call, and we shall be at your service." Chapter 22. The triumphant return. A real man does not shy away from immediate losses. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. In an effort to avoid further provoking the mighty Peng Tianchong, the towering Zhu Long found himself compelled to bow his head in submission, striving to appease him. As long as he could evade this immediate peril, everything else could be negotiated. "Damn it. This fellow is too formidable. He isn't human." Zhu Long silently vowed to never provoke this man again. "Have you been watching too many dramas? You still have the audacity to act tough? Fine. This time, I shall let you off the hook." Peng Tianchong mused for a moment. "Let us adhere to Zhu Long's suggestion for now. I have a barbecue waiting for me, and I simply lack the time to deal with your lot of rubbish. I will keep a tab on this account for the Black Dragon Society. One day, when I have the time, I shall come to collect." Yes. The band of hulking men nodded vigorously, not daring to utter a word of dissent. This was their first encounter with such a formidable adversary, and they were utterly terrified. "Bald one, drive me back. The rest of you, kneel here until dawn. Anyone who dares to flee, I will break their legs, and I mean it. Do you all understand?" "Understood," they chorused, none daring to voice a hint of complaint. After all, they had never encountered someone as fearsome as Peng Tianchong, and they were left in a state of sheer terror. Peng Tianchong continued, "Kneeling for a night should not feel unjust. Wrongdoings come with consequences. And that is only right. Just reflect on how many heinous acts you have committed in the past, and your hearts will find balance. Let us go. After delivering his admonition, the bald giant obediently drove Pang Tianchong back to the barbecue stall. By this time, most of the patrons had departed, leaving only 2 tables occupied, one by Ding Tai, and the other by the long-haired youth and his companions. 20 skewers of lamb had been cooked to perfection, along with 2 large kidneys, neatly arranged on a plate, untouched. Ding Tai was in a daze, staring blankly at the plate, when Pang Tianchong swaggered down from the car, followed closely by the bald giant. Pang Ge. Upon seeing Pang Tianchong return unscathed, Ding Tai nearly shed tears, his anxious heart finally settling. Sigh, Pang Tianchong exhaled. They took me to the outer ring road, which delayed me a bit. Have the lamb skewers been cooked yet? Whereas the owner, have this fellow settle the bill before he leaves. Ah, Ding Tai's eyes widened in disbelief, wondering if this meant the Black Dragon Society would be footing the bill. A total of 168. The owner rushed over like a gust of wind, beaming with delight. Good, good, good. The bald giant wasted no time, swiftly producing 200 yuan notes from his pocket, handing them to the owner. No need for change. Just grill a few more skewers for Teacher Pang. All right, Pang Tianchong waved his hand, settle the bill, and quickly scram. Go back and tell the Black Dragon Society to cause less trouble for the common folk. Yes, I will convey your message. Teacher Pang, please enjoy your meal, the bald giant said, smiling broadly, bowing as he departed. Pang Tianchong nonchalantly grabbed a lamb skewer and began to feast. Observing this scene, the long-haired youth at the neighboring table was filled with excitement, his eyes gleaming as he approached with a bottle of liquor. Brother, here's to you. Oh, Pang Tianchong regarded the long-haired youth with curiosity, slightly puzzled yet raising his glass to clink with his. He then downed the drink in one go. Pang Ge. Ding Tai quickly explained. If Yuan Ti instructed the bald guy to settle the bill, this fellow had already arranged for the owner to cover it for us. Is that so? Thank you, Pang Tianchong replied, refilling his cup and clinking it with the long-haired youth's bottle. There are still good people in this world. Ha! My good brother, you are a true hero. The long-haired youth gazed at Pang Tianchong with admiration, asking, brother, I am in awe. Did those ruffians give you any trouble? None. Pang Tianchong shook his head, speaking casually. I gave them a good thrashing, and now they are kneeling on the outer ring road, reflecting on their actions. A bunch of scoundrels. I punished them to kneel until dawn. If anyone dares to run, I'll still beat them. The long-haired youth's eyes nearly popped out of his head, his face flushed with excitement. The southern outer ring, is it? Let us take a look. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that the Black Dragon Society would find itself in such a predicament today? Brothers, let us go. In an instant, several individuals sprang to their feet, following the long-haired youth to the roadside to hail a taxi, heading straight for the outskirts of the southern city. Hee. Pang Tianchong watched the departing figures with a smile, remarking, in these times, there truly are those who relish the spectacle. Ding Tai chuckled in response. Brother Pang, do tell, how did you manage to subdue that group? Oh, it was nothing much, Pang Tianchong replied while munching. I simply handled them like I did with young Master Zhu's lot. One kick each, and in under 2 minutes, they were all down. Their leader, I sent him sprawling with a kick that had him vomiting blood, unable to even stand. Wow, impressive, my brother, Ding Tai exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration, utterly in awe of Pang Tianchong. Come, come, Pang Tianchong lifted his glass and urged, let us drink. Damn it, it's all this bunch of rascals causing trouble. Otherwise, this would have been wrapped up long ago. Clink. The two clinked their glasses and downed their drinks, feeling invigorated and immensely pleased. Pang Tianchong poured another glass and said, but this isn't the end. I still need to deal with that Zhu scoundrel to prevent him from causing further havoc. Ah. Ding Tai quickly set down his glass. Brother, if I may suggest, let us just leave it be, as the saying goes. Less trouble is better than more. Besides, the Zhu family is not to be trifled with. What is there to fear? Pang Tianchong, fueled by alcohol, declared with bravado, I am invincible across the land. I fear no one. Ha! You just keep boasting. As the two laughed, the shop owner hurried over with a smile, saying, brother, here, our establishment will treat you to 2 more kidneys. Chapter 23. The misfortune diverted north. Sunday morning. The dawn light begins to illuminate the sky, a faint blush spreading across the east. In the distance, the city's silhouette gradually emerges, high-rise buildings materializing in the morning glow like slumbering giants, quietly awaiting their awakening. standing still as if guarding the tranquility of the city along the southern ring road. Streetlights continue to emit a dim yellow light, casting a feeble glow upon the empty asphalt, amplifying the solitude of the scene by the roadside. Over 30 members of the Black Dragon Society remain kneeling, shivering in the cold breeze before dawn, their limbs numb, yet none dare to shift positions. They are terrified of the devil-like youth. Boss, a slender man next to Zhu Long spoke up. It's almost dawn. Shall we leave? Not yet. Let us wait a little longer, Dragon Boss replied with a deep voice. Since we promised to stay until dawn, we must keep our word. The boss is right, the bald-headed man concurred. What if that kid is watching from somewhere? If we leave now, it would all be for naught. Indeed, Brother Chong is correct, another added. We've made it through the night. A few more moments 1T hurt. Let us do as the surname Pang suggested. That guy is no ordinary person, incredibly formidable, but I've practiced martial arts for years, yet it was my first time not even seeing his moves before being knocked out. Who can argue with that? Had I not known he was human beforehand, I would have thought I encountered a ghost. All right, Dragon Boss suddenly interjected. Enough talk. When we return, inform your subordinates to never provoke that Pang fellow again. I suspect even if he isn't a grandmaster, he is certainly not far from it. Killing us would be as easy as pie. Yes, yes. The crowd nodded in agreement, still shaken. Just then, a rustling sound approached. A sanitation worker in a yellow vest walked over. Clear the way, clear the way. The woman waved her broom, curiously asking, what are you all doing up so early? We, the bald-headed man stammered. We are performing ancestral rites. The 15th of July is fast approaching, you see? Is that so? The woman seemed a bit confused. I thought today was the 23rd. All right. Dragon Boss suddenly stood up. It's dawn. Let us head back. With that, the group quickly rose, piling into a van, starting the engine, and departing in haste out on the roadside. Only the sanitation worker remained, bewildered in the wind. In the southern city, at the Black Dragon Pool Bathing Center. In the third-floor office, Dragon Boss sat dazed behind the boss's desk after returning from the southern ring road, feeling extremely vexed. After years of navigating the underworld, this was the first time he had suffered such a significant blow. Feeling utterly humiliated that it was akin to a 6-foot-long strap failing to contain a great disgrace, 7-foot endowment. Boss, after a while, the bald-headed man cautiously asked, the brothers are still outside waiting. Should we dismiss them? Let them all go. Dragon Boss waved his hand. However, tell them that should anyone leak even a word of today's events, I will personally cut out their tongues. Yes, the bald-headed man nodded vigorously. Then with a glint in his eye, said, Boss, I think we shouldn't let this grievance go unpunished. What do you mean? Dragon Boss turned to him, coldly regarding the bald-headed man. I was thinking, could we not make our sworn enemy Lu Datu take a hit as well? Oh, Dragon Boss's eyes lit up. Are you suggesting we let Lu from the north face off against that Pang fellow, watching them tear each other apart? Exactly. The bald-headed man grinned wickedly. That Pang kid is extraordinarily skilled, while Lu Datu is ruthless. If they clash, it will surely be a spectacle. Perhaps we could use Pang Tianchong to eliminate Lu Datu. Without Lu Datu, how will the White Tiger Gang contend with us for territory? Indeed. Dragon Boss slapped his thigh. You've got a fantastic idea there, using a knife to kill from a distance. Diverting misfortune northward. Ha! But how can we arrange for them to confront each other? The bald-headed man grinned. Boss, we can still let Zhua Ershao step in. If he can seek our Black Dragon Society's assistance. Why can't he ask the White Tiger Gang for help? It's just a matter of spending a bit more money. The Zhua family isn't short on funds. Dragon Boss nodded. This plan is feasible. You immediately call Zhua Ershao and tell him that we had a fierce battle with Pang Tianchong and didn't he gain the upper hand. He should seek someone more capable. Understood, the bald-headed man responded, promptly retrieving his phone and dialing Zhua Ershao's number. Hello? Is this Zhua Ershao? Yes, who is this? I'm A. Chong, under Brother Long. Oh, hello, Chong. Is everything settled regarding my matter? Did they break that scoundrel Pang's legs? Well, the bald-headed man bit his lip. I was just about to inform you that last night, over 30 of our Black Dragon Society brothers pursued that kid for half the night, but couldn't catch him. Our boss even exchanged a blow with that kid, and both sides sustained internal injuries. Therefore, we currently have no experts available. You'll need to seek someone else. Huh? Zhua Ershao's astonished voice came through the line. How could this happen? How could this happen? The bald-headed man replied angrily, that Pang fellow is a master of ancient martial arts. Thankfully, he also sustained injuries from our boss. If you hire some experts now, you should be able to handle that kid. Then who should I look for? Lu Yi from the north. He is also a martial artist with plenty of capable brothers. Alright, but what about the money? What money? Nearly all our 30-plus brothers were injured. That 200,000 of yours should be considered medical expenses. The rest, we want to take. You can use it to hire Lu Yi. After finishing, the bald-headed man decisively hung up the phone, still cursing, damn it. Even mentioning money is absurd. That amount isn't even adequate to cover my losses. Boss. It's settled. Zhuo Ershao agreed to hire Lu Dadu. Really? Dragon Boss praised with a thumbs up. Well done. We shall wait and watch the tigers fight. Ha! Chapter 24. The White Tiger Gang in the Zhuo family villa. Zhuo Ershao gripped his phone, listening to the busy signal after the call was abruptly ended, nearly causing him to snarl in frustration. Not only did the Black Dragon Society fail to accomplish their task, but his money had also gone to waste. It was truly infuriating that a bunch of useless fools. Zhuo Ershao cursed vehemently. The renowned Black Dragon Society can't even take down a mere security guard. Damn it. Such a waste of my 200,000. Black Dragon Society. Black Dragon Society. I'd rather call them the Black Worm Society. They're utterly pathetic. Second young master. A curious subordinate inquired. What is the situation? The Black Dragon Society couldn't handle that pang. Zhuo Ershao gritted his teeth. Nodding, they claim it was a mutual injury. Brother Long and that Pang fellow exchanged a blow, both sustaining internal injuries. Who knows if what Chong said is true? Let us take advantage of their weakness and strike him down. A subordinate excitedly suggested. We should be able to deal with that kid now. No, Zhuo Ershao waved his hand. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. That Pang is ultimately a master. Even if he is injured, he is not someone you lot can handle. We should find someone else. Who then? Since the Black Dragon is out of the question, let us seek out the White Tiger. I refuse to believe that the White Tiger gang cannot handle a mere injured security guard. If that is indeed the case, then the underground forces in Bianqing ought to disband. Bring forth the preparations. Young Master Zhuo commanded, visibly irked. Tonight, we shall head to the north of the city to meet with Master Lu. That night, in the northern part of the city, the Red Mandarin Duck Bar was ablaze with lights and revelry, the air thick with the intoxicating scent of liquor and a vibrant atmosphere. In this moment, patrons were liberating their passions and energy, as if this place were a paradise of indulgence. With the very air infused with the fragrance of hormones, at 8 o'clock, young Master Zhuo arrived at the Red Mandarin Duck Bar in accordance with his appointment with Master Lu. In truth, this establishment was one of his frequent haunts, and he navigated it with ease. The bar belonged to the White Tiger Gang, particularly the casino on the lower level, which was among the most lucrative enterprises of the gang. Often presided over by the gang leader, Lu Wanchode, in a lavish private room on the lower floor, young Master Zhuo encountered the legendary figure of the underground world, Master Lu. Lu was approximately 50 years of age, of average build, with a prominent head and graying hair slicked back meticulously. His forehead was broad, eyebrows thick, and his triangular eyes deep-set and icy, emanating an air of inviolability, dressed in a finely tailored suit complemented by a gold-trimmed tie. He sported an expensive watch on his wrist and a glimmering ring on his ring finger. Behind him stood a cadre of loyal subordinates, each robust and vigilant, exuding an air of seriousness. Younger generations greet Master Lu. Young Master Zhuo entered the private room, clasped his hands in salute, and praised, "The White Tiger Gang is thriving, indeed. No need for formality, please take a seat." Lu Wanchou inclined his head slightly, gesturing for him to sit. "Young Master Zhuo, what brings you to seek Lu today? I have heard that you are a frequent patron of this bar. Thank you for your support. It is my pleasure." Young Master Zhuo reciprocated the courtesy as he sat down, then turned serious. "Lu Master, I wish to request the assistance of the White Tiger Gang in teaching a lesson to someone." "Oh," Lu inquired, intrigued. "Who is this person that even the Zhuo family cannot handle?" "It is not that the Zhuo family cannot handle him," young Master Zhuo replied awkwardly, "but rather that I wish to resolve this matter privately without the head of the family knowing." "Who exactly is this individual?" "A small security guard from Daikon Corporation." "A security guard?" Lu furrowed his brow, casting a glance at young Master Zhuo's bodyguards, and questioned, "You cannot handle a mere guard? Are your subordinates merely for show? That fellow is quite skilled." Young Master Zhuo hastily explained, "To be frank, Lu Master, that Zhulong from the Black Dragon Society was only able to achieve a stalemate with him, both sustaining internal injuries. Oh, Lu exclaimed in surprise. The Black Dragon Society harbors a peak-level master. To be evenly matched with him, this security guard must indeed be formidable. Speak. To what extent do you wish to deal with him? Just break one of his legs, young Master Zhuo declared without hesitation. He then signaled to one of his subordinates, who stepped forward, placing a black bag gently before Lu, casually opening it to reveal stacks of vibrant red $100 bills. This amounts to 300,000. Should the task be completed, I shall provide further remuneration. Very well. Lu nodded, accepting the task. The White Tiger Gang will take this on. We shall arrange for someone to handle it promptly. Young Master Zhuo may return and await news that I entrust this to you. Lu Master. The two conversed for a while longer before young Master Zhuo took his leave. After bidding farewell to young Master Zhuo, Lu chuckled while clutching the stack of money. The Zhuo family truly is a prominent clan. 30,000 for a broken leg. Money is no object. No sooner had he spoken than a gaunt man with a pockmarked face stepped forward. This thin man, surnamed Li and nicknamed Marjo due to his appearance, furrowed his brows and said, "Boss, I find this matter somewhat suspicious." What leads you to that conclusion? Marjo squinted and remarked, "How could the Black Dragon not manage a mere security guard? Who exactly is this person? We should ascertain his background before taking action. Furthermore, if we are to act, it would be prudent to lure him to our territory. That would be far safer." Lu nodded in agreement. Mago made a valid point. Someone who could trouble Zhulong must possess exceptional abilities. Immediately dispatch personnel to investigate, discover the background of the security guard, the individuals surrounding him, and then we shall devise a plan to deal with him. Understood. Chapter 25, Persuade to Reunite, not to part ways Monday. The security department underwent adjustments, with shifts and rotations in place. Pang Tianchong and Ding Tai were assigned to patrol duties, responsible for inspecting the safety facilities and potential hazards on each floor. Fully equipped, wielding rubber batons and walkie-talkies, the two strolled from floor to floor, chatting as they walked. "Ding Tai, brother Pang, how was business yesterday? Did you earn a few hundred?" Pang Tianchong, "Alas, no need to mention it. I only saw 3 clients in the morning collecting a mere 50 yuan. I am feeling a bit disheartened. Business is tough." Ding Tai, 50 isn't too shabby. Yesterday, I spent the whole day gaming in the dormitory and earned not a single dime. Pang Tianchong, you can't compare. You have savings. I still owe someone 8,800. As they conversed, Pang Tianchong's walkie-talkie crackled to life. "Hello, hello. Pang Tianchong, please respond. Received. Report to the Human Resources Department immediately. Received. Ding Tai's eyes widened in confusion as he asked, "Brother Pang, why is the Human Resources Department looking for you again?" "Who knows?" Pang Tianchong scratched his head. "Could it be that the Blue Fairy wants to settle a score with me? Is my fortune telling off?" "Just go," Ding Tai urged. "I'll wander around for a bit." "All right." As Pang Tianchong hurried to the Human Resources Department, he found the door to the manager's office ajar, revealing only Lan Shangyun seated at the desk. Engrossed in her computer screen, she appeared somewhat haggard, her once smooth hair now disheveled, emanating an unmistakable aura of fatigue and anxiety. Her slender brows were slightly knitted, and her eyes were faintly red and swollen, suggesting sleeplessness or tears, completely devoid of her usual charm and allure. While dressed in a neat suit and sporting light makeup, her weariness was still evident. The bright office lights illuminated her figure, casting a shallow shadow behind her, as if revealing a deep scar in her wake. Knock, knock, knock. Pang Tianchong politely rapped on the door. After a few days of work, he had shed the recklessness of his first day on the job. "Xiao Pang, come in quickly." Lan Shangyun looked up, waving her hand and inviting him in, then added, "Close the door, Manager Lan. You were looking for me? Please sit." Lan Shangyun gestured for Pang Tianchong to take a seat, then got straight to the point. "The other day, I left in a hurry and forgot to give you your fortune-telling fee. This morning, I didn't see you at the gate." So as she spoke, Lan Shangyun opened her bag and pulled out a vibrant red 100 yuan bill, slapping it on the desk. No. Please don't." Pang Tianchong hurriedly waved his hands. "Manager Lan, you are too kind. We are from the same company. How could I accept your money? That would be a slap in the face to Master Pang." "Ah, a deal is a deal. Since you were accurate, how could I not pay you?" Lan Shangyun insisted, pushing the 100 yuan forward. "Really?" Pang Tianchong rubbed his nose and replied apologetically, "I'm sorry, Sister Lan. I spoke impulsively that day. You aren't angry with me, are you? I truly didn't mean to provoke you." Lan Shangyun interrupted, "I don't hold it against you. If anyone is to blame, it is that ungrateful wretch. If you hadn't said anything, I would still be in the dark. You're not thinking of getting a divorce. Are you? Pang Tianchong asked tentatively. If that happens, I would feel guilty. Lan Xiangyun gently wiped the corner of her eye, straightened her posture, and said, I called you here not only to repay your fortune-telling fee, but also to ask if you could tell me if I can successfully get a divorce. The divorce agreement is already written, but that scoundrel refuses to sign. He is dragging this out with me. Alas. Pang Tianchong sighed. My dear sister, is it really necessary? Just punish him a bit. Everyone makes mistakes. Make him kneel on a washboard, a keyboard, or even instant noodles. If all else fails, make him kneel on durians. Lan Xiangyun retorted angrily. No, I want a divorce. I'm furious. Pang Tianchong, save your breath. It won't happen. Lan Xiangyun, why not? Pang Tianchong, that day, I didn't finish my words before you rushed out. In fact, I had already calculated that you two are a pair of loving partners for life. This is merely an accident, just a small episode that won't affect your future together. Lan Xiangyun. Is that true? Pang Tianchong, judging by your appearance, not only do you possess good fortune, but you also bear a husband-attracting visage. Rest assured, your brother-in-law will eventually come to understand this, and he will treat you well in the future. Moreover, your child is already 2 or 3 years old. Why consider separation? For the sake of the child, you should endure this once. However, tears streamed down Lan Xiangyun's cheeks uncontrollably. She hurriedly wiped them away with a tissue, sobbing, I cannot swallow this indignation that I have treated him so well. Yet he has sought solace in another woman behind my back. Indeed, Pang Tianchong continued to offer his consolation. I can understand that. As the old saying goes, enduring for a moment may lead to increasing frustration. Taking a step back may reveal greater losses. Puffed. Lan Xiangyun could not help but chuckle. No. That saying goes, enduring for a moment brings calm. Taking a step back opens up the horizon. How terrifying it is to lack education. Pang Tianchong grinned broadly. Exactly. In the heat of the moment, even the wise can misquote. He cast a furtive glance at Lan Xiangyun, only to see her alternating between tears and laughter, the peaks of her bosom rising and falling. A sight that was truly captivating, causing him to be momentarily entranced and reluctant to avert his gaze. The brief silence immediately alerted the sensitive Lan Xiangyun. Her face flushed as she shot a fierce glare at Pang Tianchong, exclaiming, Where are you looking, you little rogue? No. Pang Tianchong scrambled to his feet. Manager Lan, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave now. I am on patrol. With that, he fled in a hurry. Just as he exited the office, he heard Lan Xiangyun calling after him. Money. You forgot the money. No, I don't want it. Pang Tianchong raised his hand and vigorously shook it in the air, not daring to look back. He had already run quite a distance when he heard Lan Xiangyun's voice again. Then another day, I shall treat you to a meal. Chapter 26. I also want to tell fortunes. Pang Tianchong emerged from the Human Resources Department and sought out Ding Tai. And the two continued their rounds on various floors. However, within 5 minutes, the intercom on his person crackled to life once more. Pang Tianchong, please respond. Hearing you, please respond. Received. Proceed immediately to President Dai's office. Proceed immediately to President Dai's office. Received. As he listened to the calls from the intercom, Ding Tai's eyes widened. Brother Pang, what is going on? Why does President Dai need you, the little security guard? I have no idea. Pang Tianchong shook his head, equally perplexed. Truly, comparing people can be infuriating. Ding Tai exclaimed enviously. I've been at the company for 3 years, and President Dai has never summoned me even once. You've only been here a few days, and you've already been called to her office twice. What's wrong? Do you wish to go? Pang Tianchong teased. Shall we go up together? No. Ding Tai waved his hands repeatedly. President Dai is calling for you. What would it mean if I tag along? Hurry and go. Don't keep President Dai waiting. On the 19th floor, in the president's office, as Pang Tianchong stumbled into the office, the door was ajar. Dai Qianxue stood gracefully behind her desk, slightly bent over, her gaze focused on a pot of ink-splashing dendrobium orchids on her desk. This was her favorite type of orchid. Not only was it beautiful and easy to care for, but it also had a long blooming period, with each petal resembling a gracefully fluttering butterfly. Breathtaking and ethereal at this moment, Dai Qianxue gently touched the petals with her delicate fingers, her eyes filled with warmth and affection. As if engaging in a silent conversation with these beautiful lives, her movements were light and elegant, exuding a unique charm that transformed the entire scene into a poetic tableau. In this instant, she was no longer the aloof ice queen of a president, but rather a woman who cherished life, savoring this moment of tranquility and beauty. Knock, knock, knock. Pang Tianchong hesitated for a moment before gently rapping on the door. Reluctant to disturb the enchanting vision before him, she was truly stunning, as beautiful as the blooming flowers on the desk, a beauty that took one's breath away. Come in, Dai Qianxue called out lightly. Settling back into her executive chair, her gaze shifting from the orchids to the entering Pang Tianchong. Her expression grew icy as she scrutinized him, her eyes narrowing at this little security guard she had picked up from the airport. A mixture of anger and intrigue swirling within her. She was furious not only because he had burned her with a cigarette, but also because he had opposed her from the very start of his tenure. Yet, she was also curious about his exceptional skills, his youth, and his proficiency in fortune-telling and metaphysics at the same time. She could not help but acknowledge that Pang Tianchong was quite handsome, with sharp features and a striking appearance. His brows were elegant, his eyes bright, and his face chiseled, embodying a blend of charm, vigor, and a hint of rebelliousness. President Dai, you summoned me? Pang Tianchong, feeling a bit uneasy under her penetrating gaze, inquired. Close the door and take a seat. Dai Qianxue gestured lightly, her tone formal. How are you finding your work here? Are you adjusting well? Well enough. Pang Tianchong scratched his head. I basically just eat and sleep and eat, wandering around aimlessly all day. You, Dai Qianxue's irritation flared. What kind of attitude is that? Security work is a serious profession. How can you treat it so casually? Not at all. Pang Tianchong chuckled. I am quite dedicated to my work. Meticulous and conscientious, always protecting the safety of the company's personnel and property. Your seriousness is commendable. Dai Qianxue rolled her eyes. Even I, the president, can find myself stuck outside the company gates. Pang Tianchong grinned again. Attempting to defend himself. I have a slight condition called face blindness, particularly with beautiful women. I tend to forget faces after one or two encounters, leading to misunderstandings. Cut it out. Who would believe that? Dai Qianxue waved her hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on that. I heard you can tell fortunes? Quite accurately, I presume. Who told you that? Pang Tianchong's eyes widened, instantly on guard. Don't concern yourself with who. Just answer me. Is it true? Dai Qianxue's beautiful eyes narrowed. Yes. Pang Tianchong nodded earnestly. I am quite accurate. Even stronger than Zhuge Liang. Ha. Dai Qianxue nearly burst into laughter. This guy truly lacked humility. She stifled her laughter and explained. To be honest, Lan Shangyun is my cousin. She informed me that you can read fortunes. Oh. No wonder. Pang Tianchong exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. I was puzzled as to how I became so famous so quickly. So, you are related to Manager Lan. That makes sense. Indeed. Dai Qianxue nodded slightly. Thus, the other night, I participated in that covert operation to validate your predictions. How was it? Pang Tianchong's excitement surged. Wasn't it thrilling to catch that couple in the act? It must have been quite a scene, right? Huh? Phew. Dai Qianxue slammed her hand on the desk in anger. Pang Tianchong, is there anyone as callous as you? Do you have any idea how much pain my cousin is in? I am sorry. I'm sorry. Pang Tianchong realized his blunder and hastily apologized. I was mainly angry at that man. I just wanted to give him a good beating. Humph. Dai Qianxue huffed. Since you were able to predict my cousin's husband's infidelity, can you tell me if their marriage will endure? Be honest with me. Yes. Pang Tianchong affirmed. I calculated it that day. This is merely a minor setback, and they will still be able to love each other for a lifetime. Really? Indeed. That's a relief. Dai Qianxue sighed softly, genuinely worried that such a wonderful couple would fall apart. After all, how could she ever believe in love again? Men, Pang Tianchong continued, often travel and may occasionally neglect their responsibilities. This can be understood. Go, Dai Qianxue said disdainfully. No wonder people say. There isn't a good man among them. Pang Tianchong felt somewhat speechless. I am not like your brother-in-law. I aspire to be one of the top 10 outstanding youths in Bianqing. A person filled with positive energy. All right, you needn't inflate your own ego, Dai Qianxue interrupted. The main reason I called you to the office today is that I would like you to read my fortune. Is that acceptable? Not really. Pang Tianchong rubbed his nose. President Dai. It is currently working hours. This president grants you a quarter-hour leave. That should suffice, right? What about the fortune-telling fee? Pang Tianchong grinned as he rubbed his fingers together. mimicking a money-counting gesture. Didn't you still owe me money? Just deduct it from that. Dai Qianxue rolled her eyes. Very well. Pang Tianchong nodded, then asked, President Dai, please tell me, do you wish to inquire about love or something else? Dai Qianxue's cheeks flushed slightly. Not about love. The company has a debt of over 7 million that has been outstanding for 3 years. I would like you to predict when we might be able to retrieve it. Chapter 27. Debt Collection, Part 1. Pang Tianchong was momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. Initially, he had been quite pleased to hear that Dai Qianxue wanted him to read fortunes. And his mind began to calculate that a single unmarried woman seeking a fortune-telling likely wished to inquire about romantic matters. Regardless of the outcome, he thought it best to startle her a little, just for amusement. Moreover, the prospect of earning a little extra income during working hours is indeed a delightful situation. However, the matter that Dai Qianxue wishes to discuss pertains to debt collection, which leaves Master Pang feeling somewhat disheartened, as he suddenly loses interest in fortune-telling. Director Dai, Pang Tianchong remarked with a twitch of his lips, is there really a need to consult for this debt collection? As the old saying goes, a life for a life. Debts must be repaid. It is a matter of fundamental fairness. Besides, if Zhang San does not come forth with the money, simply see to collect it. Eventually, it will be retrieved. What is there to predict? Such a flippant remark, Dai Qianxue retorted, pursing her lips. If it were as simple as you suggest, the company would have reclaimed the funds long ago. The supervisor and manager of the business department have exhausted themselves running around. Yet the money remains unrecovered. Furthermore, over 7 million is no trivial sum to have languishing in someone else's hands, especially when the company's finances are rather strained. What kind of establishment is this? Such an unscrupulous debtor. Pang Tianchong inquired curiously. It is a private hospital, Dai Qianxue replied with a wry smile. These are all outstanding debts from before my tenure, since I took over the company. We no longer engage in business with them, making it even more challenging to collect. That I called you here to ascertain just how much longer this debt will be delayed and whether it can be recovered at all. Upon seeing Dai Qianxue's troubled expression, Pang Tianchong's heart softened unexpectedly, and without a moment's hesitation, he uttered a single word. Absolutely. Dai Qianxue's eyes brightened. You can foresee this? Not exactly. Pang Tianchong waved his hand dismissively. What I mean is, I can retrieve this money without needing to consult. You can? Dai Qianxue looked at him skeptically. So long as the hospital has funds available, I assure you I can collect it. Such matters are quite straightforward. As he spoke, Pang Tianchong habitually pulled out a cigarette and lit it, taking a puff before casually adding, just provide me with the receipts and financial accounts, and I will demand the funds immediately. I guarantee they will transfer the money before nightfall. Are you serious? Dai Qianxue was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes fixed on Pang Tianchong as she watched him exhale smoke, momentarily forgetting the office's no-smoking policy. Of course, I am serious, Pang Tianchong replied confidently. In this world, I doubt there exists anyone who can owe me money and not repay it. Very well, Dai Qianxue declared, slapping the table. If you truly manage to recover this amount, the company will award you a personal bonus of 10,000 yuan at the end of the month. Are you sincere? This time, it was Pang Tianchong's turn to feel elated. An extra reward. Certainly, Dai Qianxue nodded. As the general manager, I have the authority to make such decisions, provided you can retrieve the funds. Then what are we waiting for? Pang Tianchong said, taking a deep drag of his cigarette before extinguishing it. Quickly provide me with the receipts. A bonus of 10,000 yuan would surely cover the amount owed for those stockings, he thought with a chuckle. All right, Dai Qianxue exclaimed, picking up the telephone on her desk and dialing. Hello. Is this the business department? This is Dai Qianxue. Please have Supervisor Yang bring all the accounts of Dongya Hospital to my office immediately. After hanging up, Dai Qianxue regarded Pang Tianchong with a hint of skepticism and asked, I am quite curious. What strategy do you intend to employ to collect this debt? No particular strategy, Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly. I will assess the situation as it unfolds and act accordingly. My principle is simple. Treat the righteous with righteousness, the wicked with wickedness, and the unscrupulous with unscrupulousness. Of course, I will first approach them with reason. However, should they prove uncooperative, they cannot blame me for resorting to more forceful measures. As he spoke, Pang Tianchong cast a sidelong glance at Dai Qianxue and added, You don't all think of me as a rogue, do you? This time, I might just indulge in a bit of roguish behavior to show that hospital what I am capable of. Dai Qianxue felt a bit shy under his gaze. her ears turning red as she muttered softly, "They don't actually think of you as a rogue." Just as the two were conversing, there was a knock at the office door, and Supervisor Yang entered, carrying a brown paper bag. In her late 20s, Supervisor Yang was tall and elegant, with flowing hair and a professional attire that exuded the competence of a career woman. "Director Dai?" "Yes." Dai Qianxue straightened her posture and asked, "Do you have all the receipts from Donya?" "All the accounts are here, totaling 757,000, Supervisor Yang said, shaking the paper bag in her hand. "Excellent." Dai Qianxue nodded and gestured towards Peng Tianchong, instructing, "You will accompany him to Donya Hospital now to reclaim the debts owed to our company. Additionally, allow me to introduce him. This is Peng Tianchong." The new employee. Supervisor Yang glanced at Peng Tianchong, her expression revealing her reservations as she internally questioned, "Director Dai, what on earth are you thinking? Why should I go with this mere security guard to collect such a troublesome debt?" "Oh, right." Dai Qianxue noticed Supervisor Yang's discomfort and added, "You only need to accompany him and clarify the company's accounts with the hospital. He will handle the money collection." "Understood?" "Understood." Supervisor Yang nodded in agreement. Finally realizing that today's endeavor placed this security guard in the spotlight while she merely had to tag along. "Time is of the essence, Supervisor Yang. Let us be on our way." Peng Tianchong said lazily as he stood up from the sofa and headed for the door. "Hey, all right, all right." Supervisor Yang bid farewell to Dai Qianxue and hurried after Peng Tianchong, watching the two departing figures. A beautiful arc formed at the corners of Dai Qianxue's lips, and she suddenly recalled Gong Xiaoshuang's words. Perhaps this rogue may indeed have his uses. Chapter 28. Debt Collection, Part 2, Bianqing. Daikong Building. In the elevator descending from the 19th floor, Supervisor Yang gazed curiously at Peng Tianchong's handsome profile and asked, "Are you the new security guard, Peng Tianchong?" "Indeed." Peng Tianchong straightened his cap in front of the elevator's stainless steel mirror, smiling faintly as he replied, "So, Supervisor Yang is aware of this newly appointed security guard?" "Of course." Supervisor Yang chuckled. "You single-handedly drove off the flower protector of the Zhou family. Everyone in the company admires you. Moreover, with such a handsome security guard in the company, which young lady wouldn't want to steal a few glances, perhaps even harbor a secret crush? Is that so?" Peng Tianchong touched his face in the mirror, feigning surprise. "Am I really that charming?" "Absolutely." Supervisor Yang giggled. The elevator stopped on the 10th floor, and two more employees entered, prompting a shift in conversation. "Little Peng," Supervisor Yang asked, "are you not going to change into something else before we go?" "No need." Peng Tianchong waved his hand. "This security uniform is just fine. It looks sharp, and who knows, this baton might come in handy. Then let us head to the basement. I will go fetch the car," Supervisor Yang said, pressing the elevator button once more. After retrieving the vehicle from the underground parking lot, they headed straight for Donya Hospital. Along the way, Supervisor Yang, filled with anxiety, continuously briefed Peng Tianchong on the situation regarding the debtor. "Little Peng, when we arrive at the hospital, you must speak politely. This boss is not to be trifled with. I have dealt with him several times, and he is quite arrogant, quick to dismiss you without allowing you a chance to speak." Peng Tianchong lit a cigarette, lowered the car window, and exhaled a cloud of smoke, responding nonchalantly, "Whether he is boss or black boss, it matters not. Debts must be repaid, and it is only fair. If he refuses to pay, I will just give him a good beating." "Absolutely not," Supervisor Yang exclaimed in alarm. "This boss has connections with notorious underground forces in Bianqing. Many medical disputes are resolved by thugs on his behalf. He is exceedingly brazen. It is crucial that we do not confront him head-on." Peng Tianchong observed the panicked expression on Supervisor Yang's face, puzzled. "If you all fear this boss so much, why did you supply his hospital with so many goods in the first place? Were you coerced?" Sigh. Supervisor Yang sighed. "It's a long story. The owner of this hospital was friends with the previous Director Dai." "Previous Director Dai?" Peng Tianchong inquired. "Yes, he is the cousin of the current Director Dai, Dai Qianlin," Supervisor Yang explained. "Most of these debts were incurred during his tenure, ever since Director Dai returned from abroad and took over as president. We have ceased cooperation with this hospital, and these debts have become problematic. Then let Dai Qianlin collect them." Peng Tianchong blurted out, "Isn't he friends with Bai Teach?" Supervisor Yang scoffed. "He and Director Dai maintain a facade of harmony while secretly sabotaging her. Waiting for him to collect debts is a futile endeavor, though." Peng Tianchong quickly grasped the situation. It seemed that the internal strife within the family made life difficult for Director Dai Qianxue as well. However, Supervisor Yang continued, Director Dai has been quite impressive. In less than 2 years since taking office, she has managed the company efficiently and is steadily improving. Aside from this troublesome debt, that is no problem. Peng Tianchong remarked nonchalantly, all you need to do is find that person with the surname Bai. The rest is of no concern to you. Just watch from the sidelines. I will handle everything. Young supervisor turned her head to glance at the self-assured young man seated in the passenger seat, her lips twitching slightly as she reluctantly advised, Xiao Peng, I know you possess some skills. But this isn't our company, and Bai Tong is not the young master's would. It's best if you refrain from acting impulsively. All right, just wait and see. Peng Tianchong responded ambiguously, I will persuade him with reason. If I can avoid confrontation, I will do my utmost to do so. Half an hour later, the car entered the parking lot of Dongya Hospital. Young supervisor had visited numerous times, navigating with ease as she led Peng Tianchong directly to the office of President Bai on the top floor. At that moment, within the office, a middle-aged man with thinning hair lounged behind his desk, impeccably dressed in a suit, embodying the image of a prosperous businessman. This was none other than Bai Tong. The owner of the hospital, Bai Tong, portly and with a face full of excess flesh, had a round belly pressed against the desk and a cigar clamped between his fingers, exhaling clouds of smoke. Beside him stood a young secretary, slightly leaning forward, awaiting his instructions. Notify everyone, Bai commanded, taking a puff of his cigar. I want all department heads to assemble in my office at 10 o'clock for a meeting. I have a lecture to deliver. Yes, I will arrange it immediately. The secretary nodded respectfully, turning to exit, brushing past young supervisor and Peng Tianchong. Hello, President Bai. Young supervisor greeted with a smile as she and Peng Tianchong entered the office sequentially. Bai Tong rolled his eyes, flicking the ash from his cigar, and with a forced smile said, Manager Yang, long time no see. Oh, why have you brought along a little security guard? Is he your bodyguard? Young supervisor quickly clarified. This is our company's new employee. He has come along to settle the payment. Peng Tianchong cast a sidelong glance at the corpulent man, but said nothing, plopping down onto the nearby sofa. Deftly retrieving a cigarette and lighting it, exhaling a gentle stream of white smoke. Shoo, Yang Jia, let's sit and talk. Young supervisor looked at the calm Peng Tianchong and realized that today, he was the main character. There was no need for her to take the lead, so she obediently settled onto the sofa, falling silent. What an unfortunate coincidence. Bai Tong took a puff from his cigar, his hawkish gaze fixing on Peng Tianchong. Manager Yang, I have another meeting to attend. Perhaps you two should come back another time. Not at all. Peng Tianchong shot a sidelong glance at Bai Tong, grinning as he said, President Bai, since we have come all this way, why not settle the payment before you head to your meeting? It won't take long. Just arrange it with the finance department. Haha, Bai Tong sneered coldly. This young brother speaks so lightly. Do you think several million in payments can be settled just like that? Dream on. I suggest you both return from whence you came. I must attend my meeting and don't have time to entertain you. As he spoke, Bai raised his arm to check his wristwatch. Slowly standing up as if to leave, where do you think you're going? Peng Tianchong stood as well, blocking the door. Settle the payment first, then you may leave. Otherwise, you shan't pass through this door. Bai Tong was taken aback. His flabby face quivering. You blind fool, dare to act tough with me. I swear if you try to stop me, you will regret it. With that, he puffed out his chest, his hefty belly leading the way as he attempted to stride out. With a sharp crack, Peng Tianchong delivered a resounding slap across Bai's face. Chapter 29, Debt Collection, Part 3. The sudden blow left Bai Tong reeling, stars dancing before his eyes, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. Two of his teeth flying free as his rotund form stumbled, crashing to the floor with a thud. Da-da. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted, and Bai Tong, clutching his cheek, rolled on the ground, shaking his head in agony. It hurts. It hurts so damn much. Within moments, half of his face had swollen grotesquely, resembling a balloon fully inflated. Peng Tianchong had delivered that slap with just enough force, landing it with precision and ferocity. Through his conversation with Yang's supervisor on their way here, he had already discerned that Bai Tong was no good character, despite running a hospital meant to save lives. Bai was nothing more than a profit-driven, unscrupulous businessman, deceiving patients and bullying cooperative merchants, a complete rascal. Thus, as soon as he entered, Peng Tianchong was resolute in his decision to teach this scoundrel a lesson. When he could resort to violence, he would not waste time arguing. Bai Tong, stunned from the blow, felt dizzy, the world spinning around him. After a few moments, he regained his wits, only to be consumed by a fit of rage. "You filthy security guard. How dare you strike me? If I don't kill you, I won't bear the surname Bai." Having lived half his life, Bai had never endured such a beating, enraged to the point of madness. He immediately grabbed the phone, simultaneously dabbing at the blood trickling from his nose as he shouted, "Come quick. Someone is causing a ruckus in my office. Bring me help to deal with him." Young's supervisor stood frozen. The sudden turn of events had left her utterly astonished. She never imagined Pang Tianchong would strike someone so brutally in another's territory. Her heart raced with fear, and she felt utterly helpless watching him escalate the situation. But Pang Tianchong, unfazed, returned to the sofa, casually crossing his legs and smoking, exhaling circles of smoke. Help arrived swiftly. Within 3 minutes, a group of 8 security guards stormed into the office, led by a burly man with a shaved head. "Boss Bai, what happened?" the lead guard shouted, brandishing a rubber baton. "Who the hell is causing trouble here?" That one. Bai Tong's eyes were bloodshot, one hand clutching his cheek, while the other pointed furiously at Pang Tianchong. "This little bastard, beat him to death, and consider it my responsibility." "Understood." The head guard waved his hand, and the others brandished their batons, encircling Pang Tianchong. Pang Tianchong lifted his eyelids and couldn't help but smile. The person who arrived was none other than Bald Chong from the Black Dragon Society. "What brings you here, Bald? Are you here to settle matters at the hospital?" No. Bald Chong waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "If I had known it was you, Teacher Pang, I wouldn't have dared to come even if you beat me to death." At that moment, Bald Chang felt a strong urge to vanish. This formidable figure before him was someone he simply could not provoke. The last kick had left him with a psychological scar, and he felt a shiver at the sight of Pang Tianchong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Upon seeing Pang Tianchong, the others hastily discarded their steel pipes and lined up obediently. Heads bowed, not daring to utter a word. "You arrived just in time." Pang Tianchong extinguished his cigarette, but, lazily rising from his seat, "This fat man owes our company a debt that has gone unpaid for years. You, as a mediator, need to help us settle this dispute. How shall we proceed?" Bald Chong's head instantly felt as if it had expanded. Chapter 30, Collecting Debts, Part 4. Bald Chong was quite frustrated. He never imagined that the medical dispute he had come to address would involve Pang Tianchong. He knew all too well how formidable this man was, capable of kicking someone nearly to death. Now the issue was that Pang Tianchong wanted him to mediate the conflict between both parties. How could he dare say a word against Pang Tianchong? Bald Chang stood there, his face as grim as if he were constipated. Feeling anxious and indecisive, smack. Pang Tianchong would not grant him a moment's respite. With a swift motion, he struck Bald Chong on the head with a rubber stick, leaving him dazed and nearly unconscious. "What are you still dawdling for?" Pang Tianchong scolded. "Hurry up and handle the matter. My company is waiting." All right. Bald Chong, seething with anger after being struck, redirected his fury onto Bai Tong. He swung his left arm and slapped the chubby man's face with a resounding crack. "You idiot! What are you still standing there for?" Bald Chong bellowed. "You owe money, so pay it back quickly. Stop dragging your feet. Damn it, this is ridiculous. How dare you owe money to Teacher Pang's company and not pay up? If Longo were here, he would surely flay you alive today." Bai Tong was left bewildered, clutching his cheek in confusion. "What is going on? I thought you were here to mediate, yet you are hitting me instead?" Moreover, the left side of his face had just been struck by Pang Tianchong, and now the right side was swollen from Bald Chong's slap. "Good grief, now I have symmetry," Bai Tong lamented, holding his face. Feeling utterly wronged. "Brother Chong, what on earth is happening?" "Forget about what is happening. Just transfer the money." Bald Chong furiously raised the steel pipe, banging it on the table. "If you irritate Teacher Pang, do you believe I won't crack open your head?" All right. I will transfer it immediately." Bai Tong nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain, terrified by Bald Chong's outburst. "Manager Yang, how much does your company owe?" "Over 7 million. Manager Yang looked utterly perplexed, still feeling as if she were dreaming. Her head spinning from the rapid developments. In just over half an hour, she felt as though she had been on a roller coaster ride. 757,000. Manager Yang finally collected herself, shaking the paper bag in her hand and adding, "This includes all the receipts. Transfer them 760,000. Bald Chong decisively commanded. "The extra 3,000 is interest. Hurry up." Yes. Bai Tong immediately picked up the phone to call the finance department. "Accountant Wang, please transfer the funds to Dai Kong immediately." "Yes, transfer 760,000 right now. Just do as you're told. No need for explanations. Hurry." Right now, smack. Bai Tong hung up the phone, forcing a smile on his chubby face. Teacher Pang. The money will arrive shortly. Pang Tiancheng nodded, pulling out a cigarette and placing it between his lips, reaching for his lighter. Bald Chong, quick on the uptake, took out his lighter and lit the cigarette for Pang Tiancheng. A sycophantic smile on his face. Just then, Bai Tong's secretary hurried in, glancing at the room full of intimidating figures. President Bai. Everyone from the departments has arrived. Do you want to go down for a meeting? What meeting? Bai Tong's face turned green with anger as he glared. Can't you see I'm busy? Tell them the meeting is cancelled for today. They can go do whatever they need to do. Understood. The secretary, frightened, shrank back, glancing at the room full of fierce men, her heart racing, and quickly fled the office. For a moment, the room fell into a tense silence, with everyone too afraid to breathe. After a while, Pang Tiancheng finally spoke. Bald, you should stop with the fighting and killing. Why not try engaging in legitimate business instead? If nothing else, like me, you could find a company and work as a security guard. You wouldn't starve. Yes, yes. Bald Chang nodded eagerly, like a schoolboy caught misbehaving, agreeing. Teacher Pang is right. We will definitely pursue legitimate business in the future. And you, fat man, Pang Tiancheng pointed at Bai Tong. You should also refrain from scamming people. The essence of a hospital is to save lives. Why not accumulate some virtue? Yes, yes, Bai Tong replied with a long face. Not daring to rebut even a single word, he still couldn't fathom the extent of Pang Tiancheng's influence, which made even the Black Dragon Society wary. Ding dong. Ding dong. Just as they were conversing, Bai Tong's phone rang. A call from the finance department, speaking very courteously. Hello, the money has been transferred, 760,000 exactly. Bai Tong hung up and forced a smile, saying, Teacher Pang, the money has been transferred. If you don't believe me, you can call to confirm. Yang Jia. Pang Tiancheng gestured toward the still-dazed manager Yang. Call the company and verify if it's true. All right. Manager Yang took out her phone, but before she could dial, it rang. An incoming call from the finance department. Hello. A surprised voice came through. Is this Xiao Yang? The payment from Dongya has been received. But why is there an extra 3,000? Good. Good. As long as it's received. At this moment, Manager Yang could hardly explain, just nodding vigorously while clutching her phone. Understood. We will report back shortly. Having confirmed the matter, Pang Tiancheng was ready to leave. He stood up, patted his backside, and grinned at Bai Tong. President Bai, we're done here. We shall take our leave. Saying this, he headed for the door, but not before clapping Bald Chong on the shoulder. Tell Long Lao to have a drink together sometime. After Pang Tiancheng's departure, Bai Tong and Bald Chong slumped onto the sofa, looking like two deflated balloons, staring at each other with expressions more dismal than if they had lost their father. Chapter 31. An unexpected surprise. Dai Kong building to in the president's office. Dai Qianxue furrowed her brows, idly twirling a pen in her hand, quietly staring at a document, lost in thought. She was somewhat distracted, her mind wandering back to the matter of Pang Tiancheng collecting debts. Based on the distance, he should have arrived at Dongya Hospital by now. How had the negotiations gone? Would they successfully retrieve the money? Would there be any conflicts? Sighing softly, Dai Qianxue muttered to herself, what does it matter? It's like treating a dead horse as if it were alive. If we don't get it back, it's to be expected. Wait. Suddenly, she thought of another issue. That little rogue seemed to have a bad temper. What if he got into a fight with the other party? She had heard that Bai was also a tough character. Would things escalate out of control? Would the police get involved? She even felt a twinge of regret, thinking that perhaps she shouldn't have sent Pang Tiancheng, this hot-headed youth, to Dongya Hospital to collect debts. If something serious happened, it would spell big trouble, especially since the company was already facing numerous challenges. The more she thought about it, the more likely a conflict seemed, and Dai Qianxue began to feel increasingly uneasy. Ding dong, ding dong. At that moment, the phone on her desk rang. A wave of inexplicable panic washed over her, and she reached for the receiver but hesitated to lift it, her mind racing. Could it be the police calling? Was Pang Tiancheng arrested? Hello. After a moment of hesitation, Dai Qianxue finally answered the phone, her voice barely above a whisper. Daizong, I have good news for you. The excited voice of the finance department manager came through the line. The money owed by Dongya Hospital has just been transferred. And what? Dai Qianxue could hardly believe her ears. Pressing the receiver tightly against her face, she asked incredulously, are you saying the bad debt from Dongya has been settled? Yes. Moreover, an additional 30,000 yuan has unexpectedly surfaced. Oh, what on earth is happening? I have no idea. I just made a special call to Supervisor Yang. She mentioned she would explain once she returns to the office. How peculiar. Dai Chinchua held the receiver, lost in contemplation. Hello, President Dai, are you listening? Yes, yes. The financial manager continued. Supervisor Yang should still be en route. Once she arrives, I'll inquire about the situation and report back to you. No need for that, Dai Chinchua interjected. I shall call her directly. Furthermore, the 30,000 extra is a personal reward for Peng Tianchong from the security department for his efforts in debt collection. Please ensure it is included in his salary at the end of the month. Additionally, withdraw 3 million from the over 7 million and allocate it to the research team in the laboratory as their development fund. Understood. I will attend to it immediately. That's settled. Dai Chinchua hung up and promptly opened her phone book to dial Supervisor Yang's number. Hello. Is this Supervisor Yang? It's me, President Dai. Where are you currently? I am on my way back, just a few minutes away from the company. Once you arrive, please come to my office. Certainly. After hanging up, a smile involuntarily curved Dai Chinchua's lips as she twirled her pen. Murmuring softly to herself, this fellow truly has some remarkable skills. Who possesses remarkable skills? At that moment, her assistant, Gong Xiaoshuang, entered with a document in hand. Speaking of Peng Tianchong, Dai Chinchua smiled. He just managed to retrieve the payment from Dongya. The funds from Dongya Hospital. Gong Xiaoshuang inquired curiously. Wasn't it said that it had been uncollectible for several years? Indeed, Dai Chinchua nodded. Several teams were sent out previously with no success. Yet as soon as Peng Tianchong went, they promptly returned the funds. Haha. Why is that? Gong Xiaoshuang's eyes widened. Is it because Peng's complexion is fairer than theirs? Who knows? Dai Chinchua shrugged. Supervisor Yang, who accompanied him, will return shortly. I just called her. And we'll find out soon enough. Oh. Gong Xiaoshuang gently placed the document on the table. This document requires your signature. Please take a look. Dai Chinchua picked up the file, skimmed through it, and then signed her name. Meanwhile, Gong Xiaoshuang poured herself a glass of water, settled onto the sofa, and waited quietly. Before long, Supervisor Yang returned, radiating energy, practically gliding across the floor. President Dai, Assistant Gong. Supervisor Yang greeted them enthusiastically, a smile spreading across her face. Please, have a seat. Dai Chinchua gestured and then inquired. It seems your debt collection went quite smoothly this time. The money was transferred so swiftly. Not at all. Supervisor Yang shook her head. It was, in fact, quite the ordeal. Do tell, what transpired? Gong Xiaoshuang eagerly pressed. It began when we first met Bai Tong, who was his usual self, being obstinate and claiming he had a meeting, attempting to dismiss us. I found myself at an impasse. But young Peng wouldn't have any of it. He delivered a resounding slap that left Bai Tong bloodied and missing a few teeth. Gong Xiaoshuang gasped. How could he be so reckless? Wouldn't that provoke retaliation? Indeed, Supervisor Yang continued. Bai Tong was infuriated, immediately calling for reinforcements, and soon 7 or 8 security guards surrounded young Peng. To our astonishment, however, our gallant Peng swiftly took them down. Ha ha ha, this hot-headed youth. Dai Chinchua chuckled. He indeed resolves issues with brute force. And that was the end of it. They simply handed over the money. Gong Xiaoshuang asked incredulously. It was not that simple. Supervisor Yang slightly shook her head and elaborated. Upon realizing his men were no match, Bai Tong quickly called for backup, summoning members of the underworld, apparently from a gang known as the Black Dragon Society. Are they indeed such a notorious underground force? Dai Chinchua expressed concern. The Black Dragon Society is notoriously fierce, reputed to have skilled fighters among them. What happened next? Gong Xiaoshuang pressed on. The members of the Black Dragon Society arrived shortly thereafter. Supervisor Yang continued. A dozen or so burly men, each more intimidating than the last, brandishing steel pipes as they stormed into the office, nearly causing my heart to leap from my chest. Yet, there sat young Peng, unfazed, casually smoking a cigarette, not even lifting an eyelid, exuding an aura of unwavering calm. What followed? Gong Xiaoshuang urged eagerly. Did a fight break out? Ha ha. Supervisor Yang chuckled lightly. To my astonishment, the fierce leader of the gang, upon spotting Peng Tianchong, turned pale and kept profusely apologizing, while his underlings dropped their weapons, lining up like obedient schoolchildren, too afraid to utter a word. How could this be? Dai Chinchua and Gong Xiaoshuang exchanged glances, both filled with curiosity. Supervisor Yang continued. Young Peng was still unsatisfied. He stood up and struck the bald leader with a baton, causing him to grimace without daring to cry out in pain. Looking at the bald man, Pang declared, "Very well. Since you are here to mediate, now that the hospital owes us money, you shall see to its resolution." With that, he resumed his smoking. Did the Black Dragon Society truly heed Pang Tianchong's words? Dai Qianxue inquired skeptically. They followed him to the letter. Supervisor Yang explained. The bald leader was left dumbfounded, his face twitching for a moment before he slapped Bai Tong, barking, "Pay them at once, or I'll peel your skin off." Bai Tong, stunned into silence, wasted no time notifying the finance department to transfer the funds. Eventually, upon discovering the debt totaled 757,000, in an effort to curry favor with young Pang, the bald leader even added a little extra, transferring 760,000, claiming it was interest. So that is how it was. Chapter 32. Investigation and Surveillance Supervisor Yang animatedly recounted the events, leaving Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang in awe, feeling as though they had just experienced a thrilling police drama, filled with tension and unexpected twists that it was exhilarating, utterly satisfying. Even after Supervisor Yang finished her tale and took her leave, the two remained locked in astonished silence. Exchanging wide-eyed glances, Xiaoxue, Gong Xiaoshuang brushed her blonde locks aside and curiously asked, "Why do you think the gang members would fear a small-time thug like Pang Tianchong? They obeyed him as if he were their master." "Who knows?" Dai Qianxue shook her head. "Could it be that he is a well-known figure in the underworld? I've heard from family that the Black Dragon Society is quite dominant in Bianqing. Many companies pay them protection fees, and they are notoriously ruthless, not to be trifled with. Particularly, many business owners find them more intimidating than city management." Xiaoxue, Gong Xiaoshuang suddenly brightened. "Do you think we've struck gold? With someone like Pang in our company, surely no unsavory characters would dare to provoke us." However, Dai Qianxue furrowed her brow. "Someone with such formidable skills and foresight is unlikely to remain with us as a mere security guard for long." "Indeed," Gong Xiaoshuang chuckled. "With his talents in fortune-telling, he could easily earn over 10,000 a month elsewhere." Haha. Moreover, Dai Qianxue continued, "I have already instructed that the additional 30,000 from this debt collection be fully rewarded to Pang Tianchong. For the time being, he won't be lacking in funds." Gong Xiaoshuang gasped. "Does this mean with the 30,000, he can pay off the 8,008 he owes you, and then he could leave our company?" "Theoretically, yes." Dai Qianxue twirled her pen and replied nonchalantly. "But this money won't reach him until the end of next month, so he won't be going anywhere in the meantime. Why are you being so foolish?" Gong Xiaoshuang chided. "Why reward him? Wouldn't it be better for him to stay and work diligently as a security guard here? He is quite the asset. Look at what you're saying." Dai Qianxue rolled her eyes. "You want the horse to run but not let it graze? After all, he has played a significant role in our debt collection efforts." "Oh dear," Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed. "You've completely misunderstood me. I want you to keep him in the company long term. He may prove useful in the future. Enough of this. I have work to attend to. Do as you please." As she spoke, Gong Xiaoshuang picked up the signed document from the table, swaying her hips as she exited. "What a troublesome girl," Dai Qianxue muttered to herself, watching Gong Xiaoshuang's departing figure. "If only I had a suitable reason to retain him." In the afternoon, at the Luo family estate, the elderly matriarch sat in her wheelchair, her eyes slightly squinted as she quietly listened to the reports from the old steward, Afu, while rhythmically tapping her cane against the floor. "Madam," Afu respectfully stated, "I have investigated the matter concerning that young master, and I have results. His name is Pang Tianchong, and he is a security guard at Daikon Company. He has only recently joined and seems to have just returned from another city. Strangely, this lad appears to have descended from the heavens, as he has no relatives or acquaintances in Bianqing. We have found no family or friends associated with him. The only person he seems to befriend is a fellow security guard at Daikong named Ding Tai. Moreover, on his very first day at work, he ended up fighting the second young master of the Zhua family, Do." The old lady Luo paused for a moment upon hearing this. "The playboy from the Zhua family?" "Indeed. What prompted the altercation?" The old butler continued to explain. "The second young master of the Zhua family is one of Dai Qianxue's suitors and often harasses the young ladies of the Dai family. On that day, he had laid out a vast array of flowers at the entrance of Daikon Company, accompanied by a throng of admirers to profess his love. No one dared to intervene. I suspect someone incited the oblivious Pang Tianchong to take action, resulting in him delivering a sound thrashing that sent the Zhua family's entourage fleeing in disarray." "Ha." The old lady chuckled softly. "Given the Zhua family's debauched character, how could they possibly let this slide?" "Of course not," the old butler continued. "Just last night, The second young master of the Zhua family hired members of the Black Dragon Society to seek revenge on Pang Tianqiu. As a result, 20 to 30 men were beaten to the ground, kneeling on Nanhuan Road in the dead of night. Mind you, the members of the Black Dragon Society are no pushovers, especially Zhu Long, who was a master in the late stages of hidden strength, yet they were still no match at all. The old lady's smile widened, and she nodded repeatedly. I did not expect that young fellow to possess such formidable skills. Indeed, he is worthy of our Luo family's acquaintance. After finishing her thoughts, the old lady shifted the conversation. Have you arranged for someone to keep an eye on Xiao Qi? Has there been any notable activity lately? Yes, madam, the old butler replied. Everything is in order, with someone monitoring her around the clock. However, no particularly suspicious activities or individuals have been observed. The day before yesterday afternoon, her team was dispatched on a mission and apprehended a few small-time ruffians. Yesterday was Sunday. Miss Qi rested at home for the entire morning and did not encounter anyone. In the afternoon, she went shopping with a close friend named Gu Xiaowan, purchasing some daily necessities, and did not interact with any suspicious characters. This morning, she was at work handling some tasks though. By the way, the old butler pondered for a moment before continuing. Just now, the person following her called to report that at noon, after work, Miss Qi accompanied a colleague to a nearby lottery shop and bought a few tickets. What? The old lady immediately rose from her wheelchair, her emotions slightly agitated. Are you saying Qi went to buy lottery tickets? Yes, the butler confirmed. When did she learn to play the lottery? No, the old butler hurriedly explained. Miss Qi has never had the habit of buying lottery tickets. This time, it was her colleague who insisted on bringing her along. Her colleague is an avid lottery player and has frequently purchased tickets. This time, after much persuasion, Miss Qi relented and bought 5 tickets, totaling 10 yuan. Oh, that is the case. So that is the case. The old lady, leaning on her cane, paced around the hall, muttering in disbelief. Truly unbelievable. Afyu. The old lady suddenly commanded, call Xiaoqi immediately and ask her to come to the old residence tonight for dinner. At 7 in the evening, in the Luo family's old residence, a warm and sumptuous dinner quietly commenced in a dining room adorned in traditional Chinese style. The aroma wafted through the air, illuminated by brilliant crystal chandeliers, casting a soft glow upon the wrinkled yet kind face of the old lady, making her smile appear exceptionally warm. She sat quietly in her chair, her face beaming with anticipation as she awaited her beloved granddaughter's arrival. The dining table was already laden with an array of delectable dishes, fragrant roasted meats, vibrant vegetables, sweet and succulent fruits, and an assortment of exquisite pastries. The spread was not overly vast, yet it exuded a sense of warmth and allure. Grandma, I'm back, a sweet voice called out as a tall young woman in a deep blue police uniform strode in. She was none other than Luo Qi, the granddaughter of the old lady. Welcome back, my dear. Quickly wash your hands. Dinner is ready, the old lady greeted warmly. Grandma has been waiting for you for half the day. Luo Qi scanned the surroundings curiously. Grandma, why is it just you? Where is everyone else? There is no one else. Today, it's just you and Grandma having dinner together. Why is that? Quickly go wash your hands. Later, Grandma will tell you why. I see. Grandma, you are keeping me in suspense. Giggling, Luo Qi laughed as she rushed toward the washroom. Moments later, the two sat across from each other, beginning their dinner together. Come, my dear granddaughter. Try your favorite roasted meat, the old lady said, smilingly pushing a platter of roasted meat toward Luo Qi. Thank you, Grandma. Luo Qi picked up a piece of meat, placing it in her mouth while chewing and asking. Now tell me, it's neither a weekend nor a holiday, and you suddenly called me back to the old residence for dinner. Surely, there must be a reason. What reason? The old lady rolled her eyes playfully. Grandma missed you. Is that reason sufficient? Come on now, Grandma. I know you too well. This can't be the only reason. There must be another, right? Well, the second reason. The old lady's smile deepened. Grandma has noticed your good fortune these past 2 days. And you are destined for great wealth, so I thought I would congratulate you in advance. Puffed. Luo Qi nearly spat out the sip of red wine she had just taken. I say, Grandma, you've had a few sips of wine. And now you're speaking nonsense. Ha! You little rascal, the old lady said sternly. Do you think Grandma is joking with you? Isn't she? Luo Qi retorted with wide eyes. Certainly not. The old lady took a gentle sip of wine and spoke calmly. Did you not just buy a lottery ticket? The drawing is tomorrow, and you are bound to win over 500,000. What? Luo Chi's eyes nearly popped out of her head, bursting into laughter. Grandma, you must be dreaming too vividly. Is it because you heard I bought a lottery ticket that you've concluded I will win 500,000? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Dear Grandma, ha ha ha. My colleague Gu Xiaowan plays the lottery regularly and has been buying tickets for years without winning even 500. How is it that I, on my first attempt, would win 500,000? Do you think I am a sorceress? The old lady remained unruffled, calmly eating her meal as she allowed Luo Qi to mock her without rebuttal. Hold on. How did you know I bought a lottery ticket? Luo Qi suddenly halted her laughter, looking at the old lady with suspicion. No one knows about this, except for me and Xiaowan. She wouldn't tell you, either. You had someone follow me. No wonder I felt something was amiss these past couple of days. As if a pair of eyes were watching me in secret. So it was your arrangement. Why, quite simple. The old lady nonchalantly set down her wine glass, picked up a piece of meat, and chewed slowly. Because you are destined to acquire great wealth in the coming days, Grandma was concerned. So I sent someone to protect you discreetly. Why? Luo Qi burst into laughter. Grandma, I simply don't understand how you can be so sure I will win the lottery and become wealthy. Because I consulted. The old lady replied with a composed expression. Grandma just met a master who predicted this for me. A master? Luo Qi's mouth nearly dropped to her ears. How could such a shrewd woman like you be deceived by a charlatan? Nonsense. The old lady shot her a glare. Grandma's legs have been crooked for many years. How could I blame someone else for that? All right. Luo Qi chuckled. I won't argue with you anymore. Whatever you say goes. I just don't believe it. I'll take it as a joke. Heh. You little rascal. The old lady set down her chopsticks. Why don't you believe Grandma? At my age, would I make such unwholesome jokes? How about we make a bet? A bet on what? Luo Qi, with a chopstick in her mouth, playfully asked. What do you think? Luo Laotai, in a serious tone, responded. Tomorrow is the lottery draw. If you do not win, I will exceptionally grant you 10,000 yuan as pocket money this month. How does that sound? That sounds great. Luo Qi clapped her hands in excitement, exclaiming, in this case, whether I win or lose, I still come out ahead. What is not to like? If you do win the grand prize, Luo Laotai continued, you must take your grandmother out for a lavish meal. To be precise, you should treat that master to a sumptuous feast. Don't be afraid to spend. Luo Qi eagerly agreed. If I truly win, grandmother, rest assured, I will definitely take you all to dine in a 5-star hotel. It's a promise. It's a promise. Chapter 34. The grand prize. Thus, the delightful wager between Luo Laotai and her granddaughter Luo Qi was joyfully sealed, and the meal they shared was indeed a merry occasion, filled with toasts and laughter. Due to their indulgence in wine, Luo Qi chose to stay overnight at the ancestral home. The following day marked Tuesday, the day of the draw. Originally indifferent to the lottery, Luo Qi found herself, thanks to her grandmother's wager, unusually seated in front of the television, eagerly awaiting the results. Grandmother is not one to be easily confused. Luo Qi mused as she watched the rolling balls, pondering whether she might truly win the grand prize. Is it even possible? Gu Xiaowan has been playing for 3 or 4 years without a single win. How could I possibly be so lucky? With her lottery ticket clutched tightly in one hand, she gazed at the screen, lost in hopeful reverie. The draw commenced precisely on time. Luo Qi glanced from the television to her ticket, quietly comparing the numbers. The first set matched. The second set matched. The third set matched as well. When the final set of numbers aligned perfectly, her heart raced, and she was overwhelmed with excitement, almost leaping from the upstairs balcony. That I really won the grand prize. What a surprise! How utterly unexpected. Sometimes, fortune truly does fall from the sky, and it has landed right on my head. Call grandmother. Call grandmother. Luo Qi thought excitedly as she fished out her phone and dialed Luo Laotai's number. At that moment, Luo Laotai had not yet retired for the evening. She was seated in the living room, engaged in casual conversation with the old steward, a Fu, discussing trivial family matters. As the phone rang on the table, Luo Laotai pressed the answer button. Hello, grandmother, came Luo Qi's voice, deliberately subdued. About yesterday's wager, I lost. Lost? Luo Laotai replied, a bit puzzled. Isn't losing a bad thing? That would mean you won the lottery, right? Why do you sound so downcast? You won. I really won. How much did you win? Luo Laotai's eyes sparkled as she pressed the phone tightly to her ear, holding her breath. Over 5 million. Luo Qi could no longer contain her excitement, her voice rising an octave. Grandmother, it's 560,000. You were right. The sudden elevation in volume nearly startled Luo Laotai into dropping her phone. You little rascal. Why are you shouting? Ull give your grandmother a heart attack. Ha! Luo Qi laughed heartily. I'm just so thrilled. I never imagined it would turn out this way. Happiness arrived so unexpectedly. Calm down, dear, Luo Laotai chuckled in return. Don't become like that fan Jean, who went mad after passing the imperial examination that I can already envision a tale titled, Luo Qi's Lottery Win. Ha! Luo Qi laughed even more. Am I really that lacking in composure? Grandmother, just wait for me. Tonight, I'll come sleep with you. Oh, come now, Luo Laotai teased. Aren't you a little too old for that? Were you not 3 years old just yesterday? No, I meant I'll sleep back at the ancestral home. Well then, come along. Luo Laotai hung up the phone, momentarily lost in thought, then turned to Fu, saying, Fu, Qier's lottery ticket has indeed won the grand prize, 560,000. Ah, the old steward exclaimed in surprise that Pang Tianchong truly has a remarkable gift. How incredible. Indeed, Luo Laotai reflected. There are truly extraordinary individuals in this world. He is astonishingly talented, comparable to the legendary Zhuge Liang of old. Fu, how do you think our Luo family should befriend this young man? Hee. Fu chuckled warmly. That decision lies with you, madam. Well, Luo Laotai nodded thoughtfully. Regardless of the outcome, our initial acquaintance with him is a stroke of fate. We should honor our prior agreement and treat him to a grand meal soon. Ha! Meanwhile, Luo Qi, having ended the call, rushed out the door, eager to drive to the ancestral home and share her joy with her beloved grandmother. As she drove, she pulled out her phone once more to call her colleague Gu Xiaowan, the one who had insisted they purchase the lottery tickets together, and she felt compelled to express her gratitude. Hello, Xiaowan, Luo Qi said as she put on her headset. What are you up to? Just lying in bed, getting ready to rest, came Gu Xiaowan's languid response. Did you watch the draw? Did you win anything? Ah, no luck. Luo Qi's excitement surged as she exclaimed, I won. That's why I'm calling to thank you. If it weren't for you urging me to buy, how much did you win? Gu Xiaowan's voice remained calm, as if she expected nothing. 5 million. What? The sudden high decibel of Gu Xiaowan's response almost blew Luo Qi's eardrum, leaving her head buzzing. Ha ha ha. Luo Qi laughed. Calm down. Why are you so worked up? I'm the one who won, not you. Are you serious, or just joking? Of course I'm serious. It's the middle of the night. Do you think I'd joke about something like this? Unbelievable. Gu Xiaowan lamented. I've played for years without a win, and you, on your first try, hit the jackpot. Where's the justice in that? You must treat us now. Absolutely. Luo Qi readily agreed, adding, happiness has come so suddenly. I am just as bewildered by my luck, but there is something even stranger. What? My grandmother knew I was going to strike it rich 3 days ago, and has been secretly keeping an eye on me ever since. What? Your grandmother has become a seer? No, my grandmother met a master who predicted it. Just yesterday, she made a bet with me, saying that if I won 5 million, I should treat the master to a meal. I am on my way to the ancestral home now to discuss our wager. Is that so? I want to meet that master too. Gu Xiaowan's voice grew excited. Xiao Qi, we must make sure you get that master as contact information. I want him to predict my fortunes for this year. My mother has been pressing me to get married. I need to see what the master says about my love life. Sure thing. Luo Qi affirmed, I'll definitely introduce you to him. If all else fails, I'll handcuff him and drag him to you. It's a deal. It's a deal. Chapter 35. The Luo family's feast in the days that followed. Pang Tianchong was in high spirits, having recovered a debt for the company. According to President Dai's promise, he would receive a bonus when salaries were distributed this month. This meant he could finally repay the 8,800 he owed for the stockings. And soon, he would soar free as a bird, no longer confined to the role of a security guard. This was 2 months earlier than he had anticipated, having to work 3 months at the company to clear his debts. How could he not be pleased? While on duty at the company, Pang Tianchong's phone rang. Your Majesty, you have a call. He instinctively glanced at the phone, noting an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered, Hello? Who is this? A somewhat familiar voice replied. Hello. I'm the old lady who had you read fortunes 3 days ago. Oh, you remember me. How could I forget? Pang Tianchong laughed. You were so generous. Giving me 800 yuan. How could I not remember you? I'll never forget. Haha. Luo Laotai chuckled. You're quite the charming one. The reason I'm calling is that the other day, you predicted that my granddaughter would come into great wealth, and it indeed came true. So, as I promised, I must treat you to a meal that I hope you'll grace us with your presence. Really came into wealth. Yes, she won over 5 million in the lottery. That's wonderful. Congratulations. Pang Tianchong sincerely offered his congratulations. Where do you work? Luo Laotai inquired, feigning ignorance. After work, I'll have my granddaughter pick you up. And we can dine together. Madam, you truly wish to treat me? Of course. Is it true that actions speak louder than words? Please do not decline. Very well. It is more respectful to comply. I shall also partake in a bit of your family's good fortune. Pang Tianching chuckled, stating, I am currently working as a security guard at Daikong Company. When your people arrive, they can simply inquire at the front desk and find me. All right, let us not miss this evening. After hanging up, Pang Tianchong felt a surge of joy within. A free meal is a meal worth having, especially considering that elderly lady is wealthy and has just won a lottery. Treating himself to a meal is quite inconsequential. Besides, having eaten bland food from the company cafeteria for several days, indulging in a hearty feast sounds delightful. Hey, Pangu, Ding Tai remarked enviously from the side. Is someone treating you to a grand meal? Quite impressive. Oh, it's nothing. Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly. Why not join me tonight? Forget it. Ding Tai shook his head. They are inviting you. What would my presence signify, if it happens to be a beautiful lady? Wouldn't I just be a third wheel? Get out of here. Pang Tianching nudged Ding Tai with his elbow. What beautiful lady. It's an elderly woman who previously sought my fortune-telling services and said she wanted to show her gratitude. Ha ha ha. The two exchanged a hearty laugh. Shortly after Pang Tianchong hung up, Luo Qi, who worked at the city's southern precinct, received a similar call from the elderly Mrs. Luo. Hello, my dear granddaughter. The voice on the other end was warm and gentle. Are you busy? I hope I'm not interrupting you. Not too busy at the moment, Luo Qi replied calmly. What instructions do you have for me, grandmother? As we discussed, I am planning to treat that master to dinner tonight. Elderly Mrs. Luo instructed, in the VIP room of our hotel, Tianhai Longgong. After your shift, please pick him up. I will send you his number shortly. Remember to save it, no problem. Luo Qi replied readily. Just let me know where he is staying. He is a security guard at Daikong Company. You can find him at the front desk. He is a young man in his 20s. What? Luo Qi instantly lost her composure. A mere security guard? Grandmother, are you sure about this? Inviting a young security guard to dine at a 5-star hotel's VIP room and requiring my personal attendance to pick him up? What is wrong with that? The elderly lady replied somewhat displeased. What is the issue with a young security guard? I have always taught you not to underestimate anyone, nor to perceive them through tinted lenses. Have you forgotten that? No, but Luo Qi sensed her grandmother's rising displeasure and dared not retort, quietly explaining, I initially thought he was some sage-like master, but now that you mention he is merely a security guard, I see there a bit of a disparity in expectations. No offense meant. Humph. The elderly lady rolled her eyes inwardly. With your little mindset, I could guess your thoughts even with my eyes closed. Do not underestimate this person. He is currently a dragon in the depths. And when he soars to greatness in the future, even you, a little police officer, may find it hard to catch up. All right, grandmother. Luo Qi replied impatiently. I will pick him up on time after my shift as you instructed. But there is no need for this lecture over the phone, understood? Humph. Elderly Mrs. Luo snorted. Remember, be punctual in picking him up. After hanging up, Luo Qi felt a bit dejected. Her grandmother is a prominent figure in Bianqing, the leader of one of the 4 prominent families. Why the sudden emphasis on a mere security guard, treating him to dinner, and insisting I pick him up? Isn't it as simple as making a call? What are you daydreaming about? Gu Xiaowan, who had approached, teased, thinking about your crush. Go away. What crush? Luo Qi retorted irritably. My grandmother called, mentioning she wants to treat someone to dinner, and I have to pick him up after work. What big shot could warrant your grandmother's invitation to dinner? Nonsense big shot. Luo Qi scoffed. He is just a lowly security guard from a company. Right? He is the so-called master I mentioned last time. I suspect my grandmother has been duped by him. Master, Gu Xiaowan exclaimed excitedly. Remember to get me his contact information. I want him to tell my fortune. Puffed. Luo Qi derided. I've already told you. He is just a security guard. He probably just got lucky. How about this? After work, you can join me to see for yourself? No. Gu Xiaowan shook her head vigorously. Your grandmother is treating. I wouldn't dare intrude. Just seeing her makes me nervous. Even more so than meeting our boss. What a coward. Luo Qi laughed. If you truly believe in him, I'll bring him along later to tell your fortune. Really? Have no fear. Luo Qi patted her chest. If he dares not come, I'll give him a good thrashing. Chapter 36. Picking up the guest at Daikon accompanied I in the president's office. As closing time approached. Dai Qianxue remained seated at her desk, staring blankly at the data on her computer screen. This was a newly received report on the development of a new drug, detailing the progress and advancements of the I-3 drug. This project was one she had pushed forward against considerable opposition, investing heavily despite familial pressure. Once the new drug is released, it is anticipated that 80% of cancer patients will be cured, and I-3 will become a miracle in the annals of medical history, with the Daikon Group under her leadership being the creator of this miracle. From the report, it appeared that the research was in its final stages, and success was in sight. Finally, she saw the dawn of victory. Dai Qianxue felt a sense of satisfaction. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Come in. Dai Qianxue closed her computer and prepared to leave. Xiao Shui. It's time to leave. Her assistant, Gong Xiaoshuang, entered with a smile. That I was just about to head out. There's a police car parked at the company entrance. What is going on? Gong Xiaoshuang walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and pointed downstairs. I saw it earlier, still parked there. I have no idea. Dai Qianxue, curious, walked to the window and looked down, indeed spotting a police car at the entrance, with a striking female officer standing in front of it. Is that so? Dai Qianxue amused. That police officer seems somewhat familiar. What was her name again? Luo Qi. Is she from the Luo family? Do you know her? Gong Xiaoshuang inquired. Not personally. Dai Qianxue shook her head. I've seen her in the newspapers. She is quite the renowned police flower in Bianqing. She is indeed beautiful. Gong Xiaoshuang nodded in agreement. But what is she doing here? Look, that little rascal is approaching. Could it be she is here to apprehend Peng Tianchong? Dai Qianxue suddenly recalled the debt collection incident, wondering if Bai Tong had reported him, prompting the police to come for him. The two exchanged glances, both acknowledging this possibility. Let us call him to find out. Dai Qianxue pulled out her phone, momentarily stunned. I don't have his number. Didn't he call you earlier? I didn't save it. Check with the HR department. They should have his details and contact information. All right. Downstairs, Peng Tianchong was leisurely strolling towards the police car, casually smoking and puffing out white rings. Hello, beautiful, he said as he approached Luo Qi, tossing away his cigarette butt, sizing her up, and glancing at the car. Are you here to pick me up? Yes. Luo Qi gritted her teeth in response. It was me who called earlier. You really took your time coming out. Feeling displeased with her grandmother's insistence on inviting a mere security guard to dinner, she did not dare voice any objections, hence her cold demeanor towards Peng Tianchong. Peng Tianchong appraised Luo Qi once more. Despite her icy expression, he couldn't help but acknowledge her beauty, a tall figure with alluring curves, a fair, smooth face, exquisite features, exuding confidence, particularly her elegantly arched eyebrows that were long, slender, and set wide apart. From her appearance, it was clear she was a carefree woman with no worries about her livelihood. Clocking out but not even changing your clothes. What is so great about a police uniform? Peng Tianchong complained slightly. And you are driving a police car. How impressive. What is wrong with that? Luo Qi rolled her eyes. I'm merely picking up a security guard. Do you expect me to dress to the nines and drive a luxury car? What kind of stature do you think you have? That is not what I meant. Peng Tianchong clarified, gesturing towards the police car. If someone saw me getting into a police car, they might think I was being arrested for something. I am a law-abiding citizen, one of the top 10 outstanding youths of the future. Enough with the chatter. Get in the car. Luo Qi, already impatient, shot him a fierce glare before opening the door and taking her seat. Starting the engine. What is the rush? Peng Tianchong walked around the front of the car and unceremoniously opened the passenger door, sitting down without hesitation. Buckle up. Luo Qi reminded Di, oh, you really need to wear a seatbelt in a police car? Peng Tianchong inquired curiously while reaching for the seatbelt. Who would dare to deduct points from a police car? It's the rule. Understand? Unbeknownst to her, she had assumed that rules were crafted solely for the common folk, while the police operated beyond them. Luo Qi, incensed, slammed her foot down on the accelerator, and the car surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Were it not for her grandmother's invitation, she would have relished the opportunity to hurl this loquacious individual out of the vehicle. Slow down. Do you even know how to drive? Peng Tianchong admonished in a tone of reproach. With that temper of yours, you'll never rise to a leadership position. Puffed. Luo Qi retorted. That is none of your concern. Currently, I am the youngest squad leader in the bureau. That is merely because your family is affluent and you bought your way into the position. Luo Qi's nostrils flared in indignation, on the verge of erupting. when Pang Tianchong's phone rang. Your Majesty. Majesty, it's a call. Puffed. Luo Qi scoffed, further disdainful of the garish ringtone. Hello? Who is this? Pang Tianchong answered. It's Dai Qianxue. A crisp voice resonated from the phone. What's this about being taken away by the police? Oh, Ms. Dai, Pang Tianchong quickly clarified. I was not taken away by the police. It was merely a fan of mine, who, in their adoration, insisted on treating me to a grand meal that I couldn't refuse their heartfelt invitation. Is it not the case that Bai Tong, whom you struck, reported you to the police? Dai Qianxue queried with concern. Of course not, Pang Tianchong asserted confidently. Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to report me. Thank you for your concern, Ms. Dai. No need to worry about me. Buffed. Who is concerned about you? The line went dead with a beep. With a screech, Luo Qi slammed on the brakes, causing the car to jolt violently to a halt by the roadside. What's the matter? Pang Tianchong, caught off guard, nearly collided with the windshield. Who is this fan that adores you and cries to treat you to a meal? What do you think you are, a mere security guard? Luo Qi's eyes blazed with fury, her chest heaving with indignation. Had it not been for her seatbelt, her ample bosom would have surely burst with frustration. Pang Tianchong grinned. Just boasting. Don't take it to heart. I was merely showing off in front of the boss. From this moment on, shut that foul mouth of yours, Luo Qi declared angrily. I don't want to hear another word from you. Can I smoke a cigarette? No. Then forget it. I won't be going to this meal. Is this how you treat your guests? Pang Tianchong said as he reached for the car door. Luo Qi clenched her teeth in anger, but recalling her grandmother's admonition, she restrained herself, flooring the accelerator once more as the car sped off towards the Tianhai Longgong Hotel. Chapter 37. The banquet. Upon their arrival at the Tianhai Longgong Grand Hotel, Pang Tianchong found that old Madame Luo had already been waiting in the VIP room on the top floor for quite some time. The old steward, a Fu, was also present, directing two young and beautiful waitresses as they arranged the tea set on the table. Young Pang, welcome. As Pang Tianchong entered, old Madame Luo rose to greet him. Despite her mobility issues with her right leg, she took a couple of steps forward to grasp his hand and lead him to the dining table. This gesture left Luo Qi momentarily stunned. In her memory, her grandmother had never been this cordial or affectionate towards any guest, not even prominent figures. It appeared she was more welcoming than she would be to her own grandson, which struck her as quite peculiar. Good day, elder. Pang Tianchong assisted the elderly lady into her seat, saying, You are far too gracious, Madam, that we are merely acquaintances. I hardly deserve such honor. Now, let us have some tea first. The elderly lady said warmly, her smile radiating warmth akin to that of spring. What do you fancy from the menu? As she spoke, the waitress promptly handed the menu to Pang Tianchong. He perused it briefly before passing it back to old Madame Luo, humbly stating, I'm not particularly skilled at choosing dishes. I'll leave it to your good judgment, Madam. I'm not picky at all. Very well. I shall choose a few, the elderly lady replied, taking the menu and gesturing to the waitress with a flurry of instructions. I am uncertain of your tastes. Shall we opt for a mix of Chinese and Western dishes? That sounds splendid, Pang Tianchong replied softly. I have a hearty appetite and am not choosy, little Qi. A Fu. You two should sit down as well. Let us dine together, old Madame Luo beckoned. Grandma. Luo Qi shot a sidelong glance at Pang Tianchong and said, Why don't you two eat? After all, I've brought you here. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Sit down. Old Madame Luo's expression darkened. It was agreed that Grandma would treat, and you would foot the bill. What's this about leaving? Reluctantly, Luo Qi pouted and sat down, muttering under her breath, I don't like dining with strangers. One encounter is as good as 100, the elderly lady chided with a smile. Turning to Pang Tianchong, young Pang, allow me to introduce my granddaughter, Luo Qi, who works at the South City Bureau. Pang Tianchong smiled in return. I had heard on the way here that she is a squad leader, vibrant and accomplished. I commend her. Buffed. Luo Qi rolled her eyes, feigning disinterest. Old Madame Luo shot her a disapproving glance, and then pointed to the nearby wine cabinet. Young Pang, what kind of wine do you prefer? White or red? Domestic or imported? Pang Tianchong surveyed the wine cabinet, which boasted an impressive selection of beverages, including white, red, champagne, and soft drinks. I'll have that bottle of Mouton, he said, casually pointing. I quite enjoy its flavor, even though it doesn't quite compare to Lafite. Excellent. Then we shall have mouton, old Madame Luo signaled, and the lovely waitress immediately opened the bottle and poured it into a decanter. Think carefully. The elderly lady added, is there anything else you particularly enjoy eating that we should inform the kitchen to prepare? No need. Pang Tianchong casually lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled a plume of smoke. I am not too particular about food. As long as it fills my belly, I'm content. Could you refrain from smoking? Luo Qi complained, covering her nose. It's choking. My apologies. Pang Tianchong took another deep drag, extinguished the cigarette, and chuckled. I'm accustomed to it, and forgot there's a lady present. Haha. Umph, you have no sense of decorum. Luo Qi fanned the smoke away with her hand, rolling her eyes. Old Madame Luo observed the exchange between Pang Tianchong and Luo Qi with a smile, choosing to remain silent as they bickered when the old chairman arrived at the hotel for dinner. The dishes were served promptly. Before Pang Tianchong had even finished his cup of tea, the waitstaff began bringing in an array of delectable dishes. Peking duck, Buddha jumps over the wall, squirrel fish, black fish egg soup, Australian lobster, Japanese sashimi, French foie gras, filet mignon, spaghetti, and Hainan coconut soup, all vibrant, fragrant, and visually appealing. Please enjoy. Old Madame Luo gestured invitingly. Young Pang, do try a taste and see how our Luo family hotel's cuisine fares. Wow! Pang Tianchong exclaimed. Madam, you've truly gone to great lengths. Luo Qi felt a twinge of envy as she gazed at the lavish spread. She had never dined on such exquisite fare with her grandmother before. Truly a windfall for this security guard. Have you ever had Western cuisine? Luo Qi disparagingly regarded Pang Tianchong. Do you know how to use a knife and fork? Little Qi, old Madame Luo reproached softly. Is this how you converse with young Pang? How did I raise you? It's quite all right. Pang Tianchong waved his hand. It's normal for a wealthy young lady to look down on the common folk. I don't take offense. Then do savor our Luo family hotel's dishes and let us know if they suit your palate. Old Madame Luo said. Her interest piqued as she watched Pang Tianchong's movements and the cutlery placed before him. I want tea hold back. Pang Tianchong smiled slightly, deftly picking up the knife and fork, skillfully cutting a piece of foie gras and placing it in his mouth with smooth elegance. Old Madame Luo observed silently, her heart stirring with admiration, thinking, this is clearly a young man of the world. Pang Tianchong chewed thoughtfully, nodding slightly. Not bad. I D-rated a 9 out of 10. Luo Qi interjected, somewhat displeased. Have you ever had French pan-seared foie gras? What merits a 9? What's the missing point? Our hotel's chef is quite skilled. Pang Tianchong raised the small knife in his hand, interrupting her. I can discern that this is indeed crafted by a Michelin 3-star chef, and the technique is commendable. However, what I mean is that this foie gras from your hotel is missing just a hint of refinement. Foie gras? Old Madame Luo's eyes widened in curiosity. What seems to be the issue with this foie gras? It's not sourced from the French mainland, Pang Tianchong remarked, smacking his lips. This is likely from Hungarian geese. And the fat content is slightly lacking. Is that so? Old Madame Luo immediately turned to the nearby waitress, instructing, go, call your manager over. Chapter 38, Supreme Card, Tianhai Long Palace Hotel. On the top floor, in the VIP room. Pang Tianchong's casual remark stunned everyone present. Even the well-traveled Mrs. Luo could not reach such a level of discernment when it came to fine dining, let alone a mere security guard from a company. The most shocked of all was Miss Luo Qi, whose beautiful eyes were fixated on Pang Tianchong, her pupils unmoving, as if the words incredible were written on her delicate face. The words showing off lingered on her lips. But she swallowed them back, for Pang Tianchong was indeed correct in his earlier assertion. This dish was prepared by a Michelin 3-star chef. Both Luo Qi and her grandmother were aware that the hotel's Western cuisine was crafted by a Michelin 3-star chef hired from France. Thus, Luo Qi hesitated to conclude whether Pang Tianchong had truly discerned the origin of the dish or was merely guessing. What they did not know was that Pang Tianchong had spent 4 years honing his skills in the underground world of the West, feasting on various high-end Western dishes until he could no longer stomach them, not to mention the French foie gras. Just as Mrs. Luo, Luo Qi, and the old butler, Ah Fu, exchanged bewildered glances. The door to the private room was gently pushed open, and a plump man with a bushy beard entered. Madam, the bearded man approached the elderly lady respectfully and inquired, how may I assist you? Are you the manager of this hotel? Indeed. Mrs. Luo pointed to the plate of foie gras and asked, "Was this foie gras air freighted from France?" "To be honest, no," the bearded man replied, shaking his head slightly. "Previously, our hotel did indeed use foie gras that was air freighted from France. However, due to a shortage of supply from France 2 months ago, we have since started using Hungarian foie gras, and it has remained so. This is a matter beyond our control, of course. However, this is a secret of our hotel, and outsiders are not privy to it." The manager's words struck Luo Qi like a resounding slap across the face, leaving her blushing and speechless, her toes digging into the soles of her shoes as if she could carve out an apartment. The embarrassment was palpable, far too overwhelming. Just moments ago, she had doubted that Peng Tianchong was unacquainted with fine dining, only to discover that his palate had reached such extraordinary heights. The sting of humiliation was sharp. "Oh," Mrs. Luo nodded, pointing at Peng Tianchong as she addressed the manager. "This is no longer a secret of our hotel. This gentleman has identified immediately that the foie gras is from Hungary, not France. Is that so?" The manager's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized Peng Tianchong. "Currently, you are the first person to discern the difference in our hotel's foie gras." "Remarkable." Ignoring the manager's astonishment, Mrs. Luo continued, "Therefore, you should strive to use French foie gras whenever possible. There will always be someone who notices the difference." Yes, the bearded manager nodded vigorously. "We will continue to liaise with our suppliers in France. Allow me to introduce you," the elderly lady continued. "This gentleman's surname is Pang, and his full name is Peng Tianchong. He is a distinguished guest of the Luo family. Please assist him in obtaining a supreme card and deliver it to him." "I will attend to it immediately." The hotel manager bowed and exited. "Madam," Peng Tianchong grinned, "with such fine wine and exquisite dishes, you need not trouble yourself with the supreme card. It would be too much of an imposition." "Not at all," Mrs. Luo smiled. "I find you quite agreeable, and besides, it is a stroke of fate that we have crossed paths in this vast sea of humanity. There is no need for you to overthink it. Now, pour the wine." Mrs. Luo signaled for the waiter to refill their glasses, and the four of them raised their glasses together, officially commencing the banquet, after several rounds of wine and a variety of dishes. The previously silent old butler could no longer restrain his curiosity and asked, "Mr. Pang, I am intrigued. Given your prowess, how did you come to take on the role of a security guard?" "Oh." Pang Tianchong glanced at Ah Fu and replied, "This uncle, I too am curious. How did you, a late-stage practitioner of hidden strength, discern that I possess martial arts skills?" The old butler chuckled. "To be precise, I could not definitively conclude that you possess martial arts skills merely by my eyes. However, upon hearing that you had decisively dealt with the Black Dragon Society, I realized that you are indeed a hidden master, though." "I see." Pang Tianchong understood that his encounter with the Black Dragon Society was no longer a secret. "You also practice martial arts?" Luo Qi, who had been focused on her meal, suddenly interjected with skepticism, fixing her gaze on Pang Tianchong and challenging him. "Are you brave enough to spar with me?" "Not at all." Pang Tianchong shook his head, decisively declining that. Luo Qi scoffed. "Coward." The old butler laughed. "Miss Qi, when Mr. Pang says he does not dare, it is not due to cowardice, but rather he fears that in sparring with you, he might inadvertently cause you harm." "What?" Luo Qi retorted indignantly. "Are you suggesting I am not his match? I am the champion of the city's free fighting competition. I am aware that you are the free fighting champion." The old butler continued, "But with 10 of you combined, you would still not be able to approach Mr. Pang. What nonsense." Luo Qi felt somewhat humiliated, wondering if she truly was that inadequate. After all, she was one of the top fighters at the police station. How could she not defeat a mere security guard? "Miss Qi," the old butler said meaningfully, "you may be a champion, but I assure you, in comparison to my age and experience, you are certainly lacking." "Is it really that exaggerated?" Luo Qi's face flushed with embarrassment as she glanced at Pang Tianchong, who remained unperturbed and humble, his expression calm and composed. Could it be true? At that moment, Luo Qi felt another wave of disappointment wash over her. Chapter 39. Healing the Legs. Part 1. As Luo Qi lowered her head and fell silent, Pang Tianchong finally began to address the question posed by the old butler. Becoming a security guard was actually a twist of fate. He gently wiped his mouth with a napkin and explained, "I left Bianqing at the age of 7 and had not returned home for 19 years. Just a few days ago, upon my return, I discovered that the apartment complex had been demolished. Without my parents' contact information, I found myself homeless. In such a situation, One must find something to do, for how else could I sustain myself? However, lacking any qualifications, I truly could not think of anything suitable apart from taking a job as a security guard. Haha. Pang Tianchong hesitated to divulge his unsavory encounter with Dai Qianxue, opting instead for a lighthearted evasion. Why not join our Luo family group? Mrs. Luo suggested with a smile. You can choose any position across our various enterprises. The salary and benefits are entirely negotiable. I assure you, I will not haggle. What do you say? Let me think about it. Pang Tianchong did not reject the old lady's kindness. That I am someone who goes with the flow. It does not matter where I am or what I do. To be honest, my time at Daikon Company is temporary. Once I find my parents, I may leave. Have you found them yet? Mrs. Luo, noticing Pang Tianchong's disinterest in changing jobs, quickly shifted the topic. Not yet. Pang Tianchong replied, I just started working and have been quite busy in a couple of days. I will make an effort to inquire about their whereabouts. That's simple. Mrs. Luo immediately interjected, just tell Xiaoqi your parents' names. And she can check with the police department to find out their whereabouts. Xiaoqi, this matter is entrusted to you. Be sure to locate Mr. Pang's parents. Absolutely. Luo Qi, for once, regarded Pang Tianchong with a normal perspective and said, give me their names, and I will check for you first thing tomorrow at work. Thank you. No need for thanks. Just as they were conversing, the hotel manager returned, holding a beautifully crafted card. Mr. Pang, the manager said respectfully, presenting the card with both hands. This is the supreme card from Luo's hotel, granting the holder complimentary services at any of our establishments. Thank you. Pang Tianchong accepted the card, casually placing it in his pocket before raising his glass to clink with the old butler and then downing it in one gulp. To be honest, cards like this were commonplace in his dealings within the underground world of the West, and he held no particular reverence for them. However, to the young lady, this display was nothing short of ostentatious, provoking her to the point where she wished to slap the calm expression off his face. Yet, in the mind of the well-versed Mrs. Luo, the interpretation was entirely different. She was convinced that this young man had indeed experienced the world and was someone worth cultivating a relationship with. At that moment, Mrs. Luo suddenly twitched her lips and began to tremble, instinctively placing her hand over her leg and falling silent. The elderly lady's unusual behavior did not escape Pang Tianchong's notice. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, Madam, as the saying goes, one does not receive blessings without merit. You are both treating and bestowing gifts upon me. I am at a loss for how to repay your kindness. However, I am reluctant to owe anyone a favor. How about this? I notice your movements seem somewhat unsteady. After we finish our meal, allow me to examine your legs and see if I can offer any remedy. Remedy? Luo Qi shot him a skeptical glance. Pang. Have you had too much to drink? My grandmother's leg has been seen by numerous esteemed doctors both domestically and abroad, yet none have managed to alleviate her suffering. Do you truly believe you can heal it? What folly! Pang Tianchong, despite his good intentions, felt his expression darken at the girl's retort. Fixing a disapproving gaze upon Luo Qi, he replied, I say, Luo Qi, why must you always peer through the cracks of the door? I believe it is you who is ill, not I. Just as Luo Qi was about to retort, Pang Tianchong interrupted. What of it? You suffer from insomnia, restless dreams, cold extremities, and irregular menstruation, do you not? Luo Qi's cheeks flushed, and she averted her gaze, for Pang Tianchong's observations were indeed accurate regarding her current physical state. As the saying goes, a skilled practitioner can discern the ailment with a mere touch. Pang Tianchong's insight struck a nerve, rendering her both embarrassed and speechless. The wise matriarch, Luo Laofuren, could see the change in her granddaughter's countenance and recognized that Pang Tianchong had hit the mark, stirring her curiosity. Young Pang, you truly possess the ability to diagnose ailments? Certainly. Pang Tianchong nodded, shedding any pretense of modesty. To be overly humble would only invite disdain from the young lady beside him. I have followed my master in the practice of medicine for many years, encountering a plethora of complex and peculiar maladies. Wonderful, the elderly lady exclaimed with excitement. Come, let us dine first, and afterward, you shall examine my leg closely. With that, the atmosphere at the table remained pleasant, aside from the occasional banter between Luo Qi and Pang Tianchong. After the meal, as the servers cleared the plates and poured tea, it was time for Pang Tianchong to demonstrate his skills. Now, my lady, he declared theatrically, extending his hand, allow me to take your pulse. In truth, With his abilities, he could simply open his third eye to see the entirety of her meridians, acupoints, and ailments without needing to take her pulse. His pretense was merely for show, to create the appearance of a traditional Chinese doctor for those present. As he placed his hand upon the matriarch's wrist and closed his eyes, a surge of energy flowed from his fingertips into her body, traversing her meridians. At that moment, Luo Qi and the old steward watched with wide eyes, captivated by Pang Tianchong's theatrical display. After a brief half-minute, Pang Tianchong withdrew his hand and instructed Luo Qi, "Please roll up your grandmother's pant leg so I may examine her toe." Luo Qi rolled her eyes, but complied, bending down to gently lift the hem of the elderly lady's trousers, revealing a misshapen calf. Pang Tianchong scrutinized it carefully, then gently squeezed it, exclaiming, "My lady, you have endured much over the past 30 years. At his words, Luo Laofuren felt tears welling up. Indeed, it had been 3 decades of torment, with her leg causing her unbearable pain that no treatment could alleviate at times. She even contemplated amputation, feeling it was a fate less torturous than her current suffering. "Young Pang," the matriarch exclaimed, "what is the matter with my leg? Can you truly heal it?" Pang Tianchong nonchalantly replied, "You have been afflicted by a curse." The revelation sent shockwaves through the room, particularly for Luo Laofuren. Memories flooded back to 30 years prior when she traveled to the southern frontier for business negotiations that ended poorly. Upon returning, she discovered her leg had begun to cause her discomfort, escalating in severity over the years. "Young Pang," she trembled, "are you implying that I have been cursed?" "Indeed," Pang Tianchong continued. "This particular curse is known as the Yin-Yang curse of the midnight hour. It manifests at midnight and noon, causing excruciating pain at the afflicted site. Is this not your experience?" "Yes," Luo Laofuren nodded in pain. "I am awakened by the agony every night and again at noon. For 30 years, I have not enjoyed a midday rest." "Do you know who has wrought this upon you?" Pang Tianchong inquired. "Such a curse is rare, believed to originate exclusively from the southern frontier, and has been seldom encountered in recent years." With a heavy sigh, Luo Laofuren recounted, 3 decades ago, I visited the southern frontier for business, and after the negotiations fell through, I must have been cursed then. That I recall it was summer, and while wearing a skirt, I felt a mosquito bite my calf, but thought little of it. Upon my return, my leg began to ache. Initially, it was a mild discomfort, but in the last decade, it has worsened considerably, making mobility increasingly difficult. Listening to her recount her suffering, Luo Qi's eyes brimmed with tears as she choked out, "Grandmother, you have endured so much. We have known your leg was troublesome, but we had no idea it was this severe, subjecting you to daily torment. Why did you not speak of it? What could I say?" Luo Laofuren forced a smile. "That I have always been strong-willed. What is this pain in the grand scheme of things? Besides, even if I told you, what could you do to alleviate my suffering?" Pang Tianchong. Luo Qi gazed tearfully at him. "Since you have discerned the cause of my grandmother's affliction, can you truly heal her leg?" Pang Tianchong glanced at the tear-streaked young woman and replied with a calm smile. "Remove the question mark from your inquiry. Is that truly so?" Luo Qi's tears transformed into a smile, suddenly finding the young security officer less intolerable. "Of course," Pang Tianchong stated seriously. I appear to be jesting. Quickly assist the matriarch to the bed. I shall treat her now." "Very well." Luo Qi and the old steward promptly supported Luo Laofuren, guiding her into the room where she lay gently upon the bed. Pang Tianchong retrieved a small leather pouch resembling a wallet from his pocket, opening it to reveal an array of gleaming silver needles. "My lady, please remain still," he instructed, as he began to insert the needles into her acupoints. "I will first insert a few needles to clear your meridians, and then I shall gradually expel the curse. Do not worry. I shall remain calm," the elderly lady assured him. As each silver needle pierced Luo Laofuren's leg, Pang Tianchong simultaneously directed his energy through the needles into her body, allowing it to flow through her meridians. After approximately 5 minutes, Luo Laofuren's leg began to tremble in synchrony with the needles. "Ouch," she gasped. "Young Pang, why is it hurting again?" "Do not fret. Bear with it," Pang Tianchong explained. "This is merely the curse being forced into motion. It will pass in a few minutes." As he spoke, he gently pressed his fingertip to her Yongquan acupoint, a warm current flowing into her leg, swiftly alleviating her pain. "How delightful." Luo Laofuren smiled. "Young Pang, is this what they call true energy?" "One might say that," Pang Tianchong responded, while continuing to channel his energy. However, my form of energy is intended for healing, the old steward observed in astonishment, realizing that only a master could emit energy with such finesse. The young man before him was indeed a remarkable practitioner. As if on cue, a viscous black liquid began to seep from Luo Luofuren's leg, foul-smelling and thick. Within this dark fluid, something thin and wriggling emerged. About an inch long, it has come out. Pang Tianchong instructed Luo Qi. Quickly, bring me a napkin. Here, Luo Qi promptly handed him a napkin. Her eyes glued to each of Pang Tianchong's movements, he folded the napkin, pinched the curse between his fingers, crushed it gently, and discarded it into the trash. After another 5 minutes, Pang Tianchong began to remove the needles, gathering them all in a swift motion as if performing a magic trick. Clean your grandmother's leg, he instructed, I will massage it afterward. At that moment, Luo Qi obeyed without hesitation, hastily retrieving wet wipes from her bag to gently clean her grandmother's leg. All done. Having observed that the elderly lady's legs were thoroughly cleaned, Pang Tianchong extended his hands and gently pressed against her calves. Instructing, relax, I shall massage you now. As he spoke, a delicate layer of white mist gradually enveloped the elderly lady's calves, moving rhythmically with his palms. Luo Qi and the old steward stood by, utterly astonished, unable to utter a word. Having never witnessed such a miraculous scene, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if beholding a celestial being at that moment, the elderly lady felt the meridians in her legs unblocking, though she could not see Pang Tianchong's energy work. Her calves radiated warmth and comfort, an indescribable sensation of bliss washing over her. This feels divine. A few minutes later, Pang Tianchong withdrew his energy, declaring, all done, madam. From today onward, you may discard your cane and move freely. Take a few steps. Ah, exclaimed the elderly lady in surprise. I can walk now? Remove the question mark. Pang Tianchong nodded encouragingly. Try it out. The elderly lady chuckled. Just hearing you say that invigorates me. I shall take a few steps. Indeed, walk boldly. Pang Tianchong gestured for everyone to step aside, allowing her to rise from the bed. The elderly lady placed her feet on the ground, tentatively taking a small step, and to her astonishment, there was no longer any pain. She then began to stride confidently around the room, laughing joyfully, as if she were a child. Grandmother, Luo Qi's tears flowed anew, overwhelmed with joy. You will no longer have to suffer. Thank you, Pang Tianchong. No need for thanks. Pang Tianchong waved his hand. Just don't feel distressed when I indulge in lavish feasts at your hotel in the future. Get out of here. Luo Qi laughed through her tears. Who would feel distressed? Am I that petty? Chapter 41. Kidnapping. The elderly lady spun around the room thrice, repeatedly lifting her legs to the ground, finally convinced that her legs were indeed healed. Devoid of any pain, grabbing Pang Tianchong's hand, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Young Pang, thank you. I never expected someone as young as you to be such a miraculous healer. I owe you a great favor. Henceforth, if there is anything in Bian City where the Luos can be of assistance, do not hesitate to ask. No need to be so formal. Pang Tianchong waved his hand. Didn't you say it was all fate? There's no need to remember it. You just gave me a supreme card, so we are even. That's simply one do. The elderly lady shook her head repeatedly. How about this? I know you've been a bit short on funds lately. Give me your bank account number, and I shall have someone transfer 1 million to you as treatment fees. How does that sound? No. Pang Tianchong waved his hand again. I've resolved my financial issues already. A few days ago, I recovered a substantial debt for my company, and they decided to reward me with a bonus, so I am not in need of money now. Is that so? The elderly lady felt a tinge of regret. Pang Tianchong continued. In fact, I am quite wealthy, perhaps even as much as you. As he spoke, he instinctively glanced at Luo Qi beside him, noticing her lack of reaction, and continued, it's just that my funds are being held by my senior apprentice. Once I locate my parents and settle down, she will return the money to me. I see. The elderly lady realized, with your remarkable abilities, earning money must be incredibly easy for you. I was overly concerned. Well then, let us discuss the matter at hand. Pang Tianchong redirected the conversation. Madam, your legs have been thoroughly treated by my cleansing and revitalization, but due to the prolonged duration of your ailment, your muscles have atrophied and will require additional medication for consolidation. Shortly, I will prescribe some traditional Chinese medicine for you to brew and take for a course of treatment. After a month, I shall administer another acupuncture session, and you will be completely healed. Wonderful, the elderly lady exclaimed. I appreciate your efforts, Mr. Pang. Thank you. She felt fortunate to have met a person of such caliber as Pang Tianchong, capable of completely curing her 30-year ailment. The hotel staff, quick to notice, soon brought paper and pen, handing them to Pang Tianchong. He took the pen and swiftly listed several herbal ingredients, passing it to the old steward. Just as he was about to offer further instructions, his phone unexpectedly rang. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, there's a call. Pang Tianchong pulled out his phone and pressed the answer button. A chilling voice echoed from the other end. Hello. Is this Pang Tianchong? It is I. Who is this? Your friend Ding Tai is in our possession. You have half an hour to arrive at the Hong Yuanyang bar, that if you're late, I will sever one of his hands. Wait. Pang Tianchong's mind raced, instantly comprehending that his partner Ding Tai had been kidnapped. Friend, let us talk calmly. There's no need for rashness, that I'll be there shortly. If anyone dares to harm my friend, they will deeply regret their existence. As he spoke, a fierce aura emanated from him. In that instant, the room's temperature seemed to plummet, causing everyone to shudder inexplicably. Does anyone know where the Hong Yuanyang bar is? Pang Tianchong restrained his anger and inquired. I have urgent business to attend to. On sea, the two burly men ceased their conversation, one silently driving while the other vigilantly accompanied Pang Tianchong. In truth, both were acutely aware that this individual possessed formidable skills. Should they provoke him, the repercussions would befall themselves. Their mission was straightforward: to escort him to the designated location without unnecessary complications. After approximately 10 minutes, the vehicle halted before a dilapidated temple on the outskirts of the city. This temple had long lost its incense offerings. Only the structure remained, and it was seldom frequented. Your friend is inside. Please, proceed. One of the men opened the car door, cautiously standing aside. Pang Tianchong alighted, discarding his cigarette, and surveying the surroundings. Inside the crumbling temple, flickering candlelight illuminated shadowy figures that a short distance away. Several off-road vehicles were parked. It was evident that a trap had been laid, waiting for him. As a cool breeze swept through, Pang Tianchong burped, the effects of alcohol dissipating, and his mind became entirely clear. Without hesitation, he strode towards the temple, followed closely by the two men. Within, the light was dim, and the space was densely populated with individuals, numbering at least 30 or 40. At the center, an elderly man with grizzled hair sat at an incense altar. His large head and broad forehead obscured by a black cloth, revealing only a pair of cold, triangular eyes fixed on the entrance. Beside him, on a rickety chair, was a securely bound individual, his mouth stuffed with a rag. It was the unfortunate security guard, Ding Tai. Upon seeing Pang Tianchong, Ding Tai's eyes brimmed with tears, and he let out a series of muffled cries, though his words were unintelligible. Tai, do not fret. Pang Tianchong waved his hand reassuringly. I will take you away shortly. As he spoke, he nonchalantly retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a long plume of smoke. The entire process was executed with an air of casual ease, as if the armed thugs surrounding him were utterly inconsequential. Goodness! The henchmen exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback by Pang Tianchong's calm demeanor in the face of peril. They had never encountered someone so unfazed amidst such danger. You are Pang Tianchong, the elderly man exclaimed, his pupils narrowing as he fixed his gaze on him. It is I, Pang Tianchong replied, exhaling another cloud of smoke. He then looked at the elder and said, Esteemed leader, your target is me, and since I have arrived, perhaps you could release my brother so we may converse further. With a wave of his hand, the elder commanded someone to untie Ding Tai and remove the rag from his mouth. Freed, Ding Tai rushed forward and threw himself into Pang Tianchong's embrace. Brother Chong, you have come. All is well. Pang Tianchong patted Ding Tai's back in comfort. Please wait outside for a moment while I discuss matters with this esteemed leader. Wiping away his tears, Ding Tai understood his presence was futile and, still shaken, fled outside. Speak. Pang Tianchong regarded the elder with a calm demeanor. You have gone to great lengths and set up such an elaborate scheme. What exactly do you intend to do with me? Mr. Pang, the elder replied coldly. To be frank, we are merely mercenaries. Someone has offered 300,000 for a leg of yours. As the saying goes, to take a man's wealth is to alleviate his calamity. So do not hold it against us. Understood. Pang Tianchong nodded, then sneered. Truly, men die for wealth. Birds perish for food. If someone were to offer $1 million for your life, would you comply? Damn it. The elder nearly choked on Pang Tianchong's words, veins throbbing on his forehead. Furiously, he waved his hand. Attack. Break his leg. At his command, a man leaped forward, wielding a long staff, charging towards Pang Tianchong's legs with a technique reminiscent of autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves. Whoosh! The staff sliced through the air like a dragon emerging from the sea. Pang Tianchong, discerning the wind's direction, did not even turn his head. With a light push of his toes, he leaped into the air. Effortlessly evading the strike that in midair, he executed a swift spin, delivering a powerful kick to the assailant's chin, sending both man and staff flying. The others, unable to react in time, were knocked to the ground, resulting in a cacophony of cries. Pang Tianchong's movements were fluid and seamless, in the blink of an eye. He had dispatched his attackers with remarkable efficiency. You are seeking death. Before he even touched the ground, another thug, brandishing a large knife, lunged at his legs with unrestrained force. Damn you! Pang Tianchong cursed, deftly sidestepping to the man's rear, delivering a strike that sent him sprawling, then crushing his wrist with a swift kick. The thug cried out in agony, rolling away. "Do you dare brandish a blade?" Pang Tianchong continued to curse. Unrelenting, he seized a staff that came flying towards him, pulling it into his grasp, and executed a kick that sent another thug flying. Gripping the staff, he infused it with his energy, swinging it in a sweeping motion that toppled several more foes. With a powerful thrust, he propelled himself into the air once more, delivering a series of rapid kicks that felled the remaining standing assailants. Oh no! The air was filled with cries of shock and despair, leaving no one standing. The elderly man at the altar watched in disbelief. He had witnessed skilled fighters before, but none like this. Pang Tianchong was a true marvel. Among the throng were several martial artists, yet not a single one could withstand his prowess. Terrifying. As Pang Tianchong dispatched the last of his foes, he tossed the staff aside, clapped his hands, and turned to the dazed elder. "Old man, stop merely spectating. I know you possess skills. Why not join the fray?" The elder's face turned ashen as he leaped down from the altar, drawing a handgun from his waist, aiming the dark barrel at Pang Tianchong. "You brat," the elder sneered. "You are indeed formidable, the most skilled I have ever encountered. But no matter how powerful you are, can you withstand the bullets in my gun?" Chapter 43. The Three Rules in the dilapidated temple in the northern part of the city. Pang Tianchong stood unperturbed before the ominous muzzle of the gun, displaying not a hint of fear. At his level, he had transcended into a semi-mortal state. How could ordinary blades and firearms inflict any harm upon him? With a mere thought, he summoned a protective aura. The bullets struck him as though they were hitting a concrete pillar, merely leaving faint white marks behind. "Heh, old man, are you getting desperate? Have you resorted to your prized weapon? Go ahead, fire away. If I flinch, I shall not be considered a hero. Mr. Pang, do not push me." The elder's complexion flickered between shades of green and red as he bellowed in frustration. "Kneel before me. Otherwise, I shall pull the trigger." "Go on then, pull the trigger if you dare," Pang Tianchong retorted disdainfully. "A mere ant remains an ant. Even with a gun, you are just an ant wielding a weapon. Bah, boss, shoot that little bastard dead." A portly thug on the ground, clutching his leg, yelled in pain. "I want him dead. Shut up." Pang Tianchong did not even glance at him. Instead, he pointed casually, unleashing a surge of lethal energy that pierced the portly man's thigh, instantly staining the ground with blood. The portly man let out a horrifying scream, succumbing to fright and pain, collapsing into unconsciousness. Everyone stood frozen in shock. Was this truly the legendary Six Meridians divine sword? With a mere gesture, he could take a life. If he pointed at his own head, he would surely be summoned to the underworld. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the room. The fallen bandits gritted teeth. The elderly man was utterly flustered, tumbling from the incense altar and landing with a thud upon the ground, prostrating himself and knocking his head as if he were pounding garlic. "Spare my life?" Pang Tianchong scoffed coldly. "Just moments ago, when you fired your weapon, did you ever consider sparing me?" "Mr. Pang," the old fellow was nearly in tears, pleading, "if only you would spare us. The White Tiger Gang shall henceforth be your hounds, at your beck and call. You may command us to bite whomever you wish." The White Tiger Gang. Pang Tianchong yanked the black cloth from the old man's face, cursing. "So now you admit your identity, yet you donned a tattered diaper to mask your old visage. Playing tricks. In truth, I had long surmised that you were that old scoundrel Lu from the White Tiger gang. Yes, 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 I am Lu Wancho. I implore you, Mr. Pang, to show mercy and spare us. Dream on. Pang Tianchong glared fiercely at Lu Wancho, stepped forward, and with a resounding crack, crushed his right arm underfoot. Then, twisting his foot once more, he reduced the handgun on the ground to mere shards of metal. Lu Wancho screamed in agony, collapsing onto the ground. One must pay the price for their misdeeds, Pang Tianchong continued. I acknowledge that you merely kidnapped someone without harming my friend. Therefore, today, I shall grant you the mercy of not killing you. Thank you, Mr. Pang, for your kindness, Lu Wancho exclaimed with elation. What, Mr. Pang? Pang Tianchong reprimanded. Call me Teacher Pang. I am here to teach you how to behave. From now on, should I encounter any of your heinous deeds, I shall punish you, do you understand? Understood, Teacher Pang, Lu Wancho replied fervently, prostrating on the ground. At this moment, he would agree to anything to preserve his life. Furthermore, Pang Tianchong continued, I established 3 rules. First, no one may speak of tonight's events. You must keep your men in check. Should anyone dare utter a word, you shall break their legs. If you do not, I shall break yours. Yes, 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 I will ensure they do not speak, Lu Wancho hastily agreed. For he too wished to keep today's disgrace from becoming public knowledge. Second, you are to send someone to break the leg of the second young master of the Zhua family. He wished for me to lose a leg, so I shall repay him in kind. Can you manage that? Yes, 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 I will see to it immediately. Third, in the future, if I require assistance from your White Tiger gang, you must be at my service at all times. Should you be a moment late, I shall break your dog legs. Yes, 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 we shall be utterly obedient to Teacher Pang. That will suffice, Pang Tianchong said, delivering a sharp kick to Lu Wancho's rear. Now get up. Arrange for someone to drive us back. By the way, my clothes have been torn by your bullets. Remember to have a new outfit made for me by tomorrow and deliver it to our company. Do you understand? Yes, 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 not a problem. Lu Wancho scrambled to his feet, nodding vigorously, then turned to the man who had originally driven Pang Tianchong, shouting, Zhuzi, get up. You are to drive Teacher Pang back. Ah, the man named Zhuzi hurriedly scrambled to his feet, stammering, I will go now. This fellow had initially considered backing out, but upon recalling Pang Tianchong's formidable nature, he swallowed his words and, gritting his teeth, obediently made his way outside. Chapter 44. The White Tiger Gang realizes the truth. Pang Tianchong strutted out of the dilapidated temple, only to find Ding Tai leaning against the van, eyes shut and trembling. This night had been a torment for Ding Tai's fragile heart. He had been inexplicably kidnapped and brought to this desolate wilderness. After much anticipation for Pang Tianchong's arrival to rescue him, the recent gunfire had nearly terrified him into submission. He was acutely aware that the shots must have been fired by the bandits. For Pang Tianchong was undoubtedly unarmed. As security guards, their most formidable weapon was merely a rubber baton. How could they possess firearms? Ding Tai's mind began to spiral. If Pang Tianchong had been shot dead, would he himself be silenced? He attempted to stand and flee, yet his legs would not obey, refusing to rise. That it was over. Ding Tai's mind was in utter chaos. Was he truly to die like this? He had yet to marry, to enjoy the beauty of life, and now death was looming, and he was still so young, wailing inwardly. Old Ding. Pang Tianchong patted Ding Tai's shoulder, urging him to rise. We are going home. Ah. Ding Tai suddenly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Pang Tianchong smiling brightly before him, he grasped his hand and stood up. Brother Pang, you're alive? The warmth of Pang Tianchong's hand reassured him that he was flesh and blood, not a ghost, for ghosts lack warmth. Pa, what nonsense are you spouting? Pang Tianchong admonished. I am invincible against all foes. A mere bunch of petty thieves cannot harm me. But what was that gunfire about? I thought you had been executed. What gunfire? Pang Tianchong chuckled. That was merely firecrackers. They were trying to scare me off, but after I gave them a good thrashing, all was settled. That if you don't believe me, ask this fellow. Yes, yes, yes. Zhuzi eagerly nodded. Teacher Pang speaks the truth. We were all subdued by him, and now we are taking you home. As he spoke, he hastily started the vehicle, fearing that if he misstepped, Pang Tianchong might grow displeased, and it was best to swiftly escort this esteemed gentleman away. All is well. Ding Tai felt a weight lift from his heart. Let us hurry then. He opened the car door, and climbed in alongside Pang Tianchong. The vehicle roared to life and sped toward the city, until the van vanished from sight, leaving not a sound in its wake. The individuals in the dilapidated temple began to rise from the ground, dejectedly surrounding Lu Wanshou, lamenting their plight. Lu Yi, we have suffered a tremendous setback today. If word of this spreads, how shall the White Tiger gang survive in the underworld? Indeed, boss, we have been thoroughly beaten tonight. Can we be blamed for this? That scoundrel Pang is simply too formidable. He is no mere human. Silence. Lu Wanshou's face darkened to an extreme, cradling his severed arm, his triangular eyes glinting with malice as he bellowed. All of you, shut your mouths. If anyone dares to utter a single word about today's events, I will flay them alive. Yes, yes, yes. The gathered men swore that no one would speak, and Mago immediately echoed. Pang Tianchong has also stated that anyone who speaks shall have their legs broken. I propose we silence them permanently. Only the dead can keep secrets. Under the flickering candlelight, Maggio's face appeared grotesquely sinister. Maz. A burly man protested, countering, you don't mean to eliminate us all, do you? No, no, no. Maggio waved his hands vehemently. I meant that anyone who dares to speak of today's events will be silenced, not all of us. All right. Lu Wanshou surveyed the room, saying, go back and inform your respective subordinates that from now on, they are not to provoke the surname Pang. Anyone who is foolish enough to do so shall bear the consequences. Yes, yes, yes. The crowd nodded in agreement, still haunted by the recent confrontation. Boss, Maggio seemed to ponder something. Narrowing his eyes slightly, do you not find today's events a bit peculiar? What is peculiar? Lu Wanshou furrowed his brow, Maz reminded him. At that time, the second young master of the Zhou family claimed that the Black Dragon Society had fought against Pang Tianchong, and that the Black Dragon had exchanged blows with him, both sustaining internal injuries. Could it be that they were deceiving us? Indeed, before Lu Wanshou could respond, a burly man exclaimed in realization that son of a gun must have lied. How could the Black Dragon possibly match up to the surname Pang, let alone sustain injuries? Damn it! Lu Wanshou spat angrily. We have been duped. They must have known of Pang Tianchong's might all along, which is why they deliberately instigated us. No wonder they offered 30,000. It was money to buy our lives. Boss, this matter is not settled. We must confront them, someone suggested. Mago gritted his teeth, saying, what is there to discuss? First, let us break that scoundrel's leg. Anyway, it was a directive from the surname Pang. Let us do it, Lu Wanshou declared, rising to his feet. Let us go. It is late. We should return to rest. Off we go. When Pang Tianchong and Ding Tai returned to the company, it was already midnight. Apart from the duty personnel, the other guards were resting. Captain Ding Guixin, however, had not slept, lingering at the entrance, smoking, anxiously awaiting Ding Tai's return. Ding Tai was his fellow townsman and the one he had introduced to the company. Now, he had not returned at such a late hour, and could not be reached, causing Ding Guixin some worry. After all, Ding Tai was not Pang Tianchong. He had heard that Pang was dining with a female police officer and would return late without issue, as he possessed formidable skills. However, Ding Tai was different. He had been called away by an unknown phone call and had not returned since. If something were to happen, how would he explain it upon returning home? Just as Ding Guixin was lost in thought, a van suddenly stopped at the entrance. Pang Tianchong and Ding Tai stepped out together, the vehicle speeding away without pause. Ding Guixin immediately stood up, chastising, why have you returned so late? Where have you been? Alas, let us not mention it. Ding Tai waved his hand dismissively as he walked towards the dormitory, explaining, I was taken away by the people from the White Tiger gang. But thankfully, Brother Pang rushed over and saved me. Inside the dormitory, some were still awake, and upon hearing their conversation, they immediately turned on the lights. What on earth is going on? Ding Guixin inquired, puzzled. How did you provoke the White Tiger gang? All right, Pang Tianchong interjected impatiently. Ding, it's too late today. Let us discuss this tomorrow. Hey, Pang Tianchong, what is up with your clothes? Why are there several holes? Ding Guixin suddenly exclaimed, noticing the holes in Pang Tianchong's attire. It looks like it was shot. What is this? His words seemed to poke a hornet's nest, as most of the security guards were retired veterans. Upon hearing the word bullet, several of them sat up immediately, scrutinizing the holes in Pang Tianchong's chest. Don't tell me. It really does look like bullet holes. What do you mean looks like? The old squad leader, who had previously clashed with Pang Tianchong, reached out and tugged at his shirt, declaring, "These are without a doubt holes made by bullets." Huh. Chapter 45. Handshake Healing. The old squad leader's statement concluded that the holes in Pang Tianchong's clothing were indeed made by bullets, and soon another security guard stood up to corroborate. The old squad leader is right. This veteran rubbed his eyes, fixated on the shirt. When I trained in the army, I shot at scarecrows wearing clothes, and the holes left behind looked exactly like this. One must admit, the military training of the security personnel at Daikon Company was not to be underestimated. There were indeed some discerning individuals among them. After tossing and turning for half the night, fatigue finally set in for Pang Tianchong, his eyelids growing heavy, and he couldn't be bothered to explain that he waved the crowd away. "I already told you. It was from firecrackers. Stop guessing." He then stripped off his clothes and climbed into bed, falling into a deep sleep. The veterans, however, were too intrigued to sleep, but not daring to disturb Pang Tianchong. They turned to Ding Tai and began interrogating him. Tai, the old squad leader's eyes widened. "You came back with him. What on earth happened? Who fired the gun?" Ding Tai was equally bewildered and stammered. "At that time, Brother Pang asked me to step out while he handled those guys from the White Tiger gang himself. I didn't see anything at all." He recalled. "I heard the sounds of a fight outside. They surrounded Brother Pang with dozens of people, and then I heard a few firecracker sounds. Brother Pang said they were trying to scare him with firecrackers." "Does that sound like firecrackers to you?" Captain Ding interjected. "There's a difference between gunfire and firecrackers. Firecrackers sound sharp and piercing, while gunshots are somewhat muffled and thunderous. What did you feel at that moment?" "Right," the old squad leader urged. "Did the sound seem piercing to you?" Ding Tai scratched his head. "At that moment, I was so scared I almost wet myself. How could I distinguish between the two?" "Damn," the old squad leader stamped his foot in regret. "If only I had been there. But we can't blame you. You've never been a soldier." "Wait a minute." The old squad leader leaned closer to Pang Tianchong, touching his unblemished belly, puzzled. "If it was a bullet, how come he has no injuries at all?" Indeed, others began to share the same suspicion. "All right, let us all go to sleep. It's too late," Captain Ding finally advised. He then extinguished the dormitory lights, leaving everyone with lingering questions. The following morning, Pang Tianchong got up and donned an old set of Ding Tai's clothes before heading to work as usual, tossing the torn shirt he had worn yesterday into the trash. After all, he had no worries. The White Tiger gang would compensate him with a brand new outfit, as expected, around 5 in the afternoon. Just before quitting time, 2 vehicles pulled up in front of the Daikon Company. One was a police car driven by Luo Qi, and the other was a Land Rover belonging to the White Tiger gang. Earlier that day, Luo Qi had used the names of Pang Tianchong's parents that he provided to search for their home address on the internal network, and she promptly found it. Initially, this trivial matter could have been conveyed with a simple phone call to Pang Tianchong, but for reasons unknown, she insisted on delivering the address in person, making a mountain out of a molehill. In the Land Rover, the members of the White Tiger gang were there to deliver clothes. All morning, they had been running around and finally located a factory that produced uniforms identical to those of Daikon. Purchasing a set to bring back in the afternoon, the 2 men arrived at Daikon's entrance just as they encountered Luo Qi's police car. They dared not get out and decided to wait until the police car left. Thus, the 2 vehicles faced each other, one on the left and one on the right, waiting outside the entrance. This scene was clearly observed by Dai Chinxua, who was pondering matters by the large window on the 19th floor. "What is going on?" Dai Chinxua furrowed her brows, perplexed. Just then, her assistant, Gong Xiaoshuang, knocked on the office door and entered. "Time to get off work, Xiaoxua." Gong Xiaoshuang approached Dai Chinxua, teasing, "What are you staring at so intently?" "Hey, isn't that the policewoman from yesterday? Why is she here again?" Gong Xiaoshuang casually glanced downstairs, intrigued. "And there's a Land Rover. They can't both be here looking for that little hoodlum. Can they? Ha ha. Quick, look, what's she handing over to that fellow named Pang?" Glimpsing it, Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed as if she had discovered a new continent. "Isn't that a love letter?" Puffed. Dai Chinxua rolled her eyes. "What era are we in? Who still writes love letters? What kind of thought process is that?" Downstairs, Pang Tianchong received the paper that Luo Qi handed over. Examining it carefully, the neat handwriting revealed an address: Huanghe Road No. 19, Moon Bay Community, Building 8, Apartment 2902. Thank you. Pang Tianchong tucked the note away into his pocket, saying, "You've helped me a great deal, and I'm not sure how to express my gratitude. Let us do this. Extend your hand." "What for?" Luo Qi instinctively reached out her right hand, and Peng Tianchong grasped it firmly. You have too much cold energy around you, which causes various minor ailments. I'll help you dispel some of that coldness. Consider it my way of thanking you for your help. Luo Qi's cheeks flushed as she realized how overly meticulous his gratitude seemed. Suddenly, she felt a warm current flowing from her arm into her entire body, comforting and soothing, like basking in the spring breeze. Luo Qi's eyes widened. Is this the legendary true energy? Peng Tianchong remained silent, quietly holding her soft hand, without moving. On the 19th floor, Dai Qinxue and Gong Xiaoshuang were both stupefied. Utterly baffled. This handshake can't last this long, can it? What is going on? Gong Xiaoshuang was the first to speak up. Is he being a rogue? Xiaoxue, didn't I tell you? This guy can't resist beautiful women. Just look at that move. Not quite, Dai Qinxue replied coolly. I've heard that this officer Luo has a temper. If he were being a rogue, she would have already kicked him where it hurts. This is strange. What is happening? 3 minutes later, Peng Tianchong released Luo Qi's hand, smiling lightly. All right, tonight you'll sleep soundly. Really? Luo Qi blushed. Will my condition improve? Of course. Peng Tianchong nodded earnestly. I am a miraculous doctor. I can rejuvenate the dying. Thank you, Luo Qi said, opening the car door and starting the engine, fleeing swiftly as if escaping. Just you wait. Peng Tianchong watched the departing vehicle, smirking and thinking to himself. With my abilities, how could I not heal a little girl like you? Chapter 46. Increasingly mysterious, A.S. Luo Qi drove away. The exhaust fumes still lingering in the air, the Land Rover door swung open, and a young man emerged, holding a set of uniforms that it was none other than Juzi, who had delivered Peng Tianchong home the previous night. Teacher Peng. Juzi bowed respectfully, a fawning expression on his face. Our boss sent me to deliver this uniform to you. Please try it on and see if it fits. If it doesn't, we'll buy another one. Peng Tianchong accepted the clothing, shook it out, and roughly measured it against his chest, saying, It's close enough. Let us go with this. Tell Boss Lu not to forget what I asked him. Yes. Juzi nodded vigorously. I'll definitely relay Teacher Peng's message. With that, the Land Rover sped away to in a short while. Both vehicles had departed, yet on the 19th floor, the two beauties remained frozen in place by the large window. What is this situation? Gong Xiaoshuang was bewildered, her eyes wide. Didn't the company distribute uniforms? Why is someone delivering clothes to that guy? And a Land Rover at that. Could it be a dry cleaner? Can a dry cleaner afford a Land Rover? Dai Qinxue questioned. And have you ever seen anyone take work clothes to the dry cleaners? Exactly. Gong Xiaoshuang brushed her hair back. I'm beginning to think this little hoodlum is becoming increasingly mysterious. I should call and ask what is going on. Forget it. Dai Qinxue waved her hand dismissively. As the president of a company, why should I concern myself with such trivial matters? It would be beneath my dignity. Hey, that's right. Gong Xiaoshuang suddenly exclaimed. Aren't we supposed to go on a business trip to the southwest in a couple of days? Why not take him along as a bodyguard? What do you think? Are you referring to that exchange meeting in the southwest? Dai Qinxue remarked, settling back at her desk. Gong Xiaoshuang nodded in agreement. Dai Qinxue continued, feeling uneasy about her home situation, and planned to arrange for 2 people to accompany her. Why let your family arrange that? Gong Xiaoshuang interjected. Our company has skilled professionals available, like Captain Ding. He has a background in special forces. And isn't Peng even more formidable? I suggest we let those 2 accompany us. Indeed. After a moment's contemplation, Dai Qinxue suggested, perhaps we should inform these 2 in advance. Seek their input? Yes. Gong Xiaoshuang nodded, dialing the security department to summon Captain Ding, while also inquiring about the clothing delivery. I sense you might be interested in that fellow Peng. Always asking questions. Dai Qinxue teased. Aren't you curious? Gong Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes, somewhat defiant. Dai Qinxue chuckled silently, reaching for the phone on her desk to call the security department. Moments later, the decisive Ding Guoxin knocked on the office door. President Dai? You called for me? Yes. Dai Qinxue nodded slightly. In 2 days, there will be a pharmaceutical exchange meeting involving 5 provinces in the southwest, and I'd like you and Peng Tianchong to accompany me on this trip. Is there any issue with that? No problem. Captain Ding readily agreed, but he needs to check with Peng Tianchong first to see if he is willing to go. Why? Gong Xiaoshuang quickly chimed in. He is your subordinate. Does he not have to comply with your directives? That is true. Ding Guoxin scratched his head, explaining, he has just found his parents' home address. and I worry he might be eager to return home for a reunion soon. So, it was that female officer who provided him with the address. Dai Qianxue recalled the earlier scene and inquired further. How did they come to know each other? Yes. Captain Ding nodded, though I am not entirely sure about the details. I heard she invited Pang Tianchong to dine at Tianhai Longgong yesterday. Tianhai Longgong. Gong Xiaoshuang glanced at Dai Qianxue, puzzled. The most upscale hotel in Bianqing. Dai Qianxue explained. The five-star establishment offers excellent Chinese and Western cuisine. This young man is quite impressive. Gong Xiaoshuang swallowed hard. Muttering softly, "Oh, by the way," Dai Qianxue casually remarked. What was the story behind the outfit sent to Pang Tianchong? Aren't all your uniforms collected from the logistics department? You mean the outfit he received? Captain Ding pondered for a moment before responding honestly. That was compensation from the White Tiger gang for Pang Tianchong. They had a bit of a conflict last night, and the gang damaged his clothing. So they provided a replacement today, but wasn't he invited to dinner? How did a fight break out? That's right. Captain Ding did not conceal the truth, recounting the incident where the White Tiger gang kidnapped Ding Tai. And Pang Tianchong intervened to rescue him succinctly. Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback. Are you certain the White Tiger gang members shot at Pang Tianchong? Dai Qianxue inquired with wide eyes. Did he sustain any injuries? We, the veterans, believe the holes in his clothing were caused by bullets. Yet he adamantly claims they were from firecrackers. Ding Wuxin sighed. No one knows the exact situation. However, he emerged unscathed. That much is true. That young man only wore his shorts while sleeping, completely unblemished. I checked. Not even a scar. Gong Xiaoshuang suddenly asked. Wasn't Ding Tai the victim? Doesn't he know what happened? Alas, don't mention it. Ding Wuxin waved his hand dismissively. That fellow was kept at a distance by Pang Tianchong and was entirely unaware of the fight. However, according to his recollection, the White Tiger gang members were thoroughly subdued by Pang Tianchong and behaved like obedient grandchildren in front of him, complying with his every command. How curious, Gong Xiaoshuang murmured to herself. Just how formidable is this little rogue that even the White Tiger gang fears him? That is hard to say. Captain Ding shook his head. None of us can fathom his true abilities. He is unparalleled. Very well, Captain Ding, Dai Qianxue instructed. Please inform Pang Tianchong about the trip. If he declines, have him come to see me tomorrow to explain his reasons. Understood, Captain Ding acknowledged. Turning to leave in the office, the two women exchanged glances, both pondering. Will he agree to accompany us on the trip? Chapter 47. Young Master Zhuo's leg is broken as night fell and the city lights began to twinkle. In a certain nightclub in Bianqing, the atmosphere was electric, with pulsating music and vibrant lights, signaling the commencement of a night of revelry. A group of handsome men and beautiful women, adorned in flamboyant attire, showcased their graceful dance moves, erupting into cheers, gasps, and laughter. On stage, a singer crooned melodiously, narrating a tale of love, while couples embraced tightly, indulging in kisses and passionate displays of affection, releasing their pent-up desires. This was a place brimming with enthusiasm and vitality. A world filled with passion and romance. A venue where humans and beasts, spirit and flesh, intertwined. At this moment, in a luxurious private room on the third floor, the ambience was intoxicating and vibrant. Young Master Zhuo's indulgence was starkly uninhibited and palpable. Two scantily clad women nestled on either side of him, teasingly coaxing him to drink. Zhuo, let me pour you another drink, shall we? No, that's enough. I'm already tipsy. Just one more. I can only drink if you feed me. Young Master Zhuo, with bleary eyes, grinned mischievously, his lips curling into a lascivious smile. All right, I'll feed you. The girl on the left lifted a glass, sipping delicately before leaning forward, her bosom pressing against young Master Zhuo. Her cherry lips kissing his, transferring the liquid into his mouth. Gulp. Young Master Zhuo greedily savored the drink, his heart racing, as he squeezed the girls behind and chuckled. You little vixen, feed me another sip. Now it's my turn. The girl on the right, unwilling to be outdone, expertly took a sip, her breasts swaying, as she leaned in with her fiery red lips, exuding gentle allure, just as young Master Zhuo was lost in his drunken revelry. A sudden clatter echoed as the lights in the room abruptly went out. Instantly, a bright beam shone on his face. Who is it? Young Master Zhuo shielded his eyes, irate. Who the hell turned off the lights? What is this nonsense? Groggy, he pushed the girls aside. kicking the coffee table to stand up and assert his authority. His leg pressed against the table and was about to retract. Whoosh! A steel pipe sliced through the air with a menacing whoosh. Crashing down violently. Crack! The sound of bones snapping resounded, followed by young Master Shua's agonizing scream. Ah! My leg! The blinding lights suddenly extinguished again, and through the haze, one could see the room's door swing open. A shadow darting away. Then, bang! The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Turn on the lights! Turn on the lights! A voice shouted in the darkness, followed by the flick of a switch, illuminating the room. The scene was chaotic. Looking at young Master Shua's right leg, it had been mangled by an unknown object, the calf twisted grotesquely, clearly broken, with only a thin layer of skin holding it together. A truly ghastly sight. Someone, help! Amid the cries, bodyguards rushed into the room in a flurry. Young Master, what happened? You bastards! Young Master Shua cursed furiously. Where the hell have you been? Someone just broke my leg. Go after him and make sure he pays. The leading bodyguard, taken aback, immediately ordered 2 of his men, quickly pursue. We must find the assailant. You, call for an ambulance. The bodyguards were equally distressed, while young Master Shua was indulging in pleasures. They could not simply stand by, and had been loitering outside. Just at that moment, they had stepped out to smoke a cigarette, and now this calamity had befallen young Master Shua. How could they possibly explain this to the Shua family? 10 minutes later, the ambulance arrived, and several individuals hurriedly lifted young Master Shua onto the vehicle, transporting him to the hospital. The leading bodyguard then made a call to report the situation to the head of the Shua family. The assault on young Master Shua was no trivial matter, and they dared not conceal it, especially since this young Master Shua was the apple of the eye of the family head. Shua Xiuqing, who cherished him dearly. Shua Xiuqing had 2 sons and a daughter. The elder son, Shua Jia, and the daughter were born of his late first wife. The youngest son, Shua Biao, however, was from his current wife. And thus he was favored even more, with several individuals assigned to follow him daily, allowing him to act with impunity at this moment. Shua Xiuqing was in his study, sipping tea and massaging his temples while savoring the fragrant steam rising from his cup. Recently, several of the Shua family's businesses had been struggling, and the old patriarch was troubled. Just then, the phone rang. Hello, Shua Xiuqing answered. Not good, patriarch. The anxious voice of the bodyguard came through the line. Young Master has been attacked and has a broken leg. He is currently being taken to the hospital. What? Shua Xiuqing sprang to his feet. Who did this? Have the assailants been caught? The culprits escaped. Our men are pursuing them and reviewing the surveillance footage from the karaoke hall. Incompetent fools. The family head's face flushed with anger. What use are you to the Shua family? Which hospital did they take him to? The First People's Hospital. Shua Biao was being transported to the hospital, shouting and crying. The on-duty doctor, upon hearing that it was a young master from the Shua family, did not dare to be negligent and immediately organized a team for treatment, preparing for surgery. Just then, Shua Xiuqing rushed into the hospital with a group of people. Dad, upon seeing his father, young Master Shua burst into tears. My leg is broken. You must avenge me. Don't worry. Shua Xiuqing, pained, grasped his son's hand, gazing at the broken leg and swearing. Do you know who did this? I will flay him alive. I didn't see who it was. I was struck from behind. The family head's face turned dark as he glared at a bodyguard, demanding, have you found any leads? Where are the 2 culprits? Patriarch. At that moment, the bodyguard who had stayed behind to check the surveillance footage rushed in, drenched in sweat. The assailant was too cunning. He vanished after the attack. Here is the surveillance footage I retrieved, he said, opening his phone and handing it to Shua Xiuqing. The footage showed a young man wearing a mask and large sunglasses entering the private room. And less than a minute later, he exited swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he entered the elevator and disappeared. Biao, can you recognize who this person is? Shua Xiuqing asked, showing the phone to Shua Biao. Young Master Shua leaned in closely, muttering, damn. He resembles that little bastard with the surname Pang. Which Pang? A nearby security guard quickly replied. He is a security guard from Daikong Company, named Pang Tiancheng. Chapter 48. Wang Lao takes action in truth. The act of breaking young Master Shua's leg was not carried out by Pang Tiancheng. He had no interest in dealing with a spoiled young master. This deed was orchestrated by the White Tiger Gang, specifically arranged by Lu Yi. The old fox, in executing this plan, took special care to find a young man of similar height and build to Pang Tiancheng, outfitting him with a mask and sunglasses. Given that it was nighttime, it was challenging for anyone to discern the difference. To further the deception, Lu Wanchou even had the young man style his hair like Pang Tianchong's, observing him from across the street with binoculars for an entire day. Mimicking his gait to achieve an uncanny resemblance, as one of the four prominent families, the Zhou family was not someone Lu Wanchou wished to confront openly, yet he dared not disregard Pang's orders. Thus, the old man devised this plan to mislead young Master Zhou into believing it was Pang Tianchong's doing. Zhou Biao had only seen Pang Tianchong once, and his impression was not particularly strong, making it reasonable for him to misidentify the assailant. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiuqing, heartbroken for his son and caught in a moment of fervor, quickly inquired of the bodyguard, "Do you know where that kid lives? I heard he resides in the employee dormitory of Daikon Company." "Good." Zhou Xiuqing clenched his teeth, turning to an elder beside him. "Wang Lao, go there and break that kid's legs. I want him to pay in blood for daring to harm my son. He must be tired of living." "Understood," the elder replied before swiftly departing to AT that moment. In the employee dormitory of Daikon Company, Pang Tianchong lay sprawled on his single bed in his shorts, while team leader Ding Guoxin sat beside him, earnestly persuading him to go on a business trip. "Little Pang," Ding said seriously, "this is a request from President Dai herself. It's not just my suggestion. Besides, everyone knows your remarkable skills. Who better than you to accompany her as a guardian?" "I won't go." Pang Tianchong vigorously shook his head. "I just found out where my parents are. I was planning to visit them this weekend. And now you want me to go on a trip?" Ding Guoxin, looking troubled, replied, "It's not my choice. It's President Dai's arrangement. If you have objections, you can discuss it with her in her office tomorrow. That I won't go to her office. I can't be bothered to see her icy face." "Then just wait for the trip the day after tomorrow." Ding added, "President Dai is quite beautiful. It's not safe for her to go alone." "What's unsafe? She's not my wife." Pang Tianchong replied dismissively. "There are plenty of people in our team. Why do I have to go? Don't you know I'm busy?" "Brother Pang," Ding Guoxin continued to persuade him, "we have many people, but none can match your skills. You are invincible. Surely, President Dai sees that too. Just go." "I want to go too, but can I?" Pang Tianchong suddenly recalled something and asked, "Is there any bonus for this trip?" "Yes." Ding Guoxin nodded. "There are travel allowances." "How much can it cover?" Just as Ding was about to answer, the dormitory door was gently pushed open. An elder, accompanied by a security guard, stood at the entrance. The elder, over 60, stood tall and dignified, his hair as white as snow, meticulously groomed, despite the deep lines on his face. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, exuding a powerful aura. His attire was simple, wearing a loose black long robe, a coarse belt around his waist, and sturdy cloth shoes. Though he appeared unremarkable, his late-night visit indicated ill intentions. Ding Guoxin immediately stood up, his brow furrowing as he sensed the dangerous aura emanating from the elder. "Who is Pang Tianchong? Come out." The elder surveyed the room, his voice low as he nonchalantly tossed the security guard aside like refuse. "What the hell?" Pang Tianchong took a deep drag from his cigarette, glancing sideways at the elder. "Who are you? Why are you looking for me at this hour?" "You are Pang Tianchong." The elder's gaze locked onto Pang Tianchong's face, malice evident. "Yes, that's me," Pang Tianchong replied, cigarette in mouth, sliding his feet to the floor and putting on his flip-flops, standing up as if he did not regard the elder at all. "You broke the leg of young Master Zhou. I am here on behalf of the family head to take your legs in return. Come out." The elder beckoned with his hand, turning to leave. "Little Pang," team leader Ding Guoxin reached out to stop him. But Pang Tianchong brushed him aside. "Don't worry, a mere half-step master is nothing to me," he said, lazily slipping on his clothes and following the elder outside. The others rushed out of the dormitory, rallying behind Pang Tianchong. "Kid," the elder looked at Pang Tianchong, perplexed. "Aren't you going to get dressed? Why bother? I want to finish you off and get back to sleep." Pang Tianchong replied, flicking his cigarette butt into the trash can. "Come on, let's talk." Unaware of your impending doom, the elder's anger flared, his right arm sweeping out, enveloped in a surge of white energy, transforming his hand into a blade that struck toward Pang Tianchong's thigh. The onlookers had never witnessed such skill and were taken aback, fearing for Pang Tianchong. Yet, he remained calm, lightly pushing off the ground with his toes, spinning away just in time. The lethal blade of energy sliced through the stainless steel railing of the flower bed, snapping it in half with a resounding crack, sparks flying. My heavens! Several security guards were terrified, their faces pale, retreating in shock. The elder, having missed his strike, quickly repositioned, raising his right palm again to attempt another blow. However, Pang Tianchong would not give him a second chance. He swiftly seized the elder's wrist and, with a gentle twist, snapped his arm with a crisp crack. Da-da! The elder let out a pained scream, attempting to retreat. But little did he know, Pang Tianchong was like a shadow, swiftly delivering a kick that sent him soaring over 2 meters high, crashing down heavily onto the ground beyond the flower bed. "Get lost," Pang Tianchong bellowed. "Return and inform your master not to mistake my good temper. If you dare to trouble Dai Kong again, I am capable of murder." The elder gasped sharply, laboriously rising from the ground. And with a look of terror, he implored, "Thank you, sir, for your mercy." With that, he swayed and vanished into the vastness of the night. Chapter 49. Business Trip. Pang Tianchong, unable to withstand the persistent persuasion of Captain Ding and Ah Tai, ultimately acquiesced to accompany the leadership on a business trip to the southwest. His reasons were twofold. First, should he refuse, he would have to explain the situation face-to-face to Dai Qianxue, a hassle he wished to avoid. Second, his sixth senior sister resided in a certain province in the southwest, and she was thriving there, so perhaps he might catch a glimpse of her during this trip. This fiery and stunning woman evoked both love and hate, as well as respect, in Pang Tianchong. She was akin to an elder sister and a mother to him. Over the past 19 years, she had cared for him meticulously in life, and in terms of martial training. She had been half a teacher to him. She often took it upon herself to impart skills in place of their master, urging him to practice, sometimes scolding and hitting him, with demands even more stringent than those of their master. When Pang Tianchong was dispatched to the western underworld for training, his sixth senior sister had been silently protecting him, fearing he might encounter misfortune. One could say her affection for him rivaled that of a mother. Thus he held her in high esteem. Moreover, the money he earned during his training in the West was all entrusted to her for safekeeping. If they met this time, he might be able to retrieve some. Even a small amount from her would suffice for years of indulgence, freeing him from the shackles of being a security guard due to an 8008 debt. Hence, Pang Tianchong agreed to the business trip. This product exchange meeting was to be held in Yunjiang City in the southwest, scheduled for Saturday and Sunday. The marketing department had departed 2 days prior to make preparations, and the reason Dai Qianxue was personally attending was primarily to meet a major client, rumored to be negotiating a multi-million deal. To facilitate travel, Dai Qianxue decided to drive. The journey spanned approximately 1,000 kilometers, which would take around 10 hours on the highway, with Captain Ding and Pang Tianchong alternating as drivers to arrive by nightfall. Thus, on Friday morning, Ding Guoxin and Pang Tianchong were notified to wait at the company entrance. The two shared a cigarette outside the company gate while awaiting their leader. Before long, a red Porsche slowly approached, the very vehicle of Dai Qianxue. As the car drew near, the window rolled down, and a blonde head popped out, exclaiming, "Little rogue, put that cigarette out and get in the car. What are you doing smoking so early?" "You rascal!" Pang Tianchong felt a wave of annoyance. "Blonde fairy, do you even know how to speak? I am now an employee of the company, not some street thug." "Ooh, someone is not pleased." Gong Xiaoshuang chuckled heartily. The car stopped, and Dai Qianxue stepped out, waving to Ding Guoxin. "Captain Ding, you drive." After saying this, she opened the back door and took a seat inside. Gong Xiaoshuang also exited from the passenger side, gesturing to Pang Tianchong. "Little rogue, you sit in front." Faced with two youthful and beautiful women, Pang Tianchong momentarily lost his train of thought. Dai Qianxue was clad in an elegant light gray suit, complemented by a pair of high-quality leather shoes, and adorned with a simple yet exquisite watch on her wrist. Her long hair, seemingly brushed, cascaded neatly down her back. With light makeup, her eyebrows were delicately drawn, resembling a crescent moon rising high, coupled with subtle eyeshadow and refined lip lines. Her visage radiated nobility and ethereal charm, seemingly untouched by the mundane world. Gong Xiaoshuang, on the other hand, donned a lightweight suit jacket paired with a fitted pink skirt and fashionable high heels. Her golden hair neatly tied back, with golden earrings sparkling in the sunlight. It was evident she had also applied light makeup, accentuating her exquisite features. Humph! Pang Tianchong shot her a fierce glare before leisurely entering the vehicle. Gathering his thoughts and fastening his seatbelt, he gently inhaled, noting the pleasant fragrance within the car. "Isn't it nice?" Gong Xiaoshuang teased. "I bet you've never been in such a fine vehicle before." "Puffed." Pang Tianchong scoffed. "As if this car belongs to you." Gong Xiaoshuang was momentarily speechless, pouting in frustration. All right. Just then, Dai Qianxue interjected. You two stop bickering and let's get going. We need to arrive before dark. Ding Wuxin adjusted his seat and started the car. Heading straight for the highway entrance, true to his special forces background, the vehicle sped along steadily, resembling a crimson cloud drifting above the earth. Once on the highway, the atmosphere in the car grew tranquil. Ding Wuxin, usually serious, was focused on driving. Dai Qianxue wore a contemplative expression, and Gong Xiaoshuang was busy checking her reflection in a small mirror, seemingly touching up her makeup. Pang Tianchong felt the urge to smoke, but hesitated with two beautiful women present. Anxiously fidgeting in his seat, Gong Xiaoyao. Pang Tianchong resorted to making conversation. Can we discuss something? What? Gong Xiaoshuang replied absent-mindedly, still gazing into the mirror. Could you refrain from calling me little rogue in the future? Pang Tianchong requested. It might tarnish my grand and glorious image. What should I call you then? You can call me Teacher Pang. He replied nonchalantly. I generally prefer others to address me as such. Haha. Gong Xiaoshuang chuckled as she stowed her mirror away. I never expected a young lad like you would be so keen on being a teacher. Do you really think you deserve to be called that? Pang Tianchong found himself at a loss for words, rolling his eyes at her. Hey, do you even know how to converse? I'm not in the mood to entertain you. He leaned back, closing his eyes. Hee. Dai Qianxue found amusement in their exchange, chuckling at Pang Tianchong's predicament. Hey. Gong Xiaoshuang noticed Pang Tianchong's irritation and playfully called out. Teacher Pang, speak. Pang Tianchong replied languidly. If you have something to say, spit it out. You're so rude. Gong Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes at him. I heard your skills are quite impressive. Honestly, how many people can you take on at once? I don't know. Humph. Gong Xiaoshuang pouted. If you won't say. Then forget it. That moment, the serious Ding Wuxin chimed in. He can take on at least 70 to 80 people by himself. What? Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed in unison, their mouths agape. For they knew Ding Wuxin would never joke. What he stated was undoubtedly true. In reality, Ding Wuxin had understated his claim. Having witnessed Pang Tianchong in action, he believed that with such prowess, defeating 100 ordinary individuals would be effortless. So you're that formidable? Gong Xiaoshuang remarked in admiration. What's the big deal? Pang Tianchong replied lazily. I've trained for many years. Taking on 100 or 80 useless fools is a piece of cake. Then, Gong Xiaoshuang suddenly turned to Dai Qianxue and asked, how about you have him serve as your personal bodyguard? Chapter 50. The Great Shift. Gong Xiaoshuang's suggestion stirred something in Dai Qianxue. Her beautiful eyes fixating on Pang Tianchong's profile, awaiting his response. Pang Tianchong instinctively turned his head, catching her gaze, and his heart stirred. Her delicate features and radiant eyes evoked poetic verses in his mind. The autumn waters are divine. Jade for bone. The lotus blossoms like a face, willows arch like brows. What a beautiful face, sculpted from ice and jade, akin to a white lotus swaying in clear waters. What do you mean? Pang Tianchong asked softly. Are you suggesting you want me to be your bodyguard? Dai Qianxue nodded slightly. If you're willing, I'll have the HR department change your position to be my driver and bodyguard. Conveniently, there's an empty room next to my office that can serve as your resting space. How does that sound? How could one refuse such an invitation from a beauty? Pang Tianchong scratched the back of his head and replied. Well, as long as the pay is right, I'm not opposed. What are your salary expectations? Dai Qianxue inquired further. As long as it's not excessive, I will consider it. Salary expectations? Pang Tianchong smacked his lips, turning without looking back. Pointing a finger at Gong Xiaoshuang, at least the same as hers. Hey, Gong Xiaoshuang protested. Listen here, Pang. Don't push your luck. I'm the assistant to the president, assisting her with daily tasks, and I'm the president's bodyguard. Ensuring her personal safety. Pang Tianchong retorted sharply. Tell me, which is more important, the job or your life? You. Gong Xiaoshuang was instantly rendered speechless. What? Pang Tianchong continued. Didn't you hear the president say, the driver, who also serves as a bodyguard, is performing two roles simultaneously? That I have already shown leniency by not demanding dual compensation. What more do you expect from me? Am I supposed to work for free? Who suggested that? Gong Xiaoshuang elaborated. What I mean is that your salary doesn't need to be so high. TCH. Pang Tian returned a disdainful glance at Gong Xiaoshuang and remarked, You've never seen the world, have you? This amount is hardly excessive. If I were to announce my availability as a bodyguard, someone would be willing to pay $1 million. Do you believe that? I believe you're delusional, Gong Xiaoshuang scoffed. You must be out of your mind. A million? 1,000 would be more appropriate. The foolishness of summer insects cannot comprehend ice. Pang Tian shook his head, dismissing her. You, Gong Xiaoshuang, incensed, waved her tiny fists at Pang Tian's head. At that moment, Captain Ding, who had been driving, interjected, assisting Gong. In fact, little Pang isn't exaggerating. After my former captain retired, he went abroad to work as a private bodyguard, earning an annual salary of $100,000. In terms of skill, he is far below Pang Tian. Is that so? Gong Xiaoshuang exchanged a bewildered glance with Dai Qianxue, both feeling incredulous. Ding, don't mind her, Pang Tian replied impatiently. She wouldn't understand the world of the wealthy. With someone like her, if she were kidnapped, the ransom would barely reach 5,000. Ha! With a swift motion, Gong Xiaoshuang leaned forward and punched Pang Tian on the shoulder, retorting, You think you know everything. You aren't even worth 500. Humph. Enough? Dai Qianxue interrupted. I will consider this matter, and you two should cease your bickering. I've noticed that whenever you meet, it always leads to an argument. Can't you both temper your tempers a bit? Sighing, Pang Tian responded. Perhaps we simply aren't meant to get along. Since the first day we met, she has been bullying me. Fortunately, she is a beauty. Had she been a man, I would have slapped her already. Chuckling at the memory of their encounter at the airport, Dai Qianxue couldn't help but laugh. You two are colleagues, from now on. Both of you should exercise a bit of restraint. Brother, Captain Ding chimed in with a smile. I'm not criticizing you, but your temper isn't small either. Do you know? The brothers in the team are afraid of you. 1. Because your skills are formidable. 2. You're relentless in your arguments. Is that so? Pang Tian scratched his head. I really need to be more mindful in the future. Ding, you must supervise me from now on to prevent me from losing my temper. It is not good. Recalling his master's intention for him to descend the mountain, Pang Tian smacked his forehead with a resounding clap. Dai Qianxue, amused by Pang Tian's antics, remarked, You're not one to be humble. Supervision would be futile. I admit, my skin is a bit thick, Pang Tian nodded. However, my heart is not wicked. For example, that day at the airport, if I had wanted to leave, not even 10 police officers could have stopped me. That is true. Seeing him express remorse, Gong Xiaoshuang calmed down and nodded in agreement. Now, I believe you are a good person. If you become Dai's driver and bodyguard, as her assistant, we will inevitably cross paths. It is best if we can coexist peacefully. Agreed. Pang Tian nodded in affirmation, and tranquility enveloped the car. The vehicle sped along the highway. In a mere 4 hours, they had covered a significant distance. Dai Qianxue occasionally glanced at her watch and remarked, It's nearly noon. Let us stop at the service area ahead for a bite to eat and a short rest before continuing. All right. Ding Guixin eased the vehicle's speed. Shifting right to head toward the nearby service area, the four of them disembarked at the service area to eat, use the restroom, and take a brief respite before resuming their journey. This time, Pang Tian took the wheel, with Ding Guixin in the passenger seat, maintaining a speed of 120. Once satisfied and refreshed, it's common for people to feel drowsy. Gong Xiaoshuang was the first to show signs of fatigue. Advising, drive steadily, Teacher Pang. I'm feeling a bit sleepy. I'll take a short nap. I'm feeling a bit drowsy too. Dai Qianxue, seemingly infected by her fatigue, leaned her head to the side with a smile. Drive safely. This is your moment to prove your driving skills to me. Rest assured, by the time you awaken, we might already be at our destination. Pang Tian patted his chest confidently, after about an hour of driving. Both Gong Xiaoshuang and Dai Qianxue had fallen asleep in the back seat. With no one talking, Ding Guixin also dozed off. Pang Tian glanced around at the three sleeping soundly, then checked the odometer. Noting they still had 500 kilometers to go. What to do? He yawned. Without the banter with Gong Xiaoshuang, he felt a bit drained, yet the journey was still several hours long, around 2 in the afternoon. The heat intensified and traffic diminished. Pang Tian gradually reduced the speed and parked at a bend. Noticing the trio still in deep slumber, he quietly exited the vehicle. He pulled a piece of yellow paper from his pocket, drew a symbol, and affixed it to the roof of the car. Then he returned to the vehicle, closed his eyes, recited a chant, and softly commanded, Let us go. In an instant, the car came to a stop in front of the Yunjiang City Expressway toll booth. Less than 2 kilometers away, this was a spell passed down from his master, capable of instantaneously relocating various objects, which he called Qiankuan Denui. This technique saved several hours of travel. and Pang Tian felt significantly lighter. Glancing at the trio still deep in slumber, "Hey." Pang Tian pulled the car over, gently tapping Gong Xiaoshuang's head. "Gong Xiaoyao, wake up. We need to pay the toll." Where are we?" Gong Xiaoshuang, rubbing her eyes, rummaged through her bag and produced several 100 yuan bills, asking, "How much is it?" Dai Qianxue, roused by their chatter, opened her eyes and looked out the window, suddenly exclaiming, "Where are we?" "Yunjiang City," Pang Tian replied with a grin. "Didn't you see the sign above the toll booth? That can't be right." Dai Qianxue raised her wrist to check her watch. "It's not even 3 o'clock. Oh." As Gong Xiaoshuang's eyes adjusted to the surroundings and read the sign above the toll booth, she too gasped in astonishment. Chapter 51. The Banquet, Part 1. "Stop the car." The startled exclamations of the two women naturally roused Captain Ding, who jumped out of the vehicle with a shout. In fact, he had completely forgotten that the car was already parked on the emergency shoulder. Ding Guixin exited the car, surveying the area until he confirmed they had indeed arrived in Yunjiang City, before re-entering the vehicle and staring incredulously at Pang Tian with eyes wide as saucers. "How strange. How did you manage that?" Captain Ding was utterly bewildered. As a former Special Forces soldier, the fastest speed he had ever driven was 280 kilometers per hour. How could Pang Tian achieve 500 kilometers in just 1 hour? Moreover, this vehicle's top speed was only slightly over 300 kilometers. How could it have covered 500? It defied logic. At that moment, the three pairs of eyes were all widened in disbelief, gazing at Pang Tian as if he were a monster, especially Dai Qianxue, whose cheeks flushed with excitement and astonishment, knew her vehicle all too well, and could hardly fathom how it could reach such speeds. "Speak. How did you drive the car?" Pang Tian, admiring her rosy cheeks, grinned and replied, "What do you think, Dai? Am I qualified to be your driver with these skills?" "Cut the nonsense." Gong Xiaoshuang seized Pang Tian by the shoulder, demanding, "Tell us how you did it." "What else is there to say?" Pang Tian snatched the bills from Gong Xiaoshuang's hand, exclaiming, "I simply floored the accelerator. It is mainly because Dai's car is exceptional." As he spoke, he started the vehicle with a roar and drove toward the toll booth. "That's not right." Gong Xiaoshuang, agitated, ground her teeth. She wouldn't believe that simply pressing the accelerator could yield such speed. This was a car, not an airplane. But with Pang Tian refusing to elaborate, there was nothing they could do. The three exchanged glances, each wearing a look of incredulity. The spectacle, if not personally witnessed, would be hard for anyone to believe. How astonishing! Once they exited the highway and entered the city, Pang Tian slowed down, skillfully maneuvering the Porsche through the bustling traffic. As soon as they arrived at the designated hotel, Dai Qianxue's phone rang. "Hello, Dai," a polite male voice came through the line. "Are you in Yunjiang today?" "Hello, President Ruan." "Yes, we just arrived at the hotel," Dai Qianxue responded courteously. "That's wonderful. I've already reserved a restaurant for 6 o'clock to welcome you and discuss our collaboration." "Thank you, President Ruan. That's very kind of you. See you tonight." "See you tonight." Dai Qianxue hung up, her excitement palpable. "There's still time. Let us head upstairs to rest for a bit at 5:30. You two will accompany me to a banquet." "Of course." Gong Xiaoshuang and Ding Guixin replied in unison. Pang Tian, steering the wheel into the hotel parking space, grinned. "It wouldn't happen to be a banquet of treachery, would it?" "Stop being ominous." Gong Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes. "This company has long been in agreement. As long as President Dai comes, the contract will be signed. We've brought the documents with us. Even if it's a banquet of treachery." Dai Qianxue raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you still here as my formidable bodyguard? What's there to fear?" "Exactly." Gong Xiaoshuang chimed in, saying, "One person can take on 100. Such a master, I truly wish to witness." "I'm merely offering a reminder." Pang Tianchong said nonchalantly, "You two are too beautiful. When out and about, do exercise caution, lest you bring trouble upon me, as you say." Gong Xiaoshuang dismissed his words as she alighted from the vehicle, pulling Dai Qianxue along as they hurried towards the hotel. Pang Tianchong lit a cigarette and, with Captain Ding, leisurely followed behind. The two took a quick shower upon entering the hotel, and after a brief rest, the clock soon struck 5 in the afternoon. A knock came at the door. Pang Tianchong, Ding Guixin, "It's time to set off. Didn't we agree on 5:30? Pang Tianchong replied impatiently. "It's only 5 o'clock, and you're already here to disturb us. We've been informed that the client is already en route to the restaurant. President Dai wants us to head over immediately." Coming. When the four arrived at the designated restaurant, the one who had made the call, General Manager Yuan Zi, was already waiting at the entrance. He appeared to be around 30 years of age. Of average build, with thick hair meticulously styled, his brows were well-groomed and slightly arched, imparting an air of profound mystery. His skin was fair, with sharp facial features and high cheekbones that lent a sly charm to his visage. His nose was prominent, and his lips were full and slightly upturned, revealing an elegant and confident smile. This was the host of today's banquet, the general manager of Yunbei Pharmaceutical, Yuan Zi. Upon catching sight of Dai Qianxue, Yuan Zi's face lit up with a greedy glint, and he extended his right hand from afar. President Dai, welcome to Yunjiang. Dai Qianxue quickened her pace, extending her hand for a brief shake, and politely responded, my apologies for keeping you waiting, General Manager Yuan. No need to apologize, President Dai. The longer you take, the better, Yuan Zi replied with a beaming smile. Third floor, room 308. Please. After you? No. Please go ahead, General Yuan. Dai Qianxue insisted, gesturing for him to proceed. Yuan Zi, with a hint of intent in his glance towards Ding Guoxin and Peng Tianchong, remarked with a smile, President Dai travels with bodyguards. I see. They're just our drivers. Dai Qianxue explained, we came by car. Then, in a hushed tone, she added, you two can eat casually in the lobby. Xiao Shuang and I will go upstairs to discuss matters with General Yuan. We'll call you if needed. All right. Peng Tianchong shrugged indifferently, casting a casual glance at Yuan Zi before he and Ding Guoxin settled into a window-side table in the lobby, ordering a few dishes and beginning to eat leisurely. Ding team, let us have a drink. Is that appropriate? Ding Guoxin whispered. Our task is to ensure the boss's safety. One tea drinking interfere? Just a bit. Peng Tianchong smiled. Let us have some beer to cool off in this heat. It won't be much. Miss Server, a few bottles of cold beer, please. The two popped open the bottles and clinked them together before taking a swig. Refreshing. Hey, Xiaopeng, put down the bottle, Ding Guoxin said with concern. I feel that the boss seems to be ordering rather unorthodoxly. Will President Dai's collaboration succeed? Succeed? Not a chance, Peng Tianchong replied. Chewing his food, I just sized that kid up. He's a seasoned player in the nightlife scene. Definitely not a good egg. I fear there won't be good wine or good feast in this affair. Aren't they in danger then? Ding Guoxin's worry deepened, knowing Peng Tianchong had a knack for fortune-telling, which proved accurate. He once made over 1,000 in commissions in a single morning. That if there is danger, can you prevent them from going up? No, exactly, Peng Tianchong stated matter-of-factly, with such a massive deal on the line. A bait so enticing. Do you think that silly girl will listen to us if we tell her not to go? Then what should we do? Ding Guoxin asked, slightly panicked. Peng Tianchong tilted his head back and took a swig of beer before placing the bottle down with a casual demeanor. What to do? Let it be. Chapter 52. The Banquet of Hegemony, Part 2. Room 308 was the most luxurious suite in the hotel. Upon entering, one felt as though they had stepped into a resplendent palace. The ceiling was adorned with dazzling crystal chandeliers, resembling a myriad of stars, casting down a gentle and enchanting glow. The walls were intricately inlaid with opulent golden lines, complemented by deep red satin wallpaper, exuding an aura of nobility and extravagance. Within the room stood a massive round dining table, crafted from premium ebony wood, its surface smooth as a mirror, reflecting the brilliance and warmth of the lighting. The table was neatly set with exquisite bone china, and silver cutlery glimmered under the light with a sharp sheen. The center of the table was an artistic sculpture surrounded by a bouquet of flowers, their vibrant colors emitting a captivating fragrance, adding a touch of vitality and romance to the entire room. Point 2. Beautiful ladies, please have a seat. Yuan Zi, ever the gentleman, pulled out a chair, a charming yet inscrutable smile gracing his face. Thank you, Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang responded politely. You're too kind, General Yuan. Once you visit Bianqing, I shall surely reciprocate your hospitality. This is my cousin's establishment. Yuan Zi handed the menu to Dai Qianxue. In Yunjiang City, it's one of the finest restaurants. Feel free to order anything. Don't hold back. Just a light meal will suffice. Dai Qianxue returned the menu. Our purpose is not merely to dine. Securing our collaboration is the priority. Then I shall simply observe. Yuan Zi flipped through the menu, placing some orders with the server, and opened 2 bottles of red wine to breathe before taking his seat with a grin. Business must be discussed, but the meal should also be enjoyed. Let us start with some regular wine. My cousin will soon bring over a bottle of 82 Lafite. No, No, no. Dai Qianxue waved her hands repeatedly. General Yuan, please don't trouble your cousin. Neither of us can handle alcohol. It's no trouble at all. Yuan Zi chuckled. I'd be delighted to share a drink with two lovely ladies. Haha. After some casual conversation, the server began to bring out the dishes. Exquisite French cuisine, fresh Australian seafood, delicate Japanese dishes, and finely textured Italian pasta dazzled the senses and whetted the appetite. Come, come. President Dai, Miss Gong. Yuan Zi raised his glass. Welcome to Yunjiang. It's my honor to treat you to a meal. Let us toast. He gently clinked his glass with the two ladies and elegantly took a generous sip. Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang politely lifted their glasses, each taking a symbolic small sip. After 3 glasses, Yuan Zi's true nature began to emerge as he ardently pressed for more drinks. Eloquently persuading them with a stream of words, his tongue flowing like a river, spinning tales that were both grandiose and captivating, his saliva flying as he spoke. Moreover, the young man had a remarkable tolerance for alcohol. Downing red wine as if it were water, Dai Qianxue sipped delicately, gradually feeling the effects of intoxication. General Yuan, she pressed down on his glass as he attempted to raise it again. We really can't drink anymore. Otherwise, we'll be quite tipsy. Perhaps we should discuss the collaboration? No rush, no rush. Yuan Zi deflected. Let us enjoy the food and drink first before discussing business. My cousin S82 Lafayette will be here shortly. As he spoke, the door to the private room swung open, and a burly man in his 30s entered, cradling a bottle of fine red wine. He was muscular, clad in a tank top, his chest muscles prominent, and his arms were well-defined, clearly showcasing a physique honed from rigorous training. Apologies, everyone, the newcomer approached with a beaming smile. I had a last-minute matter to attend to, so I'm a bit late. Come, try this wine. Yuan Zi swiftly stood to introduce. This is my cousin, Jean Baozi. This is President Dai, and this is Miss Gong. A pleasure to meet you. Jean Baozi raised his glass. President Dai, Miss Gong, welcome to my humble establishment. Let us get acquainted. To be honest, Dai Qianxue found this unexpected intrusion rather irksome, but recognizing him as a relative of the client, she felt obligated to partake in the first round of drinks. Thus, they reluctantly toasted and took another small sip. As the saying goes, good fortune comes in pairs. Come, President Dai, Jean Baozi exclaimed, raising his glass again with an insistence that left no room for refusal. No, Gong Xiaoshuang quickly interjected. Boss Jean, our President Dai has already had quite enough. She cannot hold her liquor. Let me take her place for this toast. In this critical moment, Dai Qianxue's friend stepped up valiantly. All right. Jean Baozi grinned broadly. This round will be substituted by the lovely Miss Gong. I see she has quite the capacity, truly a woman who stands shoulder to shoulder with men. Though Dai Qianxue had already consumed a fair amount of alcohol and felt a slight buzz, her mind remained clear, and she did not forget the purpose of their visit. However, seeing that the conversation was solely focused on drinking rather than business, her displeasure grew, and she contemplated withdrawing, thinking they could always discuss matters another day. General Yuan, Dai Qianxue blocked the glass before her, stating firmly, we truly cannot drink anymore. After all, we are but women and cannot handle our liquor. If you gentlemen wish to drink more, perhaps you could summon my driver to join you for a few rounds? At this moment, a sense of trepidation enveloped her, particularly upon encountering a man known as Jean Baozi, whose pair of shifty eyes had not strayed from her, and Gong Xiaoshuang, clearly harboring ill intentions. Consequently, she immediately thought of Pang Tiancheng. However, to her dismay, her suggestion was swiftly dismissed by Jean Baozi. No, such exquisite wine cannot be wasted on a mere driver. It is only befitting for the enchanting General Dai to partake in it. Dai Qianxue, still gazing at Yuan Zi, interjected, General Yuan, let us first finalize the terms of our collaboration before indulging in any libations. Otherwise, once we are inebriated, we shall achieve nothing. Observing the resolute stance and piercing gaze of Dai Qianxue, Yuan Zi ceased his pretense and, with a wave of his hand, commanded the waitstaff, you all may leave. I need to discuss matters with General Dai. The staff, understanding the situation, promptly exited, closing the door to the private room behind them. Very well. You two converse at length. I shall partake of some dishes, Jean Baozi quipped, casting a knowing look at Yuan Zi. Cousin, spare the dilly-dallying and cut to the chase. Clearing his throat, Yuan Zi, with a gaze clouded by desire, addressed Dai Qianxue. General Dai, our collaboration is quite straightforward. You need only acquiesce to one condition, and I shall sign the $1 million contract immediately. What condition? She inquired. Simply that you accompany me for the night. And not only will I sign post-haste, but I shall also advance 30% of the payment. What do you say? Chapter 53, The Feast at Home Inn, Part 3, Wanzi, Shedding All Pretense. Revealed his true intentions, it was not the products of Daikon Company that had lured Dai Qianxue to Yunjiang, but rather the allure of the man himself. In that instant, Dai Qianxue comprehended the deception she had fallen prey to. Her hopes dashed. Anger surged within her, causing her brows to furrow as she seized her wine glass and splashed its contents across Wanzi's face. Begone! As her fury escalated, her entire being trembled. Wanzi, taken aback by the unexpected shower of red wine, erupted in rage, rising abruptly and raising his hand to strike Dai Qianxue, whose face flushed with indignation. The force of his slap was formidable enough to mar her delicate features. Just as the situation seemed dire, Gong Xiaoshuang sprang into action, shoving Wanzi to the ground and urgently pulling Dai Qianxue away. We must leave, now. Where do you think you're going? Jin Baozi bellowed, kicking over a chair and blocking the exit with his imposing frame. Listen here, girl. To be courted by my cousin is a stroke of fortune. What harm is there in spending a single night with him? You won't lose a thing. You're shameless, Dai Qianxue retorted, her voice trembling with rage as she faced the towering figure before her. In a moment of desperation, she reached for her phone, intent on contacting Peng Tianchong. Yet, Jin Baozi was quicker, snatching the device from her grasp. Calling someone. Even if you were to summon the police, they wouldn't dare tread upon my territory. Abandon that thought. What now? Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang exchanged glances. Both at a loss. In the dining area below, Peng Tianchong and Ding Wuxian were nearing the end of their meal, engaged in light conversation while enjoying their meal. Peng Tianchong, however, was acutely aware of the unfolding drama in room 308. His third eye wide open, observing every detail, including the explosive moment when Dai Qianxue had doused Wanzi with wine. Realizing it was time for his intervention, he abruptly stood, extinguishing his cigarette in his plate. Old Ding. They are in trouble. We must hurry. With that, he swiftly made his way toward the stairwell. Surprised, Ding Wuxian looked up, only to find that Peng Tianchong had already vanished from sight. In room 308. Wanzi regained his footing after being unceremoniously pushed by Gong Xiaoshuang, his face contorting with fury. Yet, despite his exuberance, he retained his composure and scrambled to alert Jin Baozi. Cousin, there are 2 bodyguards in the lobby. We need to gather reinforcements. Fear not. Jin Baozi licked his lips, casting a lecherous smile at the 2 unsuspecting women. Neither of them will escape. Tonight, we shall indulge ourselves. One for each of us, my brother. With that, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Guangzi. A respectful voice came through the line. Boss, what can I do for you? Send a few men to the first floor immediately. Seize the 2 women from Bianqing. Before he could finish, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang. That a young man with a grave expression entered, his icy gaze locking onto Jin Baozi. It was Peng Tianchong. Upon meeting Peng Tianchong's intense stare, Jin Baozi felt a jolt of fear, nearly dropping his phone. An overwhelming sense of lethal intent enveloped him, rendering him immobile. The piercing gaze felt like a sword, striking terror into his heart. His instincts screamed that this young man, despite his age, was a merciless killer. After a moment of shock, Jin Baozi hastily altered his previous command. Forget the first floor. Bring everyone to room 308. We have a formidable character here. As Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang stood bewildered and anxious, the sight of Peng Tianchong entering stirred a wave of relief within them, almost bringing tears to their eyes. General Dai, Peng Tianchong coolly regarded Jin Baozi before turning his attention to Dai Qianxue, inquiring, What transpired? Is someone attempting to intimidate you? They want to let us leave, Dai Qianxue replied, her voice laced with frustration. Thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise, all is well. Peng Tianchong assured her with a comforting glance. I will handle this. I am curious to see which dog dares to obstruct our path. Do you know who I am? Jin Baozi sneered, his lips twitching with anger. I care not who you are, Peng Tianchong replied, lighting a cigarette with indifference. Anyone who dares to threaten General Dai shall face the consequences. His voice, though soft, exuded an undeniable aura of authority. Dai Qianxue felt warmth spread through her heart. With Peng Tianchong by her side, she felt a profound sense of security. I am the leader of the Crocodile Gang. Jin Baozi threatened. The Crocodile Gang reigns supreme in Yunjiang's underworld. If you are familiar with the streets, you should know we are not to be trifled with. Humph. Pang Tianqing exhaled a cloud of smoke. I care not if you are a crocodile, a catfish, or a shrimp. Today, I shall put an end to your antics once and for all. As Jin Baozi prepared to retaliate, Ding Guoshan arrived, surveying the room and immediately grasping the situation. Just as he was about to speak, Pang Tianqing interrupted. No need for concern. Keep an eye on Assistant Gong. I shall take care of the rest. Ding Guoshan nodded, stepping to the side of Gong Xiaoshuang. His demeanor icy as he watched Wan Zi and Jin Baozi with vigilance. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed in the hallway, and a group of men charged into the room, exuding a menacing aura. Boss, boss! A dozen individuals stormed into the private room, their eyes gleaming with malice, brandishing firearms. The moment they entered, they surrounded Pang Tianqing and his companions, their weapons trained on each of their heads. Chapter 54. The Feast at Hongmen, Part 4. Pang Tianqing had not anticipated the brazen audacity of Yunjiang's underworld. Daring to wield firearms in broad daylight, AS guns were leveled at them. He discarded his cigarette, instinctively placing himself in front of Dai Qianshui. In that instant, his internal energy surged, enveloping his body in a protective aura while his fists clenched, instinctively spreading to either side, resembling a hen shielding her chicks. Though this motion was fleeting, Dai Qianshui perceived it clearly, stirring a wave of nostalgia within her, a childhood memory of a boy who had always stood before her in times of peril. His posture mirrored that of Pang Tianqing's, causing her to momentarily lose herself in recollection. However, the gravity of the situation demanded her attention, and Jin Baozi's laughter swiftly shattered her reverie. Ha ha ha. So, what do you think? Do you still wish to depart tonight? In the territory of the crocodile gang, you were trapped. He deliberately cast a glance at Pang Tianqing as he spoke. I know you are quite a formidable character. But tell me, can you dodge the barrage of over a dozen guns? Indeed. Pang Tianqing clapped his hands, swiftly scanning the faces of each armed individual, ensuring that none would fire without orders, with a faint smile. He remarked, to possess such an arsenal, the crocodile gang is truly impressive. Are you frightened? Wan Zi approached and patted Pang Tianqing's shoulder, saying, a true hero does not fall prey to immediate dangers, young man. I suggest you surrender quietly. If, by chance, our guns accidentally discharge, you might never return to Bianqing. Ha ha ha. The crocodile gang, is it? Pang Tianqing said nonchalantly as he took out his phone. Let me make a call and see if anyone recognizes you. Seeking help? Are you? Jin Baozi sneered. Go ahead and call. In Yunjiang, it won't do you any good. As I said, I am the king here. All right. You're quite the boastful one, Pang Tianqing replied as he dialed the number of his sixth sister. Ouyang Huaping. At that moment, Dai Qianshui, Gong Xiaoshuang, and Ding Guoxin felt their hearts leap to their throats, especially Dai Qianshui, whose face turned pale with fear. After all, they were facing more than a dozen guns. No matter how formidable Pang Tianqing was, could he withstand a hail of bullets? Were they truly to become mere playthings tonight, or worse, meet their demise? In an instant, tears began to well up in Dai Qianshui's eyes. Brimming with despair, the call was quickly answered, and a gentle female voice came through. Hello, little junior brother. Sixth sister. Pang Tianqing pressed the phone tightly to his ear and said, I believe you mentioned before that you were active in the southwest region. Correct. Ah, my home is around here. What's up? Are you planning to visit me? I'm in Yunjiang now. Your family is from Yunjiang. Isn't it? No, my family is from City M. What are you doing in Yunjiang? Accompanying our boss to attend some pharmaceutical investment exchange conference. Yunjiang isn't far from us. Once you're done, come visit. It's been ages since we last saw each other. I can't. Sixth sister, Pang Tianqing said with a feigned tone of distress. I am currently being held at gunpoint by over a dozen guns and was hoping you could come to my rescue. What? Ouyang Huaping's voice suddenly rose an octave. Who dares to be so audacious in my territory? It's a group called the Crocodile Gang. Is their surname Jean? The woman on the phone was furious. All right, Pang Tianqing said, handing the phone to Jin Baozi. My sister wants to speak with you. Jin Baozi, already impatient, snatched the phone and barked, Your sister? Even if your sister came, it wouldn't matter. TCH, Pang Tianqing regarded Jin Baozi with incredulity. He was well aware of his sixth sister's temperament. A ruthless figure who would kill without a second thought. Over the years, the number of people who had perished by her hand was no less than 800, so one could only imagine the fate that awaited this Jin character. Hello, Jin Baozi shouted into the phone. Who the hell are you? Do you think you can meddle in my affairs? Unexpectedly, The voice on the other end was even more aggressive. Jean, you must be tired of living. Do you dare to point a gun at my little junior brother? Junior brother. Jean Baozi's heart sank at the voice on the phone, and he immediately fell to the ground with a thud. Little junior brother, he stammered. Who? Who is your little junior brother? Quit pretending. The person who handed you the phone is my little junior brother. If you dare to harm him, I swear I will wipe out your entire family and annihilate the crocodile gang. No, no, no. Jean Baozi was sweating profusely. It's all a misunderstanding. I had no idea he was your person. Otherwise, even with 100 lives, I wouldn't dare to offend him. Jean Baozi was nearly terrified beyond reason. He could not afford to offend such a powerful figure, the infamous red-clad demoness of the underworld. When she threatened to kill his entire family, she meant it, and not a single one would escape. The voice continued, I don't care whether it's a misunderstanding if my little junior brother does not forgive you today. I will personally come to kill you tomorrow. Take that as a warning. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended abruptly, with no room for argument. Jean Baozi stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the phone as if he had just lost his father. So what now? Pang Tianchong asked leisurely as he lit a cigarette. What did my sixth sister say? Jean Baozi raised his hands in surrender, crawling toward Pang Tianchong's feet. Please spare me this once, great sir. Just let this slide. The situation had taken an unexpected turn. No one anticipated that a single phone call could reduce the once mighty leader of the crocodile gang to such a state. Cousin, Ruanzi was equally bewildered. He was well aware of how fierce his cousin typically was, and now he was left wondering just how fearsome this person could be. Enough with the chatter. Kneel. Jean Baozi glared at Ruanzi, feeling murderous toward him for causing this trouble, and you all kneel as well. If this gentleman does not forgive us today, no one here will survive. Ah, the dozen or so men who had been glaring menacingly, were now dumbfounded, hastily dropping their guns and kneeling on the ground. In that moment, Ruanzi was also struck with fear. He had never seen his cousin so terrified before and realized they had definitely provoked someone they should not have. Although he did not know who it was, seeing his cousin kneel made him feel compelled to do the same. Thud. Ruanzi dropped to his knees before Pang Tianchong without a second thought. Chapter 55, The Banquet of Hongs Part 5. Just as Dai Qianxue was on the brink of tears, feeling as though heaven had closed its doors on her and earth had swallowed her whole. She did not expect that a single phone call from Pang Tianchong would cause a complete 180-degree shift in the situation. The previously arrogant Jean Baozi and Ruanzi suddenly found themselves groveling on the ground like two defeated dogs. The sensation of surviving such peril left her feeling as though she were in a dream, momentarily frozen in disbelief. Please spare us, sir. The armed men, now kneeling, began to plead for mercy, and chaos erupted within the room. Silence. Pang Tianchong barked, his head throbbing from the noise. Who are you calling, sir? My surname is Pang. Address me as Teacher Pang. Yes, 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 Teacher Pang. Your generosity is boundless. Please do not stoop to our level. Jean Baozi was nearly in tears. Still haunted by the words of that demoness echoing in his mind, don't rush. We will settle the scores one by one that you lured President Dai here from afar, claiming it was for a collaboration agreement. So let us discuss the contract first. The rest can wait. Right. Let us discuss the contract first. Jean Baozi's eyes brightened, and he slapped Ruanzi on the head, demanding, what are you standing around for? Hurry up and sign the contract with President Dai, but that's 10 million. Ruanzi protested with a grimace. Smack. Jean Baozi slapped him again, hissing, what is more important, 10 million or your life? Oh, all right, I'll sign. Ruanzi finally grasped the gravity of the situation and awkwardly turned to Dai Qianxue, asking, President Dai, do you have the contract? I'll sign right now. Dai Qianxue exchanged incredulous glances with Gong Xiaoshuang, both struggling to believe what was unfolding before them. Gong Xiaoshuang hesitated for a moment, instinctively glancing toward Pang Tianchong for guidance. What are you looking at? Hurry and bring out the contract. Make sure it states that the payment should be transferred by tomorrow. Oh. Gong Xiaoshuang quickly opened her bag and retrieved the contract, her hands trembling with excitement. This was a deal worth millions, and Pang Tianchong had made it happen with just a word. Ruanzi took the contract, signed without even glancing at it, then reverently handed it back to Gong Xiaoshuang, fearful that if he took too long, his cousin S hand would slap him again. All right. Pang Tianchong noted the contract had been signed and turned his attention back to Jean Baozi. Now let us discuss the offense against me. Yes. Please enlighten us, Teacher Pang. Jean Baozi nodded fervently like a chick pecking at grain. Let me be frank, Pang Tianchong said, pointing at Jean Baozi with the cigarette in his hand. Before this, anyone who dared to point a gun at me has long since become a ghost. Now, tell me, how shall we deal with scoundrels like you? Jean Baozi was drenched in cold sweat. While he hadn't witnessed Pang Tianchong's prowess, he knew that with such a formidable sister, this junior brother's skills could not be lacking. Realizing this, he hesitated and finally stammered, "How about we pay 5 million as compensation? Consider it a settlement for your mental anguish." Compensation? Pang Tianchong shot him a glared, I look like I'm in need of money. Then, Jean Baozi was nearly in tears, gritting his teeth as he glanced at the dozen men around him. Steeling himself as he shouted, "Guangxi, break one arm for each of them." "Yes," the man called Guangxi responded, drawing a machete from his waistband, blade facing down. "Everyone, extend one hand quickly." Slap, slap, with each agonizing scream. The arms of more than a dozen individuals were shattered. Ultimately, Guangxi gritted his teeth and extended his left hand, wielding a knife in his right. With a sharp crack, he too severed his own arm. Truly, those who navigate the murky waters of the underworld possess a remarkable ruthlessness. This scene was utterly heart-stopping for Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang, who turned their heads away, unable to bear the horrific sight before them. After witnessing all this, Teacher Pang, the golden leopard, looked at Pang Tianchong with pleading eyes and cautiously suggested, "What if we let this go just this once?" Pang Tianchong, in response, flicked his finger lightly, sending the remaining cigarette, but soaring like a shooting star, striking the golden leopard's wrist. Crack! The crisp sound of a bone fracturing echoed as the golden leopard's left arm dropped limply. Caught off guard, the golden leopard let out a wail, his eyes wide with terror as he trembled, his body shaking uncontrollably, inwardly lamenting, "Damn it. Huang Yaoshi's finger-flicking technique is nothing compared to this." "What are you staring at?" Pang Tianchong coldly commanded, "Pick up that cigarette and get lost." Yes. The golden leopard, not daring to delay, hurriedly picked up the cigarette and fled with his companions as if escaping a fire. At this moment, Ruan Zi's face had turned pale, standing there in indecision, fearfully glancing at Pang Tianchong, utterly at a loss. "You can leave as well." Pang Tianchong cast a disgusted look at Ruan Zi and scolded, "If I catch you engaging in wrongdoing again, I swear I'll castrate you. Now get lost." Yes, I'm leaving right now." Ruan Zi, as if granted a reprieve, dashed out the door faster than a rabbit. Once everyone had departed, Pang Tianchong turned around with a playful grin towards Dai Qianxue and asked, "Dai Song, wasn't that too frightening for you? Let's head out as well." Dai Qianxue shot him a glare. She had intended to express her gratitude, but upon seeing his somewhat gloating expression, the words caught in her throat and remained unspoken. In truth, she was immensely grateful to Pang Tianchong, had it not been for his presence tonight. She shuddered to think of her predicament. "Let's go." Pang Tianchong led the way out of the private room, with Dai Qianxue and the others silently following behind, no one uttering a word. The two young women, still haunted by the earlier events, felt their hearts racing. Once outside the hotel and back in the car, Pang Tianchong continued to drive, fulfilling his duty as the president's chauffeur. We all had drinks. Ding Guoxin quietly reminded, "What if we get stopped for a DUI? No worries. Our luck won't be that bad." Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly, "If we do get stopped, I'll just call that guy named Ruan to handle it." "Why him?" Gong Xiaoshuang blurted out, having regained her composure while seated in the vehicle with her companions. "Because that scoundrel deserves to run errands for us." Pang Tianchong chuckled, "if he dares to refuse. Just wait and see how I deal with him." "Haha." Gong Xiaoshuang and Dai Qianxue exchanged smiles, jokingly adding, "In my opinion, if we're talking about wickedness, he might not even surpass you. You really don't know how to speak." Pang Tianchong shot a sidelong glance at Gong Xiaoshuang. "It should be, evil cannot suppress justice. Do you understand? Humph. Ignorance is truly terrifying." Chapter 56. An unexpected order. As night descended, the city lights twinkled. Yunjiang City had just experienced a light rain, and the vibrant hues reflected off the wet pavement, resembling a dynamic oil painting. The night breeze brought a refreshing chill, dispelling the day's clamor and leaving behind the unique tranquility and beauty of the night. Pang Tianchong was driving towards his residence when his phone rang. Your Majesty, there's a call." "Hello." Pang Tianchong, one hand on the steering wheel, answered the call. It was his senior sister, Ouyang Huaping. "Hello, little junior brother. Have you dealt with everything?" "It's all sorted. Each of them has had an arm broken, and they've been sent packing. Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly that I find it puzzling. With over 10 guns involved, his senior sister questioned. Did you really need to call for help? You could have handled it yourself. Why are you becoming increasingly inept? What you fail to understand is that my boss was there. If I acted rashly and a stray bullet hit her. What then? After a pause, Pang Tianchong continued, moreover, Haven T, you often said you're quite influential in the Southwest. This was a perfect opportunity to prove it. Hehe, TSK. You little sly fox. She laughed on the other end. By the way, once that investment conference concludes, why don't you come over to my place for a few days? I'm afraid that won't be possible. Pang Tianchong declined. I'm currently the dedicated driver for the boss. How could I leave so easily? Maybe next time. Humph, you prioritize romance over friendship. Ouyang Huaping teased. If you don't want to come, that's fine. Just tell me where you're staying, and tomorrow I'll send some gifts your way. Gifts? I can accept that. I'm at such and such hotel. After the call ended, Dai Qianxue, who had been silent until now, suddenly became curious and joked, Your Majesty, can you tell us who that call was for? Hearing Your Majesty, Pang Tianchong was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated this icy beauty would engage in jest. Clearing his throat, he replied, It was my 6th senior sister. Hee. Dai Qianxue chuckled, then asked, What does she do? She seems so powerful, making the crocodile gang's people kneel and admit their wrongs with just one word. I'm not entirely sure what she specifically does. I can't be bothered to inquire. Pang Tianchong explained, but I know she operates around the Southwest. It's no exaggeration. When she coughs, the entire Southwest trembles. TSK. Gong Xiaoshuang scoffed, muttering, ISNT that just boasting. Your senior sister has helped us out immensely. We must make sure to thank her properly when the opportunity arises. Dai Qianxue said earnestly, What do you think would be the best way to express my gratitude? No need to thank her. Pang Tianchong chuckled. Just thank me properly. Thank you. At the very least, you should treat me to a nice meal when we get back. You have no idea how poorly I ate while rescuing you. Pang Tianchong lamented. When we return to Bianqing, you must treat me. No problem. Dai Qianxue nodded with a smile. Oh, by the way, old Ding. Later, have Gong Xiaoyao settle our meal bill from earlier. I say? Teacher Pang, Gong Xiaoshuang asked curiously. Why were you so stingy? They were offering you 5 million. Why didn't you take it? Why would I? Pang Tianchong retorted, That was a business transaction. If I took their 5 million, I'd have to share it with you. Wouldn't I? Dream on. Pfft. Gong Xiaoshuang scoffed. So it turns out you're just afraid of sharing your money with me. How pathetic. Ha ha ha. Pang Tianchong laughed heartily. The truth is, I don't need the money. A few million is insignificant to me. Oh really? You're not short on cash? Gong Xiaoshuang continued to tease. You couldn't even scrape together 8,000. Ha. This remark even made Dai Qianxue chuckle as she recalled Pang Tianchong's awkwardness at the airport. Xiaoyao. Pang Tianchong shot a sharp glare. Why do you have to bring that up? Didn't I mention that it's not that I lack money, just that I don't have it on me right now? Once my funds are restored, believe me, I'll acquire the Daikon Group and assign you to clean the toilets. Keep boasting. Gong Xiaoshuang shot back. Why don't you buy the moon while you're at it? Who would sell it to you? Ha ha ha. This exchange even amused Ding Guixin, who had remained silent. Throughout the journey, Captain Ding had been contemplating the astonishing event where Pang Tianchong had broken the golden leopard's arm with a cigarette butt. The incredible skill Pang Tianchong displayed once again reshaped his understanding. How could there be such a vast difference among practitioners? The 4 of them laughed and chatted all the way back to their residence, where they each proceeded to wash up and rest, the details unworthy of mention. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Dai Qianxue decided it was time to return, as the purpose of their trip had been fulfilled. And lingering any longer would be futile. As for the investment matters, those were entirely under the purview of the marketing team, requiring no direct involvement from her as the president. Thus, early in the morning, Gong Xiaoshuang knocked on the doors of Pang Tianchong and Ding Guixin. Pang Tianchong. Pang Tianchong. Time to get up. Daizong has decided to head back today. Got it. No need to yell. Pang Tianchong replied lazily, getting dressed and heading to the restroom. Just as he settled onto the toilet, the door was knocked upon again. Bang, bang, bang. What's with the knocking? Are you crazy? Pang Tianchong called out from the restroom. Old Ding, let them wait a few minutes. Can't a man even have a moment of peace while taking a dump? Having already finished washing up, Ding Guixin hurried to open the door, revealing not only Assistant Gong but also 5 or 6 men, all sweating profusely. Upon seeing Ding Guixin, the men's faces lit up with excitement, and one of them eagerly asked, Excuse me, are you Mr. Pang Tianchong? Ding Guixin found himself in a state of bewilderment. What on earth was happening so early in the morning? Instinctively, he glanced at the side where Gong Xiaoshuang was situated. She shook her head. Equally perplexed, uncertain about the purpose of the well-dressed men surrounding them. Allow me to clarify, one of the men explained. We are representatives from various provinces and cities in the pharmaceutical sector, having rushed here overnight to discuss collaboration with Mr. Pang's company. Oh, please, come in. Ding Guishan gestured invitingly. Mr. Pang is still getting ready. You may wait inside for a moment. Upon hearing that they were there to negotiate a partnership, Gong Xiaoshuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without a second thought, she dashed toward her room. Inside, Dai Qianxue was packing her luggage when Gong Xiaoshuang burst in like a whirlwind. Shui, what's going on? You seem a bit frantic. Have they both risen yet? Dai Qianxue inquired, glancing at her exuberant friend. Yes, they're up, Gong Xiaoshuang replied, swallowing hard. A large group has arrived from the southwestern provinces and cities. They're all pharmaceutical representatives here to discuss collaboration with our company. What did you just say? Dai Qianxue's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 57. All big deals. Dai Qianxue was momentarily stunned, taking 3 seconds to process the situation. Was it really this effortless to secure partnerships nowadays? Previously, at every investment promotion conference, they could hardly attract even a few clients, yet now, people were eager to come and negotiate with them. Are you certain about this? Gong Xiaoshuang pulled Dai Qianxue's arm. They are all in Mr. Pang's room. If you don't believe me, go take a look. Let us go. Dai Qianxue followed Gong Xiaoshuang to Pang Tianchong's room, and, indeed, found 7 or 8 impeccably dressed individuals sitting on Pang Tianchong's bed, wiping the sweat from their foreheads while discussing their respective circumstances. That I drove all night to get here, fearing that Mr. Pang would check out first thing in the morning, a lanky young man expressed with relief. Fortunately, I arrived not too late. Who isn't in the same boat? A portly man chimed in. I took the train and arrived right at dawn. At least I didn't miss out. Mr. Liu, why did you come in person? Of course, since everyone is here, old Liu, thought I might as well join the fun and get acquainted with Mr. Pang. The middle-aged man addressed as Mr. Liu grinned. Laughter erupted among the group, creating a lively atmosphere. Though they were strangers, they were all from the same circle and had heard of one another, which made conversation less formal. Upon seeing Dai Qianxue enter, Ding Guishan quickly introduced her. Everyone, this is our general manager of Daikong Group. Dai Qianxue. If you wish to discuss collaboration, feel free to speak with her. Hello, Ms. Dai. The group greeted respectfully as they rose simultaneously. Good day to you all. Dai Qianxue nodded politely. Are you here to discuss agency cooperation with our company? Indeed. Yes, the portly man replied. First, that we are all representatives from pharmaceutical companies in the southwestern provinces and cities, wishing to distribute your esteemed products. Our company is tentatively planning to sell merchandise worth 10 million. Before he could finish, the lanky young man interjected, our company also aims for 10 million. I brought the contract with me. I'm aiming for 8 million. We're at 5 million. Hold on. Why are you chipping in with 5 million? Amidst the cacophony, it seemed as though they were competing for orders, each voice overlapping the other. Dai Qianxue's heart raced with sheer joy. She was momentarily at a loss for words. This was a business worth millions. If all agreements were finalized, the company's profits would soar to new heights this year. How about this? Dai Qianxue managed to contain her excitement and suggested, let us find a larger room for a detailed discussion. Shall we? This space is a bit cramped. Wait. The portly man waved his hand. Ms. Dai, let us not rush. We should meet Mr. Pang first before delving into discussions. Oh. Dai Qianxue realized that this group was indeed there for Pang Tianchong, which made her feel slightly awkward. Where is Mr. Pang? Gong Xiaoshuang, feeling anxious, turned to Ding Guishan and asked, isn't he aware that so many people are waiting for him? Ding Guishan gestured towards the restroom. He is in there, taking care of business. Knock. Impatient, Gong Xiaoshuang rapped on the restroom door, calling out, Pang Tianchong, are you almost done? Everyone is waiting for you. What's the hurry? Came Pang Tianchong's irritated voice from inside. I just finished. I haven't even wiped yet. Why don't you come in and help? Get lost. Gong Xiaoshuang retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment as she stormed out. Dai Qianxue bit her lip, nearly bursting into laughter at the audacity of the man. The others stifled their laughter, turning their faces away to suppress their amusement. After about a minute, the restroom door swung open, and Pang Tianchong emerged humming a tune. Upon seeing the room filled with unfamiliar faces, he was momentarily taken aback. He had been too preoccupied to notice the commotion outside. Assured that Ding Guishan was present, seeing the crowd, his expression darkened. What are you all doing here? Leave. Dai Qianxue quickly stepped forward to clarify. Pang Tianchong, Please don't misunderstand. They are here to discuss collaboration with our company. Oh, collaborating, you say. Pang Tianchong's demeanor shifted faster than a page being turned. A smile replaced his frown. In that case, please go ahead and discuss with Ms. I still need to freshen up. Mr. Pang. The portly man stepped forward, grasping one of Pang Tianchong's hands. I'm Liu, the manager from Yubei Pharmaceuticals. It's a pleasure to meet you. The lanky young man quickly seized Pang Tianchong's other hand, introducing himself, Mr. Pang. I'm Gao Shan from Nanshui Pharmaceuticals. Delighted to meet you both. Pang Tianchong chuckled, pulling his hands free and directing them towards Dai Qianxue. For collaboration inquiries, please consult Ms. Dai. Once you've finalized everything, we can get acquainted further. I'll just wash my face. All right then. The group turned towards Dai Qianxue. Ms. Dai, let us find a place to talk and finalize the contracts. Certainly. Dai Qianxue gestured invitingly. Please follow me. With that, she strode confidently out, her high heels clicking rhythmically, as if dancing on the wind. Once everyone had left, Pang Tianchong began to comprehend that this was likely the gift mentioned by his senior sister the previous night. Goodness, but this was intended for the company. He scratched his head, pondering, what about my share? I must remember to ask Dai Qianxue for my commission. Meanwhile, the discussions between Dai Qianxue and the clients proceeded splendidly. It was a match made in heaven, with everything falling into place effortlessly. Little did she know that these individuals had come rushing in purely due to Ouyang Huaping's influence, without even a mention of prices. Directly signing contracts. 10 million, 8 million, and the smallest deal was still no less than 5 million. They were all substantial orders, amounting to several million in total. Moreover, their payments were prompt. Some intended to transfer funds that very day, others by Monday, and some even brought checks along. Gong Xiaoshuang flitted about, frantically handling the contracts, her brow glistening with sweat, her blouse dampened. Dai Qianxue, elated beyond measure, could hardly contain her joy. The icy demeanor she usually wore melted away in that moment, blooming like spring flowers. Truly, it was a case of. A pleasant Zhuo Jian nodded, stating that he had instructed a young officer at the police station to investigate the individual's background. Indeed, the ID card belonged to Bianqing, and the residential address was 39 Building, Fuguiyuan Community, in the Ocean District. However, upon sending someone to investigate further, it was discovered that the owner of the villa at 39 Building bore the surname Wang, and was in no way related to this individual. This lad resembled a monkey leaping out from the crevices of a rock, leaving no clues behind. The ID must be a forgery. Zhuojia's father furrowed his brow. Such remarkable martial prowess. What is his true origin? Regardless of his background, Zhuojia declared indignantly, it is unacceptable for anyone to bully the Zhuo family. I will ensure he pays the price. Moreover, Zhuojia paused before continuing. This matter cannot be solely blamed on that fellow with the surname Pang. My second brother bears some responsibility as well. Upon investigation, I found that he recently transferred 2 sums of money to the accounts of the Black Dragon Society and the White Tiger Gang. You should inquire what he was involved in. Oh, Zhuo Shouqing was taken aback. How much? Zhuojia replied. 200,000 for one, and 300,000 for the other. Certainly not a trifling amount. Second brother, Zhuojia's father's expression darkened with anger. With such a significant sum, what on earth have you been up to? Speak honestly. Zhuo Ershao's gaze darted away as he stammered. I instructed them to deal with Pang Tianchong. And the outcome? Zhuojia's father's expression soured. Did they take the money and fail to deliver? No. Zhuo Ershao explained. The Black Dragon Society claimed that he and Pang engaged in a fierce confrontation, resulting in mutual injuries, and they could not subdue him. Consequently, I sought out Master Liu from the White Tiger Gang, but they have yet to respond to me. Why not call them? Zhuojia's father commanded. Find out what the White Tiger Gang has to say. Yes. Zhuo Ershao promptly took out his phone and dialed. The call was quickly connected, and Zhuo Biao glanced at his father's face, instinctively pressing the speakerphone button. An irate voice erupted from the phone. Is this Zhuo Ershao? Ah, it's me. We were just about to call you. You've truly put the White Tiger Gang in a dire predicament this time. What do you mean? Zhuo Ershao was bewildered, wondering why the blame was being shifted onto him. What do you mean? The voice on the phone fumed. With Pang Tianchong's formidable skills, why didn't you inform us beforehand? Were you deliberately sending us to our doom? Now our leader has suffered a broken arm at the hands of that man, and our other brothers are wounded, some severely. It's a catastrophic loss. What do you propose we do? I'm the one who paid you to handle this, and you dare question me? You were supposed to incapacitate Pang, yet it was our own limbs that were broken. Useless. You're all utterly useless. With that, Zhuo Ershao vented his frustrations and abruptly hung up. Zhuo Jia glanced at his father and remarked, It seems this Pang is truly a tough adversary. Humph. Zhua Jia's father snorted. Regardless of how formidable he is, we must deal with him. Tomorrow, I shall pay a visit to the Western Mountain to consult with President Zhua of the Martial Arts Association and enlist their top experts to confront him. One moment, Zhua Jia interjected. Dad, what do you think of this approach? Let us tackle it from multiple angles. How do you propose we do that? First, let us contact the Dai family to demand an explanation. ISNT Pang employed at their company. We should insist on his dismissal. After a pause, Zhua Jia added. Second, let us have the young officer at the police station investigate Pang Tianchong for forgery of identification. If substantiated, that could lead to a prison sentence of 3 years or less. Third, we should lodge a complaint with the Martial Arts Association, as Pang Tianchong, as a martial artist, openly assaulted an ordinary person, which violates the principles of the association. We need their experts to deal with him. Fourth, if all else fails, we could offer a bounty on the dark web. A generous reward will surely attract capable individuals to take him down. Excellent. Zhua Ershio clapped his hands in approval. Big brother, your foresight is truly commendable, impressive. In his excitement, he nearly let out a bubble of snot, grinning widely. Indeed. Zhua Jia's father nodded in agreement. Let us proceed as such. I shall call the Dai family patriarch right now to demand an explanation. As he spoke, Zhua Xiuqing pulled out his phone and dialed Dai Jingma, the head of the Dai family. Hello, an elderly voice came through the line. It was indeed the patriarch of the Dai family, Dai Jingma. Old Dai, Zhua Xiuqing replied curtly. I'm calling to demand an explanation from your family. Oh, the voice on the phone queried. What has transpired to incite your anger? Old Zhua, one of your security guards at the Dai family company broke my second son's leg. How do you propose to address this? What? The voice on the phone gasped. How could such a thing happen? Old Zhua, please, do not be angry. Tell me, which of the Dai family's companies was involved? I shall send someone immediately to handle it. It was your lovely granddaughter Dai Qinshue's Daikong company. I heard it was a newly hired security guard named Pang Tianchong. Pang Tianchong. Dai Jingmo repeated the name softly. I've not heard of him. Regardless, the matter stands as it is. Old Dai, you may handle it as you see fit. With that, Zhua Jia's father decisively hung up the phone. At the Dai family villa, Dai Jingma held the phone, stunned for a full 5 seconds before placing the watering can aside, gripping the phone tightly as he fell into deep thought. Patriarch, what has happened? A robust middle-aged man nearby, his bodyguard Fan Hai, inquired softly. It was a call from the Zhua family patriarch. Dai Jingma pondered for a moment before continuing. He stated that a guard from Qinshue's company broke the leg of his second young master. Ah, Fan Hai exclaimed, who possesses such audacity? How intriguing. Dai Jingma suddenly chuckled, for the call to have reached me indicates that this matter is rather troublesome, one that the Zhua family has not managed to resolve. Moreover, it was only a security guard. When did Qinshue's company produce such a formidable figure? I must make a call to inquire further. Chapter 59. The Return Journey. Saturday, clear skies. The weather today is exceptionally pleasant. With bright sunshine and a deep blue sky, a gentle breeze wafts through, and the clouds drift lazily, complemented by the mountains, trees, flowers, and rivers along the roadside, forming a beautiful tableau. On the highway, a red Porsche sped along like a bolt of lightning. Racing toward the endless horizon ahead, the driver was Pang Tianchong, wearing sunglasses and humming a tune, weaving through the highway as if competing with the wind and dancing with the clouds. Seated in the car were Dai Qinshui and Gong Xiaoshuang, both brimming with excitement. This business trip had been extraordinarily successful, yielding unexpected gains. One could say it was a resounding victory. Thus, throughout the journey, they reveled in the rare fine weather, gazing at the fleeting scenery outside. Their spirits elevated. In this moment, the world seemed to lie beneath their feet, enchanting and dreamlike. The future ahead sparkled with promise. Dingguixin, usually composed and taciturn, sat in the passenger seat quietly observing the scenery outside. Among the four, Gong Xiaoshuang was the most restless. She playfully nudged Pang Tianchong's shoulder, coaxing, Hey, teacher Pang, could you drive as fast as you did on the way here? Let us reach Bianqing in 1 or 2 hours. Not possible. Pang Tianchong replied without a moment's hesitation. It's too fast. I fear it would frighten you all. I'm not afraid. That's still not allowed. Pang Tianchong shook his head, countering, Tell me. What matters more? Speed or safety? Why the rush? Is your mother waiting for you to come home for dinner? Get lost. Gong Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes in exasperation, dissatisfied, saying, You're such a bore. Ha. Dai Qianxue interjected diplomatically. Let it go, Xiaoshuang. Let him drive slowly. There is no rush. Safety comes first. In truth, she too was curious about Pang Tianchong's extraordinary driving skills, but felt it inappropriate to voice it. Exactly. Pang Tianchong took over the conversation. Besides, I'm the driver for President Dai, not for you, Gong Xiaoyao. If you continue to give me orders, I might just drop you off and make you run home. You, just as Gong Xiaoshuang was about to retort. Dai Qianchue's phone rang from her bag. Upon checking, she realized it was a call from her grandfather. She immediately answered and raised a finger to signal Gong Xiaoshuang to be silent. Hello, grandfather. Is that you, Xiaoxue? An elderly voice came through the phone. Are you at home? If not, please come visit me. Grandfather, have you forgotten? Dai Qianxue chuckled. I'm on a business trip. The Southwest region is hosting a pharmaceutical exchange meeting. As I mentioned to you, have you forgotten? Oh, right. Dai Jingma exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. So, how did it go? It went splendidly, Dai Qianxue exclaimed. We secured over 50 million in orders, and now we're on our way back on the highway. What? The voice on the line expressed astonishment. My dear girl, have you really become so capable? How did you manage to sign such a large amount in one go? It's mainly thanks to an employee named Pang Tianchong who provided significant assistance. Dai Qianxue remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the driving Pang Tianchong. Without his help, we wouldn't have achieved such a volume of orders. Oh, the voice on the phone grew curious. Is Pang Tianchong the new security guard at your company? Yes. This time, Dai Qianxue felt puzzled. Why does grandfather know him as well? No, Mr. Dai chuckled. I don't know him. How could I possibly know a security guard? You all take your time on the road. I have matters to attend to. So I'm hanging up. Beep, beep, beep. Dai Qianxue held her phone with a puzzled expression, wondering what was wrong with the old man today. It was all rather nonsensical. Whose call was that? Gong Xiaoshuang was also intrigued by the sudden phone call. It's my grandfather, Dai Qianxue replied, bewildered, noting that the call was clearly about something important, yet it ended abruptly. He probably wanted to discuss something with you, but upon hearing you were out of town, he let it go, Gong Xiaoshuang deduced. That could be it. Dai Qianxue nodded slightly, feeling that something was amiss. She then reached out and patted Pang Tianchong on the shoulder, asking, Do you know my grandfather? Your grandfather? Pang Tianchong shook his head. I don't know him. I've only just returned to Bianqing a few days ago, and my acquaintances are limited. I definitely don't know the old gentleman. This was indeed perplexing. After pondering for a moment, Dai Qianxue suddenly realized that perhaps the news about Pang Tianchong and the Baihu gang had spread in the community, and her grandfather had caught wind of it. With that thought, she decided not to dwell on it any longer. The car sped along, and since Pang Tianchong did not use any more spells, they finally arrived in Bianqing around 10 o'clock in the evening. Having exited the highway, all four were famished and somewhat exhausted. Mr. Dai, Pang Tianchong was the first to bring up the topic of dinner. Are you all hungry? I'm absolutely starved. It feels like my stomach is touching my back. You think you're the only one who's hungry? Gong Xiaoshuang retorted. Once we enter the city, let us find a place to eat first, then we'll each head home. But where can we eat at this hour? Dai Qianxue felt a bit lost, as she rarely dined out at night. There's a decent barbecue place near the company. How about we go there for some skewers? Ding Guoxin suggested. I just worry that you two beauties might not be accustomed to it. Is it the Lao Wu barbecue? Pang Tianchong inquired. Yes, that's the one. We often go there, and the food is quite good, Ding Guoxin nodded. Then it's settled, Pang Tianchong declared. I've been there with the Thai before. The owner is nice too. We'll eat there. And if the two ladies aren't comfortable, they can just leave. Who says we won't be comfortable? Gong Xiaoshuang protested. We can manage just fine, right, Mr. Dai? All right, let's go to that place. Dai Qianxue finally decided. The car raced toward the barbecue restaurant. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the air was thick with smoke and noise, with numerous patrons enjoying drinks and skewers, creating a lively atmosphere. The four found an empty table, and the owner immediately approached them with enthusiasm. Young man, you're back again. The owner clearly recognized Pang Tianchong and greeted him with a smile. Hello, boss, Pang Tianchong nodded. We'll have 100 yuan worth of lamb skewers for appetizers and 4 bottles of beer to start. If we need more, we'll order again. Can we also get 2 more chicken wings? Dai Qianxue suddenly added. Certainly, the owner nodded, skillfully jotting down their order. Before he could finish, someone from across the table shouted, Boss, whatever they eat, put it on our tab. Huh. Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang exchanged bewildered glances, confused by the unexpected gesture. What does this mean? They looked to Pang Tianchong and Ding Guoxin, who merely shook their heads, indicating they were equally unfamiliar with the situation. Pang Tianchong chuckled and waved his hand. Hey, guys, good to see you again. The group of young men was somewhat familiar. They were the same ones he had encountered during a previous dinner with Ding Tai, with the long-haired youth leading them. Dai Qianxue couldn't help but inquire. Are they your friends? Not at all. I don't know them either. Pang Tianchong quickly clarified. I just saw them once during that dinner. Just seeing them once leads them to pay for your meal? What can I say? Pang Tianchong shrugged with a grin. Who can resist someone as handsome as me? I'm popular wherever I go. Dai Qianxue rolled her eyes at him. You really have some boldness. The beer and appetizers quickly arrived. Edamame, peanuts, tripe, and a plate of smashed cucumber, with the barbecue grill emitting thick smoke. 3 bottles of beer and a bottle of mineral water were on the table. Since Dai Qianxue needed to drive back later, she opted for water instead of alcohol. Cheers. Pang Tianchong popped open a bottle, raising it high, to our triumphant return. Cheers. Dai Qianxue followed suit with her bottle of water. Adding, on behalf of Daikon Company, I also thank you, Pang Tianchong. If you want to thank me, it can't just be in words. Pang Tianchong immediately seized the opportunity. I should get something tangible, right? Haha. Dai Qianxue laughed. What reward do you desire? Speak up. As long as it's not too outrageous, I will consider it. That goes without saying, Gong Xiaoshuang interjected. This guy is definitely asking for money. Just so you know, Pang Tianchong. The company is currently financially strapped, so don't be too greedy. As expected of the president's assistant, always on guard, Pang Tianchong quipped. For such a large order, how about a commission of 30,000 or 20,000? That's not too much, right? Pang Tianchong gazed at Dai Qianxue's lovely face, initially intending to ask for 80 or 100,000, but for some reason, he suddenly softened. All right, Dai Qianxue nodded without hesitation. I'll inform the finance department to issue you a bonus of 30,000 this time. Splendid, Pang Tianchong praised. You are indeed generous, unlike someone who's a total miser. You, Gong Xiaoshuang, infuriated, raised her chopsticks to hit him, only to be thwarted by Pang Tianchong using a beer bottle to block her. Don't resort to violence. We're in public, and everyone is watching. He chuckled. Humph. Gong Xiaoshuang huffed, glancing around, realizing many eyes were indeed on them. Little did she know, the arrival of the 2 stunning beauties at the barbecue stall was akin to celestial beings descending to earth. Countless patrons had been stealing glances at them, with some nearly burning their noses on the skewers while distracted by their beauty. The 2 were simply too captivating, particularly Dai Qianxue, the renowned beauty of Bianqing. Her allure was undeniable. Hey, Dai Qianxue took a bite of her food and glanced at Pang Tianchong. Let's not let anyone else pay for us. It is inappropriate for an outsider to settle the company's expenses. Pang Tianchong chewed on his lamb skewer. Last time he offered to pay, I declined, but this guy is just being kind-hearted. Stop flattering yourself, Gong Xiaoshuang scoffed. He offered to pay for you on your first meeting, and you're acting all smug about it. I don't care if you believe it or not. Pang Tianchong shrugged nonchalantly, uninterested in arguing with this fiery girl who always challenged him. Just then, the long-haired youth approached, swaying a beer bottle in hand. Hero, the long-haired youth flashed a grin at Pang Tianchong. Let me toast to you, brother. I'm Zui Xiaowang. Pang Tianchong. Pang Tianchong clinked his beer bottle with the long-haired youth, casually introducing himself. Brother Pang, Zui Xiaowang exclaimed excitedly. I forgot to get your contact number last time. Do you have a business card? Share one with me. Come on. I'm just a security guard. What business card do I have? Pang Tianchong chuckled. My phone number is 1373876. Wait a moment. I'll save it in my phone. Zui Xiaowang said, quickly pulling out his phone to jot down Pang Tianchong's number. Brother, I'm from the antique market area. If you have free time, come hang out sometime. I won't disturb you any further. With that, Zui Xiaowang glanced at Dai Qianxue, showing his courtesy before turning to leave. Wait, Pang Tianchong called out, don't pay for our meal. We're treating you. You know. All right then, Zui Xiaowang replied regretfully. Last time I said I'd cover your bill but couldn't. So let us save it for next time. Until we meet again, haha. Next time. Next time. Pang Tianchong raised his beer bottle to see off the generous Zui Xiaowang. He turned back to find Ding Guoxin engrossed in his meal. Noticing the barbecue was running low, he asked, Ding team, is 100 yuan enough for us? If not, don't hesitate to ask for more. We're not paying. I'm nearly full. Ding Guoxin nodded in response. Look at your meager appetite, Gong Xiaoshuang mocked. You should just stuff yourself until you burst. Pang Tianchong ignored Gong Xiaoshuang's taunts, waving at the owner. Boss, please grill us 50 yuan's worth, along with 2 large kidneys. His voice boomed, resonating throughout the venue, drawing the attention of everyone present. With a startled gasp, Dai Qianxue nearly spat the water she had just sipped, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She lowered her head, gently biting the skewer of meat, silently vowing never to dine out with this ruffian again. What's all this shouting about? Gong Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes, nearly dropping them into her plate of tea that moment. She wished she could use the barbecue skewer to poke the little rogue before her. What kind of person makes such a ruckus, lacking all decorum? Pang Tianchong, oblivious to the awkwardness of the two, unabashedly inquired, "Are you two eating? Should I order for?" Dai Qianxue could no longer contain her frustration. She abruptly tossed the skewer down and exclaimed, "Get lost." Chapter 61. Returning home, perhaps it was the influence of alcohol, or perhaps the cool evening air, or perhaps the fatigue from a long drive. But that night, Pang Tianchong slept particularly soundly, not stirring until dawn. As the morning sun filtered through the sheer curtains, gently illuminating his half-naked form, he slowly opened his eyes. His eyelids felt as heavy as lead, requiring immense effort to lift. Squinting, he stared vacantly at the pristine white walls, his consciousness drifting between dreams and reality. After a moment, Pang Tianchong suddenly sat upright, as a thought struck him. Home. Today was Sunday, his parents should be off work, and he had some free time. Why not visit his family? With this in mind, he quickly dressed, washed up, and used the restroom, soon preparing to leave. After grabbing a quick breakfast and purchasing some gifts, he hailed a taxi to the Yuliangwan community on Huanghe Road. Following the address Luo Qi had given him, in the taxi, his heart raced with excitement. "Dad, Mom, your son is back. And little sister, you must be 20 now, right?" Upon arriving at the community entrance, he looked up in awe at the towering high-rises. Reaching for the clouds, impressive, gift in hand, he strode eagerly toward the complex. "Stop." A stern-faced security guard at the entrance raised his hand to halt him. "Who are you visiting? Please register." Pang Tianchong was taken aback. "I am going home. Why do I need to register? Home?" The guard scrutinized him, his expression darkening. "I recognize the residence here, and you look unfamiliar. Sorry, I need to see your ID." The mention of ID made Pang Tianchong's heart sink. The identification card his sixth sister had arranged bore a false address. This was not it. Besides, that fake ID was still in Dai Qianxue's possession. "I don't have my ID on me," Pang Tianchong patiently explained. "This is my first time back. Of course, I seem unfamiliar. What building are you in?" "What building?" Pang Tianchong hurriedly fished a note from his pocket, glancing at it before responding, "Building 8. Unit 2902. Register." The guard's glare deepened, fixing his gaze on Pang Tianchong. "Who doesn't know their own address? You're not suffering from dementia, are you?" Pang Tianchong felt a surge of irritation. Why is it so difficult to explain? "Fine, I'll register." He placed his belongings down, leaned on the table, and filled out his name and phone number, grumbling, "We're both in security. Why make it difficult for a fellow guard?" Once Pang Tianchong completed the registration, the guard gestured inside. "Just go straight ahead. At the flower bed. Turn left. That's building 8. Thank you." Pang Tianchong nodded, picked up his things, and hurried inside. Knock, knock, knock. Upon reaching building 8, he cautiously rapped on the door of 2902, his heart racing with anticipation. "Who is it?" A bright, youthful voice called from within. Moments later, a young girl peeked through the security door, wearing a simple home outfit, a light purple top paired with white casual pants. She appeared fresh and sweet. Her features were delicate, with bright eyes and a lovely smile. Her long hair, reminiscent of seaweed, was casually tied back, with a few strands cascading onto her fair neck, adding a touch of effortless charm. "Little sister," Pang Tianchong exclaimed with excitement. "Are Mom and Dad home?" Instinctively, he recognized her as his sister. Peering through the security door's mesh, the girl scrutinized him warily. "Who are you looking for? What do you want?" "I am your brother. Open the door." "My brother?" The girl frowned, clearly skeptical. Are there really con artists so unprofessional nowadays? If you're pretending to be family, you should check your facts. "I don't have a brother." "Leave, or I'll call the police." Bang! The door slammed shut. Pang Tianchong stood there, dumbstruck. He began to gather his thoughts. 19 years ago, when he left home, his sister had just been born. It was understandable she wouldn't remember him. Surely, their parents would know. He knocked again. Knock, knock, knock. "Why are you still here?" The girl opened the inner door slightly, her expression icy. "If you don't leave, I really will call the police." "Little sister," Pang Tianchong tried to soften his tone. "You were just a baby when I left. You wouldn't remember me. Where are Mom and Dad? Let them come out. They will know me. My mom isn't home." "What about Dad?" Bang! The girl gritted her teeth and slammed the door again. Pang Tianchong felt a surge of frustration. How could he be denied entry to his own home? He rubbed his face in exasperation, contemplating. If their parents were home, they would have heard the commotion and come to check on him. If they weren't, it made sense that his sister Wu Ti let a stranger in. What to do? Pang Tianchong sank onto the floor. Perplexed, he hesitated to knock again. If his sister truly called the police, it would be a far greater trouble. Sighing, he sat on the ground for a full 10 minutes before finally getting up to leave. He resolved to return another day. As Pang Tianchong carried his gifts and made his way to his family's door. Dai Qianxue received a phone call that summoned her to her grandfather's residence. Seated in a grand armchair, Dai Leo held a teacup. Eyes narrowed slightly. As Dai Qianxue kneaded his neck and massaged his shoulders. She recounted the events of the investment conference and Pang Tianchong's exploits. Grandpa, Dai Qianxue asked curiously, why are you suddenly so interested in Pang Tianchong? How could I not be interested? Dai Jingma replied sternly. He broke the leg of that young scion from the Zhou family, prompting the old man to call me for an explanation. Isn't that why I summoned you here to clarify? Ah, Dai Qianxue gasped. He really broke Zhou Erxiao's leg. Good. That brat has been harassing me for half a year. A little suffering is well-deserved. What? You didn't know? The old man glanced at his astute granddaughter. I didn't. I only heard him mention once that if the Zhou family dared to trouble him, he would break Zhou Erxiao's leg. It seems they must have sent someone after him. And he retaliated. Dai Leoi's interest peaked. This young man isn't afraid of the Zhou family. The Zhou family? They're nothing, Dai Qianxue replied nonchalantly. You don't know? He is quite skilled and fears no one. He's the best of the best. Very well, I must meet such a young man. Chapter 62. A new role as the company president. Dai Qianxue was known for her decisive and efficient nature. Just last weekend, she had suggested that Pang Tianchong take on the role of driver. By Monday, the HR department had called him in for a discussion. In the HR office, Manager Lan personally poured a glass of water for Pang Tianchong and placed it before him. Xiao Pang. Have a sip of water first. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Pang Tianchong feigned surprise, exclaiming, it's a great honor for me that you, a big manager, would serve me water. He instinctively glanced at Manager Lan's chest. Captivated by her ample curves, truth be told, he found her quite appealing. After all, those towering peaks were a beautiful sight. Enough with the flattery, Lan Shangyun laughed. I had intended to treat you to a meal. But I haven't had the time. I heard you accompanied President Dai on a business trip last weekend and performed quite well. Not at all, Pang Tianchong modestly replied. I merely rode on someone else's coattails. It has nothing remarkable. Millions of dollars in orders, and you say it's nothing? Manager Lan remarked. It seems I underestimated you. You've seen the world after all. You're too kind. Pang Tianchong raised his glass to take a sip. I am just a bumpkin who has just come down from the mountains. I've hardly seen anything. Let us get down to business. You summoned me, and it can't merely be to shower me with compliments. Can it? If so, I would be quite proud. Ha. TCH. The manager, Lan, rolled his eyes and shifted the topic, saying, well, just now, President Dai called and wants to transfer you to be her personal driver. Oh, you have any objections? None at all. Pang Tianchong shook his head, declaring, I am but a brick in the revolutionary cause. Wherever I am needed, I shall go. Ha. Good. Manager Lan chuckled. From today onward, you shall no longer stand guard or patrol. You will be working on the 19th floor. Furthermore, the company has assigned you a separate office. Look at this treatment. It's akin to that of a senior executive. Really? Pang Tianchong grinned widely. Will I also get a female secretary? Get lost. On the 19th floor, in office 1918. This room, located diagonally opposite the president's office, the modest in size, was tidy. All other office supplies had been removed, leaving only a computer on the desk. Pang Tianchong comfortably settled into his chair. Crossing his feet on the desk, with the security cap placed beside him. AS drivers do not have specialized uniforms. He had not changed out of his security attire, which he wore with a spirited demeanor. With a flick, Pang Tianchong lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag and exhaling a long stream of smoke rings. He then reached for the computer, deciding to download a game to alleviate the boredom of being alone in the office. The professions of driver and bodyguard were not unfamiliar to him. During his years in the Western world, he had protected numerous high-profile individuals, including even the Queen of England. Now, guarding a small company president was hardly a challenge. He could ensure Dai Qianxue's safety even with his eyes closed. Knock. Someone was at the door. Come in. Pang Tianchong called lazily. The door creaked open, revealing a blonde head. Assistant Gong Xiaoshuang. What do you want? Pang Tianchong asked, cigarette dangling from his mouth, casting a sidelong glance. Nothing much. Gong Xiaoshuang scanned the room. I just wanted to see if Driver Pang was on duty and what he was up to. What else could I be doing? Pang Tianchong shifted in his seat, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. Just bored, watching adult films. Care to join? Get lost. Gong Xiaoshuang slammed the door shut, cursing from outside. Perverted scoundrel, a dog cannot spit out ivory. Ha ha ha. Shortly after Gong Xiaoshuang left, the door to Dai Qianshua's office was knocked on. Knock, knock. Come in. With Dai Qianshua's call, a figure burst into the room with alarming speed, startling her. Upon closer inspection, it was the financial director, Wan Ren, in her 30s. Wan Ruoyan had fair skin and wore black-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of scholarly elegance akin to that of a university lecturer. President Dai. Wan Ruoyan appeared flustered, whether from excitement or from climbing the stairs, her face slightly flushed and panting. Manager Wan, what brings you here? Dai Qianshua inquired, eyeing Wan Ruoyan curiously and gesturing for her to take a seat. I am losing my mind. It's simply insane. Manager Wan gulped. Today, over 20 million suddenly appeared in the company's account. President Dai, your efforts have been astonishingly effective. Our company has never been this affluent. I just inquired with the business department, and they seem a bit unclear about this money. Oh, Dai Qianshua finally grasped Wan Ruoyan's meaning and continued. It's likely that Assistant Gong hasn't had the chance to communicate with the business department yet. They are unaware of the contract details. This was an unexpected windfall. Someone helped secure several major clients, and they are all provincial representatives, with payments made promptly. Wan Ruoyan's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, who is so capable? You'll have to ask Pang Tianchong, the new security guard. The one who managed to recover over 7 million last time? Yes, that's him. Dai Qianshua nodded. The company has decided to grant him a commission of 30,000 yuan. Make sure to include this when payroll is processed. Absolutely. No problem. Wan Ruoyan readily agreed, then adjusted her glasses, saying, but which one is Pang Tianchong? I must go to the security office and meet him. He sounds remarkable. Wait, Dai Qianshua hurriedly interjected. I've transferred him. He is no longer in the security department. Transferred where? Wan Ruoyan turned back, asking, has he gone to the business department? Has he? He is now my driver. Working in the office directly across, 1918. If you wish to see him, feel free to go. In office 1918. Pang Tianchong had just downloaded a game and was about to start when there was another knock on the door. Knock, knock. Who is it? Come in. As the door opened, Wan Ruoyan gracefully entered. You are Pang Tianchong. Manager once scrutinized him. You are the one who helped secure several major clients. And you are? Pang Tianchong's eyes roamed over the beautiful woman who had just entered. I am Wan Ruoyan, the financial manager, here to meet this legendary figure, she explained with a smile. The financial department? Upon hearing this, Pang Tianchong sprang from his chair. Are you here to deliver my bonus? Quick, please, have a seat. As he spoke, he seized Wan Ruoyan's arm and gently urged her onto the sofa. Chapter 63, Checking Identification on the 19th Floor. In office 1918. Financial manager Wan Ruoyan found herself unexpectedly seated on the sofa by Pang Tianchong, leaving her flustered and alarmed. Hey, what are you doing? Wan Ruoyan exclaimed. Why are you being so handsy? Ouch, my arm. As she rubbed her arm, she glared at Pang Tianchong with wide eyes. Heh. Pang Tianchong grinned, asking, what is your surname, dear lady? One should be honored to know that my surname is Wan. Wanra. She replied, somewhat exasperated. Why are you so rude? With no sense of decorum. My apologies. Wan Jia. Pang Tianchong scratched his head, chuckling, just a bit too excited. Excited about what? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman before? No. I was thinking you must be here to deliver my bonus. What a timely arrival, as my pocket money has been rather scant these days. Get away. Who's delivering your bonus? Wan Ruoyan chuckled, exasperated. What are you thinking? I merely passed by to see this legendary figure in the company, not here to deliver money. Upon hearing this, Pang Tianchong's interest waned, and he plopped back into his chair. What's wrong? Wan Ruoyan laughed. Not welcoming me if I'm not bringing money. You change your tune faster than one flips a page. Not at all. Pang Tianchong shrugged. I can read a single page for half the night without turning it. Ha ha. Wan Ruoyan laughed, her bright smile revealing perfect teeth. Now, Pang Tianchong perked up again. Wan Jia. I've heard that every company's financial staff is stunning. Could you introduce me to a beautiful lady from your office? Oh, By the way, are you married? Why do you ask? Wan Ruoyan immediately withdrew her smile. What are you thinking? My child is already over 3 years old. TSK, such a lovely cabbage. I wonder which wild boar has trampled it. You. Wan Ruoyan, incensed, grabbed a pencil from the coffee table and threw it at him. Stop talking nonsense. Wan Jie, please calm down. Pang Tianqing intercepted the flying pencil with his fingers. Chuckling, I primarily wanted you to introduce a beautiful lady, not to target you, so please don't misunderstand. Humph, Wan Ruoyan scoffed. A beautiful lady? Can anyone be more beautiful than our President Dai? She is the most beautiful in Bian City. Since you're so close, why not pursue her instead of eyeing the women in the finance department? She won't do. Why not? Wan Ruoyan questioned, amused. Too cold. Always wearing a stern expression. It makes me uneasy. Pang Tianchong shook his head. Perhaps she is even frigid in nature. That's not appropriate. Uffed. Wan Ruoyan burst into laughter. You scoundrel. Be careful. If President Dai hears you, she might fire you. Don't laugh, Pang Tianchong declared solemnly. I am serious. Are there any beautiful ladies in your office? Please introduce one to me. I'll treat. Get lost. Wan Ruoyan rolled her eyes. You're just a mess. I won't chat with you any longer. If I talk with you any longer, I might just lose my mind. As she stood to leave, he quickly followed her to the door, calling out to her retreating figure, Sister, mind yourself, and don't forget about my request. From a distance in the corridor, only one word floated back. Get lost. Manager 1 has left, and the office has once again returned to tranquility. Pang Tianchong, feeling rather bored, began to play a game. However, just 5 minutes into it, there was a knock at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Who is it? The door to the office was pushed open again, but it was not a company employee who entered. Rather, it was 2 policemen. One tall and one short. Huh? Pang Tianchong looked up in surprise. Who are you looking for? We are from the Nanqing police station. The shorter policeman waved his identification, his small eyes glinting with cold light, and asked, You are Pang Tianchong, correct? Ah, yes, that we received a tip-off from the public stating that you are suspected of forging documents. Please accompany us to the police station for a moment. Wait a minute. Pang Tianchong was baffled. What forging documents? I am just a security guard. How could I possibly have that kind of skill? Show me your ID. In an instant, Pang Tianchong understood. It turned out that there was an issue with his ID card. As the address on it had been carelessly filled out by a senior sister. It was incorrect. What should he do? His mind raced, and he immediately thought of Luo Qi, who seemed to be some sort of captain and should be able to resolve this issue. He could just get a new ID card later. However, Luo Qi seemed to have a slight disinterest in him. Would she be willing to help? Right. He could call her grandmother and ask the old lady to arrange it. With this thought in mind, Pang Tianchong stood up, cleared his throat, and said, Ahem, officer, the issue with the ID card might be a mistake. It must be that my grandmother's eyesight is poor and she got the address wrong. Please wait a moment while I make a call. With that, he promptly took out his phone and dialed Luo's old lady. This moment, Luo's old lady was taking a stroll in Wukuliu Square. Her leg had healed quite a bit, and she was delighted to be able to walk freely around the small square every day. The old steward, a Fu, was still accompanying her, and the two chatted as they walked. Old lady, the steward reported. Yesterday, we received news from below that the second son of the Zhua family had his leg broken by Pang Tianchong. The old lady immediately perked up, thinking that the Zhua family must have caused trouble for Xiao Peng again. Otherwise, with that child's temperament, he would not have gone so far as to break the leg of a wealthy scion. Whether it was truly Pang who did it was still uncertain. This was merely the Zhua family's side of the story. After a pause, the steward continued. For this matter, the head of the Zhua family even dispatched Elder Wang, and as a result, even Elder Wang's arm was broken by Mr. Pang. What? The old lady was somewhat astonished. Did you not say that Elder Wang was a half-step master? How could that be? Indeed. The steward nodded. He is a half-step master and one of the top experts in Bianqing, but it is said that he couldn't last 3 moves against Mr. Pang. Impressive, Luo's old lady remarked. This young man is truly a prodigy, deeply hidden and unassuming. Haha. So, I say he is at least a master, the steward firmly asserted again. He may even be a grand master. By the heavens, this is the first time I have encountered such a formidable person, and so young as well. Just then, the old lady's phone rang. Hello? The old lady took out her phone and saw that it was Pang Tianchong's number. And she quickly answered the call. Chapter 64. Arrest the call connected. Pang Tianchong glanced at the 2 serious-looking policemen and began to speak with Luo's old lady. Grandma, what are you doing? Am I disturbing you? No, no, no. The old lady's kind voice came through. I am fine. Just out for a stroll. How is your leg doing? Pang Tianchong continued in a tone of regret. I was planning to come and give you another acupuncture treatment in the next few days. But it seems that won't be possible now. Oh, there was a noticeable pause on the other end. What happened? Xiao Pang. Is there a problem? It's nothing serious, Pang Tianchong continued. I think I mentioned to you before that I moved. Right? I haven't updated the address on my ID card, and now someone has reported me for forging documents. The police uncles are planning to take me away for a while. So that's what it is. Where are you right now? I am at the company. Luo's old lady obviously sighed in relief over the phone. It's fine. Child, I will have Luo Qi handle this matter. Just wait a few minutes. All right. Thank you. After hanging up, Pang Tianchong also breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his savior would soon arrive. Are you done? The leading policeman coldly asked. Yes, I am done. Now please accompany us to clarify the situation. Wait. Pang Tianchong raised his hand. I just suddenly thought of something. Who reported me? I have never taken out my ID card, so how could anyone know if it was real or fake? The leading policeman was momentarily taken aback, then replied, Don't ask who reported you. We will not disclose the informant's information to in any case. Without evidence, we wouldn't come looking for you. You two can sit here and rest for a while, Pang Tianchong casually remarked. My grandmother said she is sending someone to investigate this matter, and someone will explain it to you, so don't be anxious. That may be, but we still need to go to the station to discuss it. Come with us. The short policeman was becoming impatient, his triangular face turning pale. What is happening? Just then, a cold voice came from outside the door, and with that voice, a beautiful figure entered, none other than the company president. Dai Qianxue. Dai Qianxue had just been reviewing some documents and was about to take a break when she decided to grab a cup of coffee. As she passed by Pang Tianchong's office and saw the door open. She glanced in and noticed the two policemen about to take Pang Tianchong away, prompting her to step in immediately. Upon seeing Dai Qianxue, the short policeman's gaze momentarily faltered, but he quickly regained his composure and said, We are conducting an investigation. Please do not obstruct our duties. I am the general manager of this company. Dai Qianxue replied coldly. May I ask what crime my employee has committed that you feel the need to take him away? Facing the policeman, Dai Qianxue maintained her commanding presence, her gaze piercing as she coldly questioned the short policeman, clearly ready to defend her employee. He is suspected of forging documents. The short policeman countered defiantly. We need to take him to the station for further investigation. What forgery? Dai Qianxue questioned. The ID card. The short policeman asserted his ID card is fake. This is a criminal offense. Do you understand? What is fake? Dai Qianxue inquired. His ID card is in my office drawer. I have seen it. That high-tech anti-counterfeiting mark. Can an ordinary person replicate that? It's in your drawer. Bring it out for us to see. The short policeman demanded sharply. Wait. Dai Qianxue shot a cold glance at the short policeman and turned to head back to her office. Observing her assertive demeanor, Pang Tianchong felt a warmth in his heart. It seemed that President Dai truly cared for her employee. Soon, Dai Qianxue returned with Pang Tianchong's ID card in hand and handed it to the short policeman. Here, which part of it seems fake? The short policeman took the ID card and scrutinized it closely, pointing to the address. This address is fake. We have investigated, and this Fugua Garden, Building 39, does not belong to anyone named Pang. So what? Dai Qianxue insisted. This indicates they moved and simply haven't had the chance to update the address yet. They can rectify it at the police station later. There is no need to take him away. You. The short policeman's patience was wearing thin. Please do not obstruct our investigation. You are abusing your power and acting illegally. I will have the company's lawyers sue you. Dai Qianxue stood her ground. Blocking the doorway and refusing to budge, the commotion attracted the attention of others in the surrounding offices, and many gathered to stand behind Dai Qianxue, voicing their disapproval of the two policemen. Both in support and out of curiosity, just as the two sides were at an impasse, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, and a spirited female police officer rushed in. It was Captain Luo Qi. Luo Qi approached, casting a glance at the seemingly unfazed Pang Tianchong, then looked at the fiercely determined Dai Qianxue, finally fixing her gaze on the short policeman's face. Zhusi, what is the meaning of this? Ah, Captain Luo, what brings you here? The short policeman's demeanor faltered upon seeing Luo Qi, his bravado dissipating. I heard you were going to take Pang Tianchong away. What is going on? He is suspected of forging documents. And I was about to take him back for questioning. What forgery? Luo Qi's expression darkened. Peng Tianchong is our informant, and I deliberately concealed his home address. Do you have any objections? Moreover, his actual address is not even within your jurisdiction. Why are you meddling in this? The short policeman was left speechless, stammering. Someone reported him. Of course, I need to clarify. Who reported him? Don't you know yourself? Luo Qi glared, her large eyes fierce. You better hurry back. Don't you have anything better to do at your station? Shuixi's triangular face flushed with alternating shades of blue and red as he shot a fierce glare at Peng Tianchong. Then, he motioned to the tall police officer, let's go. Leave the ID behind. Dai Qianshui stepped forward, snatched the ID from the small man's hand, and casually tucked it into her pocket. Bah, Shuixi, unwilling to concede, spat defiantly and slinked away with the tall officer. Dai Qianshui extended her hand towards Luo Qi, sincerely expressing, thank you, Captain Luo. I have seen you in the newspapers and no need for thanks, Luo Qi replied, shaking Dai Qianshui's hand with a nod. Just a small matter. You must be President Dai. Indeed very beautiful. You are quite lovely yourself. The two women exchanged pleasantries. Peng Tianchong, noticing that the two officers had departed, suddenly recalled a pressing question and promptly asked, Captain Luo, what did you call that little guy Shuixi? Is he from the Zhuo family? Indeed, Luo Qi responded. He is Zhuo Biao's cousin, the second young master of the Zhuo family. Be cautious around him. Don't let him catch you off guard again. Damn. Peng Tianchong slammed the table in frustration. I think we ought to break another of Zhuo Ershao's legs. What? Dai Qianshui and Luo Qi exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening in astonishment as if gazing at a monster. Could you perhaps tone it down a bit? Dai Qianshui was the first to speak. You've only just joined the company a few days ago, and already you're attracting the attention of the police. Exactly, Luo Qi chimed in. Isn't breaking a leg enough? If he decides to sue you, you could be facing several years in prison. Hey, Captain Luo, while a meal may be casually consumed, words should not be carelessly uttered, Peng Tianchong retorted. Did you see me break Zhuo Ershao's leg? No. So, speaking without evidence is baseless. If he wants to sue me, he needs proof. Oh, you think you're clever, Luo Qi rolled her eyes. Why didn't you handle the ID situation yourself? Peng Tianchong found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly feeling vulnerable. What Luo Qi glared. Come with me to the station. What for? Peng Tianchong asked warily. Those two didn't take me away, and now you want to. What are you talking about? Luo Qi laughed. We were just going to the station to get your ID replaced. Otherwise, you'll run into trouble later. Oh, Peng Tianchong exclaimed in realization. That sounds reasonable. President Dai. May I take a half day off? Go ahead. Dai Qianshui waved her hand. Better to sort it out now than face trouble later. All right. Luo Qi bid farewell to Dai Qianshui and led Peng Tianchong towards the elevator. It wasn't until they entered the elevator that Dai Qianshui suddenly remembered that she had yet to brew her coffee. In truth, obtaining a replacement ID was a straightforward task, especially with Captain Luo at the helm. A quick photo, filling out a form, and returning later to collect the certificate would suffice. Once the matter was settled, it was already time to clock out. Captain Luo, Peng Tianchong suggested, you've helped me out for half the day. Let me treat you to lunch as a token of my gratitude. No need. Luo Qi waved her hand dismissively. Helping you is simply following my grandmother's orders. You needn't thank me, just thank her. Peng Tianchong was momentarily taken aback by her candor, instinctively looking up at the sky and sighing. So that's why it hasn't rained. You've left me speechless. Ha! Luo Qi chuckled, perhaps realizing her bluntness and feeling a twinge of regret. She added, I know you don't like being indebted to others. Fine, I'll let you treat me this time. Wait here while I change into something casual. All right. Peng Tianchong snapped his fingers and turned towards the exit. After stepping outside for a smoke, Luo Qi emerged, looking radiant in her casual attire. Wow, Peng Tianchong felt a sudden brightness before his eyes. Without her police uniform, Luo Qi resembled an elegant flower blooming under the summer sun, graceful and full of allure. She wore a simple white dress that gracefully reached her knees, showcasing her beautifully shaped legs, slender and straight. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, with slightly curled ends adding a playful touch. Her exquisite features were free of makeup but still radiated brilliance, her clear eyes twinkling with determination and gentleness. Though she no longer wore her uniform, the aura of justice and courage surrounding her remained undeniable, emanating a luminous glow from the depths of her soul. What are you staring at? Luo Qi noticed Pang Tianchong gaping at her, her cheeks flushing slightly. Don't you recognize me? Wow! Pang Tianchong exclaimed. You look stunning without your uniform. I almost didn't recognize you. Enough! Luo Qi interrupted. Stop gushing and let us decide where to eat. This area is your territory. You choose. Just don't pick anything too expensive, he chuckled. Look at your priorities. Luo Qi shot him a sideways glance and pointed. There's a restaurant called Jiangnan Fisherman's Home nearby. The food there is decent. Let us go there. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they found a window-side table. The waitress promptly approached them. What would you like to order? Pang Tianchong gestured to Luo Qi. You ask her. Luo Qi glanced at the menu and said, We'll have Westlake vinegar fish, oil-braised bamboo shoots, Wincy tofu, braised dried tofu, a grouper soup, a bottle of beer, and a soft drink. That should do for now. If it's not enough, we can order more later. Got it. The waitress replied before departing. Pang Tianchong picked up the teapot and began pouring water. Hey, Pang Tianchong asked with a smile. How did you know I love beer? Isn't it obvious? This is just to save you money. Liquor can be quite pricey. Besides, I don't drink, and you wouldn't finish a bottle of liquor anyway. Luo Qi remarked, observing as he rinsed his cup with tea. Curiosity suddenly piqued, she asked. Fu Bo has always said your skills are unfathomable, even calling you a master. I'm a bit skeptical. Since the dishes haven't arrived yet and there aren't many patrons. Could you show me a trick? Fu Bo isn't entirely correct. Master, in my presence, that title is trivial, Pang Tianchong replied while arranging the cups. Oh please. Luo Qi scoffed. You're just bragging. Show me a trick. You really want me to? He asked. Yes, but don't blame me later. As long as you don't touch me, I won't blame you. Pang Tianchong gently poured half a cup of tea. Feeling the cup's warmth, the temperature was just right that he then raised the cup and handed it to Luo Qi, saying, Catch it. Be careful not to spill. As he spoke, he subtly moved his hand, channeling his energy. With a swift motion, his pinky pressed against the bottom of the cup, puncturing it like a needle, creating a small hole just the size of his pinky, just as Luo Qi reached out to catch the cup. Pang Tianchong deftly withdrew his pinky, causing the tea to spill all over her hand. Although it was tea scalding, she was still startled. Luo Qi exclaimed, quickly inspecting the cup, only to find a round hole at the bottom. Tea gushing forth. What's happening? She stared blankly at the cup in her hand, vividly recalling that it had been intact when Pang Tianchong washed it moments ago. What's wrong? Pang Tianchong chuckled. I warned you to catch it. Look, it's all spilled. He swiftly grabbed a napkin to wipe the tea from the table. How did you do that? Luo Qi gripped the cup tightly, her wide eyes fixed on Pang Tianchong. Disbelief etched across her face. This is unreal. Look, Pang Tianchong shrugged. You insisted on me showing a trick, and now you see the result? You spilled tea all over yourself. Hurry and clean your hands. Chapter 66. Luncheon at Jiangnan Fisherman's Home. Luo Qi was utterly astonished by Pang Tianchong's display. It is known that a martial artist, upon reaching a certain level, could easily crush a glass cup with their bare hands. However, the idea of instantly penetrating a glass cup with a single finger, leaving it otherwise intact, was beyond her comprehension. Just then, the waitress began serving their meal. Here you go. Enjoy your meal. Miss, Pang Tianchong glared at the waitress. What's wrong with your teacups? They leak. Look at how you've stained my friend's clothes. The waitress glanced at the cup, noticing the hole, but she was too flustered to be surprised. Repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, miss. I'll bring you a new cup right away. She hurriedly fetched a clean cup from an unoccupied table nearby, apologizing profusely. I sincerely apologize. This was entirely our mistake. It's all right. Luo Qi gently dabbed at the stains on her skirt with a napkin, then wiped the damaged cup, saying, I want to file a complaint. I'll keep this broken cup. Is that acceptable? Certainly, certainly. The waitress nodded repeatedly. Miss, you can dispose of the cup as you wish. All right, you may get back to your duties, Luo Qi said as she opened her bag and gently placed the cup inside. The waitress turned to leave, scratching her head and mumbling to herself, How strange. I wash cups every day and have never seen one with a hole. After this brief interlude, the two began to enjoy their meal. To be honest, dining with a beautiful woman is quite a romantic affair. Pang Tianchong was thoroughly delighted and soon finished a bottle of beer. Another bottle, he called out, waving to the waitress. Just one bottle will suffice. Luo Qi rolled her eyes in reminder. We still have work this afternoon. It's fine. Pang Tianchong replied with a smile. I can drink without getting drunk. What about you? I still have to drive this afternoon. He suddenly recalled an important issue. He was the driver for the boss and couldn't drink. Then why are you drinking? Luo Qi shot him a glance, then called out, "Waitress, we won't be having any more alcohol." "Hey, Pang Tianchong, I have a question I've been wanting to ask you." "What question? With such impressive skills, why are you content to be a security guard at Daikong? Is it because you have a crush on Dai Qianxue?" "Come clean. Go away." Pang Tianchong retorted. "What do you mean, having a crush on Director Dai? I only became a security guard out of necessity." "What necessity? Do tell." Luo Qi looked at him with wide, curious eyes. "I owe her over 8,000 yuan, so I'm working to pay it off. That it's as simple as that." "That doesn't make sense." Luo Qi's professional instincts kicked in. "You just arrived in Bianqing. How could you possibly owe her money? If you're going to lie, at least make it logical." "I swear, I'm not lying." Pang Tianchong replied with a bitter smile. "I'm afraid you'll laugh at me if I tell you. I won't laugh." "Just spill it." Luo Qi's curiosity was piqued. "But you must promise not to laugh, and you can't tell anyone." "All right, I promise." And so, Pang Tianchong recounted how he met Dai Qianxue at the airport and accidentally burned her thigh. "Ha!" This made Luo Qi laugh so hard she could barely stand, pointing at Pang Tianchong. "And you say you're not a rogue? If that had been me on duty, I'd have taken you in." Sigh. Pang Tianchong sighed. "What a beautiful misunderstanding." "Oh, please," Luo Qi smirked. "A beautiful misunderstanding? You were just smitten by her good looks, like a winter radish. You've lost your heart. You're just a fickle heartthrob." Humph. As the two continued their meal and conversation, several young men dining nearby took notice. "Hey." One tall, slender youth nudged his companion with curly hair. "Dong Xiao, look at that girl over there. She's quite something." The curly-haired youth, Dong Xiao, glanced at Luo Qi, gulped, and thought, "Wow, she's really something. How about it? If you can get that girl's phone number, I'll treat you all tonight." The tall youth challenged. "It's not easy." Dong Xiao rubbed his chin. "That girl seems to have a boyfriend." "What are you afraid of?" The tall youth continued to provoke. "If that guy dares to resist, we'll handle him. Go for it." The others chimed in. "Dong Xiao, with your looks, she'll definitely give you face." "All right," Dong Xiao declared, "but you all have to treat me to KTV tonight." "No problem." The tall youth slapped his chest. "It's a deal. Go for it." With that, Dong Xiao swaggered over to where Pang Tianchong was seated, a bottle of beer in hand, and politely asked, "Hey there, mind if I join you for a drink?" Pang Tianchong glanced up at the curly-haired youth, noting that he wasn't too bad-looking, with striking features. Though his dark circles suggested he might be somewhat unhealthy, that he then turned to survey Dong Xiao's companions and quickly realized they were eyeing Luo Qi. "What bad luck?" "So," Pang Tianchong replied coolly. "Sure, but first, you'll need to cover our bill. No problem." Dong Xiao waved grandly. "Waitress, bring us the check." "That'll be 380 yuan. The waitress promptly arrived, standing respectfully beside Dong Xiao. "Here you go." Dong Xiao pulled out 400 yuan notes and handed them to her. "No need for change. Thank you." The young waitress chirped happily as she departed. In truth, Luo Qi had been aware of the group of young rascals, her instincts as a police officer alerting her to their attention. She simply pretended not to notice. Holding her teacup with both hands, she watched the scene unfold quietly, feeling a bit of smug satisfaction, thinking to herself, "These clueless fools have come to provoke me. And now I can see how Pang Tianchong handles himself." However, when she saw him agree to let the curly-haired youth sit down to save money, she felt a twinge of annoyance, internally cursing. What a miser! But then she pondered, if she were his girlfriend, would he allow others to disturb them? Puffed. What am I thinking? Luo Qi scolded herself internally, and she was surprised to find her cheeks flushing. Chapter 67. The Foolish Gambit. Dong Xiao exchanged 400 yuan for an opportunity to drink with them, grinning widely as he settled into the empty seat beside Pang Tianchong, casting glances at the beautiful Luo Qi. Feeling quite enamored. "Hello, beautiful. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the young master of the Jiangtuan group." "Stop right there." Luo Qi waved her hand. "No need to introduce yourself. Just get to the point." "Oh, all right," Dong Xiao grinned. "Now that I'm seated, could you share your phone number? It'd be great to get to know you better." "Sure." Luo Qi shot Pang Tianchong a glance. "I'll give it to you." "But you can't cause any trouble today. We're trying to enjoy our meal." "Absolutely. I won't cause any trouble today. Remember this. 1373876. My surname is Pang." Luo Qi glanced at her phone and relayed Pang Tianchong's number to Dong Xiao. Damn it. Pang Tianchong's mouth twitched. He thought, "This girl is quite mischievous, giving my number away." He shot her a fierce look but felt too embarrassed to expose her, quietly sipping his tea. "Dong Xiao, having secured the phone number, was overjoyed and strutted back to his friends. How about that? I got the number with ease. The tall youth's eyes lit up. Let me see. I want to save it. You can save it. But remember, no trouble today, she said, not to disturb them. Nonsense. The tall youth snatched Dong Xiao's phone and dialed the number immediately. At that moment, Pang Tianchong and Luo Qi were just arriving at the police station. Team leader, Pang Tianchong lit a cigarette and said, "Can you give me a ride back to the company? It's quite a distance." "Take a taxi," Luo Qi replied without thinking. Isn't that going to cost money? Using your car would be much better. It's not like you're paying for gas. That's not happening. You saved hundreds on dinner. Can't you spare 20 for a taxi? Luo Qi scoffed. What a penny pincher. As the two bickered, Pang Tianchong's phone rang. He instinctively answered, and before he could say anything, a polite voice greeted him. "Hello, is this Miss Pang?" "Miss Pang, your head," he exclaimed, realizing it was one of those young men from earlier. And he couldn't help but curse. "If you call me again, I'll make you regret it." With that, he angrily hung up, only to see Luo Qi bursting into laughter as she dashed through the station doors. "Are you going to give me a ride or not?" "Not." When Pang Tianchong returned to the company by taxi, he found the door to his office ajar. Pushing it open, he saw an elderly man seated inside, fiddling with a set of chess pieces on the coffee table. The old man had a weathered face, clearly well past 70, yet still exuded vitality. His thinning hair was neatly combed, reflecting a sense of discipline and order. Dressed in a well-tailored suit, though slightly outdated, every detail conveyed a sense of quality and nobility. "Old sir," Pang Tianchong inquired with curiosity, "may I ask who you are and how you came to be in my office?" "Oh, so you are Pang Tianchong, I presume," the elderly man replied, somewhat off topic. "I am a retired employee of the company. Feeling rather bored at home, I thought I would take a stroll around the office." "Haha, a stroll is just a stroll, but how did the conversation shift to me?" Pang Tianchong glanced at the chess pieces the old man was fiddling with and asked, "Are you here to challenge me to a game of chess?" "Alas," the old man sighed, "with nothing to do in retirement, I thought I'd seek out those young security guards for a couple of games. They actually said they were busy and refused to play with an old man like me, recommending that I come to you instead, claiming you were more available." "Pa, who said that?" Pang Tianchong slammed his hand on the table in anger. "I'll make sure to teach that fool a lesson. How could I possibly be free? I'm the boss's driver, always on standby. I might have to head out at any moment. Well, since we have a moment to spare, why not indulge in a couple of games for a bit of excitement?" The old man set up the chessboard, inviting Pang Tianchong to engage in a match. Why not? Pang Tianchong thought. Being idle is still being idle. Having someone to play chess with could help pass the time. Thus, he closed the office door, offered a cigarette to the old man, lit one for himself, and began to battle on the chessboard. Advance the pawn, knight jumps, bring out the rook, bishop flies, while playing. The old man engaged Pang Tianchong in casual conversation. "Young man, I heard you broke the leg of the second young master of the Zhou family." "Ha." Pang Tianchong chuckled. "You're quite well informed for an old man. Who told you that?" "I heard it from those security guards downstairs." "Damn, those little rascals. Their mouths are as loose as can be. Aren't you afraid of the Zhou family's retaliation? They are a prominent family in Bianqing. Their influence should not be underestimated." "Fear? Nonsense." Pang Tianchong scoffed. "When soldiers come, I will fight. When water comes, I will block it. If they provoke me, I will wipe them out." "Oh my, look at the bravado of this young lad." The old man chuckled. "But the patriarch of the Zhou family has deep ties with the Martial Arts Association. I hear your skills are quite impressive, but can you truly contend with the masters of the association? Advance the knight. Push the pawn." Pang Tianchong replied dismissively, "I don't care about their tricks. If they dare to provoke me, I'll set them straight. You're quite young, yet your words are bold." The old man lamented. "I've heard there are grandmasters stationed within the association. Are you perhaps a grandmaster yourself?" "Whether I am a grandmaster or not is irrelevant. I could easily squash a so-called grandmaster with a single slap. You needn't worry yourself about that," Pang Tianchong retorted. The old man, with a sudden tremor in his hand, inadvertently moved a piece into the path of Pang Tianchong's knight. "I won't make that move," he exclaimed, quickly adjusting the piece's position. "Hey, old man, how can you take back a move once a piece is played? It cannot be retracted, did you not know? Just one step back. One step." He chuckled. "Tisich, you aren't telling me you're a terrible player, are you?" "Who is a terrible player?" The old man shot back. "I only made a mistake because I was distracted by your boasting." "I say, old man," Pang Tianchong joked, "if you can't produce a bowel movement, don't blame the earth for lacking gravity. You made a wrong move, and now you're blaming my boasting. Was I boasting?" Claiming you could squash a grandmaster is certainly boasting. What I said is the truth. Pang Tianchong waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. You wouldn't understand martial arts. Why am I even discussing this with you? Now, it's your turn. Ah. The old man was startled, thinking for a moment before lifting a piece and forcefully placing it on the board. Check. However, as he called out, his body suddenly swayed, and he collapsed to the floor. Chapter 68. Treating cervical spondylosis in the Daiking Building, Office 1918. Pang Tianchong was engaged in a spirited chess match with the old man when suddenly, the old man's neck tilted, and he fainted. This unexpected turn of events startled Pang Tianchong. Goodness, playing chess could lead to a life-or-death situation, he thought, cursing his misfortune internally as he reached for the old man's wrist to check his pulse. At the same time, he activated his third eye to diagnose the cause of the old man's ailment. To his astonishment, he discovered that the old man was suffering from a herniated cervical disc, compounded by osteophyte formation, which was compressing the vertebral artery and causing insufficient blood supply to both sides, leading to his sudden fainting spell. Furthermore, 4 out of 5 intervertebral discs were severely herniated. Alas, Pang Tianchong sighed, realizing how fortunate the old man was to have encountered him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Without delay, he swiftly lifted the old man and propped him up on the sofa. Then retrieved several silver needles from his belongings, inserting them into specific acupoints on the old man's head. In an instant, the needle tips trembled, releasing a puff of white vapor. Concurrently, he placed his palm on the back of the old man's neck, channeling his inner energy to help restore the protruding intervertebral discs. Within a minute, the old man regained consciousness, slowly opening his eyes. As he awoke, he immediately felt a warm and soothing sensation in his neck. An unprecedented relief. Just as he was about to inquire, he was interrupted. Do not speak. Pang Tianchong instructed sternly. Your cervical condition is quite severe. I am currently treating you. Please endure for a few minutes. Treatment. The old man was somewhat bewildered. He was well aware of his own condition, having consulted numerous hospitals to no avail. Firstly, his advanced age posed a high surgical risk. Secondly, his condition was rather unique, making surgical intervention particularly challenging. Thus, over the years, he had endured much suffering with no recourse, relying solely on massages for temporary relief. With fainting spells occurring intermittently, he never imagined that he would faint in Pang Tianchong's office. And even more bizarrely, that this young man would be capable of treating him. The old man found it hard to believe that a mere youth could resolve his intricate ailment. Yet, the comfort radiating from the back of his neck filled him with curiosity and enjoyment. A sensation he had never experienced before. So comfortable. After approximately 5 minutes, Pang Tianchong withdrew his hand, declaring, all done. The root of your ailment has been eradicated. You shall no longer experience pain or fainting spells. What? The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. You're boasting again. Are you trying to fool me, claiming you cured my cervical disease in such a short time? Indeed, Pang Tianchong nodded, given your condition. With 4 out of 5 discs protruding, you must have suffered significantly. Now, take a moment to assess how you feel. The old man closed his eyes, carefully assessing his sensations, and discovered that not only was his neck comfortable, but he felt an overwhelming sense of relief throughout his entire body. Had his cervical spondylosis truly been cured after all these years? At that moment, a storm of emotion surged within him, rendering him utterly speechless. Young man, the old man exclaimed, nearly in tears, is my ailment truly resolved? Are you genuinely a miracle worker or not? Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly, for a minor ailment like yours, I can handle it with ease. Oh, thank you. Thank you. The old man stood up, grasping Pang Tianchong's hands, overwhelmed with emotion and momentarily at a loss for words. Do not move around too much. You still have needles in your head. Pang Tianchong gently pressed the old man back onto the sofa, instructing him to wait 5 more minutes. I will remove the needles and provide you with a prescription. After taking some traditional medicine for a few days, you will be completely healed. You're also a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. The old man stared wide-eyed at Pang Tianchong, his gaze unwavering. Yes, I am a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Pang Tianchong rummaged through a drawer for paper and pen, writing the prescription while conversing with the old man. You are fortunate to have encountered me today. Had you fainted on the street, I doubt anyone would dare assist you. Indeed, people would fear I might frame them for a scam. The old man chuckled, his smile widening as he regarded Pang Tianchong with increasing warmth. Young man, you saved my life. I will reward you handsomely. No need for that. Our meeting is already a stroke of fate. so you can forego the reward that I am not in need of money. How much could a security guard possibly earn? Why not join me instead? I can offer you 200,000 a year. How does that sound? Ha. Pang Tiancheng laughed. Old man, I know you are wealthy, but do you think I am someone who would bow down for mere coin? Here is the prescription. Keep it safe. It consists of common herbs. Just have it filled at the pharmacy. As he spoke, Pang Tiancheng approached the old man and, with a flick of his hand, gathered the silver needles into his palm. Their metallic sheen glimmering. Wow, the old man exclaimed, those were just in my head, of course. Or how else would you have awakened so quickly? After collecting the needles, Pang Tiancheng waved dismissively. All right, you can leave now. The old man appeared somewhat flustered, but we haven't finished our game. What game? Pang Tiancheng chuckled. You, a terrible player, can come back another day. Ha ha ha. Very well, the old man replied, awkwardly smiling. I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed right now. I'll take my leave and come back to find you another day. Goodbye. Upon leaving Daikon Company, the old man did not venture far, instead getting into a BMW parked outside. The driver, seeing the old man enter, promptly fastened his seatbelt and prepared to start the engine. Sir, are we heading home? Not home. The old man replied coolly, call Dr. Wang at the first municipal hospital and inform him that I need to check my cervical spine. Understood. The driver promptly retrieved his mobile phone and called the first municipal hospital. Subsequently, he started the car and sped towards the First People's Hospital. The elderly man was none other than the head of the Dai family. Dai Jingma, the grandfather of Dai Qianxue. He had specifically come to Daikon today to meet with Pang Tiancheng. But unexpectedly, an incident occurred that left him quite unsettled. He was half convinced by Pang Tiancheng's words. Could it be true that such a young man was a miraculous doctor? Thus, he hastened to the hospital to examine his cervical spine and obtain an X-ray to verify the truth of Pang Tiancheng's claims. The car quickly arrived at the hospital, and as they entered the hospital building, a doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses was already waiting at the entrance. Old Dai. Dr. Wang greeted warmly. What is this? Is your cervical spondylosis acting up again? Indeed. Old Dai nodded with a smile. Just a checkup. A CT scan, please. Right this way. The hospital was efficient, and soon the results of Dai Jingma's examination were in Dr. Wang's hands. However, the expert perused the X-ray for quite some time, yet remained silent. Dr. Wang. What is the verdict? Old Dai's eyes widened in anticipation, gazing intently at the physician. Old Dai. After a long pause, Dr. Wang finally swallowed hard and asked, which major hospital treated your cervical spondylosis? Treatment. Old Dai's throat constricted. Are you saying it's cured? Yes. Dr. Wang laid down the X-ray with an incredulous expression. I remember your cervical disc herniation was quite severe before. Now, everything appears normal, just like in your youth. This is extraordinary. Pray tell, where were you treated? Chapter 69. Estimating he is a grandmaster as the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky was awash with hues of crimson. The gentle, gossamer orange glow caressed the old Luo residence, casting a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere that imbued a sense of leisurely contentment. The small garden was ablaze with an array of blossoms, their vibrant colors dazzling against the backdrop of a soft breeze that carried their sweet fragrance. Uplifting the spirit, Madame Luo meandered through the flora, deftly pruning the vines with a pair of scissors in hand. Grandma. Just then, a melodious voice rang out, accompanied by a graceful figure that approached like a whisper of wind. Chier. The elderly lady straightened her back, her face lighting up with a kind smile. What brings you here? Just here to mooch a meal. Luo Qi replied as she linked her arm with her grandmother's. Stop working already. I've never seen you garden before, and now you're all about it. Previously, I was unable to move about easily, but now that my legs are fine, how could I possibly sit idly? The elderly lady continued, snipping off a withered vine with a crisp snap. Oh dear. Enough, enough. Luo Qi exclaimed, snatching the scissors from her grandmother's hand. You still have something to discuss. Haha. All right. I won't do it anymore. The elderly lady chuckled as she washed her hands and walked towards the house with Luo Qi, chatting amiably along the way. Grandma, did you know? All my little ailments have vanished. Vanished? What do you mean? All those sleepless nights and irregular cycles, cured. Where did you receive treatment? Pang Tiancheng healed me. Luo Qi beamed, continuing, that day, you asked me to find out his parents' address, and insisted I deliver it in person. Indeed. Did you find it? The elderly lady's interest piqued, her eyes sparkling. I did. When I went to deliver the address, he treated me. Oh. The elderly lady turned her face towards her granddaughter, inquiring, how did he treat you? Did he use acupuncture? Not at all. Luo Qi replied, he said I had helped him, and as a return gesture, he would help me adjust my health and dispel the coldness within me. Then, he asked me to extend my hand. After a mere 5 minutes, I felt a warm current coursing through my body. It was incredibly soothing. Strangely enough, that very night, I slept soundly, without a single dream. Truly, he is remarkable. Madame Luo nodded gently as she listened. Indeed. I knew that helping Mr. Pang would not be in vain. Did you take care of today's business with him? All settled. I obtained his new identification card. And how did he express his gratitude this time? The elderly lady asked with curiosity. He treated me to a meal. Really? The elderly lady's eyes gleamed as she fixed her gaze on Luo Qi. How was it? Did you enjoy your meal together? Grandma. Luo Qi tilted her head. I suddenly realized that he invited me to dine, not you. Yet you seem even more delighted than I. Did I? The elderly lady feigned innocence. Do share the details of your meal. There's not much to tell, Luo Qi replied. The main thing is, before dinner, I asked him to demonstrate his skills. You all say he possesses unparalleled abilities, yet I had my doubts. Grandma, look. She spoke as she pulled out a broken cup from her bag and handed it to her grandmother. What is this? Madame Luo inquired, puzzled. What do you need a broken cup for? Take a closer look. The elderly lady examined the cup closely, suddenly noticing a small hole at the bottom. What on earth is this? Try inserting your finger into it, Luo Qi suggested. Following her granddaughter's advice, Madame Luo gently inserted her ring finger into the tiny hole, which fit perfectly. The elderly lady's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed. Did Pang Tianchong do this? Indeed. Luo Qi grinned with satisfaction at her grandmother's reaction. When he handed me the cup, he merely poked it with his pinky, and it broke a hole in it, splattering me with tea. Heavens! The elderly lady's eyes were wide with disbelief. What sort of skill is this? Ah Fu, the old butler, hearing his mistress's call, hurried over. Madam, how may I assist you? Take a look at this cup. The elderly lady said, handing it to the butler. With your skills, could you make such a hole with your finger? Don't jest. The butler scrutinized the cup carefully, then inserted his pinky to feel for himself. I must say, even a master might struggle to achieve such a feat. How can there be such an extraordinary cup? But, Madame Luo interjected, this was made by Pang Tianchong using his finger. Ah, the butler was taken aback. If that is the case, I surmise he is a grandmaster. In fact, he must be a great grandmaster. Although I have never encountered a great grandmaster, my former master was a grandmaster, and to my knowledge, he could not create such a hole with his finger. It is utterly unfathomable. Fu Bo, Luo Qi asked with curiosity, are you suggesting that Pang Tianchong is the legendary great grandmaster? Indeed, the butler replied with a serious demeanor. Mr. Pang is truly formidable. To break a cup with bare hands, not quite. Luo Qi interjected, reclaiming the cup from the butler, demonstrating, he didn't exert himself as you suggest. He merely held the cup and gently pressed with his pinky. Such an enlightening experience. The butler shook his head slightly. A look of incredulity etched across his face. Such a formidable individual, yet the Zhou family constantly seeks to oppose him. It's akin to the old man of longevity consuming arsenic. Truly a reckless act. Exactly. Luo Qi continued. Today, that Zhou was also involved. He must have investigated Pang Tianchong and discovered a discrepancy with his identification, which is why he deliberately sought to apprehend him. Haha. Madame Luo chuckled knowingly. The Zhou family, the foremost family in Bianqing. Let them be. They may well find themselves replaced. Is it truly that severe? Luo Qi scoffed. Can a single person contend against an entire family? Indeed, the butler clarified. Miss Qi, you may not be aware, but even a grandmaster could easily obliterate a family like the Zhou family, let alone Mr. Pang, who is a great grandmaster. To extinguish the Zhou family would be a trivial endeavor. Hiss. Luo Qi gasped, her eyes widening, realizing the gravity of the butler's words. She understood that he spoke with utmost sincerity, without a hint of exaggeration. Then in the future, she suddenly brightened. If we encounter formidable bandits, we could enlist his help. Grandma, what do you think? That sounds splendid. Madame Luo replied with a smile, but what reason would he have to assist you? One is not indebted to another. Do not invoke notions of justice when speaking to my grandmother. In Chapter 70, the arrangements made by the patriarch of the Dai family unfolded. Simultaneously, within the confines of the Dai family villa, the venerable elder Dai Jingma engaged in a conversation laden with significance with his granddaughter. Dai Qianque. Since his return from the hospital, the old man appeared almost entranced, having consumed 2 pots of tea without stirring from his seat. His mind was consumed by thoughts of Pang Tianchong. This young man was remarkable, having alleviated his long-standing ailment with mere acupuncture and massage, achieving a remarkably thorough recovery that left him utterly astonished. As the Dr. Wang from the hospital remarked. This is somewhat unscientific. Unscientific, indeed. piqued his curiosity further. It is said that great talents often remain hidden in plain sight. Could it be that Peng Tianchong is a living deity concealed within the Dai Corporation? The more he pondered, the more bizarre it seemed, prompting him to call his granddaughter before the end of the workday, insisting she come to see him after her shift. Dai Qianxue was puzzled. What had gotten into her grandfather? He had just spoken to her the previous day, and now he was summoning her again. Was he perhaps becoming a bit eccentric? Regardless, she felt compelled to obey her grandfather's summons. Thus, upon finishing her work, Dai Qianxue hurried over. "Grandfather," she exclaimed upon entering. "What is the urgency in summoning me?" "Why," the elder Dai rolled his eyes, "is it not permissible for my dear granddaughter to join me for a meal?" "Look at you," Dai Qianxue pouted, placing her bag on the sofa and beginning to massage her grandfather's neck. "Enough, enough." The elder waved his hand to stop her. "No more massages. I shall not require them again." "What?" Dai Qianxue was taken aback. "Grandfather, are you upset with me, refusing my massage?" "No, no, no." The old man shook his head. "It is not that I am angry. Rather, my neck ailment has been cured, and I shall not trouble you for massages any longer." "Ha ha, come now, you." Dai Qianxue rolled her eyes. "Do you take me for a 3-year-old? How easily you are deceived. I have heard you say more than once that this ailment would be taken to the grave with you. How is it that after just one day, you are miraculously well?" "See here," the elder replied, handing her a plastic bag containing the results of his recent hospital examination. "Is this for real?" Dai Qianxue questioned, her skepticism evident as she examined the diagnosis report. Although she could not interpret the images, the written report was unequivocal. "All is normal. Is this a mistake?" Dai Qianxue blinked in disbelief. "Indeed," the elder responded, retrieving another plastic bag from the drawer and presenting it to her. "Thus, I underwent an MRI. Do have a look at this." Dai Qianxue hastily took it, opened it, and pulled out yet another report, which also clearly stated, "All is normal." "Grandfather, what on earth is happening?" The old man stroked his chin, a smile playing on his lips. "Today, I encountered a miraculous doctor. He administered acupuncture and massage, and I am completely healed." "Ha ha. Where is this miraculous doctor?" Dai Qianxue's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is he a national treasure of medicine?" "Where?" The elder shot her a look. "At Daikon Corporation. Surely, as a high-ranking executive, you are not oblivious to this." "What?" Dai Qianxue gasped. "Grandfather, are you jesting? There is no such person in our company." "Who is it?" "I am unaware." "Peng Tianchong." The elder's voice rose. "The young security guard from your company. Such a remarkable individual. Yet you have relegated him to the role of a guard. What am I to say about you?" "Who?" Dai Qianxue's eyes nearly popped out of her head. "This is impossible. He may be capable in a fight, but a healer. What is going on?" In an instant, her thoughts became jumbled, her mind filled with the image of that roguish yet handsome face. "I heard you have promoted him to be your driver. What is his salary like?" "Ah," Dai Qianxue nodded. "I just assigned him as my driver and bodyguard, with a salary equivalent to that of my assistant. However," she quickly added, "to adhere to regulations, I will cover the excess. That so?" The elder chuckled appreciatively. "A bodyguard indeed. Is he to provide protection around the clock?" "Grandfather, what are you saying?" Dai Qianxue's cheeks flushed. "It is merely for commuting and occasional errands." "How can that be sufficient?" The old man's expression darkened. "He must move to your residence for 24-hour protection. You are so beautiful. What if something were to happen?" "Grandfather," Dai Qianxue's face turned crimson. "How could a man stay in my home? It would be quite inappropriate." "Why would it be inappropriate?" The elder's eyes widened. "You have a villa with numerous empty rooms. What harm is there in allowing him to occupy one? Such a remarkable individual guarding you. Others would pay a fortune for his services." The old man, exasperated, continued, "Tomorrow, have Xiao Peng move in. This matter is settled by your grandfather." Dai Qianxue found herself in a quandary, her face aflame. "Grandfather, how can I, as a young woman, broach this subject with him? Furthermore, my parents would never agree to a stranger residing in my home." "I will speak with your parents," the elder declared. "If they dare refuse, I shall disown them from the Dai family." "Grandfather," Dai Qianxue gasped. "Have you lost your mind in pursuit of this treatment? Are you truly willing to forsake family for an outsider?" "Of course," the elder retorted. "Peng Tianchong is a fine young man. He possesses both character and charm, along with extraordinary abilities. Who knows what the future holds?" "Ha ha. What future?" Dai Qianxue queried, intrigued. "What are your plans for him?" "You will find out in due time," the elder replied enigmatically. "Just remember to follow my instructions." "Did you hear me? Furthermore, regarding Xiao Peng's salary, I shall cover the excess." "Understood," Dai Qianxue affirmed, grasping her bag from the sofa, ready to depart. "Where are you off to?" The old man called after her. "We have yet to eat." "I am not hungry," she replied, not looking back as she rushed out the door. Chapter 71. A family reunion. After escorting Dai Qianxue home, Peng Tianchong drove his Porsche straight to the Yuliang community on Huanghe Road. Resolved to visit his parents once more. Surely they would be home at this hour. Now that he had become a driver, his mobility had improved significantly, enjoying the luxury of a fine vehicle. With beautiful women, a comfortable ride, and ample time, Peng Tianchong felt quite content with his current employment. The car rapidly arrived at Yuliang, where the security guard, upon noticing the approaching Porsche, promptly stood at attention, saluted, raised the barrier, and granted passage without inquiry or registration, treating him with utmost respect. Goodness. Peng Tianchong mused inwardly, reflecting on the superficiality of appearances. These fellows are truly pragmatic. Reaching Building 8, he anxiously took the elevator to the 29th floor and knocked on door 2902. Knock, knock, knock. "Who is it?" A familiar yet unfamiliar voice responded from within, slightly hoarse and tinged with fatigue. Peng Tianchong felt a lump in his throat, nearly moved to tears. This was his mother's voice. After 19 years, hearing it again stirred deep emotions within him. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing the face of a middle-aged woman. It was indeed his mother, Qiumanqiang. Compared to his memories, she appeared noticeably aged. Her face slender yet warm, her eyes bright yet filled with uncertainty. Her hair was gathered atop her head, with streaks of gray, exuding a mature charm. She wore a simple yet elegant shirt paired with a light blue skirt, embodying grace and dignity. "Mom." Peng Tianchong's throat tightened as he exclaimed. "You are..." Qiumanqiang froze momentarily, hurriedly pushing open the security door to scrutinize the young man before her. "It's me, Xiaohu. Xiaohu." The woman's voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes as she drew Peng Tianchong into the light of the room. "You resemble your younger self," Qiumanqiang murmured, studying his face closely. "Mom, it's been 19 years. Do you still recognize me?" Peng Tianchong smiled gently, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye. "Child, I never imagined you were still alive," Qiumanqiang exclaimed, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Tears streaming down her face, Peng Tianchong tenderly stroked his mother's graying hair, whispering, "Mom, I left you a letter before I departed. How could you think I had perished?" XN, Chiem Nexiang. With tears streaming down her face, spoke, "There is indeed a letter, though I do not know who penned it, stuffed within the crack of the door. Yet how can we trust such an anonymous missive? Over the years, your father and I have sought news of you far and wide, only to find no trace of your existence that we thought you." Sigh. Peng Tianchong sighed. "It is all my senior sister's fault. Her unreliable nature led to a lack of clarity, causing you unnecessary worry." After a while, Chiem Nexiang managed to compose herself, pulling her son to sit on the sofa. "Child, please tell your mother where you have been all these years." Peng Tianchong gathered his thoughts and succinctly recounted his experiences studying the art at Kunlun Mountain, mentioning his loss of memory. "It is wonderful that you have returned safe and sound." Chiem Nexiang listened quietly, nodding continuously, her face radiating happiness and kindness. "By the way, mother, where is my father, your father?" Chiem Nexiang's eyes flickered with anxiety, pausing momentarily before responding. "He is on a business trip." "Oh." Peng Tianchong did not dwell on it further, and then inquired, "What about my sister, Qin Qian? She is studying at Bian University and only comes home on weekends." "That's great. She is already in college." Peng Tianchong chuckled. "Last Sunday, when I arrived, she thought I was a scammer and refused to open the door." Haha. "Is that so?" Chiem Nexiang laughed as well. "That mischievous girl, but we cannot blame her. We have never told her about you. How did you find this place?" Peng Tianchong asked with a wry smile. "Don't mention it." Upon returning to Bian City, I went straight to the old neighborhood, only to discover it had been demolished. With no other option, I had to find a job first, and gradually I became acquainted with a friend from the police station, who helped me locate our home address. "You found a job?" Chiem Nexiang exclaimed with relief. "Then where are you living now?" "I reside in the company dormitory." "Oh my," Chiem Nexiang suddenly exclaimed. "What are you doing living in a dormitory?" "I have been so preoccupied with talking. I will tidy up your room right away. You sit down for a moment." "All right." Peng Tianchong nodded, habitually pulling out a cigarette to light. Taking a deep drag, he gradually felt his mood stabilize. The feeling of having a home, how wonderful. He held the cigarette between his lips and began to stroll around the house, carefully examining his surroundings. The house was slightly larger than before, comprising 3 rooms and a living room, with decor that had remained unchanged for several years. certain parts of the ceiling had begun to peel. The furniture looked somewhat worn, clearly purchased many years prior. The place was impeccably clean, and he knew this was thanks to his mother. In his memories, she had always been a diligent woman. That night, Ping Tianching slept soundly at home, not even dreaming. The next morning, his mother had prepared breakfast and called him to wake up. Xiaohu, hurry and get up for breakfast. Don't be late for work. His mother's voice was gentle and cheerful, filled with love and happiness. Coming. Ping Tianching quickly dressed, washed up, fully aware that he had just become Dai Qianxue's driver and could not afford to be late. Breakfast was simple. 2 dishes, 1 soup, dumplings, steamed buns, and a few youtiao. Hurry up and eat. Mom made your favorite shredded potatoes when you were little, Nexiying said, wiping her hands on her apron. Just have a light meal for now. When your sister returns this weekend, I'll prepare a feast to celebrate. No need. Ping Tianching sipped the plain congee and replied, this weekend, I'll take you and my sister out for a grand meal at a 5-star hotel. No, no, no. Nexiying waved her hands repeatedly. That would be far too expensive. Save your earnings. You'll need them for when you marry in the future. By the way, Xiaohu, you don't have a girlfriend yet. Do you? No. Ping Tianching shook his head, chewing on the youtiao. There is no rush. I haven't even had the chance to enjoy myself since coming back. You're already 26. Isn't it time to start thinking about it? Nexiying looked affectionately at her son, smiling. The lad across from us is a year older than you, and he is already a father. His parents have even welcomed a grandchild. Don't worry, Mom. Ping Tianching replied dismissively. With a son as handsome as I am, I won't have trouble finding a good wife. I fear there will be a line of girls at our door, and you might be overwhelmed with choices. Haha. Just keep boasting. Make sure to bring one home for your mother to meet. Just wait. Ping Tianching quickly finished his meal, wiped his mouth, and said, Mom, I'm off to work now. I'll return after my shift. All right. Nexiying said as she walked him to the downstairs entrance, watching Ping Tianching drive away in his Porsche. Still standing at the doorway with a dazed smile of happiness. Chapter 72. Visitors from the Martial Arts Association at Daikong Company in the finance department. Manager W.N. Ru-Yn had just started her day when the office door was knocked on urgently. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. With the call, the door swung open to reveal a cheeky young man, none other than the newly appointed driver. Ping Tianching, W.N. Manager. Ping Tianching, W.N. Ru-Yn looked up. Curiosity evident in her gaze. What brings you here? Is there something you need? Look at you. Ping Tianching plopped down on the sofa, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it skillfully. No smoking in the office. W.N. Ru-Yn shot him a fierce glare. Get to the point. What do you want? All right. Ping Tianching took a deep drag and said, I need to request an advance on my salary. I'm out of money. How much? 30,000, please. Didn't Dai Qianxue say she would reward me with 30,000 for the last business trip? Just give me that. Salary will be dispersed soon. Why the rush? It's only a couple of days. I have urgent expenses. We don't have that much cash on hand. Probably just over 20,000. I can give you 20,000 for now. Just write a receipt. 20,000 it is. Ping Tianching quickly wrote the receipt and handed it to W.N. Ru-Yn. She glanced at it, signed her name, and returned it. Go next door to collect your money. Manager W.N. Ping Tianching accepted the note with a grin. The girl next door is pretty. Isn't she? How did my request go? Get lost. Ha ha ha. Ping Tianching jubilantly received 20,000 from the finance room and returned to his office, stuffing the cash into his drawer. Just as he was about to sit down, his phone rang from his pocket, and he promptly answered. Hello? Who is this? Ping Ge. The voice on the other end belonged to Ding Ti. Sounding somewhat low, come downstairs. There are 2 people looking for you at the entrance. Who are they? I don't know them. They seem unfriendly and quite fierce. Be careful. Damn it. Ping Tianching cursed under his breath. His intuition warned him that they were here to cause trouble. This is never ending. Downstairs, at the company entrance, 2 elderly men in their 50s sat at the security desk, one lean and the other somewhat plump. Both clad in martial arts attire, their expressions cold and their presence intimidating. As Ping Tianching approached, both old men raised their gazes simultaneously. Are you Ping Tianching? The plump elder spoke, his voice calm yet authoritative, carrying an unyielding weight. Yes, that's me. Ping Tianching replied, exhaling a puff of smoke. What can I do for you? We are from the Martial Arts Association. Please come with us. Our president wishes to see you. The lean elder commanded. I refuse. Ping Tianxiang replied without hesitation, I don't know any president, nor do I care about your association. Just leave. Hey, the plump elder's anger flared. You think you're tough? Huh. Let me ask you this. Did you break the legs of the second son of the Zhou family? That could be considered accurate. Ping Tianxiang rolled his eyes, not denying it. That's it then. The plump elder said sternly, do you understand that as a martial artist, one must not easily lay hands on ordinary people? I don't care. Ping Tianxiang shook his head, regardless of who they are, whether ordinary or not. If they provoke me, they will reap the consequences. If you two are here to defend the Zhou family, I want to hold back. You. The plump elder nearly lost his composure, astonished that martial artists, who were supposed to command respect and fear wherever they went, were being so scorned by a mere youth. Come on, then. Infuriated, the plump elder's aura surged as he swung his fist towards Ping Tianxiang's face, the wind from the punch whistling, sending shivers down one's spine. Humph. Ping Tianxiang flicked the cigarette butt away, his body swaying back effortlessly, evading the elder's strike. The elder missed his punch and leaped forward, following Ping Tianxiang like a shadow, resembling a swift swallow as he jumped outside. Little did he know, as he dashed out, before his feet even touched the ground, smack, a resounding slap landed hard on his face. The plump elder cried out. Crashing to the ground, half of his face swelling dramatically, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. Quick? It was all too swift. He had scarcely comprehended how Pang Tianchong had launched his attack before being struck into a state of bewilderment by a single palm. The thin old man, witnessing his companion being felled, instantly lost his composure. With a swift push off the ground, he leapt into action. Simultaneously, his right hand shot forward, fingers curled like claws, aiming for Pang Tianchong's shoulder. The wind from his fingers was fierce, his movements lightning quick, and a faint white mist emanated from his fingertips, indicating that the old man's eagle claw technique had reached an extraordinary level. Should he be caught, it would not merely result in broken bones or torn ligaments. At the very least, he would suffer grievous lacerations, a sight too horrific to behold. The security guards stood in stunned silence, particularly Ding Tai, whose jaw had been agape since the fat old man had made his move. As he observed the thin old man's even more ferocious approach, he couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for Pang Tianchong. Be careful. His warning had yet to leave his lips when he saw Pang Tianchong remain unfazed, suddenly retracting his shoulder to evade the old man's claw, raising his palm to deliver a resounding slap. With a sharp crack, a powerful backhand landed on the thin old man's face. This strike, fueled with considerable force, sent the thin old man flying like a sandbag, crashing several meters away onto the ground. Half of the old man's face was distorted, and with a loud gasp, he spewed forth a copious amount of crimson blood. You dare to ambush me. I will have my revenge. At that moment, the fat old man scrambled to his feet, enraged, his face twisted in fury as he hurled his fist once more at Pang Tianchong. The old man was loath to accept that as a distinguished half-step master, he had been so easily subdued by a mere slap. If this got out, how could he ever maintain his standing in the martial world? Thus, the old fellow was determined to fight tooth and nail. However, little did he know the true strength of his opponent. Before he could even close the distance to Pang Tianchong, a swift kick sent him flying, tumbling far out the door, unable to rise again. After dispatching the fat old man, Pang Tianchong strode toward the thin old man on the ground. By this time, the thin old man had come to realize that he was utterly outmatched. The disparity was insurmountable. In light of the 36 stratagems, retreat was the best policy. Without waiting for Pang Tianchong to approach, the thin old man executed a frantic roll, tumbling out the door, then seized the fallen fat old man and fled. Damn it, this fellow is too formidable. As he ran, the thin old man felt a chill of fear. If his opponent truly desired his life, it could be extinguished in an instant. Bah! Pang Tianchong spat at the old man's retreating figure, shouting, Go back and tell your leader that if anyone dares to come looking for trouble again, I will break their legs. Damn it. Today, you have been spared. Chapter 73. The leader takes action in the eastern outskirts of Bian City. Within a luxurious villa, an elderly man with graying hair and a ruddy-faced middle-aged man were engaged in a lively conversation over tea. The elder was Zhou Shouqing, the head of the Zhou family, while the red-faced man was Gu Qilai, the president of the Bian City Martial Arts Association. The association is a martial arts organization with branches in every region, each led by a person of high virtue and martial prowess, aimed at mediating disputes among martial artists and preventing conflicts between them and ordinary citizens. Gu Qilai, a master in his own right, had presided over Bian City for several years and maintained a close relationship with the Zhou family. The head of the Zhua family had come to the association today to seek retribution for his son by enlisting their help against Pang Tiancheng. The association's 2 deputies had already gone to Dai Kong Company to apprehend him. While Zhua Xiuqing and President Gu awaited news, Zhua Xiuqing set down his teacup and pulled out a bank card from his pocket, offering it with a smile. This card contains 200,000. The password is 6 zeros. Please, take it and enjoy some tea. You were too kind. Gu Qilai replied with a smile as he accepted the card. Rest assured, once we capture that Pang fellow, I will leave his fate in your hands. With our association's intervention, his life matters not, such is the nature of the martial world, where life and death hinge upon a mere thought. Zhua Xiuqing clasped his fist in a respectful plea. President, it would be best if you could take that young man's life. If that is not feasible, breaking his legs would suffice as vengeance for my son. Consider it done. Gu Qilai waved his hand, tucking the bank card into his pocket. Just then, several car horns blared outside the gates, and moments later, the entrance swung open, revealing 2 figures supporting each other. Limping as they entered, it was the fat and thin old men who had gone to capture Pang Tiancheng. What happened? Gu Qilai exclaimed, setting down his teacup and rising to his feet, sensing something was amiss. Report to the president. The fat old man's face was a swollen mess, making him nearly unintelligible. It was the thin old man, clutching half of his face, who explained, we were no match for Pang Tiancheng and were sent back. What? Gu Qinglia's heart sank. A mere young man, with such prowess, had bested both of them. Unknown, the thin old man shook his head. We couldn't discern his origins, only that his speed was astonishing. We had no time to react before being struck. Interesting. Gu Qinglai narrowed his eyes. It seemed this young man was indeed a master. When had the martial world given rise to such a youthful master? President, Zhua Xiuqing said, concern etched on his face. Should we summon more experts from your headquarters? I fear, no need. Gu Qilai waved him off. Even if he is a master, there are levels among masters. After all, am an established master. Dealing with a young upstart is well within my capabilities. Wait. The thin old man interjected hastily. President, it's wise to call for reinforcements from headquarters. That young man is rather formidable, and he even said, what did he say? He said, anyone who seeks trouble with him will. Well, what? He said he would break your legs. You son of a. Gu Qinglia's fury erupted, nearly striking the thin old man down. However, upon reflection, realizing it was Pang Tiancheng's exact words, he was incensed beyond measure. Prepare the car. I will go and deal with that Pang fellow. At the president's command, silence ensued, and someone hurried off to fetch a vehicle while others quickly gathered their gear, following the president's car straight to Dai Kong Tower. At this hour, Dai Kong Company was about to close for the day. Gong Xiaoshuang, carrying a lunchbox, approached the CEO's office, preparing to have a meal with Dai Qianxue. Xiao Xue, time for lunch. All right. Dai Qianxue closed her documents, stretching languidly, just as she was about to rise when the sound of roaring engines and a commotion from below caught her attention. What is going on? Gong Xiaoshuang dashed to the floor-to-ceiling window, peering down. There are so many cars blocking the entrance. What are they doing? Dai Qianxue queried, curiosity piqued. Call the front desk and ask. As she joined Gong Xiaoshuang at the window and looked down, she was taken aback to see several vehicles obstructing the entrance, with a group of people stepping out, looking quite aggressive as they argued with the security guards. Hello, front desk. What is the situation with those people at the entrance? Gong Xiaoshuang immediately dialed the security department. They're here to cause trouble. Whose trouble are they seeking? Pang Tiancheng. We've already informed him. He'll come down to resolve it shortly. Hearing this, Dai Qianxue frowned. Perplexed. Who are they? Looking for Pang Tiancheng, didn't he say? Gong Xiaoshuang pocketed her phone, suddenly pointing below. Look, Pang Tiancheng is coming out. Dai Qianxue quickly focused her gaze downward, seeing Pang Tiancheng sauntering towards the entrance, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Is there going to be a fight? She asked nervously. Should we call the police? Let us wait and see. Gong Xiaoshuang reassured her. Pang Tiancheng should be able to handle it. I've yet to see him in action. Let us observe for now. The two hid above to watch the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Pang Tiancheng had reached the group of men before him. He raised his gaze to scrutinize the ruddy-faced man at the forefront, then glanced at the thin old man beside him, asking with an air of impatience, did you bring what I asked for? Or have you returned empty-handed? I brought it. Gu Qilai glared fiercely, declaring, this president does not believe in such superstitions. I wish to see if you can truly break my legs. Humph. Pang Tiancheng exhaled a puff of white smoke, replying nonchalantly, well then, since you've come seeking a beating, I shall oblige you. Go ahead and make your move. Stand back. Gu Qinglai bellowed, channeling his energy as a gust of wind swirled around him, stirring up dust from the ground. As his entourage witnessed their leader preparing to strike, they hastily retreated, not daring to approach. This was a battle of masters. A moment's carelessness could spell disaster, jeopardizing their very lives. On the 19th floor, Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang simultaneously gasped in astonishment. They had never witnessed such a scene of combat where the wind stirred before the adversary even moved. The newcomer was truly formidable. Unbeknownst to them, both felt a bead of sweat trickle down their backs for Pang Tianchong. In that moment, neither dared to blink. Their eyes fixed intently upon him. Jiu Qinglai gathered his internal energy and unleashed a punch. The wind from his fist howling as it surged towards Pang Tianchong's face. Yet, Pang Tianchong remained unperturbed, effortlessly slipping behind Gu Qinglai, leaning against a BMW, cigarette in hand, leisurely taking a deep drag. Jiu Qinglai's fist met only air. The force of his blow creating a gust that tore through the atmosphere, crashing violently against the duty desk at the entrance. With a resounding crack, the desk shattered, debris scattering across the floor amidst a cloud of dust. Chapter 74. Breaking the president's legs. Understanding that Pang Tianchong was not to be trifled with, Gu Qinglai struck with lethal intent, channeling all his might into his blows, unyielding and relentless. However, his speed paled in comparison to that of Pang Tianchong, who vanished from sight just as Gu's fist reached its target. Jiu Qinglai's earth-shattering punch failed to fell Pang Tianchong, yet the force behind it pulverized a nearby table, on the 19th floor. Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang gasped in unison, their hearts nearly leaping from their chests. Terrifying. This individual was beyond fearsome. With a single punch, he had obliterated a table, had it struck Pang Tianchong instead. Would he have survived? Their gazes once more sought Pang Tianchong, only to find him still leaning against the car, nonchalantly smoking. Goodness, Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed, her surprise causing her to curse. Xiu Xue, look. This guy is in imminent danger and he's still smoking. We should get out of here. Dai Qianxue bit her lip tightly, her heart pounding furiously, her small fists clenched so tightly they could have drawn water. For reasons she could not fathom, she felt an overwhelming concern for Pang Tianchong. After Gu Qinglai's punch missed, he swiftly discerned Pang Tianchong's location behind him. Without a moment to spare, he pivoted on one foot and launched another strike. The air surged, crackling with energy, the speed of his attack leaving no room for defense. Just as Gu Qinglai prepared to strike again, he suddenly found his opponent had vanished once more. But there was no time to retract his fist. Bang! The punch landed with a thunderous crash against the BMW, sending it skidding several meters before colliding with another vehicle, the windshield exploding into a spiderweb of cracks, shards scattering in every direction. My goodness! Dai Qianxue again shrieked from the 19th floor, clutching Gong Xiaoshuang's arm tightly. We must call the police. This person is far too powerful. Stay calm. He didn't hit anyone. Gong Xiaoshuang attempted to maintain her composure, noting that Pang Tianchong was still smoking, before she could finish her sentence. Pang Tianchong made his move. With a flick of his finger, he sent the cigarette butt flying. Then, with a swift motion, he lunged forward, his left hand seizing Gu Qinglai by the throat. Gu Qinglai struggled to muster his internal energy, preparing for a third strike, but as his neck tightened, he felt an immediate weakness wash over him. Spare me, brother, please. In an instant, Gu Qinglai's strength ebbed away, leaving him defenseless. Curse it. Pang Tianchong tightened his grip. Berating, with your pathetic skills, you think you can stand up for the Zhuo family? Are you tired of living? As he spoke, Gu Qinglai's eyes rolled back, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Struggling for breath, his life hanging by a thread, the members of the Martial Arts Association watched helplessly, none daring to intervene. Their president, a master, had been subdued in a single move, and any attempt to assist would be futile. Hero, spare his life. Esteemed one, please spare our president. The crowd knelt, clasping their hands in supplication, fearing that delay would result in their leader's demise. As Gu Qinglai's body slackened, Pang Tianchong's arm jolted, tossing him to the ground like a discarded rag doll. Then, stepping forward, he delivered a brutal stomp to Gu Qinglai's leg, shattering it with a sickening crack. Gu Qinglai cried out in agony, his breath caught in his throat as he fainted, losing consciousness. President. Two young members of the Martial Arts Association rushed over to assist Gu Qinglai, pleading with Pang Tianchong for mercy. What hero? Pang Tianchong scoffed. Do you think this is ancient times? Call me Teacher Pang. I'm here to teach you how to be human. All right, they chorused. Teacher Pang, please spare our president's life. Spare him, you say? Pang Tianchong pointed to the shattered table behind him. Go back and tell him to buy a new one and bring it here by tomorrow. If he dares to refuse, I will come to your association and break his other leg. Did you hear me? Yes, yes. They nodded vigorously, not daring to utter a single word of dissent. Get lost. Peng Tianchong waved his hand dismissively. Turning to walk back to the company, the members of the Martial Arts Association felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, simultaneously exclaiming, "Thank you, Teacher Peng. Thank you, Teacher Peng." On the 19th floor, Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang stood in stunned silence, having witnessed the sheer might of that individual. To think that such a formidable figure could be subdued so effortlessly by Peng Tianchong, leaving him unconscious on the ground. It was evident how formidable Peng Tianchong truly was. The two beauties exchanged glances, momentarily forgetting to head to the cafeteria. It was only when they heard the footsteps in the corridor, accompanied by a stirring song, that they came to their senses, like a drawn bough when lying down, like a pine tree when standing, unmoving as a clock when seated, swift as the wind when walking. Southern Fist and Northern Leg, Shaolin and Wudong skills, Tai Chi and 8 trigrams, with divine arts of China. The melodious voice echoed from the elevator, unmistakably belonging to Peng Tianchong. Peng Tianchong. Gong Xiaoshuang threw open the office door and called out, "Come here for a moment." "What is it?" Peng Tianchong stepped into the office, glancing at the two women. "Aren't you eating?" "I was just about to grab a bite. If I wait too long, there won't be any food left." "Eat, eat, eat. That's all you think about." Gong Xiaoshuang nudged him. "Dai has something to ask you." "What? What do you want to ask?" Dai Qianxue steadied her emotions, gazing intently at Peng Tianchong. "Who were those people just now? What grievances do you have with them?" "They are from the Martial Arts Association," Peng Tianchong replied dismissively. "The one who got hit is their president. Why would the Martial Arts Association come looking for you?" "Isn't it obvious?" Peng Tianchong retorted, irritation creeping into his voice. "They were sent by the Zhuo family to cause trouble. Damn it. They just won't let it go." He had intended to express his desire to wipe out the entire Zhuo family, but thought better of it, fearing it might frighten the two women. The Zhuo family? Upon hearing this, both women fell silent, realizing the Zhuo family was not yet finished seeking revenge, and they were left wondering how to handle the situation. "Is there anything else? If not, I'm off to eat." Peng Tianchong rubbed his belly and rolled his eyes at Dai Qianxue. "I've been starving. Someone promised to treat me, but it hasn't happened. Cut it out." Dai Qianxue blushed, recalling her promise to treat him to a meal upon her return from a business trip. She felt a twinge of guilt for not having found the time. "Xiaoshuang." She turned her gaze toward Gong Xiaoshuang. "You should tell him about the bodyguard situation." Remembering her grandfather's instructions, Dai Qianxue found it difficult to voice her thoughts. Oh, Gong Xiaoshuang understood, saying, "Peng Tianchong, since you are now Dai's driver and bodyguard, for safety reasons, you might as well stay at her villa. This way, it will be more convenient for you to escort her to work, and you won't have to stay in the company dormitory. What do you think?" "Why would I do that?" Peng Tianchong crossed his arms, feigning fear. "Don't get any ideas. I'm not that easy to manipulate." Upon hearing this, Dai Qianxue felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Chapter 75. Revealing a little talent in the office of Daikong Company. Peng Tianchong's words infuriated the two beauties, prompting Gong Xiaoshuang to exclaim, "You lecher! What are you thinking? How could my little Xiaoxue ever like you?" He. Peng Tianchong grinned widely. "That may not be the case. With my charming looks, what girl wouldn't fancy me? How shameless." Gong Xiaoshuang scoffed. "Are you moving in or not? Just give us a straightforward answer about that." Peng Tianchong scratched his head, chuckling. "We'll see after you treat me to a meal. Dai still owes me a grand feast, doesn't she? Eat, eat, eat. That's all you think about." Dai Qianxue rolled her eyes. "Today is the weekend. After work, I'll treat you to dinner. Is that all right?" "Deal." Peng Tianchong snapped his fingers. "It's settled then. I'm off to eat." With that, he turned to leave, but paused at the door, glancing back. "If I move in, will you, the blonde-haired fairy, be moving in too?" "Why do you care?" she shot back. "Just asking. In ancient times, when a lady married, she was often accompanied by a maidservant, right? Get lost." Gong Xiaoshuang seethed, kicking Peng Tianchong in the rear. "Ha ha ha." Peng Tianchong laughed heartily, taking off at a sprint toward the cafeteria. "What a scoundrel." Gong Xiaoshuang, still simmering with indignation, cast a worried glance at Dai Qianxue and inquired, "Xiaoxue, is it permissible for this fellow to move in with you? Just look at his character. What does your grandfather think about this?" With a bitter smile, Dai Qianxue replied, "I have no idea. It seems grandfather holds him in high regard." "Why is that?" "He has met Peng Tianchong." "Has he?" Dai Qianxue explained. "The day before yesterday, he came to challenge Peng Tianchong to a game of chess. But his cervical spondylosis suddenly flared up, and he fainted in Peng Tianchong's office. Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed. "What happened afterward?" Fortunately, it was Pang Tianchong who saved him, administering acupuncture and massage, effectively curing his cervical spondylosis. What? Gong Xiaoshuang inquired with curiosity. That fellow can heal ailments as well. Indeed, Dai Qianxue nodded. My grandfather's condition was quite severe. He visited countless hospitals without success and had nearly given up hope. Yet, Pang Tianchong's intervention completely cured him. Completely cured? Gong Xiaoshuang gazed at her in disbelief. Yes, entirely cured, Dai Qianxue confirmed. I saw the x-rays taken at the hospital. The herniated parts were all realigned. As good as new. How extraordinary. Gong Xiaoshuang marveled. I know a bit about this ailment. Aside from surgery, there seems to be no other remedy. How could he possibly realign the herniated discs? It defies scientific explanation. Indeed, I am equally curious, Dai Qianxue remarked. He is so young yet possesses the skills of a divine healer. He is truly a person of hidden talents. Tisk tsk, Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed. You have chosen a remarkably valuable bodyguard. You even have a family doctor now. In the future, for minor ailments, there's no need to visit the hospital. Hee. Dai Qianxue chuckled. Come on, let's go eat. If we delay any longer, we may miss the meal. The two hurried into the company cafeteria, only to find that half the seats in the hall were already vacant, evidently having been vacated by previous diners. However, upon glancing towards a window-side table, they noticed it was surrounded by a throng of people, all animatedly discussing something. Master, Gong Xiaoshuang, while serving her plate, couldn't help but inquire. What is happening over there? The cafeteria chef cast a glance and replied, It seems to be that new security guard dining over there. Pang Tianchong? Yes, that's him. Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang immediately understood. Surely, everyone was gossiping about the recent altercation at the entrance and had gathered to gawk at Pang Tianchong as if he were some sort of spectacle. After they filled their plates, the two found a spot close to the crowd and began to eat while straining to eavesdrop on the commotion. At that moment, Pang Tianchong's table was brimming with people, with a substantial crowd standing around, making it impossible for anyone to pass through. A rotund fellow, soup in hand and oblivious to its cooling temperature, stared wide-eyed and asked, Brother Pang, I witnessed the fight at the entrance today. That fellow was incredibly strong. Able to send a car flying with a single punch, yet you merely grasped his neck, and it was game over. What martial arts do you practice? Show us a little demonstration. Pang Tianchong continued to eat nonchalantly, responding, What kind of demonstration? Should I slap you? No, no, no. The rotund man quickly shook his head. I can't withstand your slap. It would surely flatten me. Exactly, chimed in someone nearby. When Brother Pang slaps, he could even knock the rotund fellow's bowels loose. Pa! Pang Tianchong shot a glare at that person, scolding, What nonsense are you spouting? Do you not see that I am currently eating? Ha ha ha. The crowd erupted in laughter. Pang Xiaoshuang, who had been sipping soup, nearly spat it out as she struggled to stifle her laughter. Dai Qianxue, on the other hand, bit down on the end of her chopsticks, her eyes crinkling with amusement. Unfazed, the rotund man pressed on, Brother, just show us a little something. We are dying of curiosity. Really want to see? Yes, yes. The rotund man nodded vigorously, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Pang Tianchong glanced at the rotund man's bowl, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips as he said, If I show you, don't blame me. Of course not. All right. As Pang Tianchong reached to grasp the rotund man's stainless steel bowl, he employed the same trick, discreetly applying pressure with his fingers. Suddenly, pft, a hole appeared at the bottom of the bowl. The soup gushed out, splattering across the rotund man's chest. Thankfully, the soup had cooled. Otherwise, it would have scalded his ample flesh. Ah! The rotund man exclaimed, quickly feeling around, while his other hand held the bowl, which continued to leak, soaking the table and benches in soup. Oh dear. Wow. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. The commotion drew the attention of two women dining nearby, and Gong Xiaoshuang couldn't resist pushing through the crowd to get a closer look. What is going on? Look, the rotund man's soup is all gone. Someone pointed at him. He is holding an empty bowl, utterly bewildered, saying, My iron rice bowl has been drilled a hole in it. Ah, Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed, staring at the damaged bowl. Is your finger like a power drill? All right, disperse. Pang Tianchong declared, waving his hand impatiently, Let me eat in peace. As everyone noticed Gong Xiaoshuang and Dai Qianxue at the scene, they scattered like startled birds. Only the rotund man lingered, reluctantly departing while lamenting, My iron rice bowl has a hole drilled into it by Pang Tianchong. Spotting Dai Qianxue and her companion, Pang Tianchong approached with his food tray, cheerfully saying, Why didn't you come sooner? If you had sat with us, we wouldn't have drawn such a crowd. Chapter 76. The scheme of the sixth senior sister Pang Tianchong, carelessly plopping himself down opposite Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang, exhibited no signs of discomfort or constraint at sharing a table with the general manager. To him, dining with the CEO felt as casual as sharing a meal with a neighbor. Dai Qianxue rolled her eyes but remained silent, merely savoring her meal in small bites. To her recollection, she had never dined so closely with a man before. In school, her aloof demeanor was well known, and few boys dared approach her, let alone now, sitting across from the company president. Yet, today, this loquacious fellow seated before her elicited no aversion whatsoever. Even she found it peculiar. Gong Xiaoshuang, on the other hand, was a chatterbox. From the moment Pang Tianchong sat down, she peppered him with questions, relentless in her curiosity. Pang Tianching, Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed like an inquisitive child, how can your fingers be as powerful as a drill? That bowl was stainless steel, and you punctured it with a mere poke. Ah. Pang Tianching nodded. Is there a problem with that? How extraordinary. Gong Xiaoshuang shook her head. I've only seen such skills in dramas. You must enlighten us about your prowess. That's hard to say. Pang Tianchong furrowed his brow. I am not one to boast, and I haven't encountered any true masters. In my opinion, there shouldn't be anyone in the country who can rival me. Is that true? Gong Xiaoshuang scoffed. Why don't you just claim you're the best in the world? Listen to what you're saying. Pang Tiancheng replied nonchalantly, is it wrong for this handsome fellow to be a bit humble? One must remain low-key, you know? Puffed. Dai Qianxue, her face previously stern, could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. You claim to be the best in the world, yet you call that low-key? Exactly, Gong Xiaoshuang chimed in. That is not low-key. That is delusional, a fanciful delusion. Haha. Hey, just as Pang Tianchong was about to retort, his phone rang in his pocket, and he answered it casually. Hello. Who is this? Hello. Is this Mr. Pang? A strange male voice responded. I am sent by your sixth senior sister to assist you in Bianqing. You are at Daikon Company, correct? I'll be there in 10 minutes. Shall we meet? Oh, Pang Tianchong paused, instinctively replying, come on over. I am in office 1918 on the 19th floor. Okay. See you soon. After hanging up, Pang Tianchong lost interest in his meal, pushed his bowl aside, and stood up to leave. Hey, Gong Xiaoshuang called out, you haven't finished your meal. Where are you going? Pang Tiancheng glanced back at Dai Qianxue and said, save some space for dinner. Ms. Dai is treating us tonight, and we should eat a bit more. Hee hee. Get lost. Both Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang simultaneously rolled their eyes. Upon returning to his office, Pang Tiancheng brewed a cup of tea and lit a cigarette, contemplating a question. Why had his sixth senior sister sent someone? She was aware he was working as a security guard at Daikon. So what assistance was needed? Did she intend for him to work together with this person as security? While he pondered, there was a knock at the door. Come in. The door swung open to reveal a sharply dressed man in his 30s. Exuding a polished demeanor, complete with black-rimmed glasses and holding a briefcase. Hello, Mr. Pang. The man bowed respectfully. My surname is Mo. You can call me Mo Tan. Tan as in deep waters. Oh, Mr. Mo's lips twitched slightly as he said. You flatter me. Just call me Old Mo. Pang Tiancheng gestured for him to sit. Please, be seated. What has my senior sister sent you here for? Mo Tan replied courteously. Sister Ouyang sent me to assist you with your work. I arrived in Bianqing a year ago. Wait. Pang Tiancheng interrupted. I am just a security guard for a company. What assistance could I possibly need? Has my sixth senior sister lost her mind? Ha. Mo Tan chuckled softly. Mr. Pang, you jest. Sister Ouyang was aware of your return to Bianqing and sent me here a year in advance to make arrangements. She has invested your money in several companies and constructed a skyscraper in the city center. As he spoke, Mo Tan opened his briefcase and presented a stack of contracts to Pang Tiancheng, saying, these are the share transfer agreements, which I have already signed. You merely need to add your signature. And then you will be a shareholder of these companies. Is that so? Pang Tiancheng took the contracts and asked, are you saying that my sixth senior sister used my money to send you here for investments? Acquiring shares in several companies and building a skyscraper? Indeed. Mo Tan nodded and continued, I am not alone. A team has come as well. From now on, you will be our boss. Pang Tiancheng grinned as he perused the contracts. My sixth senior sister truly knows how to look out for me. She has already laid the groundwork, and to be honest, I haven't even thought about what to do since my return. Haha. Hey, what is this Zhou family group all about? Ah, that is the company of the Zhou family, the foremost family in Bianqing. Mo Tan explained. We have acquired shares in all 4 prominent families of Bianqing, including the Daikon Company where you currently work. In a way, Peng Tiancheng pointed at the Zhou family's company and insisted, immediately divest my shares in the Zhou family. Why is that? Mo Ten asked in confusion. This company is performing quite well, and we have already made a profit. I am at odds with the Zhou family. We are currently in conflict. They are my enemies, Peng Tiancheng said angrily. I am contemplating how to deal with them. So how could we cooperate? Get rid of the Zhou family shares and replace them with shares in Daikang instead. I see. Mo Ten pondered for a moment and replied, very well, I will promptly initiate the divestment process. I will find a key point and devise a way to outmaneuver the Zhou family. Good. Peng Tiancheng glanced at Mo Tan, feeling quite satisfied with this subordinate who was obedient and decisive. Without unnecessary elaboration, currently these projects are all under my name, and with your signature on these share transfer agreements, you will become the legal representative, Mo Tan added. Furthermore, the skyscraper in the city center has been completed and is undergoing interior decoration. That will be the headquarters of our company. How large of an office do you desire? I will design it specifically for you. Peng Tiancheng scratched the back of his head and replied, I haven't thought about that yet. Perhaps I'll go take a look one day. The other day, I passed by that building and wondered what it was for, and it turns out it's mine. Ha! Now, as a security guard, I have transformed into a major boss. Mo Ten laughed along. Indeed, a billionaire boss at that. Chapter 77. Dai Qianxue hosted dinner in the office 1918 of the Daikong building. Peng Tiancheng felt a warm sensation in his heart after listening to Mo Tan's detailed report. He had not anticipated that while he had been focused on his cultivation on the mountain over the years, his sixth senior sister had quietly made arrangements for his descent. He felt grateful to have such a caring senior sister. Boss, Mo Tan finally inquired, when do you think it would be good for you to meet with our employees and let them get to know you? No need. Peng Tiancheng thought for a moment and said, everything will continue under your supervision, operating as planned. I am quite content working at Daikong for now, so I will not make an appearance for the time being. Just inform me if anything arises. Also, in the future, when you report to me, do not come to Daikong. We can arrange to meet elsewhere. Understood. Mo Tan nodded, however. I still hope you will return to your own company soon. Working here as a security guard and driver is truly beneath you. It's fine. Peng Tiancheng waved his hand. Perhaps this is also a form of training. After some time, I will naturally return, and at that point, I will express my gratitude to all the management teams. Then I shall return to the company. Mo Tan stood up, took out a bank card from his pocket, and said, this card contains 300 million. It's pocket money from Sister Ouyang. The password is her birthday. However, she did mention that if you forget her birthday, you won't be able to spend this money. Haha. That sixth senior sister. Peng Tiancheng accepted the bank card and smiled. Of course, I remember her birthday. Well then, you may go now and work diligently. Goodbye. Mo Tan gently closed the door as he left. Peng Tiancheng placed the bank card into his pocket and tossed a stack of share transfer documents into a drawer. Lighting another cigarette as he began to contemplate his future. It all felt like a dream. This moment, in the Zhou family villa, the head of the family, Zhou Xiuqing, was deep in thought, devising a strategy to deal with Peng Tiancheng. When Chairman Gu took people to confront Peng Tiancheng, Zhou Xiuqing did not follow. To be honest, he did not fully believe that Gu Qinglia's martial skills were superior to Peng Tiancheng's, while capturing Peng Tiancheng would be ideal. If they failed, it would not matter. As long as they could incite a conflict between the Martial Arts Association and Peng Tiancheng, his objective would be achieved. The Martial Arts Association was a national organization, and there were certainly experts within it who surpassed Peng Tiancheng. If Gu Qinglai were to be defeated, the association would naturally send even more formidable experts to Bianqing. At the time, he would relish seeing how Peng Tiancheng would cope. Just as Zhou Xiuqing was mulling over this, a messenger rushed in with a distressed expression. Head of the family, the newcomer said, Chairman Gu has also been defeated. Really? Zhou Xiuqing frowned, surprised that even a master was no match for that surname Peng. Indeed, the messenger nodded and continued. Chairman Gu was downed in less than 3 exchanges. He even had a leg broken and was carried back in disgrace. A broken leg. Zhou Xiuqing joyfully slammed the table. Good. Now the feud between the Martial Arts Association and Peng Tiancheng is firmly established. Ha ha ha. At 6 in the evening, the sun began to dip toward the west, casting an orange glow across the horizon. The buildings lining the streets appeared especially warm and tranquil in the sunset's embrace. Peng Tiancheng navigated his Porsche through the bustling streets, with Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang discussing the culinary delights of Bianqing. Hey, Teacher Peng, Dai Qianxue suddenly asked, what would you like to eat? Anything. Peng Tiancheng replied without looking back. I am not picky. I can eat anything. How about we have Western food? Gong Xiaoshuang suggested. I haven't had Western cuisine since returning. Sure. Peng Tianchong agreed. Let's go for Western food then. I have no preference. All right, Dai Qianxue decisively said. Turn left at the next intersection, and after 2 traffic lights, there is a very nice Western restaurant. Let us go. Peng Tiancheng pressed the accelerator, and the car sped forward. This Western restaurant was indeed delightful, with an elegant and serene atmosphere. Soft lighting shone through the ornate chandeliers, casting warm shadows on the polished wooden floor. The classical oil paintings adorning the walls seemed to narrate tales of time, adding an artistic touch to the entire space. At that moment, there were not many patrons in the hall, with only a few scattered tables occupied. A pianist played a soothing melody that floated gently in the air, creating a refreshing ambience. The trio found a table by the window, and just as they settled down, a young man in a suit hurried over with excitement. Dai Qianxue, President Dai. The newcomer was short and plump, with a round face and gold-rimmed glasses, smiling radiantly. You are Gu Ming, Dai Qianxue exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before recognizing him. Yes, that's me. The chubby fellow beamed. Goddess, it's a rare fortune that you still remember me. Truly a stroke of luck. Ha ha ha. He extended his chubby hand, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. Dai Qianxue stood up to shake his hand lightly and then asked, Old classmate, what brings you here? I just returned from abroad and am catching up with a few friends. I spotted you walking in halfway through my meal. What a coincidence. All right. Peng Tianchong glanced at the little fat man next to him and said, Leave your contact information and hurry back to your meal. Otherwise, your food will get cold. Ji Yuming shot Peng Tianchong a disgruntled look before turning back to Dai Qianxue. This is a significant contributor to our company, and I invited him to dinner today. We can chat another time. Dai Qianxue subtly ushered him away. Oh, it seems you are doing quite well in your security work. Upon seeing Peng Tianchong clad in a security uniform, Gu Ming felt a surge of disdain within, yet maintained a facade of indifference as he remarked, For President Dai to treat you, it must be a miracle from the ancestral graves. Haha. Just then, Peng Tianchong was about to explode in anger when a foreign beauty, a waitress, approached them. What would you like to eat? She greeted in halting Chinese, presenting a menu filled with foreign characters. Ji Yuming's eyes lit up as he quickly snatched the menu and placed it before Peng Tianchong, saying, Since we are treating this security brother to a meal, let him decide on the dishes. Dai Qianxue, witnessing this, cast an apologetic glance at Peng Tianchong, fully aware of Gu Ming's ill intentions yet too embarrassed to speak up. Let me handle it. Gong Xiaoshuang, concerned for Peng Tianchong's discomfort, swiftly took the menu, only to be taken aback. What's wrong? Dai Qianxue inquired, noticing her friend's unusual expression. It's in French. Gong Xiaoshuang chuckled wryly. I thought it would be in English. Haha. She had assumed that after living in the beautiful country for several years, her English would suffice to assist Peng Tianchong, only to find the menu was in French. She was equally bewildered. Oh dear, Gu Ming exclaimed, snatching the menu back and placing it in Peng Tianchong's hands, declaring, Let the security brother order himself. He can choose whatever he likes. After all, he is our guest tonight. Peng Tianchong cast a sidelong glance at the ill-intentioned rotund man and casually began perusing the menu. Chapter 78. A delightful dinner. Gu Ming's ulterior motives were not lost on Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang, yet they felt too awkward to confront him directly, opting instead to watch how Peng Tianchong would navigate the situation. Unperturbed, he skimmed through the menu, then looked at the waitress and began ordering in fluent French snails, Swiss chicken wings, eel fillets, Corsican red shrimp, and 3 servings of well-done German steak. The foreign waitress diligently took notes, giving Peng Tianchong a thumbs up as she praised, Sir, your French is impeccable, as if you were a local. Not bad. Peng Tianchong replied with a smile, and want seafood soup as well. The waitress, as if encountering an old friend, blushed with excitement, nodding enthusiastically. This scene left Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang utterly astonished, while Gu Ming's face flushed with embarrassment. The chubby man hastily waved goodbye to Dai Qianxue, saying, President Dai, see you later, and left in a huff. Dai Qianxue nodded, too preoccupied to respond, her eyes fixed on Peng Tianchong as she listened to his melodic French. She was deeply curious. How did Peng Tianchong come to speak French? Gong Xiaoshuang directly asked, How do you know French? Indeed, the situation felt as if one were peering through a keyhole at another's life. Peng Tianchong rolled his eyes and said, Is it permissible for you to know English? But not for me to know French. Besides, I not only speak French, but I also know English, German, Spanish, and so forth, perhaps a dozen languages. Is that true? Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the other's surprise. Of course it's true. Peng Tianchong nodded, I spent a few years in the Western world, so I can manage the languages of various Western countries, though I'm not as proficient in Eastern languages. For instance, I can say only one phrase in Japanese, yamade, which means get lost. Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang's faces instantly flushed, their teeth clenched in frustration as they longed to hurl the plates on the table at this little rogue. Ha ha ha. Pang Tianchong laughed heartily, then shifted the topic. President Dai, I suggest you learn a set of skills from Huang Rong in the Legend of the Condor Heroes. What skills? Dai Qianxue asked, puzzled. Learn the dog whacking stick technique. Pang Tianchong replied earnestly. You know, you always encounter those persistent admirers, don't you? He glanced at the departing Gu Ming, who was stealing glances back at them. Giggling, Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang suddenly grasped Pang Tianchong's meaning. Unable to restrain their laughter, Pang Tianchong, gazing at the two blooming beauties, felt a stir in his heart and said, President Dai, you look quite lovely when you smile. Why do you always wear such a serious expression? As if someone owes you money. That's nonsense, Dai Qianxue retorted, stifling her laughter. Aren't you the one who owes me money? Pang Tianchong was momentarily at a loss for words, rubbing his nose, thinking to himself. Why must you bring that up? At that moment, the waitress began serving the dishes, steaks, desserts, and more, one after another. This steak, I ordered it well done. Pang Tianchong resumed his chatter. We aren't like Westerners, who eat their meat medium or rare. They still resemble primitive creatures, you see. Just look at those foreigners. When they strip off their clothes, they are covered in hair. That's a fallacy, Dai Qianxue contested. You're belittling Westerners. It's merely a difference in culinary cultures. Regardless, Pang Tianchong remarked, casting a glance at the two women, I simply prefer our Eastern beauties, with skin as fair as jade, smooth and radiant. Upon hearing this, Dai Qianxue's face turned crimson, while Gong Xiaoshuang erupted in indignation. Get lost, you foul-mouthed rogue. Hey, Pang Tianchong retorted nonchalantly, grinning, come on, let us eat. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers, exclaiming, oh, I almost forgot. I need to call home and tell them not to save me any food. As he reached for his phone, Dai Qianxue asked, have you found your home? Which district is it in? Yes, I just found it, Pang Tianchong replied while dialing his mother's number. Hello, Mom. I'm eating out tonight, so don't prepare any food for me. Why are you eating out? Food outside is so expensive. His mother's voice on the line was filled with concern. It's like this, Pang Tianchong explained softly. Our company president insisted on treating me to dinner. And I couldn't refuse, haha. Just don't drink too much, and come home early. I know, bye. After hanging up, he suddenly noticed the two beautiful women at the table staring at him with peculiar expressions. Hee. Pang Tianchong grinned, just bragging to the family, don't mind me. Oh, we understand. Dai Qianxue chuckled, you're such a good boy. Haha. Sigh. Pang Tianchong sighed, speaking of my journey home, it has indeed been quite a roller coaster. On the first day back, I found my house gone. The neighborhood was demolished, and I had no choice but to sleep on the streets. Dai Qianxue blushed at this, saying apologetically, I'm so sorry. I was angry with you at the time. Gong Xiaoshuang chimed in with a blunt, serves you right. Pang Tianchong took it in stride, continuing, after much effort, I finally discovered the address of my new home. When I went there, only my sister was home, and she mistook me for a scammer, refusing to open the door. I left empty-handed. Tell me, with my handsome looks, how could I possibly resemble a scammer? You do. Gong Xiaoshuang blurted out. If I were your sister, I wouldn't let you in either. Get lost. Pang Tianchong rolled his eyes. I certainly don't have a sister as unreasonable as you. What do you mean by unreasonable? Gong Xiaoshuang retorted. Explain yourself. Unreasonable? Just look at your hair. Pang Tianchong laughed. With a head of yellow hair like that, it's a bit eccentric, resembling a fairy. Get out of here. Gong Xiaoshuang, enraged, kicked Pang Tianchong's calf. Hey, he teased, a gentleman uses words, not fists. Why are you? Humph, I can't be bothered with you. Gong Xiaoshuang shot him a glare, focusing on her meal and falling silent. Returning to the earlier topic, Pang Tianchong resumed. Regarding the suggestion of moving in with President Dai, I think I should hold off for a few days. After all, I just found my home, and moving out might upset my mom. That is true. Dai Qianxue nodded. It's good to spend some time with family, especially since you've been away for so many years. Indeed, Gong Xiaoshuang added, you can always move back once your mom and sister get tired of having this rascal around. Upon hearing this, Pang Tianchong felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Chapter 79. Looking down on me, Pang Tianchong enjoyed a delightful dinner with the two beautiful women, returning home around 10 o'clock. He gently opened the door, noticing the living room light still on, with his mother quietly sitting on the sofa watching television. "Mom," he casually inquired, "why are you still awake at this hour?" "Because you haven't returned." "I couldn't sleep," Chiu Manxiang replied, turning off the TV and patting the sofa beside her. "Come, son, let us have a chat. Aren't you tired?" Pang Tianchong said as he removed his jacket, draping it over the coat rack. "Tired? Not at all." Chiu Manxiang laughed. "Since you came back, I've been dreaming with smiles. Now hurry over. I have something to ask you." "Oh." Pang Tianchong obediently sat beside his mother, placing a bulging envelope on the coffee table. "Mom, this is my salary. You can keep it for pocket money." Chiu Manxiang was taken aback. "Haven't you just started working not long ago? How could you be getting paid already?" "I advanced a bit to help with household expenses." "How much?" "You'll see when you take a look." Chiu Manxiang carefully opened the envelope, her eyes widening in astonishment. "This is 20,000. "Yes." Pang Tianchong nodded. 20,000 for now, and once I receive my full salary, it will be several times that amount. How can your salary be so high?" Chiu Manxiang slowly focused her gaze on her son's face, staring intently, unmoving. "Salaries aren't typically this high," Pang Tianchong hurriedly explained. "This month, I secured several major orders for the company, and the boss rewarded me with a bonus of several tens of thousands." "Oh, I see." Chiu Manxiang sighed in relief. "I was thinking, how could a mere security guard have such a high salary?" "Look at what you're saying," Pang Tianchong retorted. "I'm currently the CEO's driver and bodyguard. Isn't it normal for my salary to be higher? Is that so?" Chiu Manxiang's eyes widened again. "Son, tell me, is your company's CEO named Dai Qianxue?" "Yes, that's her," Pang Tianchong replied, puzzled. "Mom, how do you know Dai Qianxue? Is she famous? Aren't you working at Daikon Company?" Chiu Manxiang explained. "So, I checked online the past few days and was surprised to discover that your CEO is the most beautiful woman in Bianqing. Dai Qianxue. Even more astonishing is that my son is her driver and bodyguard." "Haha, look at how pleased you are," Pang Tianchong scoffed. "What is so great about the most beautiful woman? She looks just average to me." Always wearing a stern face. Xiaohu, Chiu Manxiang exclaimed excitedly. "Tell me how she chose you, this little security guard, to be her driver and bodyguard." "Because my driving skills are excellent. I drove while on a business trip to the southwest recently," Pang Tianchong explained further. "Besides, I've learned many skills over the years. Being her bodyguard is really a bargain for her. Being a bodyguard is great. Being her bodyguard is even better." Chiu Manxiang laughed. "But I wonder if that girl has a boyfriend?" "No," Pang Tianchong blurted out. "She only knows work. How could she have time for romance? I think she's just a big silly girl." "Haha." Chiu Manxiang's laughter grew stronger as she playfully hit her son. "Don't talk nonsense. She is a fine young lady. How could she be silly? I think it's you who are being foolish. Time for bed," Pang Tianchong exclaimed. Not wanting to continue the topic, he stood up and said, "Get some rest. Tomorrow, when my sister comes back, I'll take you all out for a grand feast." "Sleep? What sleep?" Chiu Manxiang replied, still not ready to end the conversation. "I'm not the least bit tired. I want to hear about your company. If you're not going to sleep, then I will," Pang Tianchong said, humming a tune as he headed to the bathroom to wash up. "Little rascal," Chiu Manxiang affectionately glared at her son. Clutching the envelope in her hand, smiling blissfully, the night passed without further conversation. The next morning, while Pang Tianchong was still lost in slumber, he was awakened by his mother's voice. "Xiaohu, Xiaohu, wake up for breakfast." Pang Tianchong groggily replied, fumbling to dress and get out of bed to wash up. As soon as he opened the door, he saw two figures bustling in the dining room, setting the table. One was his mother, and the other was his youthful and vibrant sister, Pang Chanqian. "Wow," Pang Tianchong exclaimed. "Little sister, you're back. With mom around, you won't chase your brother away, will you?" "You?" Pang Chanqian blushed, her cheeks turning red, staring wide-eyed and speechless. Go on, go on," Chiu Manxiang interjected. "Nonsense. She is her own sister. How could she chase you away? Last time, she didn't know you were her brother and didn't let you in." "Haha," Pang Tianchong chuckled. "Just kidding. Little sis, don't be angry, okay?" With that, he swiftly headed to the bathroom. "Tisich." Pang Chanqian rolled her eyes, looking at her half-asleep brother, still trying to come to terms with this reality. "Mom, is he really my brother?" "Of course," Chiu Manxiang said sternly. "Didn't you notice how much he resembles your father when he was young? You were too little to remember when he left home. Did you tell him about Dad?" Pang Chanqian asked softly. "Not yet." Chiu Manxiang sighed lightly. "Let us keep that under wraps for now. Your brother just got back, so let him enjoy a good mood for the time being." "Okay." Pang Chanqian nodded obediently. Silently setting the table, "Little sis." Peng Tianchong quickly finished washing up and sat down at the dining table. I heard you're studying at Bianching University. What is your major? Business administration. Peng Chanxian replied nonchalantly, her eyes scrutinizing this unfamiliar brother. Not bad. Peng Tianchong gave a thumbs up. Once you graduate, I'll start a company for you and make you the CEO. Haha. Peng Chanxian smiled. I appreciate the thought. But you're just a little security guard. Getting me a sister-in-law would be impressive enough. Starting a company? Don't dream. Look, you're looking down on your brother. Peng Tianchong smiled. Now that I'm back, I'll support your studies. You won't need to ask the family for a single penny anymore. Understood. I know. I'll work part-time and earn my keep. Peng Chanxian replied quietly, looking down. What? Peng Tianchong said seriously. Who said you need to work part-time? I'm saying that all your expenses for school, graduate studies, or even studying abroad will be covered by me. Didn't you understand? All right. Peng Chanxian rolled her eyes, mumbling softly, with your salary as a security guard, can you even afford to date, let alone pay for my schooling? Haha. Peng Tianchong chuckled. Little girl, you really look down on your brother, don't you? Fine. Since I didn't bring you any gifts this time, I'll transfer you some money for your tuition. Just give me your card number. Peng Chanxian was taken aback, turning to look at her mother. Mom, what do you think? Go ahead and give it to him. Qiu Manxiang smiled. Your brother earned quite a bit this month. Giving you some is nothing. Really? Peng Chanxian was slightly incredulous but still relayed her card number. Peng Tianchong immediately took out his phone to transfer the money, having 300 million in his account, so he decided to send his sister some first. Ding! The notification from his phone sounded, and Peng Chanxian picked it up and was instantly stunned. Chapter 80. A stroll through the antique city. When Peng Chanxian saw the numbers on her phone, she was momentarily speechless. The string of zeros made her head spin, and her heart raced. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. The young girl swallowed hard, silently counting 1 million in total. Is this a dream? Peng Chanxian stared at Peng Tianchong in disbelief, her voice trembling. How can there be so much? Before I was a security guard, I made quite a bit of money. You can spend it freely. Once it's gone, just ask me for more. Peng Tianchong reassured his sister with a comforting glance, then picked up his bowl and casually sipped his millet porridge. Noticing her daughter's unusual expression, Qiu Manxiang curiously asked, Xiaohu, how much did you give her? Not much, just 10,000. Peng Tianchong replied nonchalantly. From now on, you won't need to give her any more money. Oh dear, Qiu Manxiang complained. Why give her so much at once? She won't be able to spend it all this semester. Look at you. Peng Tianchong dismissed her concerns. Chanxian is a grown girl now. She needs clothes, cosmetics, bags, and whatnot. She should buy them as needed. I have money. Why shouldn't I let my sister spend? Right, little sis? Peng Tianchong said, winking at Peng Chanxian. Having money doesn't mean you can spend it recklessly. Qiu Manxiang immediately admonished her daughter. Completing your studies is the most important thing. Remember that, okay, Chanxian? Peng Chanxian nodded vigorously, her heart in turmoil, excitement making her chopsticks tremble as she served herself food. Your Highness, a call for you. Just then, Peng Tianchong's phone rang. Hello, who is this? Peng Tianchong pressed the answer button casually, and a somewhat familiar voice came through. It's me, Brother Peng. Who? It's Xiaozhua, is Xiao Wang. Do you remember me? Oh, I remember now. In an instant, Peng Tianchong recalled the person on the line as Xiao Wang, the long-haired young man he had encountered at the barbecue stall. Is there something you need, Lao Zhua? Peng Tianchong asked disinterestedly. I just got up and am having breakfast. Well, Brother Peng, Xiao Wang said a bit excitedly, today is Saturday, and there's a stone gambling event at the antique city. It sounds quite fun. Do you want to come and take a look? Stone gambling? Peng Tianchong murmured softly. I've never seen it. Is it fun? Extremely thrilling. Xiao Wang exaggeratedly exclaimed, come and see for yourself. It will surely provide you with a lively spectacle. All right, Peng Tianchong replied. Where shall we meet? I'll come by shortly. Right at the entrance of the antique city. If you come, I'll be waiting for you there. Xiao Wang said excitedly. When you arrive, I'll take you around properly. Sounds good. Peng Tianchong nodded. See you at the entrance in half an hour. Absolutely. Let's not miss each other, he added. After hanging up the phone, Peng Tianchong swiftly finished the congee in his small bowl, pretending to leave. Where are you going? Qiu Manxiang hurriedly inquired. You haven't eaten much yet. Whatever it is, eat your fill first. A friend invited me to hang out for a bit. Peng Tianchong explained. Mom, you and my sister wait for me at home. I'll come back to take you both out for a feast at noon. Great, great. Pang Chanshan's eyes sparkled as she asked, where are we eating? Brother, at Tien Halong Palace, Pang Tianchong announced, rising to open the door and hurrying out. Hey, Xiao Manxiang wanted to say more, but the security door slammed shut, leaving no trace of her son. Wow. Pang Chanshan slapped the table and exclaimed. Tien Halong Palace. Incredible. I've never seen what it's like inside. What is so amusing? Xiao Manxiang shot her daughter a fierce glare. Hurry and eat your meal. I'm not eating anymore. Pang Chanshan pushed her bowl aside with a smile. I'll save some space in my stomach for a sumptuous meal at noon. Look at your lack of ambition. Xiao Manxiang admonished. Is that Dragon Palace food really that delicious? Is it famous? Of course. Pang Chanshan declared confidently. I've seen it online. It's the best restaurant in Bianqing, a 5-star hotel. Xiao Manxiang's eyes widened in surprise. Half an hour later, Pang Tianchong arrived at the antique city by car. Since becoming a driver for Dai Qianxue, this Porsche had essentially become his personal vehicle. As long as it didn't interfere with his boss's needs, he could roam around freely. After parking beside the antique city, he noticed a group of rough-looking young men standing at the entrance, led by the long-haired Zhou Xiaoguang. The group, smoking and swaggering, immediately approached upon spotting Pang Tianchong. Pang Zhou. Zhou Xiaoguang eagerly pulled out a cigarette and offered it to Pang Tianchong, then produced a lighter to ignite it, fully embodying the role of a devoted younger brother serving his elder. The other young men gathered around, like stars surrounding the moon. What is going on inside? Pang Tianchong inquired while taking a puff of the cigarette. Are there any genuine items, or is it just a bunch of scams that made me come here for nothing? No. Zhou Xiaoguang quickly clarified. There are real goods, it just depends on one's luck. Last month, someone uncovered a jade piece as big as a duck egg and sold it for over 10 million. Don't believe me? Ask them. Pang Gu, it's true. Someone chimed in. What Guanggu said is absolutely correct. We were all there that day. Pang Tiancheng nodded. Let us go. We'll take a stroll, and maybe we'll get lucky. At that moment, the antique city had already come alive with a bustling crowd, weaving in and out, with an electrifying atmosphere permeating the air. Buyers flitted between stalls, their eyes sharp, searching for valuable clues hidden within the minutiae of the stones. Pang Tiancheng followed Zhou Xiaoguang from stall to stall, occasionally inspecting the oddly shaped stones and the excited, captivated individuals, finding it quite amusing. From time to time, stall owners greeted Zhou Xiaoguang. Zhou Xiao. Interested in anything? Zhou Gu. How about this piece? You seem lucky today. Let us take a look first. Zhou Xiaoguang waved his powerful flashlight, pretentiously examining the stones while engaging in casual banter. These goods have just come from the old market. The chances of finding something good are extremely high. The stall owners, with their silver tongues, incessantly boasted about their stones. Everyone, don't miss out. Pang Tianchong visited several stalls without discerning anything worthwhile. Each piece of raw stone varied in size and shape, but it was nearly impossible to distinguish them with the naked eye. After meandering for a couple more rounds, he discreetly activated his third eye to see if he could glean any insights. Wow! Pang Tianchong was taken aback as he examined the stones, noticing their structures and patterns clearly, with shades of green and red visible within. Damn, today, I'm going to strike it rich. Chapter 81. Yulot. Out. Pang Tianchong's third eye was not of ordinary caliber. It was infinitely close to the divine EYE.IT could not only perceive the past and future of individuals but also discern the composition and structure of objects. In his perception, the world was almost transparent, with nothing beyond recognition. Time and space lay within his sights. Typically, he seldom opened his eye, but when he did, he saw things far beyond the ordinary. Damn it. After observing for a while, he found himself somewhat disappointed. Most of the stones were merely plain rock, with few containing any hints of color. Some contained jade no larger than grapes, while others were merely peanut-sized, entirely unworthy of his purchasing desire. Old as what? Pang Tiancheng nudged Zhou Xiaoguang, who was intently focused on the stones. These stalls have nothing of value. Are there any more impressive stalls in the market we can check out? There are. Zhou Xiaoguang immediately replied, shutting off his flashlight and flipping his long hair. Not far ahead is the Lung family's shop. They have plenty of good items, as long as you have the money. The Lung family? Pang Tianchong clapped his hands. They have many stones. Absolutely. Zhou Xiaoguang assessed Pang Tianchong and gestured broadly. Their shop has more stones than these stalls combined, from various origins, and they have everything. But the prices aren't cheap. I'm not short on cash. Pang Tiancheng thumped his chest. As long as there is something good, I could buy out their entire shop if needed. Let us go. Zhou Xiaoguang perked up and led the way, followed by a few younger companions, as they made their way to the Long family's storefront. Peng Gu, Zhou Xiaoguang explained as they walked, the Long family is one of the 4 prominent families in Bianqing. Primarily dealing in jewelry and jade, their shop is also the largest merchant in this antique city, unmatched by others. Its said that their stones are sourced from Myanmar, with a high turnover rate. Albeit expensive. Anyway, I can't afford it. Peng Tianqing chuckled, patting the bank card in his pocket, secretly calculating that his 3 billion in spending money would come in handy today. As they spoke, they arrived at the Long family's storefront. The shop was indeed extraordinary, a 3-story Western-style building, luxuriously decorated, with the first floor hall spanning 2 to 300 square meters, spacious and bright. The hall was filled with various raw stones, some standing, some lying, some horizontally, others vertically, with some even adorned with opulent bases. Each stone exuded an air of sophistication and elegance. However, there were not many patrons selecting stones, just a few scattered individuals. It seemed that the high prices deterred a significant number of less affluent customers, leaving them in awe. Peng Tianqing nodded. Not bad. Looks like there is potential here. Peng Gu, please come in. Zhou Xiaoguang gestured invitingly, then cautioned, be careful. The items in this shop aren't cheap. Before he could finish, an unpleasant voice interrupted. Zhou Xiaoguang, what are you all doing in our shop? Get out. A beautiful girl with a frosty expression approached. Hey, Zhou Xiaoguang's face twitched as he retorted, Princess Ling, how can a shop not welcome customers? He then leaned closer to Peng Tianqing and whispered, this is the Lung family's little princess, Long Ku. Though she is young, her temper is quite fierce. Let us try not to clash with her. Peng Tianqing nodded, not paying much attention, as all his focus was on the stones within the shop. Our customers are all notable individuals with standing and capability, not like you impoverished ruffians. Leave immediately and don't affect our business. Long Ku's words were sharp, her icy demeanor making it clear she wanted them gone. Haha. Peng Tianqing glanced at the embarrassed Zhou Xiaoguang and suddenly laughed. Old as what? It seems your reputation in this area isn't very good. Even a little girl looks down on you. Zhou Xiaoguang's face flushed as he forced a smile. Peng Gu, I'm sorry you had to see this. How about we check out another shop? No need. Peng Tianqing waved dismissively. I'm not going anywhere. This is the place. Saying this, he strode forward toward the largest stone in the center of the hall. Upon entering, he immediately noticed that this stone contained something valuable and, moreover, it was quite green. Hey. The young girl grew anxious. What did I say about you? Please refrain from causing disturbances in our establishment. Recently, Peng Tianqing has been venturing out clad in his security uniform. Too apathetic to change. Today, he is once again accompanied by the local ruffian, Zhou Xiaoguang, which has led the girls to regard him with disdain. What is it? Beautiful lady. Peng Tianqing responded coldly, are you afraid I cannot afford it? Rest assured, I have plenty of money. Oh, really? The young girl scoffed. Who would believe that? Your annual salary wouldn't even suffice to purchase a single stone from this shop. Hey, don't be so confrontational. Peng Tianqing glanced sideways at the girl. And he had to admit, she was quite attractive. She appeared to be in her 20s, with delicate features, petite and charming, her hair tied up in a high ponytail, and her large, sparkling eyes, framed by long eyelashes, resembled that of a doll, embodying the grace of a Jiangnan woman. She may be lovely, but her judgment leaves much to be desired. TSK. Peng Tianqing began to critique her, always observing others through the cracks of the door. This is not a good habit. The girl's cheeks flushed with anger as she retorted, if you have money, then buy it quickly. If not, get out and don't hinder others from viewing the stones. Buy. Why would I come in if not to make a purchase? Peng Tianqing rolled his eyes and added, I came to see you, after all. You scoundrel. The girl, infuriated, stomped her feet and pointed at Peng Tianqing, declaring, if you don't buy a stone today, you cannot leave. Their bickering drew the attention of many onlookers, who turned their gaze towards this young security guard. Young man, an elderly gentleman in traditional garb approached Peng Tianqing, advising, if you're hoping for a stroke of luck, there are cheaper stalls outside. Indeed, a portly middle-aged man chimed in. How much can a security guard earn in a year? You should save up for marriage instead of gambling on stones. This is not something you can afford. Seeing the crowd rallying behind her, Long Ku's face lit up with smugness as she rolled her eyes at Peng Tianqing, urging, buy it, don't just talk big. If you have money, then make a purchase. Heh. Peng Tianqing let out a cold laugh, glancing at Long Ku and then at a few people nearby who were acting as her henchmen. Suddenly, he slammed his hand down on a stone, asserting, "I'll take this one." Chapter 82, Stone Gambling, Part 1. Pang Tianchong's impulsive decision shocked everyone present. They stared at him as though he were a fool, including Lung Ku, who found the actions of this security guard utterly ridiculous. He had not examined the stone's color, scrutinized its texture, nor used a flashlight to assess its transparency. He merely bought it at first sight. This is not akin to purchasing a watermelon, where one selects a large specimen, likely ripe and sweet. Even when buying watermelons, people often tap and examine them before making a choice. Yet here he was, gambling on stones, making such a hasty purchase without any consideration. Pang Gu. Zhou Xiaowang quickly reminded him, "Shouldn't you check the price first before making a commitment? Don't act on impulse." Price? Pang Tianchong looked at Lung Ku, inquiring, "How much is this stone?" "Boss, ISNT the price labeled on it." Lung Ku nearly burst out laughing, smacking her forehead in disbelief. This simpleton, he didn't even bother to check the price of the stone before buying it. Truly a rare breed. Oh. Pang Tianchong circled the stone and finally spotted the tag. 388,008. It's just under 400,000. I'll take it. He waved at Zhou Xiaowang, saying, "Old Zhua. This stone is ours now. Keep an eye on it while I scout for 2 more to take along. Since we're here anyway. Zhou Xiaowang's jaw dropped in shock. It was only today that he realized Pang Tianchong was indeed a wealthy tycoon. "What do you mean?" Pang Tianchong snapped. "Keep your eyes peeled. I won't shortchange you." After saying this, he opened his third eye and began scanning the hall. "I want this one too. And this one." Pang Tianchong pointed and selected 2 more stones, each chosen at first glance, without a moment's hesitation. "Is this for real?" Lung Ku was utterly bewildered, struggling to believe it. Her family had run the shop for many years and had never encountered such a brazen buyer. Truly a case of the foolish having money. "Who has the time to entertain you?" Pang Tianchong shot a glance at Lung Ku and, with an air of nonchalance, pulled out his bank card, stating, "Swipe it. The password is 686839. This." Lung Ku took the card, glancing at the prices of the stones, and announced, "For these 3 stones, the total comes to 998,000. "Oh." Pang Tianchong nodded and pointed at a nondescript little stone, saying, "Boss, I'll give you 1 million if you throw in this little stone for free." "All right." Lung Ku looked at the price tag of the small stone. "For 1,000. She readily agreed, saying, "Fine, I'll give it to you. However, you must ensure that you have 1 million in your account." "Nonsense." Pang Tianchong shot her a glare, saying, "Whether I have 1 million or not, you'll know as soon as you swipe. Stop dilly-dallying like a woman. You." Lung Ku blushed at his retort and quickly handed the card to the cashier, sternly instructing, "Swipe 1 million. At that moment, all the customers in the shop who had been examining stones paused their activities, turning their attention to Pang Tianchong, astonished by his reckless behavior. In particular, the elderly gentleman and the portly middle-aged man, who had previously spoken in Lung Ku's favor, stood silently on either side of Pang Tianchong, observing the unfolding scene. Soon, Lung Ku returned with the bank card and receipt, handing them to Pang Tianchong, saying, "You know the rules, right? No refunds in this shop, whether the goods are satisfactory or not." "Humph," Pang Tianchong scoffed. "What is there to refund? Buying a few worthless stones is just for fun, isn't it?" "Fine. You do as you please." Lung Ku rolled her eyes and ceased further conversation. The elderly gentleman couldn't hold back any longer, exclaiming, "Young man, are you not being a bit rash? You purchased so many without even taking a good look. What was there to see?" Pang Tianchong turned to glance at the old man and replied with a smile, "Gambling on stones is all about luck. As long as luck is on your side, anything can happen." Unlike some people who meandered around for ages yet couldn't settle on a single stone, the old gentleman in traditional garb felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment, clicking his tongue in silence. Meanwhile, the portly middle-aged man's face also grew warm with embarrassment as he cleared his throat, saying, "Cough, that young man. I've decided not to buy any stones today either. I'll just follow you to see if these stones yield any results." "Right." The elderly gentleman straightened his neck, adding, "I too shall not make a purchase, merely here to enjoy the spectacle." "Heh." Pang Tianchong chuckled. "Splendid. The more, the merrier. Boss, please arrange for my stones to be taken out and opened." "Open them?" Everyone was momentarily speechless. What sort of terminology is this? Is he really that confident? As they spoke, a small cart was pushed over, and Zhou Xiaowang and the others helped load the 3 large stones onto it, transporting them to the stone opening site. Pang Tianchong, meanwhile, picked up the little stone and handed it directly to Zhou Xiaowang. "Old as what? This little fellow is for you. You've all helped out for so long. So I can't let you go empty-handed. This stone may not be much, but if we uncover even a little, it will be enough for you all to celebrate. Zhou Xiaoguang graciously accepted the small stone, saying, Pang Gu, is this appropriate? You spent your own money on it. Isn't this a gift? Enough chatter. It's yours now. When the time comes, you'll open it. Thank you, Pang Gu. Zhou Xiaoguang felt immensely pleased. After all, this was also a stone valued at 4,000. When they arrived at the stone opening site, it just so happened that there weren't many people opening stones at that moment. And Zhou Xiaoguang's small stone was quickly placed on the table. Shall we proceed? The stone opener secured the small stone and looked towards Zhou Xiaoguang for confirmation. Go ahead, Zhou Xiaoguang shouted loudly, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. With a whirring sound, the master began carefully cutting the stone. 1 cut, 2 cuts. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, It's green. Ah, Zhou Xiaoguang rubbed his eyes and, indeed, the cut surface of the small stone shimmered with a vibrant green glow. The crowd erupted in cheers, all applauding in delight. Zhou Xiaoguang, overwhelmed with emotion, felt tears welling up. He was well acquainted with the local gambling scene. It had never experienced such a swift victory. And now, Pang Tianchong had casually gifted him a stone that actually yielded green. Thank you, Pang Gu. Thank you, Pang Gu. Several of his friends were so ecstatic they were nearly in tears, bowing repeatedly in gratitude to Pang Tianchong. Stay calm. Pang Tianchong kicked Zhou Xiaoguang's rear, scolding, What are you getting all worked up about? My 3 stones haven't even been opened yet. Zhou Xiaoguang rubbed his backside and grinned widely. Unable to contain his joy in no time, all the stones had been cut open, revealing a piece of jade the size of a duck egg. Although the quality was not exceptional, it was still jade. And soon someone approached, asking, Young man, is this jade for sale? I'll offer 200,000. Zhou Xiaoguang's lips twitched, and before he could respond, an elderly gentleman with graying hair shouted, I'll offer 250,000. 300,000. A bespectacled middle-aged man extended 3 fingers, gesturing towards Zhou Xiaoguang at this moment. Zhou Xiaoguang was utterly bewildered, turning to Pang Tianchong in search of guidance. What are you looking at? Pang Tianchong replied impatiently. The stone is yours now. Set your own price. In Chapter 83, Gambling on Stones, Part 2, Zhou Xiaoguang's stone ultimately sold for 330,000 to a jade merchant. Simultaneously, this little episode quickly heated up the atmosphere in the venue. The elderly gentleman in traditional attire and the portly middle-aged man, who had merely come to observe, now regarded Pang Tianchong with newfound respect, no longer viewing him as a fool. If they had known that this small stone was merely a gift, with 3 larger ones still to be revealed, what treasures might those larger stones unveil? Everyone was filled with anticipation. In the shop, Lung Ku, who had been mocking Pang Tianchong for his foolishness and wealth, was among the first to hear the news. What? She exclaimed in astonishment. The small stone given away actually revealed green. Indeed, miss. The employee who delivered the news nodded vigorously and added, It sold for 330,000. Leng Ke laughed. It seems I underestimated that silly security guard. What about the 3 larger stones? Have they been opened yet? They are about to be. Take me to see. Leng Ke's interest piqued. She quickly briefed her subordinates and hurried towards the stone unveiling site. By the time she arrived in haste, the first large stone had already been placed on the workbench, and the stone master was preparing to make the first cut. Pang Tianchong was marking lines in the middle of the large stone with a marker. Master, please cut along this line first. The stone master was taken aback. Young man, I have been cutting stones for over 10 years, and I always start from the outside and move inward. I have never cut from the middle. This could ruin whatever is inside. The onlookers were also stunned, whispering among themselves, Is this fellow out of his mind? Who cuts a stone like this? Truly inexperienced. The young man is clearly anxious, eager to determine the outcome in a single cut. To be fair, with such a large stone, how long would it take to cut it slowly? Zhou Xiaoguang was also anxious. Pang Gu, we can't cut it this way. It will ruin what's inside. Over the years, he had frequented the antique market and often gambled on stones. Although he had never won, he had seen enough to know better. How could one cut it like this? However, Pang Tianchong seemed to ignore his words, continuing to draw lines on the stone while instructing the stone master. The first cut, the second cut, the third cut. After marking several lines, Pang Tianchong patted the master on the shoulder and said, Master, just cut along the lines I drew. After all, it's mine. The stone master, reluctantly, nodded and started the machine. Good heavens. Seeing this scene, Leng Ke slapped her forehead again, exclaiming, This fool, how can he be so reckless? He truly is headstrong. One cut could lead to poverty, another to wealth. With a single slice, the large stone split in two. Someone quickly moved to take away one half. The chainsaw roared as the master swiftly cut along the lines. The second cut. The third cut. The fourth cut. When the fourth cut was made, a sudden gasp erupted from the crowd. It's green, and it's a large piece, the size of a brick. Crystal clear and smooth as a mirror. My heavens. Imperial green. Ice-type imperial green. Another shout reverberated, and the venue erupted into excitement. Everyone's mouths agape in shock, especially Lung Ke, who came from a family of jade connoisseurs, had been immersed in the world of jade since childhood and possessed a keen appreciation for it. She recognized at a glance that this piece of imperial green was exceptionally valuable and distinct. The stone master was also astonished. In all his years of stone cutting, he had never seen such a large piece with such exceptional quality. He stopped the chainsaw, staring at the stone in a daze. "Young man, I'll offer 1 million for this jade. Will you sell it?" The elderly gentleman in traditional attire, who had come to observe, suddenly lost his composure. Being in the jade business himself, he immediately made an offer to Peng Tianchong. "Nonsense," the bespectacled middle-aged man shouted. 1 million for such exquisite jade? I'll offer 20 million. Wait, the white-haired elder, unwilling to fall behind, chimed in with a bid of 25 million. 28 million. Someone else quickly raised the stakes. 29 million. The scene was in an uproar. At this moment, Lang Ku was anxiously stomping her feet. As an expert, she felt it would be a tremendous loss if such fine jade fell into someone else's hands. Moreover, this stone originated from her family's shop. How could she let it slip away? 30 million. She blurted out, 30 million. We, the Lang family, will take it. In her desperation, Lang Ku revealed her family name to assert her position. The crowd fell silent. Many recognized the young princess of the Lang family, and the commotion ceased. Peng Tianchong, scratching his ear, turned to Lang Ku and said, "I must remind you, you cannot prevent others from bidding. After all, it's a fair competition, and the highest bidder wins." "Enough!" Lang Ku exclaimed excitedly. "This stone was originally sold to you by me. Now, I am offering to buy it back at a higher price. Please show me some consideration." She then nudged Sui Xiaoguang beside her. "Big brother, why don't you persuade your friend? 30 million is a fair price." Sui Xiaoguang stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. At that moment, he was still in a daze. The previous 330,000 had nearly sent him into a frenzy, and now this stone was worth 30 million. "All right," Peng Tianching replied with a faint smile. "Your persuasion won't help. The stone is mine, and I can sell it to whomever I wish. If you truly want it, I have one condition." "What condition?" Lang Ku inquired anxiously. "As long as it's not too outrageous." "I can consider it." Peng Tiancheng pondered for a moment and said, "You know this jade is worth far more than 30 million, and I've heard your family deals in jade. If I sell it to you, you must make me a bracelet and a pendant from this jade, and no problem." Lang Ku readily agreed, assuring him, "I will definitely find the best artisan to craft it for you." "Very well." Seeing the young lady so agreeable, Peng Tiancheng ceased to haggle, waving his hand. "Let us transfer the money. This jade is yours now. I'll arrange it immediately." Lang Ku exclaimed with delight, quickly instructing one of her subordinates, "Send someone to take this jade to the shop, and have the finance department transfer 30 million to this gentleman's account." "Got it," her subordinate replied, and they quickly set to work. Soon, Peng Tianchong received a notification on his phone. 30 million received. Lang Ke also returned to the shop with the jade in tow. Meanwhile, Peng Tianchong's second stone was placed on the stone master's workbench. "How shall we cut it?" This time, the stone master refrained from further comments, gazing at Peng Tianchong with admiration. Thus, Peng Tianchong picked up a pen and began to mark lines on the stone once more. In Chapter 84, Gambling on Stones, Part 3, Lang Ke, the princess of the Lang family, was overjoyed after acquiring the jade for 30 million, and she immediately convened a meeting with the company's designers to discuss how to develop the precious gem. A group of individuals surrounded the jade, buzzing with excitement, each one animated as if they had been invigorated. Just as everyone was engrossed in admiration and lively discussion, the same employee rushed back in, out of breath. Manager Ling, a glass-type stone has been revealed." "What?" Lang Ke sprang up from her chair. "Could you repeat that? That little security guard bought our stone, and it revealed a glass type. Now, everyone is bidding for it. You must hurry and see, or it will be snatched away." Upon hearing this, Lang Ke became frantic. "Quickly, secure that jade first, and inform the finance team to prepare the funds. I'm going to take a look. This is truly bizarre. Is that little security guard destined for greatness?" The young lady dashed to the stone unveiling site like the wind at this moment. The bidding had reached a fever pitch, with several businessmen arguing passionately. $30 million. I'll offer $30 million. $32 million. $35 million. Lee the fatty. Do you really want to contend with me? The bespectacled middle-aged man said, pointing at a bidding competitor. Can't you give me a break, boss son? The portly man retorted, refusing to back down. We both know such a treasure is rare. I intend to acquire it as a store centerpiece. Can't you let me have this one favor? Just as the bespectacled man hesitated, the fiery Lung Ku arrived and interjected. Wait, this stone is still being sold by our shop. It rightfully belongs to the Lung family, so let us not compete. Lang Ku merely glanced at the jade on the stage, and it nearly blinded her with its brilliance. The clarity, the hue, the texture, and the size of that piece were simply beyond imagination, something she had never encountered before in her life. It was astonishingly exquisite. Therefore, she resolutely decided that she must acquire this treasure for the Lang family at all costs. Hey, Miss Lang, exclaimed a rotund man, indignant at her words. What do you mean by that? Who says that the stones sold by your family still belong to you? This belongs to this young man here and has nothing to do with your family anymore. Does it, exactly? Added a bespectacled man, equally defiant. We know your family is wealthy, but that doesn't give you the right to bully others. If you wanted the stone, why didn't you just cut it yourself instead of selling it? Caught off guard, Lang Ku found herself at a loss for words. She turned her gaze towards Peng Tiancheng and implored, Sir, is there any chance you could still sell me this jade? Why? Peng Tiancheng replied, crossing his arms and casting a sidelong glance at Lung Ku. Did you not already purchase one? Wanting another seems a bit excessive, don't you think? What? Are you relying on your looks to have everyone cater to you? No, Lung Ku retorted, her cheeks flushing. I'm paying for it. I'm not asking for it for free. And how much are you offering? He challenged. I'll offer 38 million, she declared with determination. Yes, that's sufficient. After uttering these words, she shot a fierce glare at the rotund man and the bespectacled one, warning them not to raise their bids. Everyone, Peng Tiancheng called out, surveying the crowd. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Let us keep it fair. The highest bidder wins. Rest assured, I won't show any favoritism. Frustrated, Lang Ku rolled her eyes, inwardly cursing, as she realized she had underestimated this little security guard. Not only did he possess a discerning eye for valuable gemstones, but he also exhibited the shrewdness of a businessman. The onlookers exchanged glances, remaining silent. On one hand, they respected the influence of the Lung family. On the other, 38 million was no trifling sum if they were to raise their bids. They would need to consider the depth of their own pockets. This was a matter of real money, not a game. Seeing that the crowd was momentarily silent, Lang Ku felt a surge of excitement and quickly instructed her subordinates. Hurry, take the jade away and inform the finance department to transfer the funds to this gentleman. Hey, why the rush? Peng Tiancheng interjected, displeased. Give everyone a moment to think. This isn't as simple as buying a pack of cigarettes. Let us wait a bit longer. What are we waiting for? Lang Ku replied, forcing a smile. This is settled. 38 million is already generous. Be content. Just as Peng Tiancheng was about to protest, his phone rang. Your Majesty, you have a call. A call? Don't rush me. Let me take this call first, he said, pulling out his phone to answer. Hello, brother, it was Peng Tiancheng on the line. Didn't you say we'd have lunch together? Are you still coming? Where are you? Of course, I'm on my way. Peng Tiancheng suddenly recalled their lunch plans and replied hurriedly. Just wait a moment. I'll be right back to pick you up. TSK, he smacked his lips, feeling anxious as he realized that if he delayed any longer, they would miss their lunch. What is going on? Lung Ku observed, sensing the urgency. Hurry up, just sell me this jade. Will you? All right, get it done quickly. Transfer the money to me. I have other matters to attend to. Peng Tiancheng instructed his companion, Zhuxiaoguang, that I need to leave first. Keep an eye on the remaining stone and transfer the funds to my card once it's sold. Leave it to me, Zhuxiaoguang assured him confidently. I'll make sure you get a good price. All right, I'm off. Peng Tiancheng quickly relayed a few instructions to the stone cutter before hastily departing. Is he leaving already? Lung Ku questioned, puzzled. Zhuxiaoguang, your friend has quite the audacity, entrusting you with such a substantial matter worth millions. What is wrong with that? Zhuxiaoguang shot her a sidelong glance. This is called trust. Do you understand? What does he do? Are you too close? At that moment, Lang Ku was intrigued by Peng Tiancheng and sought to learn more. Not really. We've only met a couple of times. Zhuxiaoguang replied nonchalantly. Lang Ku exclaimed, astonished. He handed you the stone after just 2 meetings and then left. Yup. Zhuxiaoguang nodded. He mentioned he had to have lunch with his family and didn't want to delay. What? Lang Ku's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean he is going to have lunch with his family while neglecting a business worth millions? Hee hee. Zhuo Xiaowang chuckled proudly. See, my friend is quite extraordinary. Ull come to realize that in time. Oh my. Lang Ku's expression shifted as she pondered. Is he a bit foolish? Chapter 85, Stone Gambling, Part 4, in the antique market at the stone cutting site. Pang Tianzhong's third stone was being cut, but this time it proceeded at a slower pace. As he had not marked the stone beforehand, the stone cutter could only follow the conventional cutting method, making gradual progress. However, the crowd exhibited no impatience. Everyone was eagerly awaiting yet another miracle. Today, they had all become numb with disbelief. Who had ever witnessed a single individual uncover 2 pieces of high-quality imperial green jade? It was astonishingly surreal. The events of the day were destined to become a tale of legend in Bian City, a story to be recounted in the antique market for years to come. Especially for Lang Ku, at this moment, she was already devising an advertisement in her mind to promote the Lung family's jade business vigorously. Additionally, she was brainstorming ways to recruit this remarkable security guard, Pang Tianchong, to join the Lung family company. That young man was simply extraordinary. Just as Lang Ku was lost in her thoughts, a new wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. The third stone had also yielded results. But this time it was not green. Instead, a vibrant purple emerged. In the center of the stone, a palm-sized section shimmered like a blooming violet, crystal clear and breathtakingly beautiful. How stunning! This is outrageous, Lang Ku gasped, clutching her forehead in disbelief. How is it that every single stone has yielded results? The key point is that these stones were all sold from my shop. Whereas the logic in this? A complex mix of emotions stirred within her, leaving her with an indescribable feeling. 20 million. I'll take this stone. The bespectacled man, now genuinely anxious, made a bold bid of 20 million. The rotund man shook his head and glanced at the ravenous Lang Ku. Sighing, forget it. I won't compete anymore. As Lang Ku was about to call out her bid, she suddenly realized a pressing issue. Her company's account likely had very little left. What should she do? She turned to Zhuo Xiaowang and asked, Can you call that friend of yours? I want this jade too, but can I owe you the money for now? What? Before Zhuo Xiaowang could respond, the bespectacled man objected. Miss Lung, you don't have any money left in your account, yet you want to compete with us? You've already taken 2 pieces. Can't you let us have a taste too? Exactly. The rotund man chimed in. Your family is being too domineering. You're filling your own plate while leaving us all starving. Their back and forth prompted the crowd to chime in, echoing their support. Yes, Miss Lang. You should leave some for others. Right? Zhuo Xiaowang, listening to the growing discontent, helplessly raised his hands and said, Princess, I think you should let this piece go. Don't put me in a difficult position. Fine. Lang Ku felt a twinge of guilt as she considered their words. All right, everyone. I'll step back. Whoever wants it can have it. With that, she sulked away from the crowd, returning to her family's shop. When she finally returned, a sense of disappointment washed over her as she entered the once bustling hall now devoid of any stones. 2 staff members were busy cleaning up. Where are the stones? Lang Ku asked one of the employees, bewildered. What happened to all the stones in the hall? They were all sold, the employee explained. Word got out that we had sold 2 pieces of imperial green, and everyone rushed in to buy stones without even bargaining. Even those in the warehouse have been sold out. Boss, we've made a fortune this time. Lang Ku listened in disbelief, pinching her thigh to confirm she was dreaming. This day had truly overwhelmed her. This moment. One name echoed in her mind. Pang Tianchong. Meanwhile, Pang Tianchong had returned to his apartment complex in a Porsche. His mother and younger sister had already come downstairs and were walking out of the building. The Porsche slowly came to a halt in front of them. Get in. Pang Tianchong rolled down the window, waving at his mother and sister, a broad smile on his face. Wow, Pang Tianqian exclaimed as she opened the car door. Brother, is this your car? It's gorgeous. What are you thinking? Xiao Manxiang shot her daughter a disapproving look. This is your brother's boss's car. He's just a driver now. Pang Tianqian sighed as she touched the genuine leather seats, exclaiming, This car is truly remarkable. Brother, you should consider purchasing one as well, so you can pick me up on weekends. With a swift motion, Xiao Manxiang raised her hand and gently tapped her daughter's head. Scolding, what do you mean by buying? Do you have any idea how much this car costs? With your brother's meager salary, it would take him a decade to afford one. Really? Pang Tianqian protested, feeling somewhat indignant. Her brother casually bestowed upon her pocket money amounting to $1 million. How could he possibly lack the funds to buy a car? Yet, Since he was keeping this from their mother, she felt reluctant to expose him. He could buy it, but right now, it seems rather unnecessary, Pang Tianchong explained while making a U-turn. One day, when I decide I no longer want to work, I'll buy one just for fun. Don't. Xiao Manxiang interjected urgently. Xiaohu, you've just become a driver, and your boss values you highly. You must work diligently and absolutely cannot resign, understood? Yes, I'll listen to Mom. Pang Tianchong nodded. For now, I won't quit. I'll manage for a while before making any decisions. That's the spirit. Xiao Manxiang smiled contentedly. She felt a sense of relief knowing her son was obedient. Brother, where are you working? Pang Tianxian continued. Mom won't even let you quit. Being a driver is too good for him. Huh. The young girl began to defend her brother. Daikong Company. Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly. Have you heard of it? Daikong. Pang Tianxian suddenly exclaimed. Is the boss named Dai Qianxue? Indeed. You know her? Of course. She is my idol. Pang Tianxian declared excitedly. Brother, please get her autograph for me. I admire her so much. I read about her in a financial magazine. She is such a successful businesswoman. What do you need an autograph for? Pang Tianchong scoffed. One day, we can have a meal together, and I'll introduce you. My sister is just as remarkable. Don't kid yourself. Pang Tianxian rolled her eyes. She is a CEO, and you are just a driver. How could a CEO listen to a driver? Rest assured, Pang Tianchong vowed that I am her driver and bodyguard if she doesn't listen. I'll resign and start my own company. Really? Pang Tianxian's excitement mounted again. If you start a company, I want to have to look for a job after graduation. I can go work for you directly. What are you thinking? Xiao Manxiang interjected, raising her hand to deliver a light slap to her daughter's head. Focus on your studies. Your brother is just a driver. Where would he get the means to start a company? Dream on. Chapter 86, Family Feast at the Tianhai Longgong Grand Hotel, Room 203. Pang Tianchong had just seated his mother and sister after ordering the dishes when the manager, a bearded man surnamed Bao, knocked and entered. Ever since the last time when old Madame Luo had given instructions, the manager had been more vigilant, specifically notifying the front desk to inform him whenever Pang Tianchong came to dine. He could not afford to neglect a valued guest of the old lady. Mr. Pang. Manager Bao greeted courteously. Why are you not in the VIP room on the top floor, but rather in a regular room? It's nothing, old Bao. Pang Tianchong replied with a smile. I'm just having a simple meal with my family. It makes no difference where we sit. Please, go about your duties, and don't mind us. Manager Bao expressed his apologies, stating, I have been somewhat remiss. Please take your time. If you need anything, just call for me. Go on. Pang Tianchong waved his hand, dismissing the manager. Who was that? Pang Tianxian asked curiously, surprised to encounter an acquaintance in such a place. The waiter, who was pouring tea, replied, that is our hotel's general manager. Ah, Pang Tianxian's curiosity deepened. The hotel manager. What exactly did you do before? She wondered why the manager was being so courteous. I was a security guard. Pang Tianchong chuckled, tugging at his clothing. Can't you see? I haven't even changed my attire. Pang Tianxian rolled her eyes. I refuse to believe that a hotel manager would come over just to greet a lowly security guard. Believe it or not. Pang Tianchong shrugged. Regardless of what I do, I will always be your brother. That will never change. Indeed. Pang Tianxian smiled, feeling delighted to have such a mysterious brother. As they spoke, the waiter began serving the dishes. A sumptuous array of delicacies, both exotic and colorful, was laid out before them. Sighing, Pang Tianchong remarked, today, as our family gathers for a meal, it feels incomplete without Dad, once he returns from his business trip. I'll treat everyone again. Pang Tianxian exchanged glances with her mother, and their smiles faded, replaced with a somber demeanor. Yes. Xiao Manxiang quickly interrupted. Let us eat. Otherwise, the food will get cold. Pang Tianchong observed the two women, sensing their reluctance to mention their father. Just as he was about to inquire further, his phone buzzed with a notification. Upon checking, he was greeted with a message stating that 20 million had been credited to his account. Wow, Pang Tianchong's spirits lifted instantly. Mom, I have to report some good news. This morning, while hanging out with friends, I stumbled upon some gambling stones and bought a few. I didn't expect to make a profit of 7 to 8 million. Very good. Xiao Manxiang, who was eating, barely caught the details and quickly praised, you earned 7 to 8,000 in one go. That's more than your monthly salary. Well done. Mom. Pang Tianxian, eyes wide with shock, corrected her. He said 7 to 8 million. How much? Xiao Manxiang dropped the food she had just picked up back onto the plate in disbelief. Over 80 million. Pang Tianchong laughed as he clarified. Today was lucky. The stones I bought turned out to be exquisite jade. My heavens. Qiu Manxiang, nearly moved to tears, exclaimed, Xiaohu, you mustn't be joking. My heart can't handle it. Oh, Mom. Pang Tianchong gently held his mother's trembling hand. I hesitate to tell you, but I am quite wealthy. Don't let my job as a security guard fool you. It's merely an experience of life. Indeed, Pang Chanxian chimed in quickly. Mom, don't be too excited. My brother is just trying to spare you the shock of it all. Amitba. Qiu Manxiang clasped her hands together, murmuring fervently, May the Buddha bless our little who is successful. Mom, Pang Chanxian chuckled at her mother's prayers. Brother's luck has nothing to do with the Buddha. What are you babbling about? Mind your own business. Qiu Manxiang shot a stern look at her daughter. Stop talking nonsense. Enjoy your meal. I'm just happy for your brother. With that, she turned her gaze back to her son, smiling broadly. Xiaohu, now that you have money, I have an idea. What do you think? What? Pang Tianchong, noticing his mother's emotions had stabilized, asked with a grin. Are you thinking of moving into a bigger house? No problem. I'll buy a villa for us. Not that. Qiu Manxiang waved her hand. I was thinking. How about you pursue your boss? If you could marry Dai Qianxue, I would dream of waking up with a smile. Mom, what are you thinking? Pang Tianchong was about to speak when the quick-witted Pang Chanxian interjected. Exactly. Mom, what are you thinking? Dai Qianxue is a big CEO. And my brother is just a lowly security guard. How could she ever look at him? Stop that. Pang Tianchong lightly tapped his sister's head. What are you saying? I'm quite handsome. You have no idea how many girls have a crush on me. Why do you make it sound like I'm inferior? Hee hee. Pang Chanxian retorted. If you're so capable, why don't you pursue her? If you manage to marry my idol, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. Enough. Focus on your meal. Pang Tianchong chided. I just wanted to advise Mom not to rush it. Who knows, she might have a plethora of options for a daughter-in-law in the future. All right. Qiu Manxiang chuckled. Just don't boast. Bring back someone for me to meet. Who's boasting? Pang Tianchong declared, stuffing his mouth with food as he chewed. A few days ago, the CEO even discussed with me about moving into her villa. I haven't given her an answer yet, but I said I just returned and wanted to spend more time with family. You're serious? Qiu Manxiang exclaimed, suddenly flustered. She really wants you to move in with her? Of course. I'm serious. Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly. She lives alone in a villa with only a housekeeper and servants. If I move in, her safety won't be a concern. What are you waiting for? Qiu Manxiang exclaimed, slapping her son on the head. Hurry up and move in. I don't need you to keep me company. Exactly. Pang Chanxian echoed. I don't need you to keep me company either. Just hurry and move in. Wait a minute. Pang Tianchong felt somewhat speechless. Are you two not my family? Are you trying to kick me out? Well, Qiu Manxiang laughed. On Sunday, you must come back to spend time with your mother. Hee hee. All right, let us eat quickly, Pang Tianchong said as he served his mother and sister each a dish, creating a warm and joyful atmosphere. Brother, Pang Chanxian suddenly expressed her longing, saying, if you were to move over, I could visit you and finally meet my idol. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Of course, that would be splendid. Chapter 87. Lang Ke's plans. Qiu Manxiang was in high spirits today. Her son was thriving and earning money, promising a brighter future ahead. Knock, knock. Just as the three were enjoying their meal, there was a knock at the door. Please come in. As the door to the private room swung open, a tall and striking female police officer entered, holding a bottle of exquisite red wine. Luo Qi. Pang Tianchong was taken aback. What brings you here? My grandmother heard that your family was dining here, so she asked me to deliver this treasured wine that she has kept for many years. It must have been Manager Bao who let it slip. Pang Tianchong immediately thought of the burly man who had come earlier, suspecting he had informed the elderly lady. As Luo Qi gently placed the wine on the table, she smiled and greeted Qiu Manxiang. Is this Auntie? Hello, Auntie. Ah, child, please take a seat. Qiu Manxiang, seeing such a beautiful police officer specially come to deliver wine, couldn't help but beam with delight. Sister, you are so beautiful. Pang Chanxian quickly moved aside, tugging at Luo Qi's sleeve. Please sit down, have a drink, enjoy some food. No, no, no. Luo Qi waved her hands repeatedly. I've already eaten at home, and besides, I can't drink and drive. You all enjoy your meal. I must take my leave. Saying this, she stood up and headed for the exit. Why not eat a little more? Pang Tianchong chuckled. It seems rude to leave after coming all this way without having a meal. Enough of that. Luo Qi rolled her eyes. Anyway, my task from Grandma is complete, so I'm leaving. Goodbye, Auntie. Luo Qi smiled and nodded at Qiu Manxiang. waving her hand as she pulled the door open and departed. She came in a hurry and left just as swiftly. Hey, daughter. Xiao Manxiang still wanted to keep her from leaving, but Luo Qi had already shut the door behind her. Xiao Hu? Who is that girl? Xiao Manxiang asked, rubbing her hands together in a hint of regret as she watched Luo Qi leave in haste. That's Luo Qi, the eldest daughter of the Luo family, working in the criminal investigation unit. The Luo family from the four prominent families. Yes, Peng Tiancheng nodded. Her father is the director of our Bian City Bureau, and their family is quite reputable. I'm rather familiar with her grandmother. Brother, what kind of wine is this? At that moment, Peng Tianxian held the wine Luo Qi had brought, looking at it with curiosity. Is this wine expensive? This is a high-end red wine imported from France. Its market price is around several $100,000. Peng Tiancheng explained. However, this wine is valuable yet rare. Ordinary people cannot obtain it. Several $100,000. Xiao Manxiang exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Isn't it a waste for us to drink it? Don't say that. Peng Tiancheng laughed. This was specially sent by the elderly lady upon hearing I was treating you to dinner. By tea meant for you to taste. So we shouldn't let her good intentions go to waste. Come, waiter, open it. At 6 in the evening, at the Ling family villa. As soon as Ling entered, she called out loudly, Mom, Dad, I'm back. The elderly couple, dining in the restaurant, immediately responded, Kuer is back. Hurry. Wash your hands and join us. The two were none other than Leng Ke's father, Leng Dezhong, and her mother, Gan Muqing. Why did you come back so late? Before Leng Ke could sit down, Gan Mama asked. I was held up by a meeting in the afternoon. And then I got caught in traffic. Leng Ke explained while picking up her chopsticks to eat. Kuer. Leng father took a sip of wine and casually inquired, how did today's stone gambling event go? How did our stones sell? All sold out. Leng Ke replied indifferently after taking a bite of her dish. Sold out. Leng father put down his wine glass, curiosity piqued. Is that true? Business has been good this year. Indeed. Leng Ke nodded emphatically. Even the stock from months ago has been sold out, and now we are out of stock. What? Leng father was somewhat incredulous. How could this happen? How could this happen? Leng Ke glanced at her astonished father and smiled. Because among the stones we sold, there were 2 pieces of imperial green, and they were of glass quality. Remarkable, Leng Dezhong exclaimed. I recall we have only produced imperial green once in recent years. Now, we have 2 pieces all at once. How strange. There is something even stranger. Leng Ke shot another glance at her father. These 2 stones were purchased by the same person. No, to be precise, 3 pieces. He bought all 3 and sold them for several tens of millions. Ah, Leng Dezhong was now thoroughly astonished, setting down his chopsticks and wide-eyed at his daughter. What on earth is going on? Kuer, tell your father all about it. Thus, Leng Ke recounted the events of Peng Tiancheng purchasing the stones. Narrating vividly, the elderly couple listened, astonished expressions plastered on their faces. Ha! After a while, Leng Dezhong chuckled. That little security guard really struck it rich. However, earning several tens of millions at once must be overwhelming for him. TCH, Leng Ke scoffed. Dad, you underestimate him. He isn't concerned about several tens of millions at all. He casually entrusted them to a newly met friend for safekeeping while he went home to have dinner with his family. Is that so? Leng father's expression turned serious, nodding slightly. So he is a person of experience. Such a pity. What a pity. Gan Mama, who had been silent, inquired. It's a pity he isn't one of our employees. Leng Dezhong sighed. He must possess an extraordinary intuition for jade. Otherwise, he wouldn't have managed to sell all 3 stones. Exactly. That's what I was thinking, Leng Ke chimed in. Therefore, my next step is to find a way to recruit him. Additionally, I want to leverage this incident to promote our Leng family jade prominently. Finally, we shall transform those 2 pieces of jade into ornaments and hold an auction to earn several hundred million. Brilliant. Leng Dezhong clapped in approval. Absolutely brilliant. Kuer, you are truly a commercial genius. I trust you with the Leng family jewelry. Ha! All right, enough of that, Gan Muqing interjected. Let us eat. You 2 are only discussing business. Can't we have a different conversation? Hee. Yes, time to eat. Leng Ke laughed. Hey, Kuer, Gan Mama suddenly asked mid-meal. I've heard you talk about this young man who bought the stones. What does he look like? Is he handsome? Well, Leng Ke recalled, he is quite handsome. With delicate features, a good physique, and excellent eloquence. Oh, Gan Mama's eyes sparkled playfully. Such a wonderful young man. Wouldn't he make a great son-in-law for our Leng family? What do you think, old Leng? Cough, cough. Leng Dezhong cleared his throat, remaining silent. Leng Ke, blushing furiously, exclaimed, "Mom, what are you saying? How could I ever fancy a mere security guard? Time to eat." Chapter 88. Assassins strike. The full moon hung high in the sky. Twinkling stars scattered across the firmament. A gentle breeze caressed the air, the night cool and serene. The early autumn night was tranquil and harmonious. Peng Tiancheng sat cross-legged on his bed, facing the window, relaxing his body and mind, gradually entering a meditative state. Since working at Daikon Company and residing in the dormitory without a private space, he had not practiced for quite some time. Now that he was back home, with a room to himself, nightly cultivation had become a necessary routine, a habit he had cultivated over the years. As night deepened, the autumn insects sang softly, leaves rustled, and a faint fragrance of osmanthus filled the air, an aroma unique to early autumn. He settled into stillness. Peng Tiancheng gradually melded with nature. Time slipped away unmeasured until suddenly he jolted awake, the hairs on his body standing on end. Experience warned him of impending danger, without a moment to spare. Peng Tiancheng instinctively shifted his body, rolling off the bed to evade the window, retreating into the corner of the wall. Then he swiftly opened his third eye, scanning for the source of danger. Indeed, on the rooftop of the opposite building stood a figure, silhouetted against the moonlight, hands cradling a sniper rifle, aiming directly at his window. Damn it! Peng Tiancheng cursed silently, realizing an assassin had come for his life. Truly reckless. Just wait until I make an example of you. With that thought, he slipped out of the room, made his way to the kitchen, quietly opened the window, and leaped down, though from the 29th floor. Peng Tiancheng descended as lightly as an autumn leaf, landing gracefully on the ground. The assassin on the opposite rooftop had just locked onto his target and was about to pull the trigger when, suddenly, Peng Tiancheng's figure vanished from sight. Huh. The assassin was puzzled, wondering where he had gone. Surely he went to the restroom. Through the scope, it was evident that Peng Tiancheng's room was brightly lit, yet utterly vacant. Damn it, the assassin muttered under his breath. Where could that brat have gone? Why hasn't he shown up yet? As he anxiously awaited, a sudden discordant voice emerged from behind him. Hey, are you talking about me? The assassin was taken aback, spinning around sharply. Before he could even discern the identity of the newcomer, a large hand clutched tightly around his neck, rendering him immobile. Quick, the assailant was incredibly swift. Peng Tiancheng moved like the wind, striking with lightning speed, incapacitating his opponent without granting him a moment to react. Spare my life, the assassin gasped, his limbs weakening, eyes brimming with terror and desperation. In that instant, he comprehended the vast gulf between himself and Peng Tiancheng. Realizing he had no chance of retaliation, the rooftop was eerily silent. He had been completely oblivious to the intruder's approach, a dire oversight for his own life. Speak. Who sent you? Peng Tiancheng loosened his grip slightly, demanding an answer. I don't know. The assassin shook his head, struggling desperately to free himself from Peng Tiancheng's grasp, not willing to speak. Are we? Peng Tiancheng's voice turned frigid, and with a sudden motion, he hurled the assassin violently to the ground. Then, taking a step forward, he snapped. A sound echoed as he crushed the assassin's right arm. The assassin let out a muffled groan, attempting to rise, only to have a heavy foot come down on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe once more. I truly have no idea. Snap. Peng Tiancheng ceased his inquiries, retracting his foot only to crush another leg. I'll tell you. The assassin was genuinely terrified, his voice trembling as he confessed, I accepted a contract online. I don't know who the employer is. They offered 10 million. Snap. Peng Tiancheng applied pressure again, breaking the assassin's other leg. The surname is Zhuo, Mr. Zhuo. The assassin was on the verge of tears, hastily emphasizing, there's only a surname, really no given name, Mr. Zhuo. Peng Tiancheng instantly grasped that the Zhuo family was once again causing trouble. His heart filled with rage. Damn it. When would this end? With both legs shattered, the assassin was naturally unable to escape. Peng Tiancheng stepped aside, retrieving his phone to call Luo Qi. Hello? Luo, are you asleep? A puzzled voice replied. What is going on? I was just about to sleep. Don't sleep yet. I've caught an assassin here. Do you want him? Peng Tiancheng jested. If you don't want him, I might just toss him off the building. What? An assassin? The voice on the phone suddenly escalated in pitch. Where? I'm coming right now. Right here in our community, on the rooftop of Building 7. Wait for me. After hanging up, Peng Tiancheng lit a cigarette. Sitting on the rooftop, quietly smoking as he awaited Luo Qi's arrival, the assassin lay hopelessly on the ground, writhing in despair, wishing to weep yet finding no tears. Regretting his actions too late. He never dreamt that the person he intended to kill would be so formidable. Before long, The sound of sirens echoed as Luo Qi arrived with his team at the community. Upon hearing footsteps, Peng Tianchong discarded his cigarette and swiftly descended the stairs, disappearing into the night. Just then, hurried footsteps approached, followed by beams of light converging on the assassin. Luo Qi and his team surrounded him. Cuff him. Without hesitation, Luo Qi commanded. Two team members rushed forward, pinning the assassin down and quickly placing handcuffs on him. Captain, one team member reported, all his limbs are broken. No, it seems 3 are broken, and 1 arm can still move. Luo Qi's lips twitched. He thought to himself, this guy really went hard. Captain, another called out. There's also a sniper rifle here. The team instinctively spread out, searching for other clues. Where is he? Luo Qi squatted beside the assassin, demanding, what happened to the person who caught you? The assassin struggled to turn his neck. Glancing towards the edge of the building, he jumped off. What? Luo Qi exploded in anger, kicking the assassin's backside. Say that again. Where is he? For my great-aunt's sake. The assassin gritted his teeth, feeling aggrieved. He really jumped off. Look, the cigarette, but hasn't he even extinguished yet? He just left? I swear. Luo Qi rushed to the edge of the rooftop, peering down, only to see a pitch-black void below, where not a trace of Peng Tianchong could be found. Captain, a team member exclaimed incredulously. No way. This is a 32-story building. Jumping down, can anyone survive? Nothing is impossible. Luo Qi remarked, gazing into the night. He is not an ordinary person. He might have truly escaped. Another team member's eyes widened even further. That is absolutely impossible. Is he a deity? Who is he? Enough chatter. Luo Qi snapped. Fall back. Fall back. The team shouted, let us take this guy back and interrogate him thoroughly to see if that person really jumped. Several members hurriedly lifted the assassin from the ground, hastily making their way towards the stairwell. Luo Qi walked at the rear, glancing back one last time at Building 8 before turning to leave. Chapter 89. High-salary recruitment. That night, Peng Tianchong slept soundly, unaffected by the assassin's intrusion. Having lived in a world of violence for 4 years prior, he was already accustomed to such tumultuous days. A mere petty thief hardly registered on his radar. The following morning, before Peng Tianchong had fully awakened, he vaguely heard a series of knocks. Who is it? In the kitchen, Xiao Manxiang was preparing breakfast. Wiping her hands as she answered the door. Hello, Auntie. A tall, graceful young woman greeted her with a bright smile. The girl had delicate features, fair skin, and eyes as clear as water. Her sweet, innocent smile and naturally flowing hair gave her an air of freshness and elegance. Resembling a refined lady from a prominent family. Young lady, who are you looking for? Xiao Manxiang asked, eyeing the girl with curiosity. My name is Lung Ke, and I am a friend of Peng Tianchong. The girl replied politely, I've come to discuss something with him today. I apologize for disturbing you. Oh, a friend of Xiaohu. Xiao Manxiang's face broke into a wide smile. Come in quickly. The boy has tea woken up yet. You sit down. I'll go call him. Saying this, she ushered Lung Ke to sit on the sofa. Mom. Who's here? Hearing the commotion, Peng Tianchong rushed out of her room like the wind, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Lung Ke. Sister, you're so pretty. Hee. Lung Ke smiled gently. You're beautiful too. Are you also my brother's friend? Peng Tianchong curiously assessed Lung Ke. Wow, why are all of my brother's friends so beautiful? As she spoke, she knocked on Peng Tianchong's door, shouting, Brother, get up quickly. There's a beautiful sister here to see you. What are you banging for? Peng Tianchong, still groggy, pulled open the door and scolded, Can't you let someone sleep? It's the weekend. Brother. Peng Tianchong pouted, Someone is looking for you. Who? I? Lung Ke stood up hastily. Peng Tianchong was taken aback. What brings you here? How did you find my home? Isn't that simple. Just a quick search and it's easy to find. Lung Ke replied with a smile. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Peng Tianchong moved a stool over. Sitting casually across from Lung Ke, is the jade pendant finished, and you're here to deliver it? It's not ready that quickly. Lung Ke rolled her eyes. It's still in the design phase. I'm here to offer you a job at our company, with an annual salary of 500,000. How does that sound? The young lady wasted no time, directly stating her purpose. 500,000. Peng Tianchong scratched his head, chuckling. You think so highly of me. I'm a bit flattered. Haha, brother. Peng Tianchong urged excitedly. 500,000. That's way more than your current salary. You should consider it. Smack. Before she could finish, her mother swatted her on the back of the head. You little brat. Adults are talking. Why are you butting in? Go watch the pot in the kitchen. That Miss Lung. Xiao Manxiang smiled. You two chat. I still have a dish to finish. We'll eat together later. Annie. You're busy. Lung Ke waved her hand. I'll just say a few words and then leave. So, what's the answer? Give me a straightforward reply. Lung Ku's gaze was intense, seeking a satisfactory response from Pang Tianchong. The offer was indeed tempting. Pang Tianchong grinned. But, as the old saying goes, no merit. No reward. You tell me, what can a mere security guard like me do at your company? Just continue guarding the entrance. Not guarding the entrance, but rather, stones. Lang Ku stated earnestly, I believe you have a special affinity for stones. Am I right? Hold on. Hold on. Pang Tianchong waved his hand. Don't misunderstand. Yesterday was just a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. It was all luck. Don't take it seriously. Besides, I just got promoted from security guard to the boss's driver. It wouldn't be right to switch jobs again so soon. So please, Miss Lang, consider this a no-go. You, Lang Ku, awkwardly remarked, is it really that straightforward? Can't you think it over? As for the salary, that can be negotiated further. There's nothing to negotiate. Pang Tianchong shook his head. This isn't about money. It pertains to my brother's integrity. I may have been a bit presumptuous today. Seeing Pang Tianchong's firm refusal, Lang Ku smiled faintly and said, since I cannot persuade you, might we become friends in the future? That is certainly possible. Then I'll take my leave. Lang Ku stood up and called towards the kitchen. Auntie, I have something to attend to, so I'm leaving now. Hey, you should eat before you go. Xiao Manxiang rushed out from the kitchen. Xiaohu, please see Miss Lang off. After Lang Ku departed, the Pang family of three began their meal. At the dining table, Pang Qianqian's spirits suddenly lifted. Brother, why didn't you agree to her? 500,000 is no small sum, the young girl, with a face full of envy, exclaimed. If only I could find a job that pays 500,000 upon graduation. Don't worry, Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly. Once you graduate, I can offer you 500,000, and you can join my company. Enough? Enough? Xiao Manxiang interrupted. Don't paint grand dreams for your sister. Starting a company isn't that easy. Securing a job with a 500,000 salary is already quite commendable. What do you mean, Mom? Pang Tianchong chuckled. Are you wavering? Just yesterday, you were urging me to move into Dai Qianchua's villa. It's just that I'm a bit greedy, Xiao Manxiang laughed, mainly because I find that girl with the surname Lang quite appealing. She's extraordinarily beautiful. Mom. Pang Qianqian drummed her chopsticks on the table, eagerly inquiring, among Lung Ku, Luo Qi from yesterday, and Dai Qianchua, who do you think is the most beautiful? What? Pang Qianqian. Pang Tianchong shot his sister a stern look. Are you planning to choose one as a sister-in-law? Stop worrying about such things. Is that not allowed? Pang Qianqian tilted her head and grinned. All three are daughters of wealthy families. Are they not worthy of you? Haha. Xiao Manxiang, listening, felt a sweetness in her heart and quickly diverted the topic. Let us eat. You too. Make sure to eat plenty. Mom, Pang Qianqian protested, you still haven't answered me. Among those three, who do you think is the most beautiful? This is a must-answer question. Hurry up, you little rascal. Xiao Manxiang suppressed a laugh. I haven't even seen Dai Qianchua yet. Once your brother brings her home for me to meet, I'll know who among the three is the fairest. That's true. Pang Qianqian nodded. Brother, when are you bringing your future sister-in-law, that Dai Qianchua, home? What kind of nonsense is this? Upon hearing this, Pang Tianchong was left speechless. Chapter 90. Where has Dad gone? In the afternoon. Sunlight filtered through thin clouds, casting a gentle warmth upon the streets. The leaves of the sycamore trees by the roadside gradually turned yellow, swaying softly in the breeze, occasionally releasing a few leaves. As if autumn's messengers quietly narrated the changing seasons. The early autumn streets lacked the vibrancy of spring and the fervor of summer, yet possessed a tranquility and depth uniquely their own, allowing one to feel the beauty and warmth of life in this fleeting moment. Pang Tianchong drove slowly down the street, with his younger sister, Pang Qianqian, in the passenger seat. Today was Sunday, and according to the rules, Pang Qianqian had to return to school in the afternoon. For some reason, this girl suddenly refused to take the bus, insisting on having her brother drive her instead. Pang Tianchong, doting on his little sister, had no choice but to oblige. Throughout the journey, Pang Qianqian's spirits were low. She attempted to speak several times but hesitated. This left the perceptive Pang Tianchong puzzled. As his sister was usually lively and talkative, little sis. As they approached the school, Pang Tianchong could no longer contain his curiosity. Is there something on your mind that you wish to share with me? Pang Qianqian hesitated before speaking softly. Mom told me not to say anything, but I can't hold it in. What is it? Speak. Pang Tianchong gradually pulled the car over to the side of the road. Gazing into his sister's eyes, what is it that you're hiding from me? Is it about Dad? Yes. Pang Qianqian bit her lip and nodded. You just returned, and Mom is worried about causing you distress. So she forbade me from telling you. Where has Dad gone? Pang Tian-chung sensed something amiss, his expression serious as he questioned gently, Little sis, don't worry. Whatever has happened, I'll take care of it. Just tell me everything honestly. Pang Qian nodded slightly, brother. I didn't want to tell you at first, fearing it would only add to your worries. But yesterday, upon discovering that you were quite wealthy and acquainted with police officers, I thought you might be able to help with Dad's situation. Listening to his little sister's words, Pang Tian-chung's intuition of trouble deepened. Get to the point. Where has Dad gone? He is in prison. As Pang Qian spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. Why? Pang Tian-chung reached out to wipe away his sister's tears, striving to control his own emotions. Don't cry. Tell me why he is imprisoned. For drug trafficking. Pang Qian sobbed. But he was framed. Dad has never been involved with that stuff. He is honest and diligent, running his own business, yet he was unjustly set up. Brother, you must find a way to save Dad. A wave of invisible anger surged within Pang Tian-chung, which he struggled to suppress as he patiently asked, Little sis, when did this happen? Do you know who framed Dad? It happened 3 years ago. Dad was sentenced to 7 years. Pang Qian wiped her eyes. As for who set him up, I don't know. Mom hasn't told me, only saying that it was someone beyond our reach. However, the young girl clenched her teeth and continued, I know Mom is simply a kind person with no power, and I'm just a student. Neither of us can rescue Dad. Isn't your brother back now? I suspect that you see me as a man of some capability. Thus, I hope you can assist Dad in getting out early, so he doesn't suffer in there. Rest assured. Pang Tian-chung repressed his anger. Patting his sister's shoulder, I will undoubtedly clear Dad's name, rescue him from prison, and bring those who wronged him to justice. Trust me? Pang Qian nodded vigorously. Brother, I believe in you, but I also remind you. Don't act recklessly. Spending a bit more money is fine. After all, you're not short on it. Understood. Pang Tian-chung smiled. You just focus on your studies. I promise, within a month, you will see Dad returning home. Really? Pang Qian's spirit soared, her eyes sparkling. Absolutely. Pang Tian-chung assured her once more. My abilities exceed your expectations. Tomorrow, I will begin investigating Dad's case. If gods stand in my way, I will slay them. If Buddhas obstruct me, I will annihilate them. If I cannot rescue our father, I will tear a hole in the heavens. That's wonderful. Pang Qian exclaimed, hugging Pang Tian-chung tightly. Brother, I love you. All right.